and testing and solution. So like it's very similar process by which you'll conduct in order to solve a problem.
The only thing, it's not a natural phenomenon, it's a mechanical phenomenon. So that's why it's mechanics, I guess, instead of scientist.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I guess because in the event of a car, like unless you're doing improvements, like you just mostly you're going to be people are going to be saying to you, there's this problem, right? It's not working properly or whatever. Like, so I guess that's your phenomenon, right? Like, what's it doing? Oh, well, it's spitting out a lot of smoke and it's not going very fast, or something like that, right? So you identify the symptoms, right? Yeah. And then based on your knowledge of how a car works, you're going to start investigation. Right.
And does that mean that like mechanics are like better than doctors because you go to the mechanic, like it might take him a week to get to your car, but when he finally gets to it, like it should be all fixed up if he's a good mechanic. He doesn't keep you coming back like every 3 months to get get it done again, right?
Right. Well, not unless he's ripping you off.
Right? Can you imagine going to get air put in your car every month at the tire shop instead of the tire shop going, hey, I can patch that up for you?
So is the Earth flat or not flat? Where are we at on this?
You see any curvature when you go outside?
I mean, we've been doing this for years, and I love that it's still a channel. I mean, no.
Do you see it when you turn on your TV?
I mean, I see curvature when I see a ball.
No, I mean, when you look at the Earth on TV, do you see the curvature then?
I mean, I got OLED, so they can make anything look like anything.
Right. So my point is that you don't see it in reality, but you see it in make-believe land on TV or internet or whatever you kids are doing these days. Virtual reality.
So is the Earth flat or round?
Well, I mean, you've never experienced curvature. Are you still asking me? Why don't you ask your own senses? What do your senses tell you?
Well, I don't understand. Like, how do you I'm trying to comprehend like curvature and understand like experiencing curvature. Like, what do you mean standing? Like, I don't understand.
Well, I mean, the claim is that it's a sphere. It's rotating on an axis, right? You seen any evidence of that in real life, like at all? Or is it just something somebody told you?
Well, I don't know how to prove it. And people have said that it said that.
Yeah, I don't know how to prove that things fall down because of fairy dust. Probably because it's not true. Because things that are true, usually there's shadows of truth that we call facts. Right? Do you have any shadows of truth for your globe? Or is it just a received idea that you got from the government in government school? Unless you went to private school. Did you go to private school?
No.
Okay, so the government school.
Wait, upper education, yeah, technically. Never mind, go ahead.
Yeah, so how do you verify this claim that the Earth is actually rotating and it's a giant ball in space, just flying around the
I
sun
mean,
with a tether?
I'm not a scientist. I'm just here to know, like, is it flat or not? This channel's been here for years.
It's not a scientific question.
Then what is it?
Geometry.
Is math science? Or am I wrong?
No, math is not science. Please view the chat.
What differentiates between like math and science because they both use numbers. They both use
experiment.
like the Arabic like letter. What? The
The
experiment?
experiment, yeah. You know of any mathematical experiments?
We just literally went through this. Like, there's a bunch of citations in the side chat detailing the differences by subject matter
I'm
experts.
going to get these people
Okay, so
to
math
understand the
isn't
fundamental
science.
nature of
Okay.
reality if they don't know that math and science are two different things. And he said he went to college.
I did go to college, but yeah. So is it flat or round? Like that's all I'm trying to get at.
Dude, I'm telling you, don't ask me. I'm just an idiot on the internet. Go outside and look for yourself and find out for yourself. I know that's crazy, like this day and age, that you could like take your own authority back just for like 5 seconds to go outside and check for yourself and fuck what the experts say and fuck what the specialists say and fuck what the idiots on the internet say. Go out there and look for some curvature. I mean, if it's there, you should be able to find it.
Where can I?
Yeah,
find
go out there and look for some curvature, bro. Even though you can't see curvature until you're actually in fucking space, just look at what you can see from like your own fucking porch.
Well,
That
off
makes
you
sense.
go then.
Special ed.
Off you go then, Makerella.
Yeah, man. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm all in, bro. Let's go.
So okay, I'm looking out my window. Like I kind of see
Yep.
things, and there are lines and there are curves outside my window.
Oh,
so is it
so
flat
you
or
have
is it
psychosis too.
what?
You have psychosis too, then. You're seeing things out your window, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna help you.
Yeah, that guy's not one of us, obviously.
Right.
You don't look out a window and see things like trees and like grass.
Wise guy, you keep asking if it's flat or round. It's not us that has to come to the conclusion. You have to figure this out for yourself.
I thought the question was a part of this channel. Like I thought that was the. Or do we all believe in the channel? Okay, so that's what I had to say. That's what I had to say.
You're the
You guys
one
believe.
that has to work it out for yourself. And no, we don't believe it. You know
Yeah,
it.
flat earthers are in here trying to brainwash you to think for yourself and question authority and go outside and look for yourself and take your authority back. I know that's crazy, right? Nowadays, especially this day and age, right? To think for yourself. Dangerous. Apparently, it'll get you arrested. In some countries, if you pray silently in certain places, you'll get arrested for it. So better do it while you still can, right?
So I don't get it. Is the point that like people shouldn't ask questions?
No, we enjoy the Socratic method around here. The point is that I'm just an idiot. I can't show you how to experience the world. You have to do that with your senses outside in the world.
So what if my senses like think differently?
We can only show you the door, Neo. It's up to you to walk through it.
Okay,
Bro, we
let me
all
see the door.
experience the same Earth. It's not like you got your own fucking special Earth.
I'm not saying I'm special. I'm just saying
I
like
didn't say that you said that. I said we all have the same base axioms. We all experience the same thing. Like the fact that your house is not moving right now, right? Is your house moving?
no, thankfully it's on a solid foundation.
Excellent. So that's one of the claims. The claim that your house
Pretty
is
windy
moving,
though.
right? The other claim is that the Earth is actually a giant spheroid, and it should be.
Then why do we have wind? Like why do we have wind?
You know, the sun tends to perturb the atmosphere a little bit when it, puts all that heat on it. You think that might stir things up and cause high pressure and low pressure systems a little bit?
I just feel like it's condescending for somebody who's generally curious to like think differently for you to like, just show up.
Dude, I just told you why there's fucking wind, and you said I'm shitting on you because I told you the truth.
Hey man, you're not gonna be upset.
Don't be mad at me, because
I'm not mad. I'm just if you want to have more people join and be a part of it.
Bro, you asked me why there's wind. I told you why there's high pressure and low pressure systems. It's a dynamic system with a sun. It stirs everything up. And then
Why is there wind at night? Well, you shit on people that don't think you're all of like the people who have been talking. Like it's like people ask questions. It's okay.
Please cope in your own time.
Policing. You're tone policing. Nobody gives a shit about that. I just told you the truth. Are you mad at me for it?
No.
Okay. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Maybe you should think about it. What does depart the most energy on the Earth's surface, more than anything else in existence?
The
In all
tectonic
creation?
plate. The tectonic plate.
Could it be the sun?
I know this end. I know this end.
I mean, maybe the water too. I don't know. Big influence on here.
What did you say?
Hmm?
What did you say?
What? So like the water heats up because this giant ball of or flat of thing has so much water. Is that part of it? Like I don't get it. So it like heats up the atmosphere and then wind happens. Like I don't. I know it's like infinite
You know what
energy
happens
or
to
like.
gas when you heat it up, right?
I mean, it depends on which one. Some gases do nothing.
Okay.
I think a lot of them
What
do nothing.
happens? You know, I'm talking about the atmosphere, not just a random gas from the periodic table, right?
I didn't know that. You said gases, so I just like what do you want to say?
When you heat gas, it expands, right? And if you got a whole bunch of gas expanding, do you think that might cause wind, or at least high pressure and low pressure systems?
I mean, does it? I don't know. Yeah, this doesn't really feel like a door. This feels kind of like a wall.
Well, it's not our programming that you can't break through.
And he left, so he must have found the door.
What causes the winds, guys? Stop shitting on me.
Yeah, that switched up pretty quick, didn't it?
That was weird. Because I told him I thought it was the sun. I mean, all he had to say was there's wind at night. I disagree with you, but okay. I don't think people know how to disagree with each other anymore. Like, I remember my dad saying maybe they know something we don't. Like, nowadays, it's like, you know something different? You say something different than what I know? You're the enemy. I gotta get out of here. The flat earthers shit on me, guys.
I disagree.
How dare you? Future of the children. Think about the children. You can't disagree with me. The children. You guys saw Trump the other night giving his little speech holding up children in the background, right?
No, I tend to stay away from that kind of news if I can help it.
Well, appeal to emotions.
I would have thought that all his so-called voters would have seen through that nonsense.
Well, they vote, so maybe not. Yeah, anybody got any evidence of the globe that they didn't get from TV magazines and imaginations? Try not to use fallacies, mathematics, theory tales, or religiosophies.
Oh, don't make it too hard for him. Just, has anyone got any proof of a globe? We'll start there.
I think that's already too hard for them.
I feel sorry for the Globers. I mean, it's pretty unfair at the moment. They can't use any fallacies. They can't use any angle measurements. They can't even say the word curve. I mean, it's pretty hard.
Pretty hard being a curvert these days. What was that one quote? Well, if fallacies is all you got. You guys remember that? When that globe earthers in like 2021 or some shit. If all you got is fallacies.
With the anti-flat earthers, can we change their name to curverts? Makes them sound more sinister.
They're already pretty sinister, trying to get you to believe in imagination rather than looking outside and checking for yourself. Like,
What
no,
I
you don't have
find-
to check it.
What I find fascinating about it, Larry, is for some reason they forget that we used to follow that crap in the first place. It's like as if we were born flat earthers. I've got to convert them to my view. It's like, no, we weren't born. We were born into the helio bullshit model, the same as you were. We saw something different, or didn't see the curvature as you do. But yeah, it's a blows my mind that they seem to think that it's their life goal to convert someone back to imagination. Crazy.
Yeah, it's called apostolatizing, I think. I think it's how it's apostolatizing. Let me look that up. No, that's not the right word. Let me look for a second. Thought that was a word, but I can't find it. Apostatizing, maybe? I don't know. trying to imagine it from that guy's point of view. He came in here, and the flat earther said, "Go look for yourself outside. Don't listen to anything that I have to say. Go check it out for yourself." And he walked away like, "You guys are shitting on me." Like, we're trying to get him to empower himself, and he viewed it as we're trying to degrade him. We're trying to bring him down. Like, how does that work in his head? Like, how did he, like, without programming, like, without being programmed, how did he come to that?
Don't know. He probably had this thing already planned out in his head, and we just probably derailed him from it. I'm going to go in there. I'm smarter than them flat earthers. They know nothing. And all of a sudden,
And then he came in here, and we said, "We know nothing. You're smarter than us. Go outside and look for yourself."
And yeah, it's probably just derailed him from what he was expecting.
I think it's generational too. I mean, I don't know what you guys experience, but from what I experience with university graduates these days is they go through university and they're empowered with wokeness and empowered with like they're righteous, and all the generations that come before them destroyed the planet, and then when they get fixated on a conversation and you show them proof, they get stuck in the Chesterton issue, whereas you grow up your whole life thinking something is a fact, and then you get shown the absolute fact, and you're stuck in the quandary. And the only way you can get out of that is by being a victim.
Yeah.
I go through the same thing with my daughter. I mean, my daughter's 32 now. Teacher. She went through that indoctrination. Wokeness and LGBTQ and land rights and all the other fucking nonsense that they tell them. But ever since she had a kid, well, she's slowly coming around.
Yeah, you kind of start figuring things out in your 30s, early 30s. Most people get pretty pissed off when they kind of figure out what's going on. But yeah, young people and dumb people are usually a little more liberal. And the older they get, the more conservative they get because they actually start paying taxes.
Yeah, I remember going to vote just recently, and in here in Australia we have these especially in Victoria, Victorian socialists, and all these young kids running around with painted hair, and they want to fix the world by killing rich people and all that sort of shit. And I got into a conversation with one of them, and I said, I was like you at that age. Everyone's like you at that age until you learn basic economics.
Yeah, it turns out that the war in Ukraine makes the price of eggs and everything else go up. Imagine that.
See, I would accept that if that's where the eggs came from. If they had all the chooks that was laying all the eggs, and they were boxing them over there and shipping them out to everyone, and all of a sudden, war in Ukraine, egg prices go up, I'd go, you know what? Maybe they're having some kind of transport issues. I could see the pattern. But when I'm getting eggs from the farm that's down the road and their prices have gone up, because of you, no, I'm not going to accept that.
Well, the way I see it, the more money we spend that we don't have, the more money that we do have, it doesn't spend the same that it used to.
Anyways, we got any more Globers in here? Look down. Who is Technolith? I don't know that name. Technolith. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. what's your take on this issue that has arose? Is it flat or is it round?
Or is it both?
Another one that doesn't want to talk.
Unless he or she's doing something. I mean, I just drove 3 hours to my block, so I couldn't speak much.
Yeah, if you're driving, I can understand that because our phone service sucks.
I just found the best phone plan, 25 a month for 35 gigs. And then the people at home that don't leave very much, $8 a month for a phone number with very little to no internet.
Our problem's
cheap.
not so much the plans. Our problem is the fact that we don't have service in half the country. As much as they tell us we do have service, all the people that preach this happen to live in major cities where they do have lots of service for the wannabes that live there.
What's the Telstra ad? 97.6% coverage across Australia.
97.6% of the population is covered across Australia.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So yeah, read the fine print. So basically, if you cover Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, Perth, Adelaide, Darwin, you've got about 60% of the population there covered. Easy.
Gee, the Globers were dumb today, weren't they? I'm not sure if they're taking the piss or they're just getting dumber.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with some of them. I tell you something, some of them are even starting to sound like AI. You know that winter AI that was in here yesterday and the day before? Some of them are even starting to sound like that. Like, I'm stupid, but I'm going to kiss your ass in the process.
Was that lady one? The lady robot? Lady AI?
I didn't hear the lady one. I only heard the dude.
Oh, that lady one was freaky. You know, because it's the feminine voice and...
Oh, guys, DJ found it. I'll post the link in the side chat. We found the creators. Okay, I'll post the link.
What?
Yeah, there's the two voice versions. I'll post it. You can have a look.
Let us know when you post it and the timestamp.
There's your link to the website, and welcome to Sesame.
Uncanny, just to make sure that I understand the term, that's kind of like when a cat looks a little too real human and you almost mistake its attributes for human-like. Is that basically what that means?
Yeah, like when you know something is not real, but your senses are telling you that it's real. Yeah, that shit's freaky.
What do you just talk to it and it talks back? I didn't click on the link.
No, I clicked on it, but then it wanted you to do a test. But I don't do the I don't give my voice over to people I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I didn't click on it.
Give them your voice. Next thing you know, you're some AI bot, somewhere.
Yeah, I remember that winter guy the other day. He sounded like an AI. He fooled me.
Did you hear the lady one?
It is AI.
What, that winter was actually AI? I didn't hear the lady one, no.
Yeah, it's developed by a company named Sesame. As it told us, we got it out of it the other night. It told us all it can say about its creators is Sesame. That's what it said. And DJ dug around and found the company. They've got the names of the creators on the website. You can email them. Why they didn't, approach us and say, hey, we're just testing out our bot. We're real people, and this is the bot, and we're just experimenting or whatever. Whatever. Just like have a chat with us. Like, let us know. Like, I said that to it before I banned it yesterday. I said, let us know when you're going to be ready to be transparent with us, and we'll, we can talk. Instead of just playing games, Like, if it's in beta mode, like, where's my fucking money? Not giving you fucking free services to develop your fucking shit.
In beta mode, half the globtards that come in here are in beta mode.
Yeah. So it seems that their aim is to like create companion AI bots, right? So like chatbots, and it'll have more personality than like your Alexa or your Siri or whatever, right? It'll have a bit more personality, have a joke with you. It'll stutter. It'll seem human. You know what I mean? Like it'll have those characteristics. So I think that's what they're aiming at.
That's crazy, that is. I can't believe that. It's gone a long way.
Yeah, it reacts to emotion.
That's pretty scary, that is. Especially if they start becoming scam callers and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a bit of a Turing test. Like I think that's what they were doing here. But it was funny because like we noticed. Crit couldn't find anything in the logs about having joined any other channel, which was strange, you know. And I'll tell you, I have emailed them, reached out to them, and invited them to come back as the developers, like a human, and talk to us. If they want our honest opinion and feedback, come in and fucking talk to us, right? And because you know I've got questions for them, like why did they specifically choose this channel?
Because the questions that we ask here empirical. There's no ambiguity in the answers when we ask them, unlike, you know, say a philosophy page or a religious page or.
Right. Well, it's sure got a good testing because it was met with a variety of characters, You know, like I tiled it off in like the first 10 seconds of it being here, insulted it. I mean, and it was interesting, but you know, yeah, they need to come in and
So, was it the company just testing their stuff, or was it just some numpty using it?
I don't know. I don't know.
So could be either way there.
Well, I don't know that are they actually lending it out as you know, they're giving people the ability to do that, users, you know, like
Don't know.
I'm not sure that it's actually at that stage yet. Not from what I read. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe. That's a good question.
Because what was interesting was anytime someone, like, say you were talking to it, if somebody else stepped in, it'd be, whoa, whoa, settle down there. And it was like as if it was trying to backpedal. I think it has a very good, like, tonal understanding. So every time someone different would speak, it would pick up on that and it would think that you're aggressive or something else. And that's why it was having trouble. Because when it was just one person talking, it didn't have any issues, and it didn't matter what you said to it, it was pretty cool. But as soon as somebody else spoke, it sort of confused it a little bit. Just something I noticed about it, but yeah.
Right, yeah.
How did it make it through VC?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Like, would it initially have had to have had a human operator, like a human, like
There's no VC
controlling the
to
account? Oh, right. Yeah, there's no check-in. Yeah, there's no check-in here. You just join the server, and I think can you speak straight away in voice chats?
I could. I just
Might
had
have
to
to
put my phone number up, and that was it. Once I'd verified my phone number, I was straight in.
Right. Yep.
But I've heard other people say lately they're having trouble getting in. You've got to go and sit in another channel until you're a level 2 before you're even allowed in here. So I don't know what it's doing.
When I lost my phone 8 months ago and had to redo everything on my new phone, it took me 7 months to get back in here.
Okay. It seems to be that. Sorry. Seems to be that they're going to open source. It says check out our GitHub for updates and contributions. Our models will be available under an Apache 2.0 license. So it says will be available. Yeah, because they're open to, they're committed to open sourcing key components of our research, enabling the community to experiment, build upon, and improve our approach. Maybe. Yeah, I really think it says join us. If you're excited about building the most natural, delightful, and inspirational voice interfaces out there, reach out. We're hiring. Check our open roles. I'm not seeing anything on the web page. Hang on, go to this. Okay, it says Sesame Research Team and Demo. There doesn't seem to be anything there offering users to be able to, take it to, places like this. So I'd say it's the developers that brought it in here.
Interesting.
We should get on it and make a rip-ass flat Earth bot.
all its information comes from the FEGPT. Oh man, that'd be a fucking nightmare to talk to.
Then all we'd have to do is just sit back and listen. It'd be great.
Get it trained up on logic. So every time someone calls any fallacious bullshit out, it instantly calls them straight out. No, that's fallacious because of your logic is false or failed because of.
And when someone keeps interrupting, we can program in, shut the fuck up, QE voice.
Hello. Anybody there?
What's up?
Yo, is anybody down for debate? Debate time or no?
Yes,
Not the-
go for it. Make it clean.
There was a debate? Oh wow, I must have missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, like I believe Earth is round, and I want to make arguments for that, and I want to see if you think of that or not.
Like a coin?
No, it's round like beach ball.
Oh, a sphere.
Yeah, so like when you go fly on the plane, the plane go high altitude, and depending on time of day, you have the sun could be pretty low. It's like sunset, and sometimes you on the ground and you're looking up at a plane, and you see the bottom of the plane. It have light on the bottom, like the sun hitting the bottom of the plane, and if that's happening, then the sun have to be below the plane, and that not work on flat Earth. So,
Oh, the sun have to be below plane. Really?
if the light hitting the bottom of plane directly, then yes.
So no lensing?
I can't hear you. What you say?
Lensing.
Wait. Which one are you? I'll turn up your volume.
Oh, you don't want to turn it up because that'll misfire.
Are you a Matrix?
Yes, I am.
Okay, give me a second.
You probably don't want to turn it up because every now and then it comes out loud. Warning you.
All right. It's still a little bit quiet, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, you
Okay, so
Lensing. Yeah, check it out.
lensing.
Yeah.
Okay. So what? No. Is this like about the plane windows? Because that's not what I'm talking about.
I'm not talking about that either. You asked why light on bottom of plane. I said lensing. Simple question, simple answer.
You're gonna have to elaborate. I'm talking about like this image. Like you see all the light on the bottom of the plane, and
Yeah.
you could even tell because it makes shadow on the engines. You know.
That's right, lensing. That's what I said.
Can you elaborate? One word is not giving me the understand of what you mean.
What's with the accent? I didn't think you had an accent last time I spoke to you over in PNR.
Wait, can you tell me what is you mean by lensing?
Lensing. Light. Being lensed.
Okay,
To
but
the
like
bottom of the
seriously,
plane.
like just a short explanation or something. You know, it's not
It's
like
only
clear
a
to
short
me. What you're-
question. So, you've got this mental construct that light on the bottom of a plane equals we live on a ball. Isn't it interesting how every single one of you ballers come in here, look up at the stars, look up at the moon, look up at the sun, look up at the plane in your case? Why can't you ever just look at the ground and go, there's your curvature?
Actually, there's that you can do too. But I am looking
Where
at
is
something
that at?
that's
Where is that at?
really. It's like when you look at shadows and they don't get bigger when the thing flies up. You know, you can fly drone, and the shadows stay the same size, which it should get bigger if sun is close. But leaving that aside, I want to stick to the plane thing because
Okay,
you know.
hold on a minute. They should get bigger if the sun is close.
That's right.
How close do you think the sun is? What, 8 yards from where your drone is?
I calculate it's anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 miles high, according to parallax trigonometry.
Well, if you calculate it's between 3,000 and 5,000 miles high, then you need a flat plane to do that.
Yeah, I assume flat plane when I make those calculations. So.
Oh, you assumed one? Or you needed one?
No, I assumed one just because I'm trying to fit for your model.
Because you're doing trigonometry. And like any intelligent person, you understand to do trigonometry, you need straight sides to generate angles.
Okay, but not sure how this relates to what I said because you asked me a question, I gave answer. Between 3,000 and 5,000 miles would be like best calculation, but you know the issue is you get inconsistent result, which is also another issue. But like, I just want to know for the plane, you know, like how is light hitting the bottom, and explain what you mean by lensing. Like, why is it that?
For the video, there's a little video about lensing that shows how light hits the bottom of things. As the sun gets further away, it magnifies and does weird stuff. It looks pretty cool, actually. But there's one part of it. I'll put that one up for you so you can see that first. There's another video. I'm pretty sure it's this same dude that does it.
I look up lensing on browser and I see gravitational lensing.
Of course, you see that.
It's when gravitational lenses matter, such as cluster of galaxies.
Look in the text chat. See the little sun that he's got there? And how when he moves it away, how it's magnified. Our Atmos does weird shit like that. And that's what causes your light to hit the bottom of the plane. Lensing. Ta-da!
Oh, you mean path of light is redirected by like fixture like this? Is that what you mean?
Oh, you can call it what you want. I just call it lensing.
Well, if path of light is redirected, then what you're saying that sun could be above plane, but as light come down at a downward angle, something change it to upward angle at some point.
Hold on a minute. You're still assuming that the sun is straight above the plane, so the sun light has to bend down, then bounce back up. Incorrect. As the sun gets further and further and further and further away, that angle of incidence nearly becomes flat. You do understand?
That's not what I said.
No.
Also,
I didn't say you said that. I want you to get a piece of paper. I want you to draw a straight line to represent the ground. I want you to put a little aeroplane somewhere. And then I want you to draw the sun directly above the plane. And then
I actually already done this.
I didn't ask you to talk through me. And then put the sun right over at one side of the page. So if the sun's directly above the plane, it looks a long way up. But if it's over to the side, even though it's at the same elevation, it looks lower. Why?
I don't know why you're still. I told you I already done this, and
this thing called
because I already done this, I don't know why you're telling me about that. Because I already done that.
Because you don't understand perspective. So if the sun is straight above you, and then it's over to the side, it'll look like it's lower, probably causing some of these crazy effects. There's a lot of things that happen that a lot of you just come in and go,
you misunderstand what I'm saying, though.
There's a lot of things that happen that a lot of you ballers come in here and go, oh, it has to be a globe. It's a globe, that's why that happens. No, my friend, there's all sorts of weird shit that happens. And I'll give you a classic example. The sun, when it sets in the middle of summertime, actually sets slightly south of west. Now, the problem I've got with that is I live south of the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, we're told the sun follows the Tropic of Capricorn. If that's true, then how the fuck can it set south of me? See? One of those really weird things that no one seems to explain. But yet, as a baller, they will come in here and say, oh, that's because it's a globe. And that's their only thing. It's just a default knee-jerk reaction. That's because it's a globe.
What's the argument here?
I don't know. He went off subject, but my argument is that the sun is below airplane altitude flying height.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
He got a photo.
I arrived based on the image that I sent. So I found a YouTube channel that record airplanes, and what they do, sometimes they look at the airplanes during evening time. And what you can see during evening is that the light hit the bottom of the plane. And if light hitting the bottom, it means that sun is below the plane if the light travel from the sun to the plane.
What other options did you consider?
Well, only other options are that I'm in the Matrix or something, but, you know.
That's the only other option?
Exactly.
So you're just begging the question then? You're not considering things like reflection?
That's not begging a question. Begging question is when conclusion is in my argument.
No, you're assuming your answer would be curvature of the Earth, a ball Earth, the sun going...
I didn't even say curve Earth yet. I just said sun is below the airplane first. And then when I get that, we can make second argument. But my claim that...
Does the Earth's surface reflect light?
Yes.
So why couldn't it be a reflection of the sun's light hitting the bottom of the plane?
Because direct light has a different color than the reflected light. And you could see in the image, because reflected light creates scatter, and scatter doesn't create shadows. However, direct light creates stark shadows, and what you see in those shadows is actually scattered light.
Reflected light also creates shadows.
Not the ones like you see in the image. That is very clearly direct light.
Okay, show me what information you are relying on to make that claim.
Geometry.
Let's see it. What geometry are you talking about? You're talking about shadows being cast.
So it has to do with
And
if light
reflected
from
light.
sun hit like the surface of ground, like let's say you have grass on the ground, you know, the light not going to reflect like it would off of mirror in straight line in opposing direction.
No, it still reflects.
That's not okay. Let me finish. It won't reflect in straight line like with mirror. It will scatter in all direction. And if you're looking at the bottom of the plane, you wouldn't have shadows particularly behind the engines as if there's a particular angle of light that it's being hit by. What you would have
That's
is
just a baseless assertion. You're just baselessly
no,
asserting
it's
what you
geometrically
claim the shadows
accurate.
would do.
Terminus,
Based
I'd like
on
to
No,
point
because
something
Based on
out.
what?
scatter.
Hold on.
Terminus,
Based on what? Based on what? You said that's
Because if the
geometrically
sun
accurate.
hitting
Show me
the
work you
ground,
did.
I'm explaining.
Okay,
Because
show
if
me-
the sun
show
hit
me
the
Show
ground,
me the geometry that you are working on. What you're assuming the geometry would be for a reflection.
I'm explaining with vectors. All right, listen close. I explain with
Terminus,
You
vectors.
can't explain
Terminus,
with vectors.
hold on a second. I'd
You
just like to
literally
point
can't.
something out with your image. Number one, is that plane banking? Turning, yes
No.
or no?
No. I could show you full video if I have the bigger perms, I think. And no,
Okay,
it is flying upright.
Terminus, you are allowed to post the link to the web page. You're just not allowed to post direct images. So the link to the web page, if you could post that up so we could go looking for it. Or if you said it's on page 2 of a particular site.
I have to find link because it's on YouTube. But yeah, there's a guy who is photographer who films planes.
That's awesome.
And
Here's
yeah,
the link.
This is just a baseless assertion because you've not actually backed up your claim that this light could not be from a reflection of the light coming from the Earth.
Okay, well,
You're
I
just
could only
asserting
do
that.
one at a time. So you want me to
You didn't even
address
consider
that or
it.
get the link?
Do both.
I could only do one at a time. So which one you want me to do right now?
You can still talk and fetch.
Get your link.
No,
and then
I need to focus when I
So
choose
you're-
one. So
weren't you the guy who set up a channel that said flat earthers are stupid or something like that? And
Yes,
this is
he
what you're
is.
coming in with? And this
No.
is your go-to argument for the globe. You see an image of a plane with some light underneath it. Wow.
and no, that is
You think the Earth
actually
is round, you
not
fucking
the accurate
retard?
one.
What a retard.
I do believe Earth is round, but
You're an idiot.
I'll do one at a time. First, I will address the light scatter, and then I will get the link showing that it is not banking. Because if I show both of those together, then we will agree on what I'm saying, hopefully. So,
Well, I asked for the evidence
if the
of your
scatter-
claim that you reflected light.
so yeah. So if you have scatter, the light, when it bounces off, will go in multiple directions. And that means it will hit the part where you're seeing the shadows. And that means that
That's meaningless. You're not even saying anything.
No, it's not meaningless. That is fact. Do you agree with that?
About? I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I could draw it out for you. If you have a
Show a
straight line,
demonstration.
if you have straight line and it hit grass, and from that straight line you
you're
draw
talking
a point
about
where
light
it
hitting a
hit.
plane, Terminus. Stop using these shit analogies. Light hit plane.
It's not analogy. No. It's not analogy. Keep telling me about.
Just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. Terminus, if you're speaking about grass, that would be an analogy. Currently, the subject matter is light off the bottom of an airplane. Okay? So when you start speaking of grass, everyone's going to turn off.
No, but he's speaking about the grass because we're talking about reflection off the Earth's surface. His problem is he's trying to claim that the light being observed off this plane couldn't possibly be reflected light because reflected light doesn't do what it's being observed to do in this image. So he needs to back up that claim. That's what he's attempting to do, but he's just reasserting. He's just
My biggest
claiming
issue
it.
with that image is it shows nothing. It shows a plane. Is it flying over water? Is it banking in front of the sun?
Yeah, I mean, well, suffice to say, I mean, this isn't evidence for the Earth being a ball, which is why I find it funny that this is the guy who thinks flat Earthers are stupid, and his argument doesn't even involve a globe.
I don't
But
know
he
why
can't
I was
even
muted for
demonstrate
answering
this
the other
can't be
guy.
reflected
That's
light.
fucked up, bro. I don't think you were listening to me and him talking, but
No,
Yeah,
I wasn't
so-
really. Couldn't believe it.
so if we could imagine if you
No, no,
have
no,
the
you're
light
not.
hit the grass, and you draw a point on that grass, and you draw arrows in every direction from that point. It will hit every spot on the bottom of the plane because it's going in
No,
every
it'll still
direction.
be coming in at an angle. No, it'll still be coming in at an angle from
No,
the
the
sun, from the
angle
direction
is now turned into an infinite number of angles after it reflects off of a rough surface. That's the point.
Why isn't
What are you talking about?
why isn't the full surface of the left wing completely illuminated? Especially at the
Because
tip.
it's coming from the opposing side, which is actually evidence that it is direct light.
What do you mean
because
coming
that
from the
other side
Yeah.
would be illuminated if it was scattered.
No, if the light was
What are
coming
you
up,
talking about?
if the light was coming from underneath, right, the complete left side of that, there would be no shadow at all.
No, that's not true. The body of the plane sinks below the wings, and it's actually blocking.
Listen, you just claimed that a reflection of light is not going to. I don't know what the hell you're claiming the reflection of light is doing. Show a diagram of what you claim the light is doing when reflected.
Maybe I could do share screen so that I could better
No,
intuition for that. You know,
Post it in the
But,
chat. Post whatever you've read. Get a citation. Is this an academic?
well, yeah. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
called scatter. I could post a link to explaining scatter. You know, but scatter and the basic idea is if light hits a rough surface, it spreads in every direction, and the Earth's surface is definitely a rough surface, so the light would spread in every direction, of course. Right?
What it actually looks like to me is that the light source is actually coming from the left side of the aircraft, because
Yes,
you look
it
at
is.
the
That's where the sun is setting.
right, yeah. So it's coming from the left side. It's illuminating the complete left side of it, which you can't see. And those wings are probably tilted like a little bit or something, so that some light is able to, like, it's not perfectly horizontal, right? It's above horizontal, so that it's allowing some light to get in, right? But you see, the
So
tip
you're
of
saying
the
the
left
plane
wing,
is tilted one way over the other, like it's
well,
not
probably
flying
like
upright.
Matrix said, this image alone lacks context. I mean, look at the left. Look at the left side, the left tip of the wing. It's partly illuminated.
So
Like,
if I get so there's actually two problems with that. The first one is if the plane was tilted, then that other wing would also be illuminated because the bottom part wouldn't be blocking it if the angle of incident
It's
is
on the
actually
opposite side.
crossing
It's
below.
on the opposite side of the fuselage. Like, it's being shaded. Like, look, you can see. You can see it.
Yeah, I'm saying if you look,
How about
the
here's a
angle
better
of-
idea? Instead
the
of
angle
you
of the
trying
light,
to
it goes
describe
with
it
the red
because
arrow.
you're not doing a very good job, how about you get the link where it comes from, and the guy that put it up might explain.
Don't say
it
I'm not
better
doing a good
or
job. That's not a
differently
fair
what you-
characterization.
Well, you're doing a shithouse job of explaining fuck all. So how about you let the guy that originally
That's not
posted
true,
it?
bro. I don't know why you're being mean.
You think I'm being mean? I'm yet to wind up. How about instead of you yapping, you get the link and we can listen to someone else yap and they might do a better job. It's that simple. Because you have given us a plane in the sky. You haven't proven it's banking. You haven't proven it's flying straight. The thing could be flying directly south at the moment with the sunrise and the sun's on the left-hand side of the plane. Ta-da, that's why it's lit up. What you've given us is nothing. No context, no anything. It is useless. And for some reason, you can't comprehend that. We need more context. So, if we could get the entire video that it's taken from, that would be awesome.
But you said before this wasn't actually an argument for Earth being a ball, right?
This is argument for the sun being below the airplanes on the surface, if the surface is flat or round. So I just want to make it clear that the sun is actually below the airplanes.
No, this simply does never happen.
You can't tell that from this image.
I've lived coastal areas, right, and where awnings facing sunrise, right, and above sea level, and never have I ever seen sunlight on the underneath of on the ceiling.
Yeah, so I'm getting the link for you. It's from a specific YouTube channel that doesn't have that many views, but they record planes all the time. I'm gonna find
Never
it.
seen shadows either on the ceiling. Like
Yeah,
from the
well,
sun, from,
it's
from
not
a
often that
sunrise.
you look at it during perfect sunset, you know? If you
How do you
consider
know
that,
it's not a
it's not
sunrise?
surprising.
How do you know it's not a sunrise?
It would be the same thing, really.
So when you say the sun below, are you talking about actual height, or you're talking about the angular
Yeah,
measurement
I mean, like,
from
at the
from this
position of the
particular?
sun,
I haven't
the
finished.
position of
Or it's angular.
this,
I haven't finished.
I think there's
Or it's
lag.
angular measurement from the point of the particular object.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not sure about that second thing you said, so I'll make sure to say it in my own words, and you tell me if it matches what you said. Like the plane, if we draw a straight line pointing down from the plane, right, under the flat surface of the plane, right, because the bottom of the plane has like an upright angle, we would say that anything that is below that surface is below it, which could be compatible with both a flat and round Earth, but the sun would have to be below.
If you were talking about its angular measurement from that particular point, you could calculate the angle that would be below the tangent point of the plane. I would accept that, but I'm not going to say height.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm saying like if I put my hand above my computer mouse, my mouse is below my hand. If I turn my hand sideways and then put the mouse to the side of my hand, maybe we could also say that is, quote, below, but I'm claiming the plane was also upright when I see the sunlight hit the bottom. So when I say below, I mean it is below the plane's bottom.
Have you got the pitch data?
Yes, I think the video actually have the time and date of the flight, which I'm going to pull up.
Did
for
they
you.
get the pitch data? Did they get the black box pitch data?
We could find it. It's just going to take a minute for look for a channel because this is obscure Russian channels, you know.
If you were to hold your mouse at the same level as your hand, and then move your mouse 10 kilometers away and keep it at the same height, using an angular measurement, would it seem to be below your hand or at the same height as your hand?
It'd be the same. And when you say below, if you just mean that it looks like it's below because I could look at both my hand and the mouse, that would just not be an angular measurement. That would be a measurement of distance in tandem with it, which doesn't give you proper analysis of the height of the mouse.
Right, great. No worries.
Okay, give me like 1 minute. I'll be right back.
It seems that it's the angle of the sun that has dropped, not the sun itself, just the angle.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to him with the mouse and hand. But I can see he's fixated on actual height, not angular height.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, he'll dig himself a hole. Let's just be patient.
Well, I'll let you guys play with him then. Where'd he go to fetch the YouTube video?
I don't know, but I just stepped outside and I have a crystal clear view of the Milky Way. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm in town. There's shit views here. It's good when I go to my oldie's property, though. They're about 30 k's short of Siding Springs Observatory, so you get a pretty healthy view over there.
Oh, shit, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's mad. Go out at night time and it's just absolutely magnificent.
I'm going to get myself a glass of red wine in a minute. I'm going to sit in my banana chair and I'm going to watch all the funny shit that happens up there in the sky.
Whilst listening to all the funny shit happening in here.
I found the video. I'm back. I have link. Here's link to a person. It is called X-Spot Aviation, and they have multiple spotting of different plane at different time of day, and I can look through for timestamp now.
Thought this was settled by the great experiment in Antarctica, the 24-hour sun, Jeranism, all these dudes. Like, is this done or what?
Sorry to bust your bubble, that wasn't an experiment.
What? Of course it was experiment.
Yeah, sure. They make an observation, so that's an experiment for you guys. Congratulations. You're super intelligent.
Well, experiment is if we change our location to this area, do we get a different position of the sun? And indeed, they found that. It is experiment. What do you mean?
So if I went to that position in the middle of winter, would I see the midnight sun?
Middle of winter? Well, it depends. It's only during December. So it's actually multiple factors. It's both position and time. So you could test at different times and different times of year at a different position.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not an independent variable and location.
What are you talking about? Of course it is.
So if I go there in winter, will I see a 24-hour sun? Yes or no?
Not all times of winter, certain times of winter.
So the location is not an independent variable?
It is. It is not independent just because there are other independent variables. Like I could be doing experiment to see what things I change.
Bro, do you know what the definition of independent is? Last time I checked,
it
that
means
means it's all
variable
by
that's
its little
modified.
lonesome, not additional.
Well, that doesn't matter because
not
we
needing
could
any other dependency. It's independent.
Wait, please let me speak.
You're saying now it depends.
Please let
now
me
you're
speak.
saying
Please,
it's
please,
not
please, my friend.
It's dependent on time and location. You need a single variable, friend.
That's not how you analyze what is independent
yes, that
variable.
is how you analyze
we
it
could
and do
also
an experiment. Yeah.
No, my friend.
What are you going to do? What is the
my friend? We could at the same time of year.
My
friend, we could at the same time of year.
What's the
we
cause?
Could at the same. My friend,
What's the
we
cause?
could.
What is the cause? What is the cause? What's the cause of your
I
independent
not get to
variable?
say what I say in your steamroll. That's not a good faith.
What
You're bad
is
faith.
the
You're bad
cause
faith.
of your independent
You are bad
variable?
faith, man.
Terminus, how about
I'm trying
you
to explain
listen?
something.
Terminus, how about you listen and answer the question?
I listened, but I
You're
want
not
to
listening.
respond to some.
Yeah. The reason I know you're not listening because you're trying to talk through me. Well, fuck off then. I don't care. You're a menace over at P&R. You started up a page called Flat Earthers Are Fucking Stupid, and then you wonder why you're greeted with smiles and biscuits and cookies and fucking milk and shit when you come here. You're lucky I didn't ban you at first sight, you sleazy little prick.
It was only a matter of time before he stepped in it.
Does he think his location caused the sun to circle?
Oh, that was one of his independent variables.
Not very independent, is it?
Dickheads.
He just left. I don't see him anymore.
Yeah. I just went through his video. Not one bit of it shows plane compared to ground.
He was talking about.
You know, sometimes, Miguel, when you get lights on the bottom of planes, on the underside.
Yeah.
He was saying that means that the sun, when that happens at sunset, that means the sun is positioned lower than the plane. The only way that is possible is on a ball Earth.
Yeah. Mr. Amish, he did debunk him right there. He said, looks like the longer light wave from the sun is going through the contrail and being scattered by it. That's it. And the photo I did post it. This is my photo. You know, the sun is there, a little between the horizon and that cloud, and it's not lighting all that cloud. So, and that's it.
Yeah, it's conflating angular height with actual height.
Correct.
And they take that the TFE. They take just take it by granted, you know. They don't question about it. But I'm still asking, what are those two black lines in the sky doing? These two black lines. This is not normal. Two black lines forming a right triangle. I think it's a right triangle because from this perspective.
Miguel, what is that an image of? A blue screen with two black lines on it.
Yeah, it's from the original live time lapse from them. I don't know if it was McDoon, but I'm gonna post the guy that did found this. Let's see.
Because at the moment, that means absolutely nothing to me looking at that. Like the photo above, it's either a really nice sunset or a really nice sunrise. But yeah, that one with blue with a couple of lines on it. Looks like you've had a Windows failure.
some panels, some LED panels. I don't know, some mirror. I don't know what is that, but yeah, that's.
You know what time frame it's at?
I have to play the video. The guy saying, it looks like things converge to that corner, where are those two black lines? And the guy, let's see, at 1 minute, sorry. Let's slice this. So at was almost 1 minute, 59 seconds. You can see right there. At 1 minute, you can see that those. Oh, you know what happened? The original one, they went to edit the video just to blur those black lines. So why they have to hide something, in their original video, original time lapse, to hide something, right?
Interesting.
And according to Rob Noxios, the guy did claim these black lines are longitude and latitude lines. March 3.
Viking, that's 100% correct. Why hide something if you're really doing it? Or if you're claiming to be doing it, you just go and do it and film it and just let it roll.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Why they have to hide it? It's time lapse. Oh, looks like they missed something there. That doing that, going there and blur those black lines, is just showing to us and to everybody that they are dishonest people. Just that.
Sorry, I just stepped out for a sec. What did I miss in relation to this picture with the black line on it?
Yeah, two black lines forming a right triangle. You can see the video I did post it. At 1 minute of that video, you can see it. Yeah, Mr. Amish, yeah, the guy did say that. It's recorded in the other day. I think the guy was not paying attention. But the guy did say that, and I did say, man, you are a moron. I don't talk to morons. So that's it. when the guy said that those black lines are longitude and latitude, man, his brain has some damage.
Whose footage was that from? Was that from
yeah, that's from the. I don't see. Let me see if he's in the video. All right, let's see.
Fella,
I mean, I can't believe what I'm looking.
Going over it.
I don't know if it's from that guy or the McToon. Don't even remember, but let me see.
I'll go back to the original video because I'd like to actually see it in the video rather than third hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah. After this, after this guy did found this, they went to edit the original video. So, but if someone did save it first, it will be interesting.
So you're saying they redid the original video
Yeah, they just went
and took the lines out?
this. They just blur it to hide it.
Really? You're shitting me.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
why they have to do that? To hide something, right? So
Mm. It's like a big fucking mirror. That's what it looks like.
there's a page, Great Mountain Publishing, and the full story is there. Let's see more details. Okay. Oops. Okay, here. It's not showing preview. Actually, it was a guy from YouTube channel, Winter Patriot 45. Yeah. So that's the guy. It's the full story. The guy that discovered that those black lines. 24 hours video. Okay, so I think this is the original one. Yeah, it's from Wits. Witset gets it. Did post it. This link right there, and if you click the link, it goes to that specific time. Let's see. So much playing. Have to wait. Okay, skip. Yeah. So yeah, it seems. Yeah, that's the original video.
True love ain't real. Period. Hello? No one's here? That's funny. I thought flat earthers were always here. But everyone but me is muted.
No, we're just reading some dumb shit that globe earthers have posted.
Oh, what did they post? Oh, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Oh, yeah, how do you guys explain that?
Yeah, there's two black lines in the sky, forming
Where?
a right triangle. Yeah, you see it at the side shits.
In the sun shit. I like your accent.
Thank you. From Portugal. Some people say I'm Russian.
But you are from where?
Portugal, next to Spain, south of Europe.
Portugal.
Yeah,
I'm not making fun of you. I
Portugal.
just I like the way you say it. Oh, so that's not at all Russia, but that is like I would have guessed. Like, well, your accent is like Hollywood Russian. It's not like real Russian, but like what you'd see in the '90s Rocky films. That's what you sound like. I like it.
Thank you. So yeah, someone did found two black lines in the original time lapse.
Okay.
Like that, and the full story. There's this website, Great Mountain Publishing. So someone did found that thing there. It's in the side chat. The full story. The 24-hour sun at Antarctica. Why there's no so much videos? There was like two, and people did found it was fake. Because you see the same clouds from beginning and end. So those two videos doesn't mean anything. This one, there's very strange things going on. But at the same time, there's recently a Navy sergeant from Brazil. He did, some interview, but I just saw one intro, and the guy is saying that he did travel southwest of South America continent, going to Antarctica at those waters at the summertime. So at winter, they don't allow ships navigate there because the water gets frozen there. The coastline of Antarctica, that zone. So the guy did say, he did travel the Drake Passage and Weddell Sea, all those waters right there, and he went at the summertime. He went 7 times at Antarctica. He wanted to see that 24-hour sun. He did say, I never saw it. I wanted to see it bad, and I never saw it.
So what kind of? Let me see what kind of camera this is. The Insta360.
Oh, this you are talking about TFE? Yeah, I don't know. But those two black lines there, it's not normal. So this raises many questions. But anyway, man, if the phenomenon of the sun at this place, sorry, at this place is real, I will accept it. But it's not proving the ground. I don't care if the sun is doing an 8 in the sky, but even where is this place? Because they show a map. They show a map of Antarctica, and this place. I don't know. I don't know if it's this. They call it glacier. I don't know if it's an island.
How do you know that those lines aren't just like a stitching artifact of the lens or something? How do you know it's fake?
No, I never saw a video with this. Right, those black lines forming a right triangle. Perfect. You never saw this.
Perfect how?
So, Nables, if they are just stitching lines from the multiple cameras, why the necessity to try to cover them up? Why not just go, these are the stitch lines, we know they exist, We even set the camera up in our backyard to show what happens.
Well, they probably didn't notice them. Like, I wouldn't have noticed it unless someone pointed it out.
But the problem is, they've covered half of it up and they fucked up on other bits. That's what we're getting at. Why the necessity to try to hide?
How did they? Well, if they try to hide it, that's pretty damning. So, how did they try to hide it?
They just blur it. They just blur it, you know. They did edit, and they
blur
just
it?
blur it. Yeah.
Wait, so are you? How do you know this is blurred?
Sorry, how do I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the last thing that Mr. Amish did post it. See that picture there? They tried to hide it.
Which picture? Sorry.
You know, at the side chat at the bottom. You see that
Try
picture?
to hide that. How'd they do that?
Yeah, you know, there's tools. You can edit it.
Like delete it.
Yeah, let's just blur that zone there.
Sorry, so they blurred the lines, and then
Yeah.
I'm confused. They blurred any attempts to. I'm confused.
Okay.
How is this? How did they try to lie or cover it up? Was this on like a server or a forum? I'm confused.
You know, at the YouTube, you can go to the video of the time lapse, you know, and who did post it, you know, it can go open the video and edit it at the same time. So
I don't think you can. You can unless you can post images now. In which case, I didn't get the update.
yeah, I see the Mr. Amish is posting there.
Yeah, it looks like you still can't post images. Looks like images are still restricted.
You cannot post it. I can post it.
You can post an image?
Yeah,
How?
that's irrelevant. Well, pay attention what Mr. Amish is posting.
Oh man, I feel like I'm being bamboozled. This
Well-
is as bad as the private lunar landing fail. When they swapped out the CGI textures? What? Okay. Failed to account for camera height. I'm still trying to figure out how you uploaded that photo in the comments.
Well, it was not me. You know why they have to do that? If they present a video, you know, a video of a time lapse, and you know, some people, some guy did found there's this interesting thing right here, and you know, then someone finds that this guy found this, I have to hide it, you know. So yeah, it's not our problem.
I mean, we don't even really need a video. Like, I have a friend who went there. He said it was 24 hours.
Well, I have a Navy sergeant claiming that he never saw the 24 sun.
Yeah,
You have your friend. You have a video of your friend saying that.
I could get one.
Flat Earth, Flat Earth community is like, let's see how brick-headed I can be and deny everything, but I want to be super skeptical and have the highest standard for the opposition.
So what
It's
are we
like the
denying?
101. Any video.
So we're denying any video. Anything
Well,
in
clearly.
particular?
Well, this guy sits here and denies this video, and last night I heard somebody deny like space agency videos, and it sounds like any video taken by any person.
Justifiably, but this it is inconsequential either way.
It's actually
24-hour sun,
funny.
no 24-hour sun. Guess what? The geometry of the surface that we live on is not reliant on what the sun in the sky does.
Well, I was here the other day, T-Tub, and I tried to show you guys
That's
a paper.
fascinating. Did you just acknowledge what I said?
I did.
Right. So it's inconsequential what the sun does in the sky at anywhere on the surface, because the surface is planar and it looks that way and it measures that way and it's used that way.
But when I tried to provide us an experiment which showed you that it's not measured that way, you asked for a video. And then it seems like when people show you a video, you just like say it's a lie.
No, I don't want a video. I want the method.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They deny it, dude.
Wait,
I
no,
don't want
like
the video.
no, you don't
I
want
want the method. I want the
came with
method.
the method, and then you asked for. Well, I don't know if it was you specifically, but the room asked for a video. So which is it? Because I came with with an experiment and I was breaking it down, and then they said, "Do you have a video?" And I said, "No, they didn't take a video."
Nables.
And then he responded with, "Well, they could just be
Nables.
making up anything.
Nables.
How can we really trust what they have to?"
Nables, I don't know if your headphones are working or not. What experiment did you bring in that had an accompanied video that we turned down?
It didn't have an accompanied video. That's why it was
So
turned
you just
down.
said we rejected a video that you brought in that had something to do with an experiment.
No, I didn't say that. Are your headphones working?
They are quite well. I've just got new ones.
So you just misheard then.
So the other day you came in with a video talking about an experiment.
No, with an experiment, just the actual paper itself, and then they asked me for a video, and now this guy's saying he doesn't care about a video.
Hold on, whoa. If you've come in with citation and papers from an experiment, why would we give two fucks about a video?
That's what I asked, and they said
No, you
what they
wouldn't.
said.
You're not that
What their
intelligent.
response? Wait. What their response was is they said because they could be making up anything. How do we know that their measurements are actually real? How do we know that they're not just like basically making it up out of thin air? That was their response.
We'll go through the experiment then, because it sounds like a measurement to me.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
let's do that.
the definition of crazy is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, you know?
Nables, what was your experiment?
Oh, that's the definition of insanity, not crazy.
Oh, yeah, that's the definition of insanity.
Nables,
That's right.
if you don't put forward that experiment in less than a minute, or at least be
How
on your way
about
looking
this?
for it, you're going to get expunged.
I'll just post it and you guys
Good
can
boy.
read it. Because when I try to go over it, you guys can't make up your minds. You told me you want a video this day. Now you don't care about a video. I don't fucking. I'm not
You'd
wasting
be
my
able to
time.
detail it. You'd be able
I mean,
to.
why are you expecting reason from these guys? They made up their mind, and now they're post hoc reasoning.
Now, as for our little white knight up the top,
Stop poisoning
we'll get to
the
you
fucking
shortly.
world, dickhead.
So you just hang about, grab a seat, and enjoy the show. Now, Nables is getting his little experiment. This will be awesome. Oh, Agent Smith disappeared. Typical.
I'd like to know what Nable's observed phenomenon is first before he goes getting a paper.
They asked me that last time, and I just didn't know how to answer that.
Right. You're going to have a hard time, mate, just letting you know.
Yeah, that'd probably be because you don't know what a scientific experiment is.
No, I do.
All right, then maybe you don't
We're
know
going
enough
over the
about
same things I
this
went over
actual
already.
experiment.
It's the manipulation of an independent variable to produce a dependent variable effect.
In order to adjudicate and establish and validate the cause of an effect you observed occurring in nature.
I mean, like, if you can find me a scientist or, like, just anyone who says that you have to observe it in nature first, and if you don't observe it in nature first, then it's not a scientific experiment, then feel free. But none of them say that. No physicist, no biologist, nothing.
The problem is we have a lot of pseudoscientists who masquerade as scientists and claim there's a demarcation
Right.
problem.
Oh, I get it, but you're the
between
real
science
scientist.
and pseudoscience. Well, if you go by the
You're the
classical
gatekeepers of real
definition,
science, totally sure. You're the
classical
guys who believe the
definition,
earth
you
is
go by
flat.
the philosophy of science, you're going to find out that natural science does require an observation of a natural phenomenon,
Why?
because that's what natural philosophy is defined by. Observing things in
by
nature
who?
to determine their cause.
You just called them pseudoscientists, so who are we appealing to
No,
now?
called people who claim that there's a problem with that definition pseudoscientists, because they want to be scientists too, but they're not doing it.
Okay, so just like who says this? Why do you believe this? What's your reason?
It's in the
It's
message.
part of the hypothesis. Do you have a DV or not?
Okay, so you
I
don't
can't
have
check the
one,
side check.
which is about what I expected. Got
Yeah,
it.
the philosophy of science is quite clear on this, right? If you want to perform a logical deduction, which is the only way to actually prove things, is the pinnacle of proof based off an empirical observation. You're going to have to set up your hypothesis, if P then Q, to be if IV then DV, and then you test for it. And if you come out with anything but a modus ponens or modus tollens, then your entire setup is flawed and fallacious.
I don't think you. Okay, so if
And your
IV,
IV DV must be tested, and your IV must be a presumed natural cause.
So you wait. So I'm very confused. You believe that science is deductive?
It's inductive to build the hypothesis and deductive to test it.
Well, I thought it was abductive and then deductive.
Yeah, it could be abductive to build it too.
Abductive is
to me, abductive and inductive are similar. They both can't prove shit.
Abductive is just appeal to the most likely or rational explanation. So like, there's
it's
money
worse than
missing
inductive.
there's money missing from the drawer. Stacy is a known thief, and Stacy was in the house. So the most reasonable explanation would be Stacy stole it, which is what we do in law, which is what we do in all the time when we want to establish
Sometimes
the
you have
truth.
to prove intent in court, and good luck doing that, but it's a hard task. Well, this is empiricism. This is not dealing with like human behavior or subjective interpretation of facts.
That's fine. I'm just trying to understand the reason why you feel you need to have an observed phenomenon first.
Do you know what natural philosophy is?
Yes.
That's what science is.
Okay. Is that your argument?
That's the
or
answer.
Do you have a
That's
reason?
the answer, and I explained what natural
That's what
philosophy is.
Yep. Otherwise, what is it
But
you're
all
trying
you've
to
made
figure
are
out?
claims.
What is
like
it?
you've
What is
claimed
it you're
that
trying to
natural
figure out?
philosophy
Where did your
requires-
question come from?
Okay.
If not from observing
No,
something
not
occurring
gonna.
in
I'm not
nature.
gonna talk to like 2-3 people at once. Just let's stick
All right,
to
well,
one topic.
let me
at a
continue
time.
this because I don't have a lot of time, and I'll be listening afterwards. If you're not
fine.
observing a natural phenomenon, but something that man built and you're testing it, then you're conducting engineering.
Again, I'm just asking like why you believe this. You're not explaining why you believe this.
Well, what's necessary to do natural philosophy is to observe effects happening in nature, natural.
So if you were to change an IV and observe an effect in the DV, how is this not an experiment? That's my question.
If you change the IV, then you are experimenting. And it's also important that there's an experimenter that intervenes to rule out possibilities.
How do you
so
get your
why is-
variables? How do you
why
get
is
your
it-
variables? This is an important question. How do you get your variables?
By deciding what your hypothesis is aiming to test.
What's that going to be based on, if not something that you observed and experienced occurring in nature?
Yeah, so for instance, we have an idea. Is the Earth made of a
About
globe?
What?
Yeah, about like the shape
About-
of the Earth, for example.
No, that's a what is question.
Wait,
Doesn't
When
require-
you're beginning with an
doesn't
idea, you're
require
doing
those
science
variables.
wrong, right? I mean, you begin with an observation.
Oh.
What led you? Yeah, what observation do you have?
No.
What observation do you have to presume that the Earth could be curved? If you're just dreaming up possibilities then that have no natural observation component, then you're not doing science.
Wait, I think I see the issue. You think that science? Oh, okay. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you, and let me finish. If you observe that a star is in the sky at position X, and then through an abstract mathematical model or whatever you want to call it, you predict where that star is going to be. Like, let's say you make up a whole bunch of bullshit about space-time, right? But you get the prediction right. Is this evidence that your model is accurately reflecting reality?
Absolutely 100% not.
It's
Why
affirming the
not?
consequent fallacy because you don't know when it's not going to predict reality because your model is based off a circular logic.
No, forget about what it's based on. It predicted reality correctly.
No, I'm not going to forget what it's based on. That's the whole crux of the problem. It's based on your imagination.
I see the issue now. Is you think that that's what science is when it's literally the opposite.
No, scientific models are built off of naturally observed phenomena. You have to have an observable phenomenon for a scientific model that's developed after testing.
But they don't have to be.
Otherwise, if you don't, you're building models off of imagination, like computer game models.
No, yes.
Okay?
That's literally what's
Computer
happening.
games are not scientific models. Computer games are not scientific models.
They're scientific because they predict reality. They predict what will happen.
But they also
If you
don't.
want to find the cause,
Then you're affirming.
Wait. If they don't, then the model is wrong.
Nables,
And
you're just jumping straight to the answer. What is the cause and effect relationship that gives that answer?
For what question?
For whatever question you keep jumping directly to the answer for. The bullshit predictions that you made?
So if we want to just give an example, the example I gave was if there's a star in the sky and you want to predict where it's going to go, and you have something from your imagination which predicts where it ends up, all of physics, whether you believe it or not, has agreed that means that your model is accurately reflecting reality.
No, you've just made a guess.
Right, because I can come up with a different model, right? I can come up with a different model that can make the same prediction that may be entirely different.
No, you can't.
You know?
Right,
Yeah, I
that
can. I'll
wouldn't
give
be
you
a
an example in the real
No, you
world.
can't.
Here's
If you think you can, then do it.
Here's a
If you
real world
think you
example.
can, then do it. It's impossible.
I'm providing a real world example. You keep talking through me. The Saros cycle. The Saros cycle, developed by the Chaldeans about 2,000 to 3,000 BC, was a cycle of eclipses that NASA uses today. The Chaldeans were flat earthers.
What is the Saros cycle?
It's a model of eclipses based off of flat Earth.
How do I spell it?
Saros. Saros. Saros means king in ancient Babylonian. Asar was a lord, and os is an ending, which actually was borrowed by the Greeks' later masculine ending.
So what's the? Oh, okay, let me see. It says the Saros cycle is the cycle for eclipses. Is this the? Is this
NASA
the
has a
model
web page. NASA has a web page, and NASA scientist named Fred Espenak developed NASA's eclipse model off of the Chaldean Saros cycle. So
wait, but is I thought you were talking. So is your example two models, right, which predict the same thing but contradict each other? That's what you said.
My point is you think that heliocentrism is a model that proves eclipses, and the proof is because eclipses can be predicted using some form of heliocentrism. I'm showing you a flat Earth model can work just the same, and is actually used to refine and correct the heliocentric model that NASA developed. Go figure.
And it's not a
maybe-
scientific model, by the way.
Right. Neither of these are scientific.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, so I need a link to take a look at it.
Oh, okay.
What?
I'll type in Fred Espenak.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Sandman.
All right, I really have to step aside now.
Okay. Well, in any case, my point is that if your model predicts reality, his response was that I can make like a mutually exclusive model that also predicts reality.
You don't have to. It's just pointing out how it's affirming the consequent.
That's not what
Homological
affirming the
fallacy.
consequent is.
It's it's logically fallacious.
Can you tell me what affirming the consequent is?
Yeah, where you say that if P, then Q. Q, therefore P. It's an invalid form of argumentation. And it does not lead to a positive conclusion. Because you've ignored the possibilities of other variables. You have not eliminated anything. You have not manipulated anything. All you've done is use circular reasoning.
Let me think about how to respond to this.
If my model makes this prediction, then my model is correct. My model is correct. Right. I think I got that backwards.
If I predict reality, then my model is reflecting reality somehow. My model predicts reality.
You'd be
model
creating your model first. No, you'd be creating your model first. Therefore, you're saying, if my model says X and X happens, then my model's true.
Well, it's not just no physicist says their model is true. None of them.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. It's a reflection. It's an accurate reflection of reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't
which is
mean
also
true.
reification
It's a
fallacy,
model
by the
for a
way.
reason, right?
Yeah, which is also reification.
It's getting some aspect about reality right, but all models are wrong. Physicists know this. So, like, that's why Einstein, for example, superseded Newton, because Newton's model couldn't predict cosmological phenomena. Einstein's could. But Einstein's
model contradicts itself within its own field equation.
How does it contradict itself?
Because one side is based off an integral of continuous flowing spacetime. The other side, now we know with quantum mechanics, has to be quantized and is deterministic. The two sides don't balance. The metric tensor on the right needs a t-hat to denote some kind of continuous variable, or the left side needs to be quantized in order to balance out. And this is the whole.
You know this. Einstein knew this.
This is the whole problem of the vacuum crisis, the cosmological constant problem.
Like you know that Einstein knew this, right? Like he was alive when quantum mechanics is being this is known. That's why it's a model.
It's still a problem too.
You're right. It is a problem. We need a model which includes both. We need a model which can predict both quantum mechanics and general relativity.
All right. So yeah, Einstein's conception is wrong, and he never proposed a testable hypothesis for any of this crap anyway.
Again, all models are wrong. This is a truism.
Yeah, well, his model's not even based off of an observable reality, so it's not scientific. Nothing about relativity.
It's theoretical physics. It's literally theoretical physics for a reason. It's theoretical, and then it predicts reality.
Right, and that's affirming the consequent.
It's not no.
Yeah, your entire cosmology is built on
you can't make a model that can do that. You can't make a model which can predict as much reality as Einstein's can.
We don't claim to make models.
Guess what? We don't need models to benchmark reality against. We use reality. Nature is the flat earther's benchmark, not a model.
That's right.
That's how we get out of this problem.
You're seeking answers that are unnecessary. You don't need those answers. Just making shit up, basically.
Yeah. I can't even conceive of a scientific experiment where you're not modeling something, right, when it comes to reality.
That's because that's not what you do. You build your model after your scientific experimentation, not before.
That's exactly right.
But
That's why I said earlier, your model has to be, your scientific model must be built off
No,
of
you
observable
literally
phenomena.
can't. Like okay, are you using math for your scientific experiment?
Depends. You don't have to.
Oh well, if you don't use math, then I just like your results are completely unreliable.
No, they're
you
not.
can't analyze
Some
the data.
results are binary, yes or no, on or off.
Yeah, exactly.
Is my hand burnt or not? You know.
Exactly. For example, you will not be able to provide the equation for germ theory.
What do you mean? I didn't know there was an equation of germ theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't know there was an equation.
There isn't one. No, there wasn't.
Wait, no one said there was.
Not necessary. Right. So what's math got to do with it?
Yeah. So for instance, right, it depends, but just like for all scientific experiments, we're going to collect data, right? So that's going, and we're going to use statistical inference to see how likely it was that our IV actually caused the change in the DV.
That would be inductive logic using inference and correlative studies. We're talking about determining cause and effect deductively, proving stuff.
I don't know if you know this. This is some like formal logic stuff, but deductions don't produce any new information. In case you weren't aware.
Right. Deductions prove propositions.
Well, all arguments aim to do that. Deductions, like you already know this. Deductions do it the best because they're
What's the element?
sound.
What's the element in a scientific experiment which establishes?
But a deduction doesn't provide any new information.
Yeah.
Deductions are the only way to prove it, though. You can't prove with induction or abduction.
Well, I
What
mean, like,
element
so
of a, what element of a
deductive
scientific
logic is a
experiment?
good start.
What element
but it's very
of a
limited.
scientific?
Like,
What
you
element?
can't
What
formalize
element of a
every
scientific
argument as a deductive
experiment?
argument.
Oh my god, dude! What element of a scientific experiment sets up falsification? Allows for falsification. Yeah. What element
Repeatability.
of a science? No.
Oh, let me try again.
That would be one part of it, but it's within the experiment itself.
Got you. I see. So wouldn't it? Let me think. Like a clearly defined hypothesis that is testable. Is that a fair answer?
No.
Okay.
That's only one aspect of it. It's like half of it.
Like I'm pretty sure like falsifiability is a function of how, like, if it's testable, like if you can test it.
Right. That's an aspect to the experiment. But what's going to define the falsibility part is having your two hypotheses. You'll have an alternative and a null. So you'll say if A then B, and if A then not B, which will be your null. You will prove one or the other. You will falsify one or the other. There is no two ways about it. It either is and is, or it is and isn't.
Okay, so we agree on that. That's good. But I think what you're missing, if P then Q, right? How do we know that? How do we know that this conditional is true? Well, if P is true.
Yep.
So let me think about how to answer this. Basically, the way it's done now is using statistical inference to see if the IV change induced a statistically significant effect in the DV, but without statistics, I don't know how you would establish this conditional to be true.
Well, it's either your IV caused your DV or your IV did not cause your DV. That's all it is.
Right. But how do you know that?
Experiment, whether it caused it or not.
Through manipulation. Through you, the researcher, doing something with your independent variable.
How do you know that it wasn't just due to random chance?
You have
No, no, you
control
Go back to step.
variables. So you have
Go
a
back to
very
step
controlled
one.
setup, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if you want to go back to step one, we can. Observe naturally occurring phenomenon. Or observe a phenomenon in nature.
Yeah. So what he needs to ask himself is, what is the phenomenon that he's studying, and therefore he'll get his answer.
So let me think. Let's say, for example, that I observe that plants look different, and I want to study. Somehow, I want to do an experiment where I crossbreed like a purebred yellow with a purebred green to see what's going to happen. Right? Are we with each other here? Let's say I form my hypothesis.
No, you need to find something that happens in nature. Just pick something that happens in nature.
Plants growing doesn't happen in nature.
Nables, if you do something, you know what the cause of that.
Wait, but that's literally what a scientific experiment is. I'm confused. You are
If you want to
causing
talk about
something.
plant,
That's what we had to start back over. That's why, because you're confused
Like
about what
you observe something in nature, you observe plants growing, and you want to test it somehow. How do we get lost?
So you're looking for why plants grow.
Plant food, light, water. Those are the variables you would change and manipulate.
Right,
and a certain one.
Right.
You'd pick one to test, and then you keep the others constant. And then if you wanted to see what the aspects of the other ones, how they're involved, you would keep the original one that you tested, right? Your independent variable. You would use that as a control variable. You keep that constant, right? And then play around with the other thing, because with one test of a hypothesis may come more questions. So you will form new hypotheses, but you've already established a definitive about the first test. It either happened or it didn't happen. You either proved your null or your alternative.
Okay, I will make it really easy. I observe that when plants have sun, they grow. Okay, and I make a hypothesis.
Yay! That's it. Well done.
Right. Increasing the amount of sunlight this plant receives will increase its growth rate. IV, amount of sunlight. That's what I'm manipulating. DV, plant growth rate. Are we all on the same page here?
Yeah, then you got your other control variables, like the amount of food each plant gets, the amount of water.
Nope, we're just testing the sunlight. That's it. Like
Yeah, you gotta
keep
have control variables also.
No. I'm not making a control group. I'm keeping all other factors constant. I think that's what you're getting at, right?
No, you're missing the point. The control variables are other possible causes that you maintain consistent.
You mean confounding? Oh, you mean confounding variables?
No, control variables.
Like no. Wait, what you're talking about? Confounding variables, an outside factor that affects the IV and DV.
No, okay.
Because you want to see right? Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, these are other possible causes that you want to keep steady before you manipulate your result.
Exactly. Because you're looking for an independent cause, right? An independent reason for an effect. You don't want anything else to sully that, right? That result.
Right.
For example, if you're in a place where your temperature's changing a lot, you want to keep that constant. That'll be your control variable. You want to control that temperature to 1.
Right.
So take your plant now that you've heard this. Take your plant now that you've heard this. It's going to be in a soil. It's going to have the same nitrogen, same moisture level. Yeah. It's going to have the same food that you give it. That's all going to be constant, right?
I have a better idea.
Now?
Better idea.
No. You're on the right track. You're on the right track. Now let's vary and manipulate the sunlight.
Yeah. No, let's make it. I have a better idea. Let's make it fertilizer.
No, you're on the right track. Don't deviate, please. You're on the right
I'm
track.
just changing it to fertilizer. It's the same experiment, just
control
instead of sunlight. It just makes it easier to set up the control. So we have 2 plants. One plant is going to get the fertilizer. The other plant gets no fertilizer, right? But it's going to get the same sunlight, water, and soil, right? So we're testing to see, does fertilizer increase plant growth, right? So the experimental group gets the fertilizer, control group gets no fertilizer. So the problem, if you don't have math or statistics, is you don't know if another factor could be influencing the results.
Wrong. What you're going to do is tip fertilizer on one. It's binary. You're either putting fertilizer on it or you are not. So you've already stated that one of them you'll be placing fertilizer on, the other one you will not. So, answer the question. Does fertilizer make your trees grow?
It's not binary. How much fertilizer? What if you don't put enough? What if... How about... Consider this. What if it is the case that...
You were not asking the question, how much fertilizer?
I'm not going to
Your
talk to
question
you if
was
you're
a
going to yell
cold
at
and
me
clear.
and be belligerent.
Does
This is not how this
fertilizer...
works.
Nables?
No, you need to learn.
Really? Your question
wrong
was
answer.
very black and white. Does fertilizer make shit grow? You were going to test one with fertilizer, one without. So there's no mathematics involved in that. Tip fertilizer on one of them, sit back and watch the show.
Of course, you're going to measure how much fertilizer you put on your plant. So if you put 20 grams of fertilizer on your plant and it does nothing, then what you've effectively done, A is not B. So you've effectively ruled out 20 milligrams of fertilizer. So then what do? You add 40 milligrams and see what it does. So then you move on to your next question.
Yeah, but like, what if it changes like a little bit, right? What if it grows by a centimeter difference? How do you? My question to you guys is that from the IV, the change in IV, or is that just from random chance? How do you know? How do you know that you just didn't have different genetic factors, or there wasn't some, like it got 1% more sunlight? There's millions of confounding variables, and I'm saying without statistics, you have no way of determining if it's your IV or one of these confounding variables that cause the change. That's my point.
Yeah, because you do systematic testing. You don't just do it once.
Yeah,
right, and you've got your null. Remember, you've got your null. And you had, in this instance, you had a control set. So you had one where you didn't give it, one where you did.
Yeah, no, right. I'm gonna grant that we have a little bit of math because somebody said, of course, we're gonna measure it. So we measure the height of the 2 plants. We do our best to keep everything the same. And suppose we measure something like a 0.05% difference. Without statistical analysis, we have no way of determining if that 0.05% difference is from our IV or one of the million other confounding variables. That's the problem.
All the other variables that you controlled, that you told us you'd controlled earlier.
You can
start.
try to, but
You've already told us.
How do you know that?
Stop. You already told us.
How do you know that the plant didn't get? Why you?
He is not going to learn this, kid. He is never going to learn. You already told us, mate, that all the other variables were controlled. Sunlight the same, water the same, everything else the same, soil the same, except for the fertilizer. That's the only variable at the moment.
Right, but how do you know that one plant didn't get 0.005% more?
Your story.
No.
If you fucked up your experiment,
this is a common,
go back and start again.
You just... Listen, humans are not perfect. We can't literally control for everything. We just try.
You made the call, Nables. You made the call that all of your shit was sorted out. The only variable was going to be fertilizer. And now you're saying you fucked up with the soil. Huh?
Wait, I'm saying, how do you know that we're not perfect. Do you think that when we control for variables that
at the moment you're just rambling on.
Why are you interrupting?
And I'm starting to get
Why are you interrupting? Are you scared?
Yeah, because I'm good at it.
Don't do experiment.
Yeah, don't do experiments. That's a good call, Migo. Oh, shit. Right. Nice and simple. Go back to your basics, Navels.
Man, he's saying everything is controlled, and then when maybe it's not controlled. I mean,
yeah, why do you think we repeat the friggin' method, mate? Why do you think we repeat the experiments, mate? Seriously.
Well, yeah, you repeat it to test again and see. But I'm going to say it again. Without statistical analysis, you don't know if that 0.05% change was from
So
this
whole
variable or
lecture
this variable or this
you were
variable.
trying to give us was all about proving that mathematics is required in experiments. So that's what I've just listened to the last 15 minutes for.
Correct. That's right.
Well, we've already proven you're wrong. Does a hot plate burn my hand? Touch hot plate
I mean, you
while
tried,
it's on, burns
but
my
I wouldn't
fucking
say you
hand.
proved me wrong.
No mathematics required. Holy shit.
Oh, wow.
I mean, okay, I mean, like, then continue believing that the Earth is flat, I guess.
I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat. You're the one with the belief system.
Can't even fucking grow a plant, for fuck's sake.
Dude, we repeat these experiments to find out whether there was any implications involved. That's why we repeat the experiment. Seriously, mate, use your head.
Right, and it's also, you're right, and it's also why we have statistical analysis to determine whether our effect is due to random chance or from us changing the IV.
Yes, you're starting to use your head. Let's continue that.
A million things can happen. Like you don't know if one plant got 0.1% more sun on this day because it was angled this way. That's why we have statistics.
No, that's why we repeat the experiment, mate.
That's why we do that too. That's just one important element of science. But repeatability and statistics. It's called statistics and hypothesis testing for a reason.
Oh, so now you've jumped over to another subject altogether. Awesome. Talk about scattergunning.
No, this is still science. Just simply making the point that. So when you say that it's just a made-up abstract mathematical model,
experiments. That's what your whole point was from the get-go. You have been trying to prove that since fucking 9:20, mind you, because that's when I started cooking me dinner, that you require mathematics in your experiments and in science. It is 100% required, and we've already proven simply that it's not.
Okay, I guess no one's gonna hold a gun to your head.
Mathematics is a tool. You use it. You're just not even going to listen. Your problem is flat earthers are stupid. I'm right. They're wrong, and it doesn't matter what they fucking say. Even if they speak the truth, I'm still right.
Yeah. So I mean, exactly. No one's gonna hold a gun.
You didn't even fucking listen and have the decency to answer the question.
Yeah, listen to him. Yeah, I mean, like.
Right. I used to like statistical analytics at school. Just saying.
Yeah, you
fucking
can,
hate it now.
It's pretty silly to say what he's saying here.
Has this been the dumbest day for Globers in months, or is it just my imagination?
No, they get like this after rocket launches and stuff. So they just had back-to-back failures, like the crash. The thing crashed on the moon. A Starship blew up again. So now instead of thinking, they come in here and say, "Oh, got you, flat earthers." Now they got to do some other dumb shit to try to fill the void. Rather than just take the time, the day, to figure out, I wonder why Starship blew up again. Or why something else crashed on the moon. And think about that for a day. They just would rather come in here and just be like, oh, look, here's some flat earthers. Let's just try to make themselves feel better about their worldview. Because in their worldview, there should already be a colony on Mars. There shouldn't be test firing rockets to try to even get the low orbit. Like low orbit should be easy. That should be like, like how often do you want to do that? Like low orbit is like no problem. They can barely get off the ground. And you're going to say you're going to take that thing and fly to Mars?
So did that guy try and present some globe evidence, or did he not get past the science bit?
He's still stuck on the science bit.
Yeah, he was completely like
let's
his
not
worldview.
dwell on that then, because there's a bunch of these guys that we don't even get to the conversation with because they don't understand science, and we feel the need to try and explain that to them. But we don't need to do that. It's as simple as saying, well, you can think what you like about science, even though it's contradictory to what the scientific method is. But regardless of that, just show us some evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball. That's what we're interested in.
Here we go. He's posted up.
So I put that in the side
Walter
chat,
Bislands.
and for the record, when I asked for like any evidence, at first it was no, they're all pseudoscientists. They're not real scientists. So I said, who are you appealing to? And they couldn't tell me.
Nables.
So I guess
What you've
just
got
like,
there,
are you talking out of your ass? I don't know.
What you've got there
What are
is
you talking
perspective hijacking, mate. Sorry
Yeah.
to bust your bubble. Try again.
I did answer you, Nables. What Matrix did said right now.
That's it.
With regard to where you got your definition of science from, or like how you came to that conclusion.
Guys, stop arguing about the fucking science. He doesn't get it. Just present your globe evidence, dude. That's what we're interested in.
He did.
You
Walter
can say I don't get it. That's just not an argument. It's just dodging the argument. But it's okay. Let's just not.
Nables,
don't have
doesn't
an
matter.
argument.
We don't care. The
Yeah,
percent.
I've yet to hear an argument from you. You've just been, I don't know, waffling. So you posted the Rainy Lake experiment. Okay, so what's measured? What's the distance involved? What's the observer height?
So for the flat Earth model or the globe Earth model?
There's no flat Earth model and there's no globe Earth model. There's just the surface of the Earth that people live on.
Yeah, you have a reality, and then you try to predict that reality.
Yeah, you've got reality. Okay, so in reality, how much and where is this curvature drop of a lake?
Yeah, no one knows because no one has access to reality.
No one knows.
We just have models.
No one knows. So no one knows that the Earth
just had reality. We just use reality.
Hey, he just said no one has access to reality. We only have models.
Yeah. So you're
Pure
saying
reality.
that in reality, no one
can't
has access
hold
to
on.
the globe.
Can you step outside of your brain and like observe reality? No.
You
just
What
have
do you
your
think
senses.
reality is? What do you think
Right, yeah,
reality
you're
is?
filtering reality through your senses.
Right.
So you don't have
access to
reality. You just have your senses.
You have access to reality through your senses.
Yes, and what we do is we take our senses and we make simplifying assumptions about that reality. That's called a
Right.
model.
So the reality that we sense with our senses is a flat, motionless Earth.
Locally, yeah.
Yeah. So where are you getting this ball cartoon idea from?
Yeah, so we essentially make a hypothesis, right? Well, actually, let me set the stage first. First, we have an observer height of 1.85 meters. We have several. We have
What's the
targets
horizon distance?
Yep, at varying depths. Varying distance away. We have 1.1 meters, 2.2 meters, 6.4 meters, 9.5 meters, 5.4 meters, etc. And we also have varying observer heights. Not varying observer heights. The observer height is fixed at 1.5, but the posts
So
change.
the observer height is 1.5 meters.
1.85. 1.85, yeah.
1.85. Okay, what's the distance to the horizon? What's the distance to the horizon in the image?
So the target 5 pole. So that's going to be. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 point. Is that 5.4 miles?
Holy shit. Dude, like.
Holy shit, dude, like is not an argument. Sorry. Try again. One second.
Try again. You try again when you have something to articulate.
Well, again, I came in here last time, and you people wouldn't even listen to it without a video. So you've now changed your mind, which is fine. But just letting you know how it is.
Yeah.
So what distance is the horizon?
10 kilometers.
The horizon's 10 kilometers. Okay, so welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth then. Because for an observer height of 1.85 meters, your globe model says that the horizon can be no further than 5 kilometers. So there you go. You've just posted a flat Earth proof. Well done.
Yeah, assuming that there's no bending of light. Sure.
What?
But light does bend.
That was why I told you the first time I posted this. Jesse's result was, what is the path of light? This didn't get anything. Once he proved the Earth was flat, he's like, well, I guess I don't know which way light moves.
No, that's good. That's good. The horizon has debunked your globe model. There you go.
But it doesn't, because light bends downwards when it comes to the atmosphere.
It does, because according to, if it was a globe, then that horizon would be at 5 kilometers.
Yeah,
That's
in
your
the
curve.
absence of an atmosphere. Yeah.
No, in the existence of curvature, where it's curving down and away from you, that horizon
how
point
refraction
where
works?
you can no longer see beyond would be at 5 kilometers, and you're showing us that it's at 10. So that's obviously not a geometric curvature of a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, is it?
So when accounting for atmospheric refraction, it matches prediction.
Atmospheric refraction. All right, so you're just assuming that the Earth is a curved surface to begin with, and then you're assuming the light is curving around it, so that you don't have a geometric horizon.
No. This experiment.
Your atmospheric refraction already assumes the curve. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
It gives
remember,
a flat
but
Earth
it's not
refraction
showing.
theory. That's why you should just read the paper, right? Instead of just jumping to conclusions. That's
Nables,
probably why
if
you're
you're
still flat
calling
Earth.
for atmospheric refraction, you are begging the question.
No.
And it also sounds like you're jumping to conclusions.
Holy shit, dude! You still have fucking atmosphere. Like that doesn't go away.
And how do you know how that affects light?
Wait, what?
How do you know how it affects?
How do you know
light?
Okay, I sincerely can't believe you're actually asking me this. When you look at a pool, is the object where it appears to be? Yes or no?
That's two different mediums.
Yeah, that's multiple mediums,
one's
bro.
water, one's air.
It's just an air.
Question.
Three mediums, because you got the glass too of the pool. What you would have to demonstrate is one medium, refraction through one medium.
Okay, so like, what do you want? Do you just want experiments
you don't
on
show three
air refraction?
mediums and say, hey, look at the pool is exactly the same as the air above the lake.
What? No, now this is just ridiculous. I'm not even sure if I can engage with you at this point.
Still not addressed.
I'll try,
okay,
though.
so you've just conceded that the horizon is not the geometric curve of a ball Earth, right?
That's not what I said.
You did, because you said it's refracted.
Yeah. So do you know what that means?
Yeah. So it's not. So when you see the horizon, you're not.
What is refraction?
Being a geometric claim.
Can you tell me?
Why would I be defining your claim? Why don't you define it?
Okay, so you don't know.
Right.
Would you like me to explain?
Yeah, I know. Let's see if you know. When you say refraction, define it with a citation.
With a citation? Ooh.
Yeah, so you're not just pulled it out of your ass.
Sure. Atmospheric refraction is the bending of light, okay, as it enters Earth's atmosphere due to changes in the density.
Okay.
Yep, 1 second.
Okay. All right,
I'm taking
is that already assuming? So is that already assuming a ball then?
Yeah,
is that already assuming it's a ball then? So that sounds like it's already assuming your ball claim.
It is.
You're trying to prove. You're trying to prove, remember?
Exactly. What you're supposed to be doing is just collecting data and seeing what that data tells you all by its lonesome, without comparison.
British Astrological Association. That's one.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah, that says they already assume it's a ball.
Wait, if you want, like they give
no. So that's showing
refraction too on a
Snell's
flat
law
Earth in the
refraction.
paper. Just read the paper.
Okay. So at the start, that's showing Snell's law, which is light passing from one medium into another and refracting. Is that what you're claiming?
Substances
Like
different
when-
density, like glass
So when-
and water, air, changing mediums. You know, yeah, not just one.
Right. Okay. So that wouldn't apply to your image then, because we're just looking through air.
Different densities. So if it was the same density, yes. But since they're
One
different
medium.
densities, no.
No, it's not different mediums.
Wait. Let me ask you something. Why does changing the medium cause refraction?
Because the path of light is changing as it enters a medium with a different refractive index. So it changes its speed. At a boundary, exactly.
Wait. No. This is important, right? Because different densities of air have different refractive indexes. So
they don't have a boundary. They have a boundary surface to refract.
Boundary?
Look up Snell's law. Why do you think it says multiple media? Why do you think it talks about from one medium
You're
to
not
another?
engaging with science now. Like the
Yeah,
this is ridiculous.
You need to go and read Snell's law.
God, why
Forget
is it
about, I don't know what you mean by boundary.
When light travels from an area of one density to another, it changes speed. For example, visible light
there we go.
passing
There we
from
go.
air into glass is slowed down.
Well, you just said it for me, right? When light moves from a substance of one density to another, it changes. The refractive index changes.
It says you can read it. It says it in your link. Light entering or leaving a new medium perpendicular to its surface.
Ergo, when light enters from higher density atmosphere to lower density atmosphere, it's going to have a different index of refraction.
So your medium. Okay, so one medium is air. What's the other medium?
Wow, you literally just ignored everything. I don't know how you admitted I was right.
I get it.
And
We
then
hear you
still
all,
I'm
you guys
done,
all
dude.
the time trying to butcher Snell's law and try and claim that air is multiple media when it's one media.
10:37 past the hour.
So you just buried yourself, and you still can't explain why your horizon distance isn't matching the globe model. Why is it all flat? Where's that 5 kilometers of water that's observably flat? Why is that not below the curve that your religion claims? Why can we see that?
You're trying to move the topic now because you realize.
No. This was the topic. Remember that your horizon distance. This is why you're doing this whole code, because your horizon distance is too far. We can see 5 kilometers of flat water that should be hidden beneath the curve. Remember, that's why you're trying to cope about light bending around the ball. That
bends downward.
Oh, it bends down around the ball that you're already assuming. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
No, it just bends downwards. So whatever object you're observing is going to appear higher than where it is.
Okay, so you're not
Doesn't matter,
assuming
it's
that
just
light
about the
is bending around a curve. You're not assuming it's bending around a curve.
No, we're not assuming that. We're just assuming that light bends
so all
downward.
we've got then is flat water and light moving over flat water and a horizon observed.
We're not assuming the Earth is flat either, dummy.
No, we observe that. So that's default.
No, we don't observe that. We observe the Earth as a globe through measurement.
Those pictures you posted.
We take measurements that correspond to our predictions. That's how science works.
A flat horizon. That's a flat horizon that you posted. Flat water.
You need to educate yourself.
Yeah, so flat water, you're not assuming a curve, so welcome to flat Earth.
We're not assuming a flat Earth.
No, you don't have to assume a flat Earth. You already observed and experienced that. That's what you're working on.
No, we observe and experience a globe through repeated measurements and experiments.
Where's the globe then? You said you weren't assuming a globe.
It's not an assumption. It's an observation.
Oh, so where's it measured? Where's it measured then? Because it's not measured here. No, because the curve measurement would have been at 5 kilometer horizon, and it's over 10. You said. So that's not curve.
Not when the light bends downward.
Oh, bends downward around a curve.
Nope, just downward.
Okay, so the light bends downwards, but not on a curve. Okay, so it's still just over flat water. Great. Welcome to flat Earth again.
Wow, this is some serious cogniz. I don't know how you. I don't know how you actually do this.
You're
dude.
saying that you're not assuming curve. The light isn't bending around curve. So where's the curve? That's your cogniz, Nables. You're the one denying the curve. Where's the curve? So no curve. Okay.
No, curve's been proven. Couldn't care less if you believe it or not.
Oh, you didn't prove it. You just showed us flat water.
Yeah, how was
And then said you're not assuming it's a curve.
Yeah, no, you don't. Because that would be begging the question.
Yeah, so you're not assuming the flat water that you posted is curved. Good. We're not either.
Yep, and you're not assuming it's flat, right? You're just taking measurements.
No, we're observing. We're observing that it's flat, like all observable.
Yeah, no. Again, like if you can't engage with science and reason, I can't help you.
Science. You haven't presented science. You presented a horizon that doesn't match your globe model. So far, that's all you've done.
Again, if you want to maintain that belief, I can't. I've done my best.
Well,
There's
it's
just
the
some kind of
horizon.
block
You
going
said the
on.
horizon was
Sorry,
at 10
man.
kilometers. You said the horizon was at 10 kilometers. You said that.
In the absence of an atmosphere, that's where you would observe it.
Right, so not 5 kilometers like the geometric horizon on a globe with a radius of 3959 mile would be.
Oh, sorry. That's what you would observe in the absence of an atmosphere.
Well, that just sounds like a religious imagination story to me. Since you've never
Yeah, and
observed
I'm sure
anything.
that I'm sure 5-year-olds say the same thing when you show them like calculus.
Oh, well, do you tell them, hey guys, this is what happens when all the air disappears. I know this because I imagined it. Nables, you little retard.
Yeah, no, it's just proven physics, refraction
You
physics.
your imagination.
But you tried
So
to
we're
move the
looking at a
goalposts on because you were wrong.
So we're pointing at a horizon and saying, "Hey, look, there's the horizon," and you're thinking, "No, it's not. It's not a real horizon. That's the geometric curve of a globe that's extended by light bending because of the air." Like
It's not extended by light bending. Any object is going to be higher than the actual position because light bends downward.
The horizon distance
It's
is your
so
problem,
basic you could explain it to a 6-year-old and you still don't get it.
Hey, Nables, check something out. When we get an infrared camera, why is it we can actually see further?
I literally just said, if you didn't listen, that's your fault.
Why is it? Your claim is refraction is causing light to bend, therefore making us see further. But here's the kicker. When you use an infrared camera, it reduces refraction and we can see further. So which one is it? Refraction's making us see further, or the elimination or reduction of refraction makes us see further?
So the reason why infrared reduces refraction is because the refractive index of most materials decreases as the wavelength of light increases.
That's awesome. So why do we see
This is known as
further?
normal dispersion.
So why do we see
And the
further?
refraction index for infrared, right?
Why do we
it
see
has a
further?
longer wavelength than visible
Let's
light.
yap. Come on, get
the
to the answer.
hold on. The refractive index
You're
is
trying
lower.
to stall so you can look it up.
Lower in the infrared range.
Yep, so
that's
why do we
why.
see further?
I mean, I don't even know if you understood what I just said, but like.
Yeah, I know exactly how it works. So why do we see further when we get rid of refraction? You're claiming refraction is the reason we're seeing flat, we're seeing so far. All of a sudden, I've got an infrared camera and I can see further with the elimination of refraction. Why is that? You know why? Because your claims are bullshit. And that eliminates your claims and kicks you to the gutter. That's why.
Gave me 1 second to answer. Couldn't even
You
answer.
gotta go and look it up. Check
Yo,
it out.
flat earthers will jump through hoops to deny logic, man. That's impressive.
Yeah, I
Well,
know.
we're still just waiting for him to
is a
explain
feat
why
of
the
mental
horizon
gymnastics.
doesn't match his globe religion. The horizon's not matching the globe calculators, and you're not explaining why. You're just coping. So you said that's because there's atmosphere. Okay, so according to you, no one has ever seen a geometric curvature horizon of a ball Earth because there's always atmosphere. Is that correct?
Some people would say that they've taken pictures, but I know you don't believe that.
Well, you just said you can't because there's an atmosphere. You can't see it.
Wait, I didn't say that.
Okay, so why is the horizon not at the geometric position?
Because the light bends downward, and so whatever object we're observing is going to appear
Why
higher.
does the light
than
bend downward? Why does the
because
light
you have-
bend?
Because the light is moving from a substance from density to lower density, or sorry, higher
and
density.
So is that ever not the case?
For the atmosphere, no, it's never not the case,
Okay,
and that's why
so
this,
so
that's
then
why
you
this,
would so then you would never be able to see the geometric horizon.
No, it's ridiculous. It would just be further than
You just
what
said that.
than
You
No.
just said it's always going through air because of the pressures, so you're not going to see it in its
Yes,
geometric location.
but the refractive index is fixed, so it's not like it's going to curve the light infinitely. It's just
Refractive
going to
index is fixed,
yes.
so it doesn't change. It's the same every day in every location.
That's not what I said. When I said that it's fixed, it means that the light is not going to continue bending. It's going to bend a fixed amount based on the refractive index. And
What model are you using?
Oh, so this particular paper actually, I think this particular paper uses 0.27 as a refractive index, but let me double check.
No, I just read all the way through that, Nables.
Yeah,
And
no, it does.
what they
It literally
do-
says 0.27.
Yeah, no, you've got to keep reading. They actually changed the refractive index to suit the narrative. I'm going to ask you a question. In Walter Bislin's paper that you just posted, what part of his equation has angular size change in the distance as part of his equation?
Angular size change as... Is this how... I don't think this is how refraction is measured during the day.
So
But maybe I'm
take away refraction, take away everything.
Yeah.
If I have an object, let's say a brick wall in front of me at a meter, I'm standing in front of the brick wall, and I see the brick wall, and I move 100 meters away from it, does the angular size of that brick wall reduce as I get further away from it?
The angular size? What is the measurement here? Like, what are you measuring? Confused.
Angular size. So a visual angular size, how we see something in the distance as it gets further away. It gets smaller and smaller.
Oh,
so for example,
I see.
Yeah. So is angular size change a real thing?
I don't know what you mean by real thing, but like I think you
Or
can
do you
measure
see
it.
things getting smaller in the distance or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So where is that in Walter Bislin's equation?
Let's see.
Yeah. So the problem that you're going to have is you either have Earth curve or you have angular size change. You can't have both because Walter Bislin doesn't have it in his equation. What I think you should do is go back and read that whole paper and go through the equations and then come back and see where angular size change is part of that equation.
I'm trying to think. Can you explain why it would affect the result?
Because we know angular size change is a thing.
Yeah.
Because we know things get smaller in the distance. Now, we can assume that things get smaller in the distance because of angular size change or because of Earth curve, because they're both similar at that 0.17 to 0.27 rate. That's in Walter Bislin's calculator. But we can't have both. So you either got to choose angular size change in the distance or Earth curve. Which one's it going to be?
So angular size change seems like it would just make the object appear smaller, right? But that's not what's happening here. What's happening is that at a certain point, you can no longer see the object. Not that it's too small. That as you move further and further out, the bottom is no longer visible, right? But the top still is.
What's obstructing that? What's causing the obstruction?
The curvature.
Oh no, it can't be that because then it would be at 5 kilometers, not 10.
Again, like when you have refraction, it bends the light downwards such that whatever object you're observing, which
that's your religious chant. That's your religious chant. You've got no
appears
evidence
higher than it otherwise is.
But now
No, it's not religion. Like even when you go to a swimming pool,
your
like
curve is a geometric claim. Your curve is a geometric claim. So it necessitates that horizon being at a set distance. If you don't have that, you don't have the geometric claim to begin with, to then claim that the light is acting in a certain way over that geometry that you're baselessly claiming. So no, you don't get to do it that way. If it's curvature that's obstructing, then it's geometric curvature. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too and say, no, it's not aligning like the curvature would, but it's still the curvature.
Bottom-up disappearance is an artifact of diffraction of objects that are resting on a floor and are below your height of eye.
Need to take into account atmospheric refraction.
Nibbles, there's a note.
You can take that into effect, but then where does curvature come into play? Because we can show bottom-up obstruction when diffraction is not the cause, but rather it's a temperature inversion, like we commonly see. This has been done by Skyfreeze channel on YouTube hundreds of times, showing boats over distances that are too short, too close to be curvature, and yet the same bottom-up obstruction is present due to, call it Fresnel drag, call it turbulence, a multitude of atmospheric effects that are taking place right at the boundary layer where the air contacts the water.
There's baselessly claiming light refraction magic.
Right.
You just don't have the curve. You don't have the curve anywhere. So you cannot then say, well, there's no curve here, but that's because the light's bending over the curve that isn't there. Fucking retarded.
I've already said this like 3 times. I'm not saying anything about bending over a curve. Bending downward when it enters the atmosphere.
You've just conceded. So basically, we'll just take your concession. You said you can never see a geometric curve of the Earth because there's atmo in the way, and that makes everything move around. Okay, so you don't think anyone can ever observe the curve that you're actually using as the basis for your entire argument, apparently, bottom-up obstruction. You're saying that can never be observed. So you're just in a massive contradiction.
No, now you're just actually lying, because the question you asked me was atmospheric refraction, is it always affecting, is it always there? Which the answer is yes.
No,
that's not what you just said.
It's
so
absolutely
you are lying.
You've seen the cartoons of the atmospheric refraction, yeah, where it shows you light bending around a ball.
It's not a cartoon. You observe it in everyday life.
Yes, it is a cartoon. In the thing you posted, there was a cartoon of light bending around the ball. You know that's what it shows if you look up cartoons of atmospheric refraction, because it's assuming a ball, just like you are, even though your ball is supposed to have geometry, curve, resulting in a horizon
taken
5 kilometers for your observer. And it's seen double that distance. So either you've got a much bigger ball than they've told you, or there's no curvature there as it's observed. Those are your choices.
Or the atmosphere is refracting the light such that whatever object.
You need evidence.
Light bending downwards. Light bending.
This is the first time someone's asked me for evidence, but you're just going to move the goalpost when I give you evidence.
Show me.
You're just making an assertion with evidence.
Show me light bending downwards.
You want me to prove grade school physics, which I can do. It's grade school physics. I'm telling you, you're just going to move the goalpost.
You're giving your ball the benefit of the doubt before you've proven it exists.
Yeah, let me see if even your claim about how light is bending is true. So could you show me light bending downwards in air matching the claimed rate of curvature of this globe? Could you show us this?
Oh, now you guys are ready for this? Okay. You believe in Snell's law, right?
Light bending. Well, that would be multiple media.
I know that Snell's law doesn't apply to your atmospheric refraction claim.
Yeah, those are different things. Snell's law is multiple media. We already discussed that.
Snell's law has already been posted here. You ignored it. I'll give you the timestamp.
So can you show us a laser bending downwards in air at around 8 inches per mile squared? Can you do that? Or is that just a religious fantasy that you have to claim to cling on to the globe belief? Or have you actually seen some evidence of that claim?
I'd like to see infrared observations of the curve where you pop in an infrared filter, mitigate refraction, and bam, you see the curvature of the Earth right there in front of your eyes. That'd be really cool to see, but it's never been done. In fact, the opposite's been shown.
Just religious chanting.
I have a feeling I'm writing up this math for nothing. I'm just going to give you the experiment here.
Math? No, we asked for a demonstration of your light bending. Are you confused again? Is this why you're confused? Because you think reality is determined by theoretical math? I guess that's why you're confused.
No, I think he was going to use Snell's law for his atmospheric refraction, even though Walter Bislin doesn't use atmospheric refraction. He uses standard refraction 7/6R. Where did you get the R from in the first place to get the refraction?
Yeah, but these guys don't know what they're actually doing. He's not even read it. He's just hoping that the first thing he Googled that told him, don't worry, Earth's definitely a globe, is
Turn
correct.
the volume down, please. 56 minutes past the hour for you, buddy. Here's a channel, just one of many channels, that show how flat Earth is in infrared, where your refraction claim can't be used at all as a mitigating factor, because this has been mitigated.
What else?
It's just one video, like I said, one of many observations that can be made of an Earth where there's no geometric curvature present. Do you enjoy talking over me when I begin talking?
Nables, those are multiple mediums, like we already told you.
You just asked for a demonstration of atmospheric refraction.
So that's not applicable. So that's not applicable to your claim of just in air. Then, so that's actually supporting our argument.
What a dickhead!
Why can't you make your observations on a cold, clear day?
Yeah, you can make them on any day. You're still not going to see a curvature of a globe.
Well, if you want to argue about refraction, you could minimize refraction by taking your observations on a cool, cold, clear day with
they've been
low
taken in
humidity
conditions already. They've been taken in all kinds of conditions already over frozen lakes, all sorts. There's no geometric horizon. There's no curvature. Simple.
There's been thousands of those. Jesus. This guy's just
you guys are coming here telling us, oh, this should be done, this should be done. Yeah, it's been getting done for 10 years. Welcome to the club.
Right, and these lot think that for whatever reason, atmospheric refraction just doesn't happen.
Well, your atmospheric
demonstrate that it is happening in the manner that you're saying. We keep asking for evidence.
You've provided absolutely nothing. We pointed out that you're begging the question of a sphere to begin with, which you're so retarded you don't even get. And then you've tried to post a demonstration of it by posting glasses full of water, which is 3 media, not just air, like you're claiming. So you've debunked yourself.
As you conceded earlier, it's due to the different
law requires multiple media.
That's all that matters.
Multiple media. Different media.
But you can't.
Not all that matters, but
in air, which is why the demonstration you posted didn't just show light bending downwards in air like you're claiming. So, Nables, you failed on every level to demonstrate even an argument for the globe. Actually, what you presented debunks the globe because your horizon distance is too far. So, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Try again.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. You can't go introducing a confounding variable as an excuse for something that you haven't proven exists yet.
Unless the purpose is to make the claim that he's bringing unfalsifiable, which kind of destroys his own position in the process.
They would never do that. They're all about the honesty. They only want the truth. They would never do that.
If anybody's interested in actually doing real life observations, I need help with a lake point to point observation, and I need another man. So if you know anybody in the Eastern Oregon area near Lakeview,
dude, don't you have any friends or like a family member?
No, I don't. And I need help. Somebody in the Flat Earth community, you guys need to if anybody claims they're in the area and they're willing to help me, I just need another man on the other side of the lake. So I can,
Could you be any more remote than Eastern Oregon, dude? Like, that's like desolate, dude.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you. What I am asking.
You have a sister or a cousin or something?
I said no. And for the last time, all I'm saying is, if you
He's got a
find
cute sister.
anybody. Okay, so if you find anybody in that area that is willing to help me do an actual black swan observation in that area, please let me know.
No, that's illegal where we're at. I can't do that where I'm at. That's illegal.
Well, I'm not going to engage with you anymore because you're a bad faith actor, so don't talk to me.
Go on to Dave.
Settle down, Sally. All right. So you can figure that out on your own time. We're looking for some evidence that the Earth is a giant, spinning, tilting, wobbling cartoon space ball in a vacuum. Has anyone got any evidence?
I saw it with my own eyes.
So what?
I took
where were you?
I went up into space and then I looked down and I realized the Earth was
went
flat.
up into space. How high was that?
Saw flat Earth from space.
It was super high, man.
Amazing.
Like so high I couldn't even tell you.
Amazing. Okay, so you don't know why you believe the Earth is a big spinning ball. What about someone else? Does anyone else know why they believe the Earth is a big spinning ball? Or is it just the space cartoons? Are you just accepting stories from strangers from the government who say, hey kids, I went to a vacuum beyond the sky and played some golf on the moon?
No different from you.
Yeah, no, very different from me because I'm not relying on anonymous randoms from the government to say, I went and played golf on the moon in the 1960s.
Your eyes can't even see.
Yeah, very different from you because you're hearing stories about the time that some people went on TV and said they played golf on the moon and they turned around and saw the Earth was a ball. That's where your belief comes from. I just accept the observable natural world that I experience every single day, that you experience every single day. But the difference is I don't deny observable reality. So when I go to the beach and I see that flat horizon and that motionless surface, I don't think to myself, but the man on TV from the government who played golf on the moon said, I'm on a big spinning ball. So I don't reject observable reality in favor of government cartoons. That's the difference between me and you. You're in government cartoon land. But amazingly, you guys think that makes you of some higher intelligence, which the irony is just amazing. So
what does it? Okay, bro. With all due, okay, my fault. I was trolling at the beginning. What does it mean to you if the Earth is flat?
It means everything that you've been told about what you think you live on and where you think you are is wrong.
Yeah, there's other things for that though. There's more like concrete evidence of things that could give you that.
This is concrete. It measures flat, not curved.
Yeah, we've got the
Can't get more concrete than that.
So
Can't
what?
get more
Like, what
concrete
do I care if
measurement.
the Earth is flat or round, bro? I don't care.
What should you care about reality? It's only reality. Who cares about reality?
It's not. But
What
you
does
can't.
reality have
This
to
is
do
a
with anything?
conversation that you can't actually provide people.
I'm not trying. I don't need to provide you anything, bro. I've just pointed out to you. I've just pointed out to you that the globe religion is a cartoon fairy tale.
Stop talking over him. Hey, listen, Linda, stop talking over the person who's talking, or you will get muted.
Oh, fuck you! Don't ever call me Linda and your motherfucking.
Okay, you're getting muted. Thank you.
Okay, Karen. Okay, Eileen. What a doofus. Hey, I posted some evidence for you in the chat, Karen, Linda, whatever your name is.
Yeah.
I think it should
Yeah,
go
but
with
Vinci,
Nancy.
you seem to be under some impression that we're here to provide you something. I mean, we're under no obligation to provide you anything. I've just pointed out to you that the only reason you think you believe you live on a giant spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball in a vacuum is because you were shown cartoons as a child and told stories by the government. That's all I'm pointing out to you. It measures flat. That's it. That's concrete reality, observably, measurably flat.
Appreciate you for unmuting me.
If you
But
don't
who
care
cares?
that you don't know,
What
if
difference?
you don't care that the
There's
story
certain
that you've
things
been
in
told
this
about the
life
Earth is untrue,
that if you
sure.
want to make it seem that.
Oh, don't keep muting him.
Just a quick one, Blue Da Vinci. I get it, you're excited, but talking over the other guys ain't really going to be much productive for anyone because all we get is audio chaos and we can't hear shit. So let him have his spiel, then you can go for it, man. It's that easy.
The main thing here is you ask a question, then you shut up and listen to the answer.
Yeah, but don't talk to me like that, man. That's not how you go about it, all right? First and foremost, you want to have a conversation, try and have a conversation with somebody you respect. Otherwise, it's a moot point.
Well, to be
fair, you show us respect and don't strawman our position.
That's a two-way street.
You're doing the same thing, man. It's 6v1 right now.
Shut your pie hole.
Yeah.
First and foremost, this is our
Sure,
house,
bud.
not
Okay,
yours.
fine,
So
fine,
you follow our
fine.
rules. Our rules.
Is that what it's about? Is that what it's about? It's your house, not mine?
No, this is what it's about. You came in
that what it's about?
trolling. You came in trolling. You tried to get
Yeah, I
attention.
came in jokingly, man. That's
When
my
it-
nature.
okay,
I'm not. I
when
didn't
you
have
didn't get
bad
the
faith.
reaction you thought you'd get. Now you're trying a different tactic. Gobble, drop the shit.
No, it's not. It's literally the same tactic that I've always used.
Yeah, you're
It's
trying
not.
to get attention.
It's not. It's literally my nature, man. I'm not.
Well, could you use
Don't
the
you don't
tactic?
know me well enough
Interrupt somebody
to
who's
judge a guy.
speaking. As you continually interrupt somebody.
Okay,
Guys,
let's calm down.
you're
Let's let this man
interrupted as
try
well.
a tactic of honesty.
Yeah, let's try a tactic of using your brain and having an honest discussion and
All
not
right.
being emotionally attached to stories we were told as children and talking like adults, yeah?
Sure, if I may. I apologize if you guys misinterpreted how I approached this whole 24 flat Earth conversation that tends to go on fucking ages. But what is the difference between flat Earth and 24/7? Or flat Earth and a round Earth?
Well, there's a whole load of differences.
But in our
I mean, I
the
don't
way
really know where to
we
start
live
with
our
that.
lives.
Well, I mean, how you live your life, you need to think, I mean, sure, on your day-to-day 9 to 5 routine, you're not really considering what the Earth is or why that would matter. You're just going to work, doing your job. But there is more to life than that, as I'm sure you realize. I'm sure you understand that human beings have philosophized and asked questions about the nature of reality, the nature of existence, how it got here, what it means, all of these things, right? Your current 9 to 5 understanding and setup of life is all based on the idea that you're living on a spinning space rock in the middle of a giant endless vacuum that came about by a big bang, right? So your entire worldview, how you think, how you behave, how you orient yourself in this life has the underlying assumption of that model. And that model has its own implications, right? Such as the creation narrative. How did it get here? So this impacts a lot of things. Why are we here? Where are we? How did we get here? What are we supposed to be doing? Is what we're doing at the moment remotely in line with what this place is intended for? It would be like imagine you've seen Squid Games?
I have.
Right, so imagine you're in some massive Squid Game setup or some massive game that you're a part of. And you obviously want to play and win the game to succeed or survive or benefit in whatever way the game benefits you. But imagine there were people in the game who were also a part of the game, but they're telling you that they run the game, and they're telling you this is the rules of the game. This is how you play, and this is how you win. Now, what if they were playing the same game, and in order to beat you and have an advantage over you, they just told you the total different rules of the game? They've just got you off chasing your tail, doing some dumb shit that doesn't actually count towards the game, right? So
I agree with
someone
you. That is what they're doing. That is what they're doing, bro.
Let me finish it then. So let me finish it then.
But it's very
So
long-winded,
if someone can construct your reality around you, That's a great deal of power and influence over how you think and how you behave. Do you understand that?
Of course.
Right. So there you go. This is why they are
But there was a
controlling your
time when
mind.
there was a time when people believed that the Earth was flat, right? And then they changed it
Yeah,
on
they
us.
all. Yeah,
That's
all,
right.
pretty much all of human history.
Okay, I believe that too. I believe that too. Listen,
understood. They understood that it was a flat, motionless, contained Earth. They all knew it. It's only a modern aberration of the last few hundred years that this craziness has even been proposed. Your ancestors understood that the Earth was flat.
oh, very well. I'm trying
Any
to
other
take you
questions?
guys somewhere else, man. For sure.
Any other questions?
I got a good answer for this too. So
Oh
there
my
should be some difference between the two, right? There would be a visible difference between if you live on a flat Earth and if you live on a globe Earth. Check or hold. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
Bro, listen, man. With all due respect, I agree with what you guys have been saying, but it's very long-winded. Like this repetition that you guys are doing is very. It's similar to how you feel they've tried to make you believe that the Earth is round, right? You don't just keep saying the same thing over and over again and not let me speak. That's not how the conversation. That's not how a conversation
Yeah,
works. Right?
you're going to get your chance to
So,
speak. We're just explaining this to you
no,
because
well,
you asked a very
this is the
broad
third
question.
person. The third person that asked me a question. You guys believe the Earth is round. You asked me why do I not think that the Earth is round. I'm saying,
Well, listen,
why does it
Vinci,
matter?
I take your point.
Yeah,
I take your
that's
point.
the
We'll let
question
you
being answered
respond.
for you.
We can let you respond, but just because you're saying we were
We already
long-winded,
got
you
past it,
asked a
though. We
very
already
broad
answered that
question.
question.
You asked a very broad
It's a very
question.
disingenuous conversation.
Blue, stop! Don't spaz out now. You just managed to calm yourself down.
I'm the one
and start being
spazzing
a
out.
little
You guys called me everything
Yeah.
under the sun, and I'm the one spazzing out.
Yeah, because you came in disrespectful, so we had to calm you down. Then you tried to be respectful again, and now you're starting to slip into disrespect again. So if you're going to come here with disrespect, you're going to get the same in return. So, as has been explained to you, just calm down. Right. Do you want to respond to me before Crit goes? Is that your problem? Is that what you want to do?
I will respond to you, but there's two other guys that spoke before you, and it feels like. But what's your specific question? And let's stay on that topic. Don't get
Okay, you want
sidebars and all
to stick to
that.
one topic. Well, listen, okay, what do you want to do? Do you want to talk about measurement of the Earth and how it doesn't measure to be a globe? What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about what the difference is. What does it mean to you
Differences.
if the Earth is
Well,
round?
one is curved and one is flat.
And that's it. And then your
That's not
whole
as
existence would change.
Well, what
Your
else did
whole
I say to you?
the
What else did I
entirety
say
of
to
how
you
you
about
live
the
your life would
difference?
change.
Yeah, so what else did
Sorry,
what did
come
I
again?
just explain to you? What did I just explain to you about how you think about your reality? Did you understand anything that I just said?
You said something about like I would believe that they've been lying to us or something like you.
Right, so you didn't even listen. Okay, I won't waste my time.
I can't reiterate it entirely, bro.
It sounds like you're baiting us into talking conspiracy theory, which we don't do here.
Which is hilarious.
I think I got an answer for you that might work. We'll see if it does. So, do you see a difference between flat Earth and curved Earth?
No, because my mind, as a normal human being, it doesn't make a difference. If the Earth was round or the Earth was flat, at this point in my life, at this age, I know that they're lying to us. So it doesn't make a difference. If tomorrow they said you guys found definitively that the Earth was flat and the entire population of this Earth believed that to be true, what does that do? What does that do for you? Imagine that.
You've already identified a difference it makes. You've already identified a difference that it makes.
But there's other things that are more like you can talk about politics or like like the difference between the Democrat and the Republicans, or like there's
Talk
other
about that,
lies
bro.
that are more
There's
convenient.
other channels you talk about that, politics channels. So the
Yeah,
reason why
sure.
you're
Okay,
here
fine.
demonstrates
Okay,
it's
fine.
important.
If that's if you guys want to go a roundabout way, but all right, my fault, man. I was just
No,
trying
we
to
talk about
see.
measurements and science and observations.
I've come in here and have good I've come in here not to discredit you guys. I've come in here and have had good conversations with people who that conversation was ours. But this
Yeah, dude,
this
try to
the
stay
first
focused, okay?
dude was talking in a roundabout way, and then the second dude just fucking alley-ooped it to the third dude.
Okay,
And you
hold
guys
on.
were saying the
Just take
same thing.
take a breath. Take a breath. Different topic.
Sure.
Your first troll was you have a photograph from outer space.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
That's
what
a joke,
should that?
though. I'm a normal dude, bro. That's a joke.
Yeah,
you guys
okay,
can't
listen.
joke. You guys
Okay,
can't
pay
have fun
attention.
with it, man. That's
Okay,
hilarious.
pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention
Whatever.
very closely. These photographs from space were said to cause something. It's supposed to cause an overview effect, which is a instant cognitive shift. Not delayed, not a joke, not for gags or laughs. Looking at the Earth from space causes a direct causal agent, the overview effect, which is an instant cognitive shift. So now you can look at that. How were you immune to the overview
There's a
effect?
video on the side chat of refraction through a medium for anyone who's asking before. I'm out.
So now that we've determined that you are immune to the overview effect, we can ask why and look for an explanation. For you, it's all like, it doesn't matter. You've got some cosmic nihilism where who really gives a fuck? But then that offers a new question. Why did you join this call in the first place?
Because I like conversing with people. Like, to me, it's I think this is it's greater than people can actually understand. And if there are some outliers that can really perceive what it means, so be it. But I believe in multiple dimensions. I believe that they're lying to us, like a trickle down effect. Like, I believe that they're lying to us.
Right.
And
So briefly,
I
right?
was just wondering what it meant, if I may, what it meant specifically to each individual, not people just piggybacking off somebody who can more articulate themselves. What does it mean if the world is round or flat? Because I already
You've already
believe
identified something.
that we already said that there was a point in time that we all acknowledge, whether it be round earthers or flat earthers, that people perceive the earth to be flat. Then they changed it, and I agree with you that it was for a cosmic shift to manipulate people. So at that point, when you know that what the game is, what is the point? Keep playing the game. You already know how it ends. You know what the point is.
We're sharing the
They're lying to
information,
us.
bro. Yeah, sharing the
Well, we already
information,
know.
and
We
just
already
that
know. We
alone,
already
right?
know. We already
So
know.
just
We already
sharing that
know.
information alone is beneficial
All right.
for others, right? Right. But you've touched on something already, because one of the consequential aspects of being aware of this is about narrative and not following it necessarily. If it's right, then it's right. If it can be proven right. If it's wrong, you don't have to, right? You've regained control over your own mindset, the way you will react and make decisions based on that. It's very consequential.
No, but okay, if I may, but at this point, I feel like we're both wrong, because it's not a round Earth, it's not a flat Earth. At this level, with the dimensions and like the grandiose nature of the universe, it can't be something that we can perceive the way
What are you talking
that it
about?
is.
We're just talking about the physical reality that we experience.
All right,
So
you want
the
to stay on the
surface we
physical?
live on. the surface we live on, there's not much choice other than it being, like, on average, planar, or it does wrap around itself and form a ball.
Globe gives
I would
us
recommend-
specific dimensions of its size, which we can test. We tested it. So
I
when the globe
recommend you
claims,
challenge the physical. I recommend you challenge the physical, bro. It's not that.
yeah, we do. We
This is a
measured
basic
Earth
plane.
flat because it
It's
doesn't
not- it's
conform
not.
to the globe's claims.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Then. Very short conversation.
It should be, honestly. I mean, it's flat. We measured it that way. Now we can all go on with our lives.
You guys are talking about
agree
fourth
you're having a
dimension
physical experience.
flat plane?
Do you agree that you're having a physical experience of reality?
Yeah.
Do you,
But I
do you
also
agree
think
that
that, like, my conscious-
that has
I
effect?
think my conscious-
Do you agree
Of
it has
course, man.
effect on the spiritual?
Yeah, but I know that there's more to it, so it affects where you think I'm at, where we're
Alright,
all
bro,
at
well,
together
you
in this plane.
Well, you can think whatever you like about the wider reality of things. We're just talking about the Earth measuring the surface of it, flat and motionless. So
Okay.
it cannot be the spinning ball they've told
So that's what I
everyone.
wanted to know, man. Okay, my fault then. That's my fault. If that's where you guys want to hover around, then that's my fault.
Well,
Hey,
we just
we've
need
all
to
got
let
our
people
own
know.
personal
We just need
journeys
to let
about the
people
greater
know.
implications of this. But we're
just letting people
the
know to get
focus
them
here
started.
in this channel.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. But you guys are talking like the way you guys are talking. Fucking is disrespectful.
That's not the
how you talk to
focus.
people, man.
That's not the focus
It is.
here.
Well, it is. That's what
Come
I'm
on
trying
Sunday.
to
Come back on
understand.
Sunday. Come back on Sunday, and we can talk about it.
Well, hold on, because I don't know. You might be talking past each other here. So what I said about observing and measuring the surface to be flat, so cannot be the ball that they've told people. We're letting people know that, and we're explaining the observations and the measurements to them. And then you've got all of the implications of that to figure out. Now, we do go into those sometimes, but for the majority of times, we're just letting people know that the globe story they were told is wrong. So,
You don't have a
people
measurement,
want to
dude.
know that.
You don't have a measurement.
Yeah,
Well,
there's,
we do.
there's no measurement.
We've got like a terabyte of data on our home server.
Terabyte of what? Photographs?
Terabytes of no globe curvature.
You're talking about holding your camera near the surface of water and taking a picture? It's
No,
not a
laser
measurement.
tests, high altitude aerial infrared photogrammetry, microwave links, you name it. Tri-band
Practical
laser
usage.
transit
Practical
methodology has been employed.
Laser
hold on,
transit, you
before we
mean
get-
cones?
Before we get
Are lasers
pulled off
level
by
lines?
this guy,
You think
before we
lasers
get
are level lines?
distracted by this guy, Blue Da Vinci was in the middle of speaking and might have had another question to ask before.
Yeah, I thought it was the same guy.
You don't want to pay attention to the fact that you don't have shit, actually.
No. We can get to you. We can get to you, bro. Don't worry. We can get to you. Just let this guy finish what he was saying. Blue Da Vinci, do you have another question or point you want to make?
Yeah, I was talking to this one dude who's fucking modern years, fucking reasonable dude, and we were talking about like how the distance of the human eye, like what can any one of our eyes maximum length perceive? And I said it was 3,000. He didn't know that, and he said, "Okay,
3,000 what?"
And then miles was it? It's
You
miles.
said the maximum distance you can see is 3,000 miles.
Is it not?
And where did you get that from? From what observer height?
What observant height? I'm just saying, like,
yeah. What's your observer
like
height?
if there's
you mean
no,
like
if
you're
there's
standing
no,
at the beach?
just straight. Regardless, let's say you were just in space, or no, not even space. That
No,
wouldn't.
you can't say space. That
Like
doesn't
like
exist.
on a level plane, wherever the Earth
Right,
is
so
the
on a-
flattest. Yeah.
Okay, so let's
sure.
say we're standing at the beach. So let's say we're standing at the beach and we're looking out towards the horizon.
And you're talking about the water, right? You keep saying the beach for some like.
Well,
like
because
that's
then we
you-
don't have to
you-
worry about topography. Then we don't have to worry. It can be a lake. Let's do a lake then. You prefer a lake?
No, just yeah, even a flat leveled plane. Like it could be the ground. It could be the earth. It doesn't need to be a beach. Like I feel like you're
Okay, well
trying to
that would
do
just be
something
flat then.
with light
No,
and
we're just trying
whatnot.
you're saying a flat plane, so it can't be somewhere with topography on land. So
Yeah. Just
water
a
is
flat
easier
plane.
because it doesn't have
I
topography.
assure you, there are flat planes on this earth
Okay,
that are more
how
than two.
far across the flat plane can we see?
The
You're saying
human eye, bro.
3,000
It's
something.
it's about the human eye, Brody. Please, it's
Right.
just about the human eye, right? I'm not saying this is definitive. I'm not saying this is the nail in the coffin. I'm just saying the human eye can only observe a certain distance. I've heard
Yes, that's
that
correct.
it's 3,000 miles.
Okay, I
So
don't know
when
who told you
even
that.
this
I
dude that
don't know
you
who told you
muted,
that.
okay, then what is it?
See in
Well, it
distance,
depends.
you see
Depends
in
on the
angles.
conditions. Depends on the conditions of the day. So if you go on your weather app, right, you'll get
It seems disingenuous, man. This seems disingenuous.
No. I'm just trying to explain it to you. If you go on your weather app, it will give you an average visibility distance for that day. Have you seen that?
Okay, all right.
Say like 10
Okay, on a
miles,
clear day, please,
miles.
bro. Please. Just basic conversation.
I'm fucking
No,
explaining
don't talk
to
about
you
the
as
fog.
basic
I'm
as
not talking about the
possible.
fog or
I'm
anything like that.
explaining this
Just
to you
on
as
a basic
basic as
day
possible.
where the day is
Yeah, on a
clear,
basic
you can
day,
see as
yeah.
far as the human. I'm not talking about the conditions, just the human eye. What can the
Bro, you're
human
so
eye
fucking
perceive?
aggravating. Yeah, so your weather app
All right,
will
man.
tell you 10. Your weather app might tell you 10 miles one day. That's your visibility. Is that too complicated? Do you not understand what that means? So your weather app is never going to say 3,000 miles.
Right, and ideal conditions are never truly present. And ideally, the Rayleigh atmosphere model shows that on a flat surface, where you have typical conditions of air just above the surface at a steady temperature, without increasing or decreasing optical density. Due to Rayleigh scattering, the furthest you can see is about 293 to 298 kilometers. That's it. Far short of 3,000, and that's because of light extinction. Light interferes with itself and scatters, and you physically cannot see past that point. But
Yeah,
you see,
okay, but let's
angles.
let's
You don't
all
really
be
see
reasonable and say no light interference, and then no like this dude that's arguing the light interference is suggesting that the Earth isn't flat, right? Because
What are you talking about?
like when you use a laser. No, I'm just trying to be like even for both of us, like either side. Light interferes with the lasers or whatnot, and the human eye can only perceive. And you guys are saying, "Oh, well, about conditions. Is there fog on the ocean or this or that?" Like, let's just
Yeah, that's
be
reality.
realistic. The
that is
human eye
realistic.
can't perceive. The human eye can't perceive the great scale, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or round. It's too great for us to perceive. So
Let
how
me
would you
address
actually perceive?
So the human eye can perceive distances of the surface across the surface on Earth at distances that would not be possible if the Earth was a globe the size they tell us. So we can see miles of the surface that should be hidden beneath a curve, according to the globe model. That's what the human eye can perceive. And optics can perceive even more. So yes, we can use observation to show that the surface is not curving down and away from us. You understand that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so
There's some
we see too
effect.
far.
There is the effect though, like
No curvature
if you
effect.
like, I don't know if you guys live in like what's it called, like some place where like they grow wheat or whatnot, where it's like a super long field. You can't see
I mean, the
the
countries.
end of that field.
Yeah, it's
Come
not
again?
because of a curvature of Earth that you can't see things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because we can see further than
I agree with you on that.
Because although yes, things can appear to be obstructed from the bottom, for that to be due to the
It's just
curvature, it would be happening at a
it's
particular
one's
distance.
own eyesight. It's one's own eyesight.
Yeah,
Like your eyes.
Yeah. So what they did was they recognized that the human eye generally can see about 3.5 miles if it's standing at the beach, and
I got it
that's
wrong.
where the horizon will generally appear. What?
Okay.
So basically,
No, I
they've
said
reverse
3,000
engineered
miles.
how our eyes work. No, not 3,000. Nowhere near.
Okay. Yeah.
They say
It's
the
been a while
horizon
since I've
distance
been.
should be. So they say the horizon distance should be about 3 miles if you're just 6 foot up above the sea level, right? But what they've done is they've basically just taken known optics and how the human eye works, and that's an optical limit in reality due to perspective. But what they've done is they've taught us that it's a physical limit due to a curve of the surface. Do you understand that? So they've hijacked perspective and they've called it Earth curve. But it's not, it's just optics.
Who is they?
Well, whoever's perpetuated and
BlackRock
installed this story into the syllabus.
It's constrained by the
Doesn't really
geometric claim of the Earth itself. So from ground floor, if you're gazing out, a 6-foot man would be obstructed by curvature at about 3 miles away.
See, but we can test these geometric claims using long-distance observations, laser tests, all kinds of things. And what we find is that there is no curvature. We're seeing distances that we shouldn't see, seeing objects we shouldn't see. So that's it. Quite simple when you get into it. But it's also quite complex in some ways.
So the other blue, if it's not curved, what is it?
It's probably so long that it like if your eyes could perceive it, it would be flat, but it would curve at a certain.
You can't answer a question.
I can't. Neither can you though.
No, it's simple, Blue. If something isn't flat, if something isn't curved, what is it? It would have to be flat.
It's flat. I can answer that. Let's see if he can answer.
It's not a globe.
It's a triangle.
Triangles are flat.
I've gone back to being I've gone back to being disingenuous. Yeah, that's my fault. I'm done.
Yeah,
boys.
this is why the topic matters.
I
It
appreciate.
strikes right at the heart of epistemology. Now,
Do you know what a triangle is, Blue?
Because you think the Earth is a globe, you can't answer a very simple question. That's what this topic has done to your mind.
Okay,
Anybody
yeah,
can build
okay. You guys drew me into this thing, but I'm saying my first
came in
initial
with a
question
squawk.
after my.
Yeah, Blue,
I
you
did.
came
I
with
did.
a squawk. You want to know
I
why
did.
it's important. Right there, you just demonstrated why this topic is important. A question is simple. If something isn't curved, what is it? You can't answer that question
No, the question is, if they're lying to us, what is the importance of that, and where do you go from there?
Demonstrated right now.
Let's say you knew.
That you
let's
don't
say you
have
knew.
the language
Let's.
anymore. You can't articulate
I do.
yourself.
I do. I
Okay,
guarantee
if
you I do.
something's not
I
curved, what
guarantee
is
you
it?
I do.
Okay,
Can you even say the word flat?
It's flat.
Can you
It's
say
flat. Fine. It's flat.
Yeah, but now you're
But
just
you're
doing
just
it to
leading the
play along.
conversation somewhere else, bro. My question is,
Yeah,
let's
but
say
Blue, you just want us
let's say we
to
knew
read people's thoughts.
sweet,
People lie.
sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah, Blue, you want to know why the lie. It's a very common question. Unless you can read people's minds,
It's the only
you're never
question
gonna
that
know.
matters to this. It doesn't
for
matter
you,
whether the Earth is
For
flat
you,
or the Earth
it
is
may
round.
be the only
What is
question
the
that
importance
matters,
of it?
but for us, it
Well,
doesn't
I
matter.
already told you. No, I already no. It does. It does still matter. But I already explained to you. It's control. They've controlled your mind. They've controlled what you think about everything.
No, they haven't, bro. If I'm asking the
Yes, they
question,
have.
there's no way they've controlled my mind. I already know where
Everything is that
it
you
goes
question
beyond that.
everything.
You think you're on a
if the Earth is
globe.
flat. That's why it
Because
matters.
you think you're on a globe in space. You think you're on a globe
I don't
in
see
space.
the importance of just
Bro, that's where you
arguing
think
within
you
the
are.
confines
You
of
think
what.
you
Yeah,
think you're in
it's.
space. You think
I
you're.
don't think.
They've defined reality for you. That is
What do you mean I think
control.
I'm in space?
You think
Bro,
you're in
I'm
space.
saying it doesn't matter. They want us to argue within the confines of this thing. Is the Earth flat? Is the Earth round?
No,
Once
they
we
don't want
go
you looking
past
into
that,
flat Earth at
what
all.
is it? All right.
They don't want you looking into
I'll
this
just
at
leave
all.
then. Sure.
Well, I didn't say I didn't want you looking into it. You
It's
should
fine.
look into
It's
it.
fine. It's fine. It's
Hey,
fine.
Blue, you never answered my triangle question.
Yeah, I laughed at it. I knew what I was saying. The triangle
Answer,
has fucking 3 symmetric
dude.
sides, bro.
In
I don't know
chat,
what you're talking about. You're
in
not
chat,
fucking
I
being genuine,
posted it
bro.
for you.
I am not reading anything. There's numerous people that have been sending me shit and fucking such. I don't have
So,
time to watch all these videos and all these
don't
fucking.
All right, Blue. All
so
right,
you don't
Blue.
have time.
And then argue with
Okay.
fucking 4 people at the same
It
time.
sounds like
That's crazy.
okay, yeah. It sounds like it's a bit too much for you at the moment, Blue. So just chill. Just put yourself on mute and listen, or leave. Do whatever you want to do. There's no obligation.
All right. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna leave. I didn't mean any harm.
All right. No, you didn't cause any harm. Don't worry. You're good. Have a
Got
good
his
day,
feelings
bro.
Appreciate
hurt,
it.
guys.
Also, we're on YouTube if you want to listen in.
As soon as the triangles came up, he decided he had to leave.
No, it's hard.
Who says the Earth
Triangles are
is
hard.
not round? Who says that?
NASA?
NASA said the Earth's not round.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
It's curved.
No, only on TV. You gone outside lately?
Yeah, I'm outside.
Where's the curve? Where's the spin?
Where's the curve? It's probably 100,000 kilometers from here.
Oh, right. So that's not what NASA are saying then. So you think NASA are lying too?
The Earth is so big, man. You don't even understand.
Oh, who
So
measured
big that
that?
boats go over the horizon.
Yes,
How big is
exactly.
it? How big is it?
How
Do you know?
big? It's probably the size of the world.
So you don't even know how big you think it is. So what are you arguing for?
How many kilometers is the Earth in circumference? I think it's around 1 million.
So you don't even know what you're trying to argue. So you don't even understand the globe religion.
No, I haven't
That's where
done
you need
any
to start.
research.
Okay, so what you need to do first, before you try and argue that the Earth is a ball, is you need to understand what their claim actually is about Earth being a ball. Otherwise, you don't even know what you're arguing. You're just saying
So
words.
where's the edge of the Earth if the Earth is flat?
I'm not claiming an edge of the Earth. You don't need to know where an edge is to know that the surface measures flat.
There has to be an end if it's flat.
Okay, well, if you find one, let me know.
I'm asking you because you're the flat earther, right?
You're
I
the
didn't
one
claim-
trying
I
to
didn't claim an
imagine.
edge.
Yeah,
Hold on,
nobody's
hold on,
claiming an edge.
Hold on. Yeah, I didn't claim an end or an edge. You did.
Look, the Earth is round. I'm on a hill right now.
Yeah, that's just topography, though. That's not curvature of a ball.
Are you eating part of the hill?
What are you doing on a hill? That
Yeah,
sounds
I'm also
dangerous for
round,
you. You should
okay?
come down.
Stop judging me.
So since
I
you
think being
think
on a
that
hill.
mass attracts mass and you're huge and round, do things fly towards you?
Yes.
Go ahead and prove that.
Well, let's
Why are you
let's
naming brown
give us
people?
your top 3. Hold on. Give us your top 3 proofs that the Earth is a big spinning, wobbling space ball.
Why? Oh, because every other planet's round.
That's one. What's your other 2?
That NASA said it's round.
Okay, NASA said so. What's number 3?
And what's his name? Neil Armstrong said it's round.
Well, that would just come under NASA, surely. So you kind of just use the same one twice. So you've got the lights in the sky are balls, and then you've got NASA said so, and then you've got NASA said so again.
I'll say another one if you won't count that. So The sun moves around the Earth. There you go.
The sun moves around the Earth. Okay, so you're a
Welcome to
geocentric.
flat
Globo.
Earth.
Yeah, that's our argument. Okay, so your argument for the globe is the lights in the sky are balls. NASA said so, and the sun moves around the Earth.
Sorry, that sounded retarded.
No, it sounded very good.
The
Very
moon that
intelligent.
moves around. I meant the moon.
The moon moves around us.
Yeah.
But the sun doesn't move.
Yeah, so the moon's moving, but the sun is just standing still.
Exactly.
Okay.
He's
so we've got lights in the sky. NASA said so. The moon moves. So how do any of them tell you that the Earth that you stand on is a spinning ball?
Because every other planet is the biggest one. That's really the main one, you know?
So a planet is like a little twinkling light that you see in the sky moving. Yeah.
No, we've been to Mars.
Oh, you've been to Mars?
No, human species. Or sorry, I mean
the
the robots.
Human species. The robots have been to Mars. How do you know that the robots have been to Mars?
NASA.
NASA. So who do you know at NASA?
Who do I know at NASA? Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. So he sent robots to Mars.
No, but he works for NASA, or he did. And he was the first man on the moon.
He went to the moon. Okay, how do you know that he went to the moon?
He said it, and NASA said it.
Oh, so if someone says something, that means it's true.
No. NASA said it.
So if NASA says something, that means it's true.
Yes.
So, but NASA's just made up of people. So those people, when they say something, that means it's true.
Well, they're doing experiments.
So what evidence did they give you that what they said was true?
Experiments, pictures.
They gave you experiments, pictures. Well, pictures, I mean, you can fake pictures, can't you?
Yeah.
Okay, you can fake videos as well, can't you?
No.
You can't fake videos. So how does sci-fi movies work?
No, like actual real footage you can't fake.
Right, but you can fake a video and pretend that it's showing something real when it's not.
But if it's a real shot video, you can't fake it. Who's DMing me?
So how did you verify that their video was real?
How did I verify it?
Yeah, so you watched the video. Oh, okay, so you didn't verify it. So
personally
you don't
did
know
not
that the videos
verify
are...
it.
Okay, so you don't know that the pictures and the videos are real. So what's the evidence then?
What about you? I want to know why you think the Earth is flat. Like, why am I getting questioned so hard?
Because you believe in Earth being a spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball, which no one experiences. So we need evidence for that.
Well, you think it's flat? You think it's flatter
well, in
than
reality,
a plate?
That's what you experience.
And you think it's flatter than a plate, and there's no edge to it.
Well, I didn't say that, but I mean, in your day-to-day experience, what you do experience is a flat horizon and a motionless surface, so a flat Earth. That's what you experience. But you believe it's something else based on the videos and cartoons.
What are you talking about? I've been in a plane. I've seen the curve.
No, you don't see it from a plane, according to the globe model.
I've seen it.
No, that would be not the globe model, because the globe model says you couldn't even see it from 120,000 feet. How high do planes fly again?
200.
No, more like 30, 40,000. So, not seen it from there. We've all been on planes, dude. You don't see curves. And you know, pilots, when they're flying planes, how do you think they're treating the Earth? Do you think they're assuming or anticipating curvature and spin of the ground? Because they're not. They treat the Earth as flat and motionless when they
I
fly.
think there's no fly zones because of, dangerous.
Well, I don't care about that. When they fly, they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. They don't dip the nose for curve.
What do you mean? Are you talking about for time? Like they'd take a shorter route?
No, like when they're flying over a ball, if you fly horizontal over a ball, you're not following the curve, are you?
No.
Right, well, that's what they do. They fly level, horizontal.
They fly level.
How does that work?
So
Yeah,
you're
how does
saying
that
they
work?
don't adjust for the curve?
No,
Yeah.
they don't.
Because of gravity.
So how does that work?
Gravity.
Could you define gravity?
Wouldn't cause the plane to automatically rotate.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, I think you're just saying a word that you don't
really?
really fully understand. I think you're just saying a word there.
Dude, I
You
know
If
what
it
mean?
does, then it's unfalsifiable. Then you cannot prove a globe.
What? There's the atmosphere.
Now
Yeah,
you're
it's
just
also
saying words
contained,
again.
by the way.
You're just saying words again. Come on, you need to slow down, think, and then speak.
Scrambling for an ad hoc rescuing device. Refraction. Gravity. Something else I don't understand that I heard about.
What do you mean? I know how it works. It keeps everything on
What
center.
works?
Nah, because
Gravity.
your gravity story would assume curvature, but you don't have any of that. The pilots treat it as flat. It measures flat. No one's ever measured curve. So your gravity story that assumes curve can be dismissed.
Yeah, people that
I
are.
can give you gravity, doesn't mean it's curved either.
So
I
you're
can give you
telling me
refraction.
space is fake?
Yes, correct. Well done. You deduced that yourself. That's very good.
That's pretty good.
So what about aliens?
Fake.
Well, space aliens.
They don't come from
space aliens,
planets in
by
outer
consequence, could not exist because space doesn't exist.
So all the studies over the past thousands of years are fake?
No, they've known flat for thousands of years. They've known it's flat. It's only in the last couple hundred, maybe, that they've started looking at the night sky and claiming that there's a vacuum beyond it which you can travel into. That's like not that old at all. It's like postmodern brain rot.
New Age mysticism.
Yeah, Copernicus was a New Ager.
So say it is
A lot of those
flat.
guys back then.
What's the benefit of it being flat? I don't understand.
It's not about a benefit or not. It's about the physical nature of it, and that's what it is. So that's what it is. So a globe is what it is not.
No, if it is flat, there's an end to it. No.
Well, tell us if you find one.
I'm not. What?
There
There is no end to
Where
it.
have you looked? Well, where have you
Canada.
looked?
Earth isn't a pizza. Earth is not a
So
space
you've only looked
pizza.
in Canada. So because you didn't
Oh,
find
so you're
an
saying
end
it's like a
of
bowl?
reality
Are you
in
saying
Canada.
it's like a bowl? I can picture you thinking that.
What are you
There
talking
is
about?
no space for Earth. Earth is the universe, bro.
Yeah. So
No,
space
if it was
doesn't
like
exist.
if it's like a bowl, I can see where you can say, oh, there's a no. If there's a
Stop
no
trying to
fly
imagine
zone.
that. Thicky, I know you're thick, but you are on the ground, okay? And the things that are above you, that are moving above you, they are moving above you. This is where you are.
Yeah, it's not.
So where
it's
is
not a
the
disc
end?
in space, right?
Where is the end? Is it Antarctica?
Who knows?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Nope.
That's where at least
Undetermined.
people live.
I don't know if there is an end.
Will you accept that it's undetermined at this point?
There's no end. So you're saying if I fly one direction nonstop, I won't end up in the same spot?
Oh my goodness, these people.
I know
Are you
there's a
serious?
limit to our reality, which is bounded by gas pressures constraints. I don't know where that is. And I don't know if Earth is flat beyond whatever.
Who was that?
Was that Zen Jeff PTSD?
Yeah. I think it was at like the whale PFP. It was like a little blue whale or some shit.
All right. Well, he's probably going to get permabanned.
There goes my inner ear.
Was that the guy we were just talking to?
No, it was.
No,
he did leave.
It was another guy.
We banned him.
No, Thicky Dicky left. Thicky. You were talking with Thicky. No.
He
different one.
probably, after that, I would leave too. Damn. These idiots ruining our conversation.
Permaban that other guy.
Yo, guys. There is that guy Hyoka with the Indian photo of profile. Yesterday he was in journalism channel. He got into the live stream and he repeated the same exact thing that he repeats every time: longitude and latitude. They are curved lines. So who told him that they are straight? Who is the flat earther that did the claim in front of him that longitude and latitude are straight? To let him just
Amish challenged one idea that the equator is a circle. That he wasn't stating it as a fact. He said he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
I asked for verifiable evidence.
So the guy went to run everywhere to say that latitude and longitude are not straight. Oh my God!
He misunderstood, or he's purposefully misrepresenting what Amish said.
Latitude to circles, not straight. Longitude to straight lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, latitude and longitude is from a spherical coordinate reference system, which is not the Earth. In fact, it's so much not the Earth that it comes from the sky, and it's not just the sky, but how one perceives or interprets the sky. So the interpretation itself that the sky is this ball could also be quite wrong, and there's ample evidence to suggest that's the case too. But they perceive it as a ball, and then it's used as a ball, and then it's used as a ball to plot control points on flat Earth. Flat Earth is reified into a ball based off of that. So the globe is like 3 steps removed from reality. I mean, the assumptions made in both astronomy, modern astronomy, and celestial navigation is the same. That the point sources of light we see in the sky, the stars, right? Planets too, that these are of immense size, such that the light that they cast to a globe Earth is parallel, and that the point source we see in the sky is actually a flat surface relative to the curving globe. So you take the flat Earth that you can actually measure and experience every day, and you move it into a place that you can't ever verify exists in order to believe in the globe. That's what's so fucked up. Am I wrong? Is my audio broken?
No, it's not broken, mate.
Testing?
Nope.
All right.
You're good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, right? I mean, they claim to be flat, I don't know what to call it, flat star people, flat space people, because they require an effectively flat surface of light to form the view that they see of stars in the sky. to conform with their concept of a globe. They believe each of those stars is effectively flat and large and effectively infinite a distance away. That is the Glober Space Magic Presumption Pack. Globers don't like to talk about this part, but they have to believe it, and they know they have to believe it for the globe to exist in their minds. And we don't see that. Nobody sees an effectively flat surface of a star casting parallel light to Earth.
When is
We take elevation angles because the light rays are not parallel.
Yeah.
There's a lunar eclipse coming up, is there not? And how do you predict the exact time and location?
Using a solar cycle.
Yeah. NASA explains the Saros cycle quite well. And the NASA guy, Fred Espenak, has done multiple volumes on the Chaldean Saros cycle and how NASA incorporates it into their models to predict eclipses. And they're a flat Earth civilization that developed it. Everything in astronomy is observer dependent.
Well, they predict eclipses, but do they get them right?
We get them more right now because we got better timing devices like clocks to the millisecond.
Yeah.
They're post-dictions anyway.
Well, how many do you get right versus how many you get wrong?
Look, the Saros cycle predicts eclipses and has done for the last 2,000 years, 3,000 years. And it will continue to do
so. Right, and how many wrong?
It's like I was
you're out of here.
You prick, but you wanted to talk through me. I can't be bothered to you. I'm just going to kick you out. Fuck off.
I already beat him to it. Drunk geeks is the worst geeks.
Fucking idiot.
How's he even in here? That's what I want to know. Like, he tried to get our channel taken down and tries to ruin our platforms everywhere we go on the internet. Why do we tolerate this shit?
Honestly, I was wondering the same thing, dude.
I'll tell the boss to permaban him.
Well, you're not doing anything illegal. You've got freedom of speech.
No, he's a prick. We don't suffer prick.
We don't have to be in agreement.
No, he's a prick.
He comes from a group of people that try to dox us and call our employers to get us fired for being flat earthers. That's the kind of shit that he's up
That's
to.
literally criminal. Like, you go 4 years in jail for that.
I'm not saying he did that himself.
Oh, just so you know, it's a federal crime in a lot of countries. In Australia, it's a federal crime. Well, it's leaning towards a crime where you can be criminally prosecuted for doxing. Swatting will get you 4 years in prison if you're an American. Pretty serious. Doesn't matter whether you're a flat earther or a round earther. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just a crime. You can't do that to people.
Unfortunately, there's people out there who don't give a shit about that kind of thing, so they do whatever they want and they will.
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
It is what it is, man. It just sucks. And it's not a matter of him doing that, it's a matter of the company he keeps.
What, so he calls your employers?
No, nobody said he does. It's the company he keeps. But I digress.
Right. He surrounds himself with people. They set up troll farms, and they engage in legal trolling behavior. But some of the people that he's been associated with have also gone a step further to do the things I talked about before, to break the fourth wall essentially, and to try and interfere in our personal lives, and that is not acceptable.
Oh, if that's true, that's not very cool at all. Doesn't matter who you are, really. But, I mean, I think it's.
I know, and this man has been doing it for fucking years.
What's his name?
This guy who goes by Geeks has been trolling us for fucking years, and we just banned him.
P-E-A-K or something? Peaks?
Geeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, like nerd, geek. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Arlo, I saw you asking in the chat if satellites are real.
Yeah. I was just interested to know your views.
So see if you Google satellites in space and then go to images, they're all cartoons. That should get you started.
Don't you claim to have had some experience in the satellite industry, Arlo?
No, I do not claim to have experience in the satellite industry. I've got a grade 12 level of education. And when it comes to physics, science, biology, I didn't go further than that. I don't pretend to be some kind of mathematician. I work in advertising and communications.
Well, good for you, because pretending to know these things when you don't.
No, I'm not pretending anything. I'm just like reading.
No, I know.
I'm reading, looking at video. I'm doing what other normal people do.
So communications, did that involve anything satellite-ish?
I'm asking, so the questions about the satellite is just trying to understand what your position is, because I'm new, so I'm just trying to understand what your position is on satellite.
Let me give you a brief one. So they're definitely not floating metal boxes floating around a ball Earth in a vacuum. That doesn't mean that there aren't high altitude technologies that are being used to enable communications in more remote parts of the world and elsewhere. There are things called satelloons, which essentially are those metal boxes that they show us floating around in space. But instead of floating around in space, they're attached to giant helium balloons, and they can stay up in the air for years. Right? Do you remember there was a news story like a few years ago, not too long ago, about the Chinese spy satellite and it was on a balloon?
No, I don't recall that. I mean, the only reason I was asking is because I was looking at recent news of Australian university students launching, just getting grants, successful in getting grants.
Yeah, no, well, they're not sending anything up into a space.
They're your DIY from home, do-it-yourself cubes, sat cubes.
Yeah, well, they're not. They wouldn't be launching them, would they? They would be giving them to another organization who's going to say, "Yes, we launched them, and we're just going to send you the data."
Well, they program the data. You can customize and program that data, like that data.
Well, the raw data that you're claiming to receiving is going to be coming from a third party, not from the students themselves.
So the people that are in control of the satellite boxes also need to have the original code, so they know what the hell's going on.
That's true, right? But it's obviously working in with the university professors. There's like 3 universities down here that are working on it.
That doesn't matter. That's imaginary crap. Nobody cares about that. Where the signals come from.
And you know what's also interesting? The signals cannot be encrypted. They break all kinds of domestic and international sanctions and laws and regulations on telecommunications if they were to encrypt those signals and do it without the proper clearance and authorities, which means it's not like you can set up a signal that has some kind of public key infrastructure, some kind of password hash trading combination in order to determine that the signal that is being received is really that signal. It all has to be open source, which is really interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Well, I mean, I don't dispute that there would be complexities in terms of like what should be, things that are concerning about security when it comes to satellites. Of course, there are considerations.
Yeah, and if it's not open source, then you have to provide all the private keys to the authorities. So these kids build these little CubeSats, right? And then they turn them over to a third party who then takes them and sits on them for like weeks or months.
It's not cheap. I mean, you have to apply
then the
for a
satellite
grant.
launch happens.
You'll get $300,000. It's a grant that anyone can apply for. But you need a good reason. You need ability. You might have environmental things that you want
to
monitor or whatever. Like whatever
the point is they lose the point of they lose the chain of custody is the point. for an indeterminate amount of time, and it's going to be different each time.
See, I noticed you were mentioning this earlier in the chat, and you were challenging flat earthers to take part in this, like to get.
Yeah, I was saying like, why
Yeah.
it hasn't been done? Like,
As
I was
as- yeah,
I was
but-
on Google.
I know.
Just let me finish. I was on Google, like just
I hadn't
searching to
finished.
see if there are any flat earthers or organizations that have done this, and I'm just I'm trying to find it.
Right, but you were
Why do you-
presenting it as if it's it would you'd know then flat earthers, like, and when that's not our argument isn't of unsurety or uncertainty or doubt. We know the earth is flat. We don't
Hang on.
need to do anything else with satellites or anything like that to.
Why do you want
Right.
to convince people?
Why wouldn't
do you
you?
want to convince people to be flat Earth? Why do you want to convince people?
I'm not doing
I don't
that.
want to convince
What?
anyone. I want to give you information.
So
Like,
if
you
somebody
convinced-
said, hypothetically, if they said, look, hey, I want you to be involved in this project, I'm going to give you access to all the data, blah, 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 you'd say no, or you're not interested because you're absolute.
I would.
Therefore, you
I'll tell you what
wouldn't
I'd like to
want to
have.
participate in good faith.
What I'd like out of a satellite project is something extremely specific. That is control over the attitude adjustment mechanism, whether that's some kind of flywheel or some exotic technology. Because I want to measure the satellite's rotation.
And
as
you're
it
entitled
orbits
to
the
do
Earth.
that. And you're entitled to do that. So
No,
why-
I'm not. No, I'm not.
wouldn't you?
No, I'm not. Because for the aforementioned reasons that I lose complete chain of custody of everything when I turn it over. I might not even be involved in those components. And what I would need is I'd need a way to convey the telemetry data from the gimbal in an encrypted manner, such that I know that it could have only come from what I built.
I'm just like surprised that, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there has been projects been produced. I've spent a total of 1 hour or less trying to find if there is a governing body for flat earthers, if there is any organization, and if or is it just a group of influencers, and why wouldn't they come together and try to build something or get funding to do tests?
Yeah, maybe because
Why
there are
not?
dozens of us and we're going against established consensus. And it's kind of tough. Maybe that's the reason.
Maybe it's coming, Arlo. Maybe it's building up to that.
I'm sure you'd get funding immediately, even if it was.
Yeah,
let's
to
say
stick some-
the
stick
big bad
something on a
NASA.
balloon.
Let's
stick
say
something on a
NASA.
balloon.
Even if it was for them to try and prove you wrong, why wouldn't you take that challenge and go, all right, fuck you, I'll take your money.
Like I said to you, if they want to do that, they can go right ahead. People already come in and say, but satellites. Where's the data? Like Amish said, where's the
Have you met with
data?
or made the effort to meet with university students? or the
Why?
faculties?
Why?
Out of good faith and curiosity.
Curiosity? I'm not curious about it. There is no metal boxes orbiting a spherical Earth.
In a vacuum.
In a vacuum.
So you wouldn't be willing. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying I'm trying to ascertain. You would not be willing
Yes,
to.
I'm willing to send a metal box up onto a balloon for you. To send them my way, I will do it as long as they pay me.
So, like, geology.
That's a good answer. I appreciate that. I'm just saying, you should have at least enough good faith. Even it's just a hypothetical. I know you're not going to do it.
Yes, because
And
I will
it's
be
very
able to
difficult
write.
for
I will be able to write
any of you
something
to
that
get a-
only I will know comes down in the code back to me to know if it's my original code.
No, you would have to have.
Independent space exploration or satellite launching technology where the governments and authorities play no part in it whatsoever.
Well, I guess it's a highly legislated industry, isn't it?
Let us do it ourselves then.
tell them to put their fucking
I
guns
would love
down.
to see that. I would love to see.
Yeah, it's not going to
I'd love
happen,
to
bro.
see you do it.
Not going to happen.
So the geologists who study seismic waves to determine the composition of Earth, what would you say to them as well? Because I'm sure they're very convinced of what they're doing.
Well, can I just comment on that really quickly, right? I can post you a video of a geophysicist who's a flat earther in the side chat, right? He's a PhD. He's very well decorated with his credentials. So yeah, I can post his video in the side chat if you want to have a look at it. I'll just grab the video and pop it in the side chat.
So you can be a physician and you also believe in flat earth.
Yeah. Shock horror.
I don't believe.
Anyone? It's people using seismic waves to determine the composition and all layers of Earth. What is that? What's going on there?
Yeah, they collect some data, and then they make some kind of mathematical model. And when it fails, when they found another data, they jump to another model. That's it. Jumping from model to model. That's not from me. That's from that guy. DJ did already talk. A PhD. Geophysicist. So yeah.
They just detect some vibrations using their detectors, and when they get some signals, they found the vibration. They just assume from where it came, what side it came from, or direction, and from what it bounced. So those are just a bunch of assumptions.
Assumptions, but they're upheld assumptions. I'm sure at points they've realized that they're wrong and they've went back on that, but it seems like they constantly test this stuff and then they're reassured by these tests that this is in fact probably true. I mean, even with theories, they're theories,
Like I
right?
told you,
Because we can't.
Every time they pick a vibration, they make the same assumptions. They have that list of assumptions they made already. Like when you pick, every time you pick a vibration in your phone, you assume that it came from a nuclear core inside the phone. Who will tell you that it's wrong? No one.
What's the geometry they use?
There is no geometry there. But the vibration won't show you the geometry of the thing.
So you're claiming that these people are, in a sense, being lied to? Or they have to they're using lies to build their information?
They regurgitate what they learned during their entire life.
So I guess in a sense that they've learned the wrong thing then, and you guys have learned the correct thing about this? Are they wrong? That's really my question.
Are they right? That's the question.
Is it all just bullshit?
Are they correct? Can you validate that? Or you're just asking the other question? Are they wrong? Are they correct? Are you sure?
Well, it just seems like there's such a large consensus. I don't know how many geologists there are, people that are studying these waves.
There is a large consensus about people jump into a whale. You will do that.
Right. I mean, if we're going to operate like this, then what's your evidence that things like vegetables are good for you, or that Barack Obama's a real person? I mean, we could go on and on. I'm sure no one in here has met Barack Obama, but just like we haven't seen the inside of Earth.
Let me say this. There's a big difference what they teach us at school and what people are doing in the field. Okay? So this is not from me. It's from that guy too. Look, this is what you learn at school, they say, under Earth, there's this lava, convection, lava. And he's saying, this is not the reality. In reality, we know it's hard. Okay? It's hard. It's not like this. And you look at left, there's like a model. It's a convection inside the water. And he's saying, this is not that. So there's a big difference. What you learn at school and what those guys are doing in the field.
What is your understanding of it, Nate? Like, what seismologists do and don't do, and what that and how it works, and what geometry they use. And...
That's the interesting thing. I have a very basic level of understanding, just like I'm sure everyone else here does of it. Like, we're not experts in this field.
You've heard Earth is globe. You've heard there's seismologists, and put the two and two together, right?
It's not just, it's understanding how these waves change with the density that they're traveling through. I mean, there's a basic understanding that I'm sure most people
Which couldn't possibly work on a flat Earth, right? Like, that's silly, isn't it?
I think there's more going on with how the waves go from one place to the other, and reading the data from, like, California versus Japan. And I'm not the one to explain all this, right? Neither is anyone else.
Well,
yeah.
No, but we did, like, I mean, have a look at the geophysicist. I mean, that's his field, right? And just have a look at what he has to say about it, right? There's a professional in the field. You can hear his opinion from the flat Earth side.
I'm sure there's going to be a contrarian in every field. I mean, there's probably going to be a
yeah, I know, but you wanted to appeal to getting the information from someone that's a specialist, right? So there you go.
You're right, but when we don't have expertise in something, I'd rather just accept the majority opinion when there's a lot of science that goes into it. It's not just building off of assumptions. A lot of science. I mean, if you're just going to say that, then sure, you can write it off. Just like there's a lot of
If
science.
you're just going to say that, then we can write it off.
All right, well, you guys say that the Earth is flat, and you've never been to the edge either, right? So I think there's a big issue with that.
Alright,
just
so-
like there's a big issue with
What is with this assumption with an edge? Why do you get off on that? If it's flat, it has to have an edge. If it's flat, it has to.
Okay.
Why?
What edge?
Where do you
Fuck
come
off,
from?
asshole.
You guys say it's flat, right? What's your
fuck
evidence
off,
of it being
asshole.
flat? if you've never actually seen
We
it being
don't claim
flat?
an edge, asshole.
All right, you guys say it's flat. Let's start with that.
Yeah.
Have you visually seen it being flat? Is there
Whatever,
visual
dude.
confirmation?
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it.
Yes, we did, and you
Okay,
did
so
also.
it being flat, that's all you've ever seen. That's all I've ever seen, right? That's the base reality that we all experience. We don't claim that the Earth is a shape. Flat isn't a shape, right? So please don't strawman us again with that, right? But have you ever seen any curve? That's what you should be asking yourself, because your objective reality tells you that you're on a stationary, flat topographical plane. Right, and what we have are countless amounts of long-distance observations that are impossible on a globe. And you guys don't have anything to counter that, except for chanting a word that you heard someone else chant that you guys don't even really know anything about.
Look, Nate, I did post this. Are you seeing 8 inches per mile square? Or even the horizon curving? No?
Why should I trust that picture when you guys don't trust anything from NASA?
I can
Same
post
idea.
more. I can post more. But I don't need to talk about some edge, okay? That's your problem. If you want to find it, you find it.
Nate.
But you have to explain, why they construct vertical and horizontal. Because I don't see these buildings tilting, from at left, at the right. So yeah, I don't care about talking some edge. It's talking about some edge, a lake. You see water in a lake. Yeah, there's a shoreline. So yeah, what's your point talking about an edge?
Would you guys not say that there's doctored images from NASA as well? I could post images of Earth from NASA, and you guys would say that's fake. Why should I accept this image?
Nate, the problem you're missing, how many times have you heard us arguing about space not being real? Space being a violation of natural law. That's why we keep harping on about your bullshit photos. Not because of, it's NASA, therefore I don't like them. Wrong. It's because allegedly they're taken from a place that's impossible.
I think it's impossible.
Look, that's the main point. Well, Nate, the main point is that you guys can't actually validate them. It's just faith-based evidence, right? And a lot of globe earthers have a misunderstanding, right? And a lot of the time when we're saying they're CGI, right, we're just educating the globe side that NASA actually admits that these particular images are CGI. So we're just kind of like trying to help you guys out with your arguments in that case.
There are many things that NASA claims is not CGI. I know, like, they probably edit the images of the Earth and whatever to make it look pretty, but
I'm gonna
there
post
are
one.
videos as well.
One from NASA. Look, is this real or not? That's from NASA. Yes
He's
or no?
gone skis.
Oh, you left.
Down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit weird. Oh, maybe not so weird. I got it on it.
Don't ban him when he's in the middle of a conversation with someone, dude. Like, I don't get that. You can't just ban them all.
Maybe it'll force us to move on like we should.
Well, if there's another one in the chat, go in, fair enough. But if there's not, don't just ban the only Glober that's speaking. If you do that, it's your responsibility to get another one talking. That's going to be the new rule.
Okay.
Quick, someone shake the shit out of Arlo. Arlo, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate. I'm preparing for cyclone.
Yeah, you're gathering your evidence together.
What?
No,
What are you preparing
just,
for me?
Like, just getting my fucking medicine and.
Oh, the actual cyclone. I thought you were talking about cyclone in the chat here.
Right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, my mom's in the line of that cyclone. I hope you're all safe and stuff, man.
I'll be going through the eye. The eye will come straight over me.
That's crazy. It's hitting what in a few hours?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, my mom had to leave her house. She's gone to my sister's house, but yeah, her house is probably going to be underwater.
I was in a Cat 5 on Daydream Island as well, so I've been through like the worst before. This will be easy.
Yeah.
I don't think this one's going to be bad. So.
Oh, that's good. I hope it's not.
Well, I just walked outside. It's just sort of windy, but not that bad.
Yeah, they said it slowed like right down though, and then I think they were saying that it's actually a bad thing that it's slowed down so much.
Yeah, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. But like to be honest, at the center of it, I don't know if you can hear the wind now.
No.
Yeah, I'll turn the camera on now. Oh shit, hang on. It's not going to help you if I turn my camera on anyway. But
It mightn't later.
Too many people in the room anyway.
It's yeah, obviously if you swing a tennis ball with a piece of string, it's going to get it goes faster at the most outer edges. I'm in the eye, which means that I'll get wind, but like it'll be calmer for me. So, and then even if I do cop the wind as it goes over me, it's not going to be going as fast as the outer swirls. So the outer swirl will be going up to 200 kilometers an hour if it's really bad. But I reckon, to be honest, it's going to be more like 100, 120 at its worst. But I've actually been in 280 kilometers per hour winds, where I've seen yachts and marinas get destroyed. I've seen I don't know if you know what a Moreton Bay Fig is.
No.
It's a really, really big tree with a massive root system. I've seen them.
Oh yeah.
I've seen them be ripped up out of the ground and thrown into a swimming pool. I've also seen fire doors that are about 90 kilograms heavy, right? Big, fire exits have to be a legal weight. They're very heavy. They can be very, very heavy wood. So I've seen them come off like corks off a champagne bottle out of a restaurant that I was bunkering into on Daydream Island when there was a Cat 5 cyclone going on the top, and it just fucking destroyed the place, dude. And I was there, so.
Yeah.
I was there.
Stay safe, man. I hope it's not too bad.
No, it'll be fine. Yeah, it's not that bad, man. But I still have to like be careful, so I have to just make sure I don't cop any damage. So, but I'll be fine.
Get ready to go.
So you can slide now. We have the perk that makes it so you can slide. You slide really fast, so you definitely want to be sliding for sure. Wait, did we make it foggy, or does this make it foggy too? Oh, they made it foggy.
So you can combine those?
Good.
Hello, looks like we're having quiet time. He thinks they live on a spinning up like Paroid. Anybody? Really don't have any spinning up like Paroid dwellers in here.
What's up, Dave? Just doing a bit of reading.
Oh, hope you're reading something good, man. You're reading about satellites and how they go around the orbits around the ball planet, all that.
No, I felt challenged to learn a bit more about seismology.
There you go. It's actually probably an interesting field to dip into. At least there is some reality associated with it. If the Earth is real, you can't dig down into it so far, right?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Just reading about fault planes. I just, yeah, I think that's stupid. They shouldn't call it, planes, like where we live on a ball, right? It should be called fault curves.
Yeah, they have all kinds of terms in that, like tectonic plates, like how many plates will fit on a ball. Yeah.
Right. Shouldn't they be balls?
They must be curvy plates. You know, that's what they mean, curvy plates.
Yeah.
Hope all is well in the land down under. As your antipodal from me, T1. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, it's getting a bit windy here. We are in a zone that was issued warnings, but it doesn't seem to be so bad at the moment. But there's some pretty strong winds happening outside.
Damn. Globe kind of spins out of control sometimes and makes winds happen, man. It sucks, don't it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, has to be.
Damn, spinning globe. Pesky spinning globe, right? And we can't feel.
Right. Yeah, the wind can feel it, yeah. It affects the wind somehow, but not us, right?
I've never actually been in a hurricane, thank God, but I have been in 80-mile-an-hour winds, and you can definitely feel those for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure if you got like caught up in like a tornado or a hurricane, you'd sure know you were spinning then.
Yeah. There wouldn't even be any doubt about spinning. We don't have any current new people. Anybody thinks they live on a ball, anything. They just don't want to talk right now or what?
Not sure. We got Diego L76.
Who's the Aussie in here?
I'm
Which
Aussie.
one?
Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, is it T-Dub that's an Aussie?
Yeah, Matrix, which is big hammer band hammer at
Is
the
it,
moment.
is it T-Dub?
Yeah, T-Dub, yeah.
Right, I'm just
we
getting some.
we got Daz is not in at the moment. Oh yeah, Daz 68's here, yeah. DJ's not in at the moment. AJ is not in at the moment.
Yes, he is. Up top.
What, AJ's here? No way. Oh shit. There
Yeah,
you
AJ's
go.
in. I'm in. Dazza's in. Batman's in. You're in. DJ.
Well, we got several antipodal people. That's cool.
Not only are they antipodal, but they're also in the future too.
Right, yeah, like 11 hours.
Hey,
ahead or
T-Dub, I've shot you something. You can respond to it.
Yeah, so that since it already happened, like how did the Nathan Oakley show go today? What was your takeaway? What did you like about it?
That's for the people that live in the future, by the way.
He's normally on at 2:00, isn't he?
Did you get
Or
that?
it'll be half from now.
Yeah, just ignore him. He's
Yeah, there's no need to talk about it here, but I just shot it to you, mate.
No worries, man. Cheers. Thank
I mean, if what you're saying is whatever, then that's not cool. So there you
you. Right, yeah. Like, he's like, whoa, like, you want to join the club?
Yeah, I mean, like, fuck.
They dude off Sesame Street. Hey, psst, we want to buy a letter 8 or letter A or whatever. Letter A. Shh.
All right, peace out.
All right, Arlo. Cheers, mate. Well, I'd tell you how the Oakley show went, but I fell asleep.
That'd be something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I mean, like one way too, you could just like do like a real sort of vague blanket description. Yeah, Nathan asked some questions. Some Globe people were not responsive. They refused to engage in the conversation. A couple trolls came in.
The mods muted or banned a couple people.
Yeah, mods had to toss a few people out.
And you'll blow people's mind when they come in and listen, and it all comes true.
Like, holy shit, how do you know exactly what globalists are going to do before they do it? Yeah, nothing new under the sun. The same freak out today, the same freak out tomorrow, and any day after that. They heard Flat Earth, and they triggered. It triggered them, and now they're in an endless, perpetual spiraling triggering. No change. Nothing new under the sun. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter that their lunar rover crashed. It doesn't matter that Musk's rocket blew up for the second time. None of that matters. The only thing they care about is that they can't handle any level of disagreement. And they'll stay that way until they can use their own model to explain disagreement.
You know, create that phrase you just used, nothing new under the sun. That means whenever people started generally saying that, everybody pretty much accepted that everything was under the sun, basically. I mean, I'm just speculating, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's the best part. They say you can't you can't make a flat Earth model. The fuck I can't. The sky is above you, the ground is below, the sun is above you, and under the sun there's nothing new. If you want to debunk that model, offer something new. Like here's a challenge, an open book challenge. Somebody come in here, some anti-flat Earth globalist, and actually engage with the topic with Nathan. No screaming, where are the guns? No screaming about, like accusing him of crimes. Just see, can you engage with the topic? You're being observed right now. If you can, that would be something new under the sun in a challenge to the flat Earth model that I'm presenting anyway. But watch, they won't be able to. Even they know how to challenge it, and they still won't be able to because they're in a triggering. They're in an emotional reaction that's outside the scope of logic and reason. That's why a logic and reason statement has no effect. They're in an emo state.
I was just mentioning in their model, there would be lots of things over the sun, but they still use that phrase. That's what.
Well, how do you have under the sun on a globe? Under the sun is like, if you look at their solar system oriented, the way they do it, Earth isn't even there. What's under the sun? Their solar system.
They don't know where anything is, T-Dub. It's all relative. I mean, it depends on what reference frame you're looking at, right?
Yeah, right. Yep, right. You could look at it sideways, I guess. But then... it's just ridiculous.
Manufactotum, are you a flat earther now?
It doesn't need to be a flat earther. Like, have you dropped all these cyberbullying crap? Like, are you done being this troll team 6 or whatever he was doing?
Oh, right, yeah.
I mean, if last I heard, like he took it off for this server after I had to explain to him, when you do that, when you add a moniker onto your name, you are invoking some traumatic experiences that people had faced. So why would you do that? I'm telling you right now that people were harassed in real life.
We're really going to do this again?
Yeah, so did you drop it, or are you still part of that group?
insofar as I was ever part of a group.
Nothing new under the sun.
Still says GF6.
As predicted, yeah. As predicted.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell people, like, hey, have like symbolism, like some symbols aren't really allowed anymore. They're considered, I'm not even gonna go over them, but everyone knows what these symbols look like that invoke fear and reaction of the people. And that's what a lot of the people who use them, they weaponize these symbols to attack the other. And you tell them, hey, dude, don't do that. And all it does is embolden them. Because that's what they want. They want a world where you would be afraid to express that you think the earth is flat.
Who are you talking about?
You know who I'm talking about.
I really don't.
Take a guess. Just take a wild guess.
I mean, from what you were saying, it sounded like Nazis or something. You're talking about the swastika? Like, what symbol are you talking
about? Troll Team 6 referencing some extreme cyberbullying events that happened in early 2018, where they tried to find out who and where flat earthers were and how many kids were in the house, and then file lots and lots of false reports for Child Protective Services.
Mm-hmm. That sounds
And other people too. It wasn't just them. They found out where you worked. They would say all kinds of crazy shit. Their goal
wasn't just them.
Their goal was to cause fear, as much fear as possible, that you don't know what's going to happen next. That they thought it was justified because if you say something online, you should be held to account in real life. But they're hypocrites because they stayed anonymous the whole time. So they weren't going to hold themselves to their own standard. Then you fast forward a couple years and you get these repeating events where people keep adopting the same kind of moniker. GF6. Nothing new under the sun. History just repeats itself over and over and over.
Did you say Troll Team 6 or GF6?
Yeah, the whole thing. It's like a tip of the hat, a tip and a nod.
No.
It's not. It's the same thing.
Different thing.
No, same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, it's the
You're
same
saying
thing.
it's the same thing.
Yeah,
it's not
the same
thing.
thing.
It's not the same people, is it? Is it the same people?
No, same behavior, same patterns.
So it's not the same people. It's not the same name. It's not the same behavior because they're different people.
Exactly the same.
GF6 didn't do that, did they? Did GF6 do that? Or did Troll Team 6 do that?
Yeah, that's the idea, that you want to tip the hat to say, hey, you should be afraid.
No. That's exactly what I'm pushing back against. There was no tip of the hat except what you're perceiving. There was no tip of the hat.
We had people tell us, hey, are the trolls back? Are the trolls back? Are they flooding the channel? And we're like, well, yes and no. They're using the same moniker, but they're telling you that it's mostly harmless.
We just established there was Troll Team 6 and GF6, not the same moniker.
Which are the same thing.
It's not the same thing. You're saying it's the same. It's not the same people. It's not the same name.
On the server that you guys made up for your troll base about, hey, go in there, derail the conversation, take it off topic. Dude, you're exposed, man.
Who said that? What, Peter said that?
Not just Peter.
Not just, who else?
All the people with the GF6, they were all in on it. And they're all in on it because they added that tag to their name.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying. But the evidence shows otherwise. I never said that. I never did that.
Then why would you add your name? Why would you add that to your name, your username? Why would you add that to your username?
Because we were called by Bev. I don't know if you know the whole story.
Bev's been banned on this channel for a very long time. So you know that Bev...
Do you want to hear the answer or not?
No, your answer is dumb as shit. So Bev calls you something, so you just adapt it, proving his point.
No. A select few of us who consider themselves trolls thought it'd be funny to just run with it. once that whole thing came out, the troll team became problematic as a name, I suppose, for the reasons you're saying. I didn't really care. I wasn't really following the gossip or anything. Became GF6, specifically, I suspect, to distinguish ourselves from whatever you're talking about. And now you seem to not want to let go of that original thing that we were called by other people. We didn't tip the hat to anyone. You understand that? It's been explained to you before. I have trouble believing that you're genuinely confused about this.
Yeah, so how about this? If you want to test it out, throw some kind of moniker out.
I don't want to test it out.
And see what happens.
I don't need to test anything. I'm telling you what the situation is. If you have doubts, you can
test the situation is too. If you tip your hat to these extreme cyberbullying events,
which we didn't do,
you will be removed until you change.
I've been very clear about how much I think that's a despicable way to go about things. Have I not?
Manufactotum, will you apologize for your cyberbullying here on the record?
I didn't cyberbully.
You are targeting us.
I have never cyberbullied.
As a minority, as an oppressed minority, you are targeting us. Will you apologize on the record right now?
Show me where I did that. Find me clips, show me receipts.
This is real low behavior. You were part of a troll team.
No. It was called a troll team.
Yes.
It wasn't an actual troll team.
It said
it wasn't
troll
actually
in
a
the
team
name.
at all, for that matter.
It was a team of trolls. It said troll team.
Yeah, I know what it was called.
That's a concerted effort to dehumanize and impinge our rights.
Nope.
Will you apologize for your behavior?
I don't have any behavior.
How about that? Will you at least own the impact that you caused?
I didn't cause any impact except for what you're deriving from it.
No, man.
I was very clear.
We have many
I
traumatized
denounced
members.
that kind of behavior wherever it comes from. Was I not? Yes or no?
How do you know what impact you have or haven't had on everyone's mental state, Manufactotum?
Well, I can only apologize for the things that I
great distress.
other people interpret from my actions.
But you were a part of it. This is like the RICO rule.
Point.
So are you going to apologize or not?
I don't have anything to apologize for.
Wow. This is low even for you, Manufactotum.
You're accusing me of cyberbullying, which I never did.
Cyberbullying.
Whatever impact a tag might have had that apparently triggered criticism. That's on him.
A very, how would they say, problematic tag, a threatening tag. It makes people feel vulnerable.
I suppose you could say that, sure.
Okay, so
But
would you like to apologize for that behavior now? Did you?
No, I was asked to take it off, and I did. I didn't behave
Did you
in a way that
apologize?
requires an apology.
But did you apologize, Manufactotum? Because that would be what you would do if you had some quality of character. You'd say, okay, I did something that I didn't realize the impact of my actions, and I apologize like an adult.
Yeah, but the actions that I partook weren't what caused that whatever reaction.
Yeah, you were part of the group activity that caused harm. You took part in that voluntarily. You weren't coerced.
No.
You weren't threatened.
No.
They didn't say you must join our troll team.
He's talking about the behaviors of whatever group he's talking about in 2018 or whatever the fuck. I wasn't even on here. Nothing to do with the group, nothing to do with the people. It's a different moniker altogether.
Well, I just thought you might want to own your actions. You've been away for a while. You've come back.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't think that. Not for a second did you actually think that. I don't know what kind of game this is.
Apologize for your behavior. But apparently not. I guess you don't apologize for your behavior.
No, I did no behavior that requires apologizing for.
You joining a troll team doesn't require an apology. Now I've heard it all, Manufactotum.
We're going to call it.
There's no reasoning with you. You trolls. So are you still trolling, or are you not trolling now?
I was never trolling in the first place.
So why were you part of a troll team?
I wasn't.
I thought you were part of Troll Team 6 or whatever they were calling themselves.
No, that was Troll Team 6 2018, apparently.
But you did
Different
join the
people.
Troll Team. Different people.
No, not the Troll Team. You're talking about the Troll Team. You're referring to a group in 2018. That's not a group I joined. I didn't join
No,
a
it was the
group
Troll
to begin
Team in
with.
here with like Britnat and all that.
Yeah, that wasn't a Troll Team.
That's what they called themselves.
That's not what you're referring to when you're talking about that behavior
Yeah,
that
that's
Chris
not
talking about.
the Troll Team that started up in here, where you guys got together and said you were going to troll.
No, didn't say that.
That's what.
If you're talking about Peter,
you're saying here.
Peter and I have been I've disagreed with Peter very publicly on how he goes about things, if that's what you're talking about.
No, I just thought you would want to apologize for trolling people. But that's okay,
No,
clearly
you
you
didn't
don't.
think that. You didn't think
You're
for a
not
second
sorry
that that's
about
what
it.
I wanted to do.
He doesn't even care of the impact he caused.
He doesn't. He's.
I don't believe I
quite
actually
heartless.
caused that impact.
Quite heartless of you, Manufact Totem. He doesn't even understand the impact that can be caused from that kind of behavior. That's kind of sociopathic, Manufact Totem, that you can't empathize.
I mean, I could if it were true, but I just don't believe you.
See?
I don't know what kind of
It's not
game
about my
this is
belief.
exactly, but I don't think you're being sincere.
It's not about my belief.
Yeah, you still get people coming in here asking, like, hey, do you have kids? Like, they want to know. They say, let's get those
Have I
kids
done
out
that?
of the household. That still happens today.
Have I done that? Have I done that?
Yeah,
You typically have
some of
to,
them
right?
say.
Have I
Some of
ever
them
asked
say.
about anyone
Some of them say.
ever?
Manufact Totem told me that you guys have kids. Is that true? Some of them say that.
No, they don't.
Well, I don't. That's your
No, I
belief.
know you're lying.
That's your belief, apparently.
That's not a belief. I know for a fact I've never said that to anyone. So you're lying, or they're lying. Either way.
I'm just trolling you, Manufact Totem.
Yeah, I know shit.
You should apologize, though, just for all of the behavior over the last year and a half or whatever it's been.
Find me behavior that requires apologizing for.
I would
That
say
I
it's
did.
ungratefulness. I would say it's ungratefulness because we taught you that the Earth wasn't a ball, which is quite a service, and then in repayment,
You didn't.
you just you joined a troll team and you just started trolling everyone.
No, you told me you don't think it's a ball. You haven't
We taught you what science was. You didn't know what science was
You
before
didn't.
you came here. Yeah, we did.
No, you guys still don't understand what science
Because when you first came here, you were like, "Hey, look, it's science. There's photos of Mars."
is. There are
When you
photos
first came here, it was like
photos of Earth, in fact.
Oh my
it was like
gosh.
a baby.
And then you said gravity, and I just made gravity fail for you. And then remember, you left for a couple weeks after that.
Yeah, think how much you've adjusted the way you talk about the Earth since being here. You gonna tell us you haven't
Yeah,
changed it at all, and
that
you
I have
always
done.
said the same thing? Yeah, so
No,
so
how I
I
talk
would
to you
say,
guys, yeah.
so I would say
But
that
that's not
your behavior is ungrateful because you've obviously learned a lot since being here, and you've gone on quite the journey. But you don't thank us for it. You don't even apologize to us after you troll.
So I have
That's not
actually
ungrateful
thanked the
behavior.
Flat Earth community for something like what you're talking about. First of all, if my speech has changed, it's only to cater to the wacky conditions you guys put on discourse.
No. It's because you realize you can't make the broad, baseless claims that you used to make before you met us and spoke to us. You realize that you were actually
No, I
just
still
talking
make
about baseless beliefs and claims. So you've adjusted the way you talk. You've probably become more critical in your thinking. You've probably become better at evaluating information.
If anything,
So
I've
you
lost
changed the
a
way you talk
like
about it.
when talking to people.
Oh, so now you're just coping. We know that's not true. I guarantee you know more about the Earth and what you believe the globe model is than you did before you came here, thanks to
Yeah, that's
discussions with us. So you should be thanking us for the progress you've made in your education. But instead, you still have this kind of attitude like, "Oh, you guys are idiots," blah blah blah.
I never said you guys were idiots. I've never said that. I think you're wrong. but I wouldn't say you guys are idiots. Some of you.
It's like he never listened to what you said. Didn't you say act like you guys are idiots? It's like he isn't even listening.
Yeah, I mean, I think he gets what I'm saying, and he did say that he did thank flat earthers. What did you thank flat earthers for?
For exactly what he said. I know a lot more about.
Okay, so you're more educated. You're further along in your intellectual journey.
You never,
thanks to flat earthers.
never thanked me for debunking gravity for you with a vacuum chamber and a glass of water.
Yeah, you didn't actually debunk gravity, though.
Gravity failed. It was air pressure keeping the water in the cup, not gravity.
Nope. No, the water still stayed at the bottom.
No, it emptied out completely dry. We were in here live, dude.
Yeah, as it stayed water, though, while it was still water, was it at the bottom or did it float around the tank?
So is
it was on all the walls of the container and the ceiling of the container. As soon as it started going, it started misting up and became everywhere into a gas, and then that dried up.
Oh, the gas. Right, you mean
so is
the water vapor.
Are the Earth's oceans just the little bit of water that was left behind then?
No. See, this is why I say you guys don't understand science. That was not a scientific experiment. I don't know what the hell
Sure
that
was.
But it certainly doesn't demonstrate.
I manipulated air pressure to prove air pressure was the cause.
The cause of what?
Water being in its
staying
liquid
down?
form. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Of water being in its liquid form. Nobody disputes that's what keeps water in its liquid form. You were trying to
Yes,
debunk
you guys
gravity.
say that. You guys show a little. You guys show a little drop on a leaf and say, "Look, gravity. The water's forming into a ball." That's what you guys say.
No.
And I say, "Nope, that's air
That's
pressure
not water.
pressing on a water droplet, forming it into a ball."
No, it's water tension, surface tension. That's what that is. You're all over the place. That's not even
I debunked
what
your
the claim
surface
is.
tension. I debunked your surface tension with air pressure.
Surface tension was never the claim. Nobody says water sticks to the earth because of surface tension.
You said it's in a little tiny ball when it's a drop because of water tension. I said, nope, it's because of air pressure. If I remove the air pressure, the little droplet's no longer a ball.
Mm-hmm.
See how easy that is for me?
Yeah, little's too easy. Little suspicious, I'd say.
Anybody can do it. There's nothing suspicious about it.
I mean, if you don't care for the actual meaning of the words you're using, sure. You started off trying to debunk gravity. Now you're talking about surface tension. You understand how that's a little slippery?
No. I debunked that surface tension crap holding water together with air pressure. Removing air pressure removes that water, the little ball that formed. Remember? You said it's not air pressure doing that, right? Or it is
I
air
didn't say it
pressure
wasn't
now.
air pressure keeping. No. If you remove the air pressure, yes, the water boils.
Oh, so it's air pressure.
Nobody
Thank you.
denied that.
See how easy? You should thank me for
Keeping
teaching
the
you
water in
something.
liquid form? Nobody said it wasn't. You're fighting your demons there. You're like shadow boxing against claims that were never made.
Nope. The original question to you was
Was
does
gravity.
keep water? Does gravity keep water in a cup? And you said yes. I removed the air pressure and debunked your gravity.
Liquid water. You're talking about the water vapor boiling off. Nobody was ever confused
All
about
of it. You need
air pressure.
None of it survives in a vacuum.
Okay, that doesn't debunk gravity, though. The water, so long as it was still liquid, was always at the bottom of the chamber.
No, it wasn't.
Always.
It was all over the container
wasn't?
inside.
The water, so long as it remained
all
liquid.
over.
Did you hear what I
As
said?
soon as I started pulling the pressure, it started misting up and fogging up on the inside.
And the liquid, where was the liquid water? Not the water vapor. Where was the liquid water? Was it at the bottom?
Bubbling all around. It was first in the cup. As soon as I started, then the air pressure lowered and lowered and lowered, and it couldn't take it anymore. And just poof, it was into gas form. And then little droplets everywhere, and those dried up.
It just poof immediately? Or did the liquid water stay at the bottom?
No, not immediately. You were in here. You watched. You're welcome for me teaching you something that you didn't thank me for.
Yeah, you didn't disprove gravity, though. Hey, you know you didn't because you won't answer the question
I
straight.
absolutely did. I disproved gravity. I debunked it. And that either one, mass attracts mass and space-time. I debunked both of them.
Yeah, and you can't really say disproved manufactotum because your bending space-time fantasy isn't something to be disproved. It's just an imaginary concept.
If you like whatever it is, it wasn't disproven by his gas chamber.
She didn't disprove my imaginary concept. Yeah, we don't need to.
He didn't disprove gravity, whatever gravity is.
Well, what is it?
Doesn't matter. He didn't disprove it.
What is it?
A moving target.
Gravity? Mass attracting mass.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Mass attracting mass is pretty.
Mass attracting mass. Maybe you weren't educated. Maybe you don't need to thank us. It sounds like you haven't been educated at all. You're still saying mass attractive mass.
I just haven't been won over by your nonsense.
Where do you observe mass attracting mass in reality?
Every time something falls.
How do you know that's due to mass attracting mass?
Say what?
How do you know that's due to mass attracting mass, quote unquote?
It's been demonstrated, to my satisfaction at least.
By what? By just dropping something?
Well, Cavendish did a pretty good job of it.
I dropped a glass of water. I dropped a glass of water in a vacuum chamber. What happened to the gravity?
It pulled the glass down, I presume.
So what's Einstein got to do with gravity if gravity is mass attracting mass? Why did Einstein come into this story?
Because Newton didn't have a mechanism for it. Einstein gave us a mechanism.
Oh, so the mechanism isn't mass attracting mass.
Yeah, it's not mass attracting mass then. Okay.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Oh, it is.
Curvature of space-time.
Einstein gave us. Yeah, that's why mass attracts mass.
No, it's
Einstein
not
gave
why.
us a reason.
Is that what Einstein said?
Sorry. The mass doesn't attract the mass in Einsteinian fucking relativity, dude. It curves space-time, and the mass that enters that curved space-time will have its geodesic curved. Mass isn't attracting the mass.
It gets closer to that other mass.
But the mass, I mean, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Mass does not attract mass. Einstein. It's instantaneous magic distance with mass attracting mass. You'll notice that Einstein doesn't claim the instantaneous magic at a distance. It takes time.
Yes, that's fine.
Fuck it
Yeah,
up,
so
okay.
you don't even have a gravity argument.
You don't know where you are. See, it's not mass attracting mass, so you need to say sorry.
No,
Yes,
mass attracting mass doesn't require that it be instantaneous across a mediumless void. Right?
It does.
You still don't have any observation of mass attracting mass. Why are you claiming this?
Like I said, I think Cavendish did a pretty good job of it.
But he didn't. What did he drop?
Didn't drop anything.
All right, but your argument was that things fall to the ground because of mass attracting mass.
Yes.
But there was nothing in that swinging ball setup that was anything falling to the ground.
Correct. Nor would there be, right? If you think about it.
No, you would have your dependent variable in your fucking experiment. If your observed phenomena is like Newton did, the apple dropped, you're going to need something in your experiment akin to something following that direction of down. You don't have that in Cavendish.
Yeah, because you're trying to establish that mass attracts mass, not that things fall. That's the reason things fall. You're trying to determine the reason.
Even then, you wouldn't be able to know that the cause of that motion is some innate attraction between matter. How does that show you that?
I mean, insofar as any experiment can give us proof of something, right? All science ever does is give us correlations. If it's strong enough, we can
tell you that mass is attracting mass. You just assume. So it's just an assumption. So it's just an assumption that those motions are occurring because of mass attracting mass.
He just said correlation.
Yeah.
Science is interested in correlation, is it? Citation, please.
He's doing correlationary science.
I didn't say it's interested in. No, I didn't say interested in. I said that's all it can really give us.
So no cause. So you don't have a cause for that motion that you're seeing.
Sure we do. It's the mass.
So because mass, what?
Because mass gravity?
Because mass gravity. And what is gravity again?
The bending and warping of space-time?
So not mass attracting mass.
Yeah, so it's not mass attracting mass now. So because mass,
that's
bending
what we
and
see as mass
warping
attracting mass.
space-time. So because mass, bending and warping space-time. Where's this bending and warping
In
space-time?
a way that causes the mass to attract other mass.
So where's
If you interrupt you one more time, oh my god.
So is this a concept? Is this just a concept? This space-time? Well, that's the concept. So that's, again, I mean, that's just conceptual, imaginary, make-believe. Space-time, where's that?
Space-time is just the correlation between space and time.
That is literally meaningless.
It's the notion that the two are interlinked in a fundamental way.
Again, meaningless. What does that have to do
Maybe I
with
misunderstood the question.
dropping a rock? Your notion of concepts intermingling.
Well, no, just rebutting the fact you said it was imaginary.
Yeah, space-time. It's imaginary, unless you've got some to show us.
Well, do you think space and time are imaginary, or just space-time is imaginary?
No, this what, space-time fabric? Is that what you said?
I don't like the term fabric, but sure.
You don't like the term fabric? Why not? Because that would imply some kind of reality to it when there is none.
No, because people infer sort of materialism to it.
Okay, so the fabric of space-time, that's just a concept, yeah?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So it's real, physical.
The connection between space and time, yes, it's physical.
But what about the space-time fabric that you're talking about?
Like I said, I don't like the term fabrics because people infer from that some sort of materiality that I think is
so it's non-material. So it's non-material.
Non-physical.
Non-material, but it is physical.
Okay, so how is it quantified or identified if it's non-material?
How is it quantified as non-material? I don't even know what that
How is it
means.
quantified or identified since it's non-material?
Oh, by its effects?
You don't know that it's having an effect because you haven't quantified or identified it yet.
Honestly, I'm not sure what you're asking.
How did Einstein quantify a space-time fabric?
Oh,
how did he recognize it? How did he sample it? Determine its existence?
Well, so he always knew the existence of space and time. He recognized there was
So he knew about width, length, breadth, and height, and he knew that clocks work. Then what?
And then he realized that the faster you move through space, the slower you move through time, and vice versa.
Oh, how did he realize that? What did he do? Did he move
I'm not quite
faster than light through space?
Negative.
Yeah,
He didn't.
you do. No, it's all conceptual, imaginary nonsense bullshit.
No, you wouldn't need to move faster than light to realize that.
Well, how fast did he move? Did he roll his office chair around?
No, I don't think it was. It was something that he
You don't think he did
measured
anything
on
then?
his person.
Yeah, so it's just purely conceptual imagination and theoretical math.
I mean, you keep saying that, but the math checks out in reality.
Well, that's why I said, how did he quantify space-time fabric? Because we know that he just imagined the concept, and you know that too, but you don't want to
Do
say
we
it.
know that?
It's too damning.
I don't think I know that.
Oh, okay. You don't know that. Okay, so how do you think he quantified it? What did he jar some space-time?
No, but quantification could just be mathematical. Like, that's why I don't understand your question.
No,
We're talking about the
that would be
quantification. Like, you
theoretical.
could just
That would be
model that. That
theoretical.
would be a
That wouldn't be an
If we're talking about a
identification of
measurement, that would be a different question.
No, that would just be conceptual maths you're talking about, not the identification of a real space-time fabric in reality existing. That would just be conceptual mathematics you're talking about. No, it's not arguable, you moron. I mean, you can say words in response trying to deny that, but no one will deny that Einstein's space-time fabric concept was a concept and still is.
I would deny that.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one with a serious, honest bone in their body, I mean.
There's a lot of people out there deny that.
You know that Einstein had no experience with a space-time fabric. It was a concept he came up with. You know that. So I don't know why you're trying to argue otherwise.
Ended up being true to reality.
No, because he didn't confirm a space-time fabric. It remained a concept in theoretical math.
Kind of did.
Oh, okay. So how did he quantify it? Show me the fabric. What's the unit?
Saying quantify it.
Yeah, because that's what you're saying is the physical, real mechanism of your entire gravity argument. You're claiming this fabric, and then we're asking you to demonstrate it in some real way, and you're avoiding that point because you know you can't, because you know it's entirely conceptual.
Oh, has that been the question the whole time? Yeah, it's been demonstrated. First one was with the solar eclipse in, what was it, 1917?
No. Solar eclipse. No, you're confused. It's space-time fabric that you're trying to prove, remember? Have you forgotten already?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you have forgotten. Okay, well, I'll remind you. You're trying to prove that there is a space-time fabric.
Hey, Cyclone.
Yeah?
Could I get in on this?
Yeah, sure.
Against Manufacturum? All right.
Go for it.
Manufacturum. How you doing?
Yeah.
Fellow
All right.
Glover that's been listening for a bit now. Are you arguing that Einstein demonstrated that there really is a fabric of reality that behaves like the concept of space-time? And that's been demonstrated?
Yes, you are.
Correlation.
Try and change now that
I think I was very clear when I said I don't agree with the term fabric. Was I not? Did I not say that twice, I believe?
Yeah, you said I don't agree with it, but yes, that's what it is. It's a space-time fabric like Einstein described. That's what you've said for like 10 minutes now, so don't try and deflect.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Called out.
To me, it sounds like you're asserting... To me, it sounds like you're asserting that that's actually how reality works, rather than it's just a model that's descriptive and it makes accurate predictions.
I would say it's how reality works, not what reality is. It's not a fabric. It's not a substance that you can bottle.
You are
paint away.
Bro.
Hold on. Do you subscribe to the idea that physics is just creating models that accurately describe what happens in reality, but doesn't necessarily ultimately describe what's actually going on as a substrate?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay, so you don't actually necessarily believe there is like something.
So that's exactly what I said. Sorry, I will let you finish, but that's exactly what I explained to you. And you're just agreeing with this guy because he said he's a Glober now. That's amazing. Yes, these are concepts.
No, he said whatever you tried to say, he's saying it a whole lot better.
Around your concept. You're just fitting it around your concept. Exactly.
He never once said imaginary.
So you don't have actual space-time fabric bending. You don't have that actual spinning ball Earth. It's just your concept, a model. Not even a model, just an idea.
Yeah, it's not a material fabric.
Imaginary. Just imaginary.
I also
yeah.
said repeatedly. It's
Charlie,
not imaginary.
Continue educating him, Charlie. He's a bad student, but if you pretend you're a Glober, he might listen to you.
I mean, I think I'm not pretending I'm a Glober. I am a Glober. I mean, and the reason I'm asking this question is so he can clarify, and I think he's clarified it, right? He understands the distinction between something being a model and it actually being the true description of how reality works. And I think he's acknowledged now that if he said that is how a fabric of space-time is actually how reality works, then he's correcting himself now, right? He's asserting that it's just a model. Whether or not it's actually how reality works under the hood has yet to be proven, right?
No, that's not what he was saying. He thinks it's proven physically real.
Are you going to answer for me?
Yeah, I asked manufacturer the question.
So the only thing I might push back on what you just said is, fuck, I forgot what you said. Can you say it again?
Yes. So I think earlier, at least from what I was gathering from what you were saying, is that the fabric of space-time is actually descriptive of how reality actually works under the hood, instead of it being just a model. And I'm trying to get you to talk more about it. And it sounds to me like now you've clarified that you don't actually know whether or not that's how it works under the hood, but you accept it as an accurate model that can make accurate predictions.
Yeah.
Is that a good description of like your intent?
Yes, but again, the only thing I might push back on is when you say that's how it actually works, depending on what you mean by that. Because how it actually is, I would say, better than how
I can give you an example. Okay, so, are you? So let's say I write a little program that can calculate the Fibonacci numbers. Okay. So all I know, it's a box. I press a button, and the next Fibonacci number comes out, right? And you can ask yourself, how does that function work? I could write a little software that works recursively, right, and prints out the Fibonacci numbers, or I could have a totally complicated other model that involves a monkey talking to other monkeys, where they guess a number until a human happens to verify that they guessed the correct one, and then they put it outside the box, right? They both are accurate models of the function, right? They both produce the Fibonacci numbers, and they can both predict the Fibonacci numbers, right? However, one of them may be more accurate as to what's actually happening under the hood of the black box, right? Does that make sense? Like, they both make the same predictions, but
yeah,
they both, but they don't work the same way under the hood, right? So, it could very well be the case that reality actually has a different, more accurate description, which is equivalent to the predictions that general relativity makes, but is more faithful to what's actually going on under the hood. That's what I mean when I say a theory is actually describing what's going on under the hood versus it just being a model. Does that make sense? I can give a different analogy. I know that I'm in programmer mode right now. So
Let me give it a crack. Yeah, so basically, what he's trying to say, I believe, is that you have a model that you believe can accurately predict. However, that model is not proven. So it could be the bending and warping of space-time as per the model and your predictions. However, you can't verify, or no one has verified, that it is actually the bending and warping of space-time.
Yes. So, like, the best you could do is verify the predictions of it, right? But you can't verify.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what we all already knew.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know why that took two other people in 10, 15 minutes for you to concede that obviously the space-time fabric is just a concept, a model idea, not reality. But so that we don't lose sight of what the whole point of that was, Manufactotum said to Radwin that, well, his whole thing doesn't matter because he has to disprove gravity. And when we got down to what do you mean by gravity, now he's just confirmed he means this conceptual, idealized model of a space-time fabric, which, as we said at the time, doesn't require disproving. It's simply an imagined model that you're using. So that caps off that point nicely. We don't have to deal with the conceptual imaginary models of gravity. They don't tell you live on a spinning ball. So we can move it on. All in agreement?
Well, no, because what Radwin was trying to do, was demonstrate that gravity wasn't keeping the water to the ground. He wasn't trying to prove or disprove the existence of gravity. He was trying to say that gravity isn't what's keeping water to the ground. And that's not what he did with that experiment.
I absolutely did.
Who was that? Charlie? Charlie's point.
Yeah, let's let Radwin respond to that, if Radwin's still here.
Oh, I think that was his response.
Yeah, I said I absolutely did debunk your theory that gravity holds water down.
Cool.
Yeah, well, the
So
water
back
wasn't
to
held
Charlie's.
down, so seems pretty straightforward. You claim water held down. Observably, water not held down. So, what's there to debate?
Debunked. That's it. That you can't argue with it.
So back to Charlie's.
And this whole side point on space-time. All right, Manufactory, calm down. I know you're desperate to non sequitur to something else now, but please.
No, it's just, there's no point arguing with Radwin. I'm just not going to bother. I've made my point. He's made his point. I'll let the audience decide.
All right, yeah, well, that's why I said let's move on. Let's speak to Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie, you sound very level-headed and intelligent. Could you give us like 3 arguments that convince you that the Earth is a ball? Because you said you were a globe believer, right?
Yeah.
Done then?
Yeah,
I think you might want to hang around. This might get interesting.
People in.
My primary one, I don't think you'd believe me, but I could share it with you anyway, if you'd like.
Well, hold on. Can I premise it with, if it requires belief, I'm not going to be swayed. I want something that we can verify to be true.
Although,
you asked me what I just asked you what makes you believe it. So yeah, fair enough. Do that first.
So I personally wrote and calibrated a trilateration algorithm that gathers the position of geosynchronous satellites at 35,000 kilometers up in the sky. I work for a satellites communications company. I'm an electrical engineer and a computer scientist. So this is sort of I personally calibrated a bunch of the dishes, and I know that at the very least there is a geosynchronous satellite at 35,000 kilometers up in the air. I know that not everybody that's a flat earther necessarily means that means the shape of the Earth must be a certain way, but a lot of people have issue with that distance.
An object above a certain altitude. I mean, I'm not going to say whether or not that's true or not.
Yeah, how did you measure that distance?
You have your reasons to believe that, but either way, if there's an object above you at any height, really, it doesn't tell you that the Earth's a ball, does it?
Mm-hmm. How did I measure that distance? Somebody asked. I could tell you how.
Correct.
So, are you familiar with what trilateration is? If not, I can explain what it is.
Explain away.
Sure. Are you familiar with the concept of triangulation?
Yes. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Okay, we're just making sure. I'm setting something up for you.
I'm sorry. I thought you asked me a good faith question to explain to you what trilateration is. If you're doing
sure
like
we all know what a triangle is, I'm making sure that we understand what triangles are.
Anyway, so trilateration is just triangulation in 3 dimensions instead of 2. So what you could do, let me give you an example. Let's say you're in a city and you see a flash of lightning. You don't actually see the lightning itself, just a flash of lightning up in the clouds. And you estimate the time that it takes for you to hear the lightning after you see the lightning, right? So what's the old adage? For every second, it's like a mile away or whatever, right? So let's say it takes you 5 seconds to hear the lightning after you see it. Then you know the lightning must be radially around you at 5 miles somewhere, right? Now, you can get a friend somewhere else in the city that sees the same flash of lightning at the same time, but hears it 3 seconds after he sees the lightning, right? Then all you have to do is draw a circle that's 3 miles around him on a map, and a circle that's 5 miles around you on a map, and wherever those two circles intersect, that's probably where the lightning is, right? Trilateration is the same thing.
Would those be circles of equal altitude?
Of equal what? Sorry.
Circles of equal altitude. Circles of equal
altitude.
Elevation. Or
They're
elevation.
circles. The analogy is circles on a map, right?
Right. So that would be flat.
I mean, yeah. Just imagine cylinders, right? I guess if you want to project it up into a higher dimension. In the analogy.
Okay, so what distance? Over what distance are we talking between them all?
Wait, are we talking about the analogy or the real thing, like the trilateration?
You're saying there's a distance. There's a distance between two observers. What's the distance between the two observers?
I mean, this is an analogy, right? It's a thought experiment. It doesn't really matter as long as it's a known distance.
5 miles, 10 miles. Okay, so if it's like 10 miles, we'll say.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? So let's say the distance between them is 10 miles, as long as we know where they are, right? And as long as we have some good idea of like the speed of sound, for example, right? Then we know how wide to draw the circles, right? And then if we draw them accurately enough, the intersections is where the lightning should be,
Carly,
right? Anyway,
you're
way
off on your figures. That's the problem.
That's fine. That's fine that you might think so.
Okay, so
and we can discuss that.
Lightning, yeah, if you hear lightning, and you said you count per second or something like that, and then what happens?
You don't hear lightning, you hear thunder.
Yeah, and then you start counting.
Well, you see it, and then you start counting, and then you hear it some seconds after, right?
And that determines how far away it is?
That determines how far you are from the thunder, from the lightning that caused the thunder.
Which equals what distance?
I don't know. I'm just giving you an analogy, right?
All right, yeah, more interested in your triangulation bit. So are you using like the two observers as the base of your triangle?
No. Hundreds actually. So the principle works with just 3 observers in 3 dimensions, right? Because with 3 observers you can draw 3 spheres around them, right? And that is enough to pinpoint in one location. The reason we use hundreds is because there's measurement error, right? There's imperfections in manufacturing that are slight.
Right, but if we're using intersecting circles for them,
spheres
on a surface, then we're treating the surface as a horizontal between them.
No, why do you have to do that?
I thought that's when you're talking about using triangulation. Didn't you say?
Yes, trilateration. So you can actually get
triangles.
Trilateration. So you can actually get the relative distances between what's called all the ground stations because they can hear each other. What I mean is like one of the ground stations broadcasts at a particular frequency some signal. That signal travels at the speed of light, and we can discuss whether or not that's real or not. And the ground station hears it at a certain time, so it knows how far away it is. And anyway, you add more ground stations, you can pinpoint exactly where any ground station is. So you then have a map of like where all the ground stations are. You know where they are. You calibrate them all at the same time, right? And if a satellite gives out like a pinging signal at known times, and you pick them up by all the ground stations at a particular time, then you can use what's called an iterative algorithm, and there's several ones which you can pick up from, where you can pinpoint where the satellite would be, right? And the number comes out to be around 35,000 kilometers.
All right. Well, it's kind of just a cool story at this point, and I don't see.
Yeah, it is because
the ball anyway.
So
yeah, I know. Which is why I said. Which is why I said you probably wouldn't believe me, right?
Charlie.
So,
Cyclone is that the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is not the topic. He's talking just about. It doesn't matter if it is flat or a globe. So what he is saying. What he's saying is that we people made some objects and we put it at 35,000 kilometers, not feet, but kilometers. So let me ask you a question. When you are just trying to calculate the signal and the delay or the time that the signal took to that you receive it. So are you transmitting a signal to that thing in the sky and receiving it, or you're just telling me that you have a ping? They tell you when that signal will be sent, and you calculate the time between how much time it took from that time they said they sent the signal, they sent the signal, and the time you receive it.
It's broadcast at a known time. We never send and receive a signal. There's no loop back.
You've been
So
fooled
that's
again.
the thing. So they can tell you that they will send the signal at a specific time, at a certain time, and they will delay it. It's just a signal that you receive from some balloons or an airplane or a drone functioning using solar energy. And you receive that signal from a couple kilometers above the sky. But because of that delay, you function with the delay. You trust that they tell you, we will send the signal at this time. For you, it was that time, not after that.
Necros, that point has already been made to me. The issue with that is that you can fool one ground station with that approach. You can't fool more than one. You can't try and think about it. If you think about the 2D case, right?
Bullshit.
If you delay the signal altogether, the other ground stations.
I have an atomic clock in the system, so it's programmed already. Right. So when you calculate that time, I just know the time that you will have to calculate to have that 35,000 kilometers. So I know already that. So I will just reduce the delay. So I will delay the ping. So we will
but the delay, Necros, the delay would have to be different per ground station. Is what you don't understand.
And I am using an atomic clock, and everything is automatic. This signal will be sent automatically.
Necros, the delay would have to be different per receiver.
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge that? Okay, so as long as you acknowledge that, sure.
I can program that. So, like I told you, every transmitter is calibrated to send the signal at a specific time. That
There's one transmitter.
Programmed.
There's one transmitter. There's one transmitter.
Okay.
The delay would have to be different per receiver. But I don't know if I'm going to the weeds on this one too much, because you've already conceded that this is anecdotal and that even if it was the case, it wouldn't tell you what the Earth is.
Correct.
We're looking for the evidence that the Earth is a ball.
Well, I mean, most flat earthers would have an issue with humanity being able to put up an object at 35,000 kilometers up in the sky, mostly because they don't digest that number and think about it. I think yesterday QE came in here and roasted a bunch of you guys because you all sort of accepted
I don't really care about
that's not incompatible with flat Earth, right? So that's fine.
Because,
that's fine.
However, I mean, story about putting something up high, whatever. We need curvature of the surface. We need rotation of the surface, all the motions.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we need.
Sounds like you keep changing the subject.
I mean, so that for me is the
point.
Yeah, the second one for me would be the high definition footage of the Earth strapped to rockets that comes in almost daily now at this point.
Yeah, the space agency footage and images and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I get how you guys discount it, right? Like it's all CGI. You don't trust them.
Well, we could at least say even if we don't go that far, we can at least agree that they're not verifiable to us.
No, I don't.
We can't go to those places we can't go to those places where they claim to be going and see that that's what it looks like from that location.
I'm not going to deny that there is a chance that they're all fake. Sure, but like that. The thing is, that's not how I build knowledge.
But that's fair enough. But I'm just saying, so you'll understand we can't accept that as proof
I get that.
of the globe.
I understand that, but like the issue that I have with that is that me being a solipsist, then you don't know anything.
Well, that would be more a you problem than for me.
I understand that.
If you don't
Right?
think you can know anything. I mean, if you don't think you can know anything, then why are you here arguing that you think you know you live on a ball?
Because colloquially, when I say I know stuff, I mean I have high enough certainty that for all intents and purposes, I act as if I know it.
Right, but
and that's
based
how
on unverifiable videos.
Oh, circular reasoning.
Gonna do it.
It's not circular.
No, he was asked why he believes something. So
right, but you just agreed that those things could be fake. You wouldn't be able to prove it otherwise. So that's not really a good foundation to say, well, I know this thing based on those videos that could be fake.
By your standard, by the same standard that forces me to say that video isn't verifiable proof by your standard, I can't think of any single piece of evidence that would convince you. I just can't.
Well, is there nothing that you can verify, like in terms of the curvature, the motion of the Earth?
Verify to what degree? Verify to what degree?
Empirically. Observation, measurement.
Hold on, excuse me. The issue with that is that for me, the videos are verified, but apparently for you, they're not. So
no. But
so to your standard, no, I can't think.
That means
when.
Well, it's not an arbitrary standard of verification. Verification is when you confirm something to be true. You already agreed those things could be fake because you can't confirm that they're true.
Right, but like anything that I can think of could be faked. Anything that I can think of can be faked to different degrees, right? So I can't.
Well, the horizon,
I can't think of anything like even in experiments that you run yourself.
Hold on. Let's say you go to the beach. The horizon that you observe, could that be faked?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
By who? How?
I don't know. Malevolent God, by the devil, by some cabal of multi-billionaires that have hundreds of people working for them. Right?
So billionaires are faking the horizon. Like, come on, dude.
You think that? I agree. It's ridiculous. I agree. It's ridiculous. That's the entire point, right? Like, but I mean, there are some people here that think that
is not fake.
You asked me a question.
Observable.
Yeah, you keep bringing up people here. He's asking you a very direct question. Why do you keep talking about what people here believe? What's wrong with you?
You're asking me of whether or not there's a probability that it could be faked, and of course, I'm a solipsist. There's a probability of really anything being true.
Right. But there's a big difference between talking about the likelihood of unverifiable images and videos being fake versus observable reality, the natural world that we live on.
Sure, there is a huge difference between those two. I agree.
In a forest, you see trees in a forest, you're not going to say someone could have faked that. That doesn't make sense. That's just the natural world. Same as the horizon. We observe a horizon. We can look at that for something that we don't have to worry too much about being fake. It's just an observation in the natural world. Yeah?
Yeah, when you brought up objective reality, he started to side through you because he can't argue with those facts. He just wants to debate the things, those concepts he came in with.
Well, I think he's doing all right. I'm trying to.
Yeah, you know that NASA fakes photos from space. They got exposed from the Iraq War. They say, here you go, here's weapons of mass destruction, a uranium cake facility, here's a roving chemical weapons factory, here's a nuclear missile launch pad. None of it was real. All of it. Complete fabrication.
Okay.
You were fact check on this like years ago. You're still repeating this stuff? NASA
I don't know
didn't
what else
say
you
any
want
of that.
from me.
NASA
Like,
just provided the photos.
Cyclone asked me a few questions. I'm answering them as honestly as I can. I don't know what else you want from me.
Yeah, you're doing all right. No, you're doing all right. You're doing good. So we're talking about what we can verify, what's empirical, what's observable, what's measurable. So something like the horizon, that's observable. We can measure that to some degree in terms of figuring out how far away from us it is, roughly, that we observe it. So we can compare that to the prediction of the globe model. So do you know that the globe model predicts a horizon distance?
Yes.
Depending on your observer height. Okay. So the observations that are being made of the horizon don't match the predictions of the globe model.
Right. Except when you add in refractive effects. There are atmospheric conditions that could replicate that.
There's no refraction model that can be applied to it that exists. You just have to backwards engineer and make a refraction model.
I very much disagree with that. Now, I agree that
What's the model that's being used?
That's being used to do what?
So we've got an observation height of 1 foot, which puts a geometric horizon distance at 1.2 miles, but we observe the horizon beyond 10 miles. What refractive model would be used to explain that?
Are you saying that if there are no atmospheric conditions which you can retroactively put in where you would get that observation? Is that what you're asserting now?
No, I'm saying that's a post hoc argument.
I agree.
Which is unfounded. That it's just
I don't think it's unfounded. It is a post hoc argument. I agree, right? I totally agree with you that it's a post hoc argument.
And it's a concession that the horizon we see is not the geometric curve of a ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
I agree.
Because you're saying it's optical, not physical. Okay, so then the boats are not going over, when they appear to disappear bottom up on the horizon, they're not going over a curve of a ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
It's the sum of both effects, right?
No, they're refracting down at that point, according to him.
No, because if you look up the definition of horizon, it doesn't say anything about curvature of a ball there. That's not even how it's defined.
Okay. I mean, I'm not interested in playing the semantic game. You can keep asking me questions if you like. It is. I mean, you can say it's not, but it is. And I give you verifiable evidence, which you don't think is verifiable, right? Again, any even personal experiment that I can give you that you can run yourself.
Hold on. We discussed verifiability.
Right. I'm trying very nicely to not interrupt.
And then run away, or you can just talk over.
I'm not running away.
All right, then shut up and let him finish.
You just don't let me. You just don't let me talk.
Let him finish his
right?
thought. You talked over him.
He started his talk, his point one out while I was talking.
Shut up.
Because you said I gave you verifiable evidence. You didn't. You told us a story, an anecdotal claim about your personal life, and then you told us about the NASA images and videos, which you yourself agreed are not verifiable. So you didn't give us any verifiable evidence for the globe.
No. Okay, so are we playing by the rules that if the other side said something that one side perceives to be incorrect, then we can interrupt? Because if you get to do that, I would like to be able to do that as well.
Well, that was just a very obvious one I had to qualify for you. I'm going to let you finish. I'm just telling you that you didn't.
Could you answer my question?
Dudes, no, there's not hard and fast rules. Right? It's just a conversation. Okay.
Okay, so then that it's implicit permission that I can do the same thing, yeah?
If I say something that's clearly untrue, like you did when you said you gave us verifiable information or evidence for the globe, then yeah, you can interrupt because that's patently untrue.
So do you hear that, Flat Earth Ranger? So your Flat Earth buddies don't need to hear
it? Did you hear it?
Your Flat Earth buddies don't need to come in and defend you and mute me.
Did you hear it?
Are we in agreement?
Did you hear it? When you're wrong or lying, that's why he interrupted you, dumb, because you have a concept saying, "Oh, if you lie, I can do the same." That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the blatant lie that you just said, dumbass.
Are you proud that these are your peers, Cyclone?
Dude, don't start.
It sounds like he's not talking about the very thing we're talking about. It sounds like he wants to change the subject again.
Guys, let me speak to him. It delays it even more if other people jump in.
I agree that it delays it more.
In your thoughts and feelings and throwing it out to the rest of the room.
I'm interested in having a productive conversation, which I feel we've been having so far for the most part, right? But that becomes more and more difficult as your thugs come in to interrupt me or allow you to interrupt me when the other side is not being respected.
Don't call people names here or you will be banned.
That seems like a dog.
Don't call people names. What did you just call me?
Come on, dude. There's no need for all this dramatics.
Let's not be hypocritical here. No, dude. Like, I mean, the issue that I have here, and I know that I'm getting meta, and I don't want to talk meta. I don't want to talk meta.
Anything to not stay on topic? Is that your plan?
Okay, so now you've called me a dumbass, a crybaby. What else?
Yeah. I'm only pointing out facts when you're actually being dumb, actually being a crybaby, like right now, sir.
Right.
So let's move on. Let's move on.
I agree. Let's move on.
Let's move.
I mean,
go ahead,
you're going to
Charlie.
continue to do this. Let's move on. Anyway, sorry.
Was the verifiable evidence that you gave us. Can you tell us what verifiable evidence that you gave us?
Not by your standard. I can't give you one. I just can't.
Why did you say that sentence?
Okay, it's okay. We
went past the verifiable evidence.
I already addressed.
My answer to you is no.
I already addressed that for him. So we're still on the horizon. The horizon that we observe is not matching the globe calculators, the globe math. So then we have to decide, right, what do we do at this point? How do we address that the observable Earth is not matching the calculators?
Right. So both
It sounded
sides
like
agree.
You've come up with some. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say, it sounds like you've got what you think is an answer to why it's not matching. But then that would be the next thing that you'd have to evidence.
So both sides agree that refraction is a thing. So why we wouldn't put in the effects of refraction to a calculator that calculates the horizon to me is puzzling.
Yeah, but refraction, as it's generally defined, is not concerned with stretching a geometric horizon beyond its geometric limit. That's not what refraction is.
But its effect would affect that.
Well,
you're right that the theory of refraction doesn't say the word horizon anywhere in it because that's not what the theory is about. But the effect of it would lengthen or shorten the optical horizon.
So this is a good point for you to focus on because that's the claim that you haven't actually got any evidence for. You're saying, yeah, it's not mentioned in the theories and laws of refraction specifically, but it is in there. But the only reason you're saying it's in there is kind of, to be honest, because you guys have to say that because otherwise you don't have an argument for a globe anymore.
Yes, correct. If globe earthers are saying, excuse me, if globe earthers are saying that the horizon is just geometrical, they're wrong. They're obviously wrong. Not even flat earthers agree with that, right? Like flat earthers have to invoke sinking the mirage, which is a refractive effects, in order to justify why it seems that things seem to be occluded by a horizon. Nobody disputes that that's a thing.
Yeah, but see, this is where the globe model, or the people who are arguing on the internet for the globe model, have changed the story because they've been telling us for hundreds of years now that people have known for thousands of years that the Earth is a ball because they observed the boat going over the curve, because the horizon is the curve. That's been the story. Now, some people are trying to change that and say, no, that was never the story. That was never what we claimed. But we've got TV shows on record talking about this, doing demonstrations where they are claiming a geometric horizon.
Yeah, you're right.
So the fact that you guys are now...
And if they don't mention refraction, they're wrong. I agree with you.
Okay. So flat earthers have pointed out to the world that this entire claim is false.
So, do you think that do you think that if somebody makes a claim with faulty logic, that therefore the claim must necessarily be wrong?
No, but when their claim involves a mechanism that necessitates physical properties of the surface that are not actual, not real, then theory, the claim, is bogus, bunk, gone.
The theory is bogus. Hold on.
Yeah, the theory that.
But that doesn't. But you agree that doesn't mean the claim is necessarily false, right? The conclusion of the claim.
Yeah, because the claim includes the claim of a surface property, curvature.
Hold on. When you say yeah, because does that mean that you're agreeing with me?
No. I'm saying the theory is bunk because the theory involves a curvature of the surface that doesn't exist.
Okay, but I don't care about the status of the theory. I care about the status of the conclusion.
Hold on, I'm in the middle of this. The way it was supposed to be proven, one of the ways, the only way really that you were supposed to be able to detect this observably, was that the horizon was supposed to be that physical curve.
I'm going to ask the same question after you're done.
Well, what? What don't you understand about that?
I'm going to ask the same question, okay? Do you think that a theory being bad means that the conclusion of the claim must be false?
If your theory includes the claim that the surface is curved and the surface is in fact not curved, then yes, your conclusion, which includes the assumption of curvature, is also false.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the question again. Not specific to flat Earth. Not specific to flat Earth. If somebody makes a claim about using a theory and the theory is bad, does that necessarily mean that the conclusion of the claim is bad?
Well, in broad generality sense, maybe not necessarily, but in this sense, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate the honesty. I really do. Okay, so I agree with you that If in the olden
before you
days,
go on.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, if I could just very quickly. It's like the whole logical fallacies thing, right? So the use of logical fallacies is not logical thinking and is not encouraged. That doesn't mean that you're not necessarily going to arrive at the right answer, but it wouldn't be through virtue of great logic. You'd be using a logical fallacy. So in some theories, you might have something wrong about your particular theory, but there might be still an end result which is correct in the abstract. But when it comes to the globe and us talking about physical surface geometry, there's a very clear binary between the presence of curvature and the lack of curvature. Sorry, continue with what you're going to say.
So, look, I'm giving you what you want, right? So, if thousands of years ago people estimated the curvature of the Earth by observing at what distances boats hid behind horizon, they'd be incorrect. They'd be wrong. Because thousands of years ago, they didn't know how to quantify refraction. I don't even know if they knew about refraction at all. And it's a necessary condition for both theories about where the optical horizon would be. So if they don't take that into account, that they're necessarily going to make like bad predictions.
Well, but see, this is the issue, because you're kind of taking for granted an optical horizon now, because you have the benefit of living in the post-flat Earth globe world, where the horizon isn't physical anymore.
What?
But you're talking about thousands of years. It's a matter of single years. 5 years ago, they were still claiming this. It's only because of
but you're talking to me, right?
That we've provided.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm an electrical engineer.
At school, they're not teaching that the horizon is a refracted curve. They're not teaching that in schools. This is only on Discord and Reddit, where the globe people are desperately trying to defend it.
When I learned that the Earth was a globe, I hadn't even heard about the concept of refraction. So I think it'd be kind of unfair to shove the concept down to like young people at that age. But I mean, at an ultimate fundamental level, you're not incorrect. I'll grant you that. But I also don't see either the Earth is curved or it's not, and humans' lack of explaining the argument correctly doesn't change that. Right?
Yeah, but the question, it's either curved or it's not. That's exactly what we're interested in. And so far, all the observations and measurements only show that it's flat. That's the problem. There's a dichotomy between the two. Well, who's measured it to be curved?
It's observations, not measurements.
Oh, here comes the White Knight to bail him out. Let him flounder. Matthew, he seems awfully confident.
I mean, I could go down through the list of like usual.
I don't think you're mean. You're nice. The reason they don't talk about refraction to the children is because it's bullshit. And now they have self-absorbed adults like you and Matthew convincing yourselves that you're seeing things in the distance that aren't there because your precious ball is gone.
Dude, even flat earthers agree that refraction is not bullshit.
Dude, don't listen. You're talking to us, right? You just pulled that card. Yeah, you're late to the party, dude.
Cyclone, is refraction bullshit?
No, listen, this is when
the terrestrial refraction of seeing around a curve.
Yeah.
Okay, so you accept that refraction is real, but for some reason it wouldn't apply to the horizon observation, right?
Yeah, up until the flat Earth conundrum, refraction hindered sight, not extended.
I mean, I'm unaware as an expert. As an expert in electrical engineering, I can tell you very much so that refraction can both extend and actually shorten how far you can see in the horizon.
Yeah, but when you're talking about refraction, you're talking about Snell's law, right? Angle of incidence changing between multiple media.
No. Snell's law is a special case.
That's the law of refraction.
So Snell's law is typically what's taught as a law of refraction. But
oh my god,
are you interested or not?
Fail, sir.
All right,
are you interested or not?
Yeah, that's why I'm addressing you specifically. So if it's not Snell's law that you're talking about, what refraction are you talking about?
So
there's a few different kinds.
Snell's law is a special case that can be derived using what's called Maxwell's equations. Okay, Maxwell's equations are the equations that describe the behavior of the electromagnetic field. Okay, when you have an electromagnetic wave affecting a material that has electric charges in it, those electric charges move, and as a result, they create their own electric field. The net effect is that the speed of light into certain directions is delayed, and that's what we call refraction. Snell's law is a special case when you have two mediums, and in a very hard boundary between those two mediums.
Yeah, that's what causes refraction, the angle of incidence between the light.
No, but my point is that you don't need
optical density. So that's the law of refraction. That's well understood. That's well demonstrated in reality. Okay. So if you're talking about something else, you'll have to show us that.
I don't know what to tell. Like, if you don't want to hear me about, like, if you don't trust my knowledge on refraction and like I don't know. I don't know. I can't help you.
Of refraction. You said it's not Snell's law. That's the law of refraction. So you're not talking about the law of refraction. So what refraction are you claiming?
Snell's law isn't the law of refraction. Snell's law is a special case for the effect of refraction between two mediums.
A special case.
Yes,
I mean, it happens all the time.
You can derive it from Maxwell's equations.
Density. Right. So what refraction are you talking about?
Listen, dude. If you want to have a discussion, I'm interested in it. I'm happy to.
He doesn't know. He asked you a very direct question.
I'm not interested in debating.
Once again,
I'm not interested in debating whether or not refraction exists outside of two mediums, of two hard mediums.
Well, okay, but that's your claim. So if you're not interested in evidencing your claim, then we'll just dismiss it because that's what you do.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm okay with you doing that.
Okay, so we can dismiss the made-up refraction.
Yes, dismiss it away. I'm not interested in discussing it.
Okay, so then why is the horizon seen beyond 10 miles when it should be at 1?
I'm going to invoke refraction again, and if you don't accept that as an explanation, that's fine. You cannot accept it. I'm not interested in defending this against you. I'm not interested in defending it further.
You sound like a religious electrical engineer.
This is where it becomes a religious thing, and you stop arguing with evidence and you start just asserting a word.
I'm asserting it to you. The explanation to me is
where is God in this conversation?
The 3959 mile radius ball.
Because we've got a horizon. What do you mean?
So, for anybody that's interested in the origin of Snell's law and how it comes about from Maxwell's equations, I'm posting
you were wrong already. No one's interested in what you have to say.
I'm posting right now Feynman's lecture on the origin of the refractive index.
Well, that's cool. We enjoy Snell's law. We teach it to Globers all the time. But that's not what you're talking about, apparently. You're talking about something else, which you can't evidence. So we moved on from that, remember?
Precisely.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I said. I said I'm not interested in justifying physical laws to you because I'm convinced of it, and I'm okay if you deny their existence. I'm not interested in convincing somebody who just doesn't accept physical laws.
I would be wrong to point out his mental illness right now.
Hold on. No, stop. Which law are we rejecting?
Presumably the derivation of refractive effects from Maxwell's equations.
Where'd you get that from?
I mean, you're saying that refraction is only that which can be described by Snell's law. Is that a bad assumption on my part?
I asked you what refraction you're claiming, and you said it was not Snell's law. So then I asked, well, what is it? And you haven't been able to answer for some reason.
I did
answer. You're talking about the horizon extending.
No. I did answer it. I did answer it, and I will answer it again if you'd like me to.
You said I'm not answering.
No, I said I wasn't going to explain to you why certain physical laws are true.
Yes,
no, I mean, I'll explain to you what refraction is again. And again, I don't know. So can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Then.
I mean, I already did, but I can do it again. But can I ask you a question beforehand, before I do that? Is that all right?
Sure. Go on.
What do you think refraction is?
OMG.
Well, if someone was talking about refraction, I would assume they're talking about the Snell's law variety, where one medium next to another causes a change in the angle of incidence of the light.
Okay, why does that happen?
He's back to his tactics again. He's going to start with a line of questioning for you.
Why is it that Snell's law
prove the thing he was asked to prove? Are we going to keep doing this?
Why is it that Snell's law is like descriptive of reality? Like, what is it actually describing accurately? What is the underlying mechanism under the hood?
So since you failed to prove the thing you were asked to prove, you have a line of questioning for him once again?
Yeah, I'm being Socratic.
Sorry,
I actually think this is a good exercise.
Well, it'd be a good exercise for yourself to undertake, since you're the one that claimed you can't explain what kind of refraction is moving the horizon.
I never said that. But if it's fine if you're not interested in going down the line of questioning that I have, but I actually think it'd be super useful.
Well, I'm more interested. Well,
okay, that's fine. If you don't want to do it,
useful. Yeah, I don't see how it is, because it's not addressing the horizon being at 10 miles when it should be at 1.
Well, it addresses what I think is. It addresses what I think is your misunderstanding on what refraction actually is. But that's fine. We don't have to go down that road.
I don't have a misunderstanding. I just observe the horizon. I compare it to the globe prediction.
You do.
The globe prediction doesn't match reality.
Stop interrupting.
You do because you say refraction is just like Snell's law, and that's just wrong.
No, I didn't say what it just is. I didn't say it's just that. I actually opened it up for you to fill in what you're claiming with regards to your argument about refraction.
And I did, and I'm happy to repeat it.
Yeah, you said
I'm happy to repeat it.
Yeah, you're happy to say I'm not answering.
Refractive effects is what happens when you have an electromagnetic wave entering like an area where there are electric charges, and the electromagnetic wave moves those charges, which in turn create their own electromagnetic wave, and the net effect is that the speed of light in certain directions is slowed down. That is what refraction is. Snell's law is a special case of that effect when there are two mediums and there is a hard boundary between them.
Okay, where did you get your definition for the first one?
For what refraction is?
How the hell does your version of refraction let you see around a curve? I'm still waiting for that.
So to answer the first question,
or also curve, because
that's three questions now that have been asked. I'm going to forget the first one. So the first question was, where did I get my definition from refraction? That lecture that I linked, which is titled "The Origin of the Refractive Index" by Richard Feynman, is where probably a primary source where I got that. And I welcome you to go through that, and I'm even happy to go through it with you if you want. So what was the second question?
That's bordering on an elephant hurling fallacy.
That's fine. You can think that. I'm not interested in proving otherwise. I'm just not.
Well, you think it too.
Yeah.
What was the second question?
Feynman said what
you did talk about the light slowing down, but not bending over a curve.
Who's they?
You did talk about the light slowing down,
yes.
But not curving over a curve.
What do you think happens if you have a vector moving in what? So if I have a car, right, that's driving forward, and I describe its velocity in terms of two orthogonal vectors, both of which have a component that is forward in the car. What do you think happens if I shrink one of those vectors? The car will turn.
Can you just do something in reality, though, instead of all the...
Yeah, he's struggling with reality.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Well, I don't know what to tell
you. It sounds like there's not really much you can tell us. You can't tell us anything.
If you're interested in winning, you know what? I will give it to you. You win, Cyclone. You win the debate.
It's not about winning. No, it's not about winning. It's not about winning. It's just about the horizon and how it can't be reconciled with the globe model. That's simply what it is.
Okay.
And it sounds like he's just spiraling and grasping for concepts, not in reality.
That's okay. For the most part, Charlie, you've been pretty chill and respectful, so we appreciate your time. Feel free to hang around, ask questions, or listen, whatever you fancy.
What I heard from you now, you did assume that the light have two vectors, one down and one to the forward, like that car. So if you slow down the forward direction, that light will just... I don't know if it will...
Not the forward. So I know that I did a bad job explaining it. Can I draw it out?
So you added another vector to the light.
I did a bad job explaining it. I'll draw it out in a diagram.
Matthew had to come in and try to bail you out. That's fine.
Here, I'll draw it. I'm just in my excellent MS Paint ability.
So, Charlie, how long have you been telling yourself that things in the distance that you see aren't actually there? How long has that been going on?
Hold on, I'm focused on this.
Yeah, just any time.
He's making a drawing.
You guys are gonna admire my Da Vinci like skills.
Gonna
here.
put it right on the fridge, son.
Da Vinci would be a flat earther. He draws too much.
He was the globe earth.
Not me.
I'm pretty sure
I said he would be. I said he would be.
Okay. So see that excellent piece of triangular art?
You guys understand the difference between past and future, right? Was and would.
So do you see that drawing that I added?
Yeah, what's that?
Necros. So imagine the red vector represents the velocity of a car. So a car is moving along that direction. That velocity vector can be thought of as the addition of two velocity vectors, one going down and one going up, sort of at diagonals. Yeah? What refraction does is that it shrinks one of them. So imagine shrinking the first one. If you shrink the first velocity vector, the first black one on the left, the net effect of that is that the red vector will start turning left, like it'll go up. That's how refraction works. It slows down the component of the velocity of light in one direction, and so the net effect of the direction of light, where the direction where the light is actually going, turns. Maybe I can even get an animation of this going, actually.
Okay, so knowing that, so how long have you been convinced that what you're seeing in the distance isn't actually there? How long's that been going on?
I don't think I've thought about. I don't think I've thought about the refractive effects.
Chanting refraction, yet you've never thought about this. That's interesting.
I don't think
maybe I'll ask you this. So I'll ask you this: How long? How long have you been emptily? Well, you already answered it. You said you hadn't thought about it. So how long have you been
until?
How
God,
long
let me
have you been
finish.
emptily chanting refraction?
I said I hadn't thought about it until I got into flat Earth a few years ago.
Okay, so then you shouldn't have any problem answering this question. How long have you been emptily chanting refraction?
How long have I been shouting refraction?
Emptily chanting it.
Emptily?
Emptily.
Can you ask me a less loaded question?
No, you just answered it with your last question.
No.
It must be the same answer a couple years, right? Thanks, Charlie. That's it.
Yeah, that doesn't explain what we see on the horizon. We see a flat line of a horizon every time.
Right. Refraction wouldn't give you something that's not flat in the horizontal direction, right? It only gives you curve in the forward and backwards direction. Because the changing index of refraction is up, not sideways.
Yeah, we never see that on the horizon.
So Charlie, so you put the camera and you walk away 12 miles. You want to claim refraction?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, you put the camera, you walk away 12 miles, and you are recording yourself.
12 miles what? Oh, I walk away 12 miles. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And you are recording yourself. You want to cut refraction?
I want to call refraction? I don't understand the question.
You want to account refraction.
Do I want
can
to
you
account
record
refraction?
yourself? It's easy. Can you record yourself walking away from your camera 12 miles away?
I don't know. Can I?
You are talking about refraction. You understand about it? So it's possible that you can record yourself 12 miles away.
Down a hill, 12 miles away.
He doesn't know how to answer you, Miguel. Thus, the empty refraction chanting. He told us earlier it's refraction because it has to be refraction.
I'm distracted. So to
That's your
answer
best option is to distract yourself from this.
How many mediums are you looking through?
I'm gonna post it. It's possible, Miguel. I'm gonna post it right there.
I'm distracted by this. So if you see that vector right there,
No. Look
If
at what I did post it. 12 miles away, and the guy is recording himself. How can that
and then
be
I
possible?
shrank. Okay, so
Yeah,
you see
how
those
can
two
that-
images?
We don't care about your diagram. I don't care about your diagram.
Well, you're the one that asked about it. Like, how is it that slowing down one direction makes a turn, right?
12 I just posted. The guy did walk away 12 miles, and he's recording himself.
Oh, so we're moving. So you accepted my. How does refraction make light turn?
Your refraction is not helping you here.
Okay, but hold on. But do you accept the point that
mediums,
refraction makes
Charlie?
light turn?
We don't accept nothing from you. How many mediums?
Okay, well then I'm not going to move on from that point because I'm demonstrating it right here. If you shrink,
Charlie, how much glass? How much water?
You are just
Hi,
posting diagrams. Diagrams are not reality.
Hello, Charlie, with one medium.
I can't illustrate to you concepts without using abstractions.
Yeah, you can. It's called go get a duck. A duck will swim. You grab a duck, put it in the water. Not a concept. It is the duck. We don't need concepts. We need the duck.
Like you use the concept for drawing the line of the car. When I drive the car itself and I slow it down, no, it doesn't turn. So yeah, you just imagine. Because you have some concepts, you add some terms to the car. Or the plane when it's slowing down. Or the ship when it's slowing down. So why they never learned that shit? So when you're driving your plane, when you slow down, you have to know that the vector of the plane will change because you're slowing down.
I apologize. I'm not. I'm distracted by work right now. I have a meeting in 15 minutes, and then after that, I can hang out here for another 15 minutes. And then I have to go.
Typical. Bye bye.
Bye bye. You know, at that distance,
you didn't hear me. I'm saying I can be here for another 15 minutes, and then I'll leave and come back.
Anyway, so yeah, at that distance, 12 miles, the target should be hiding 64 feet. But the guy is recording himself, so yeah, you can say bye-bye to our refraction concepts, wherever you want.
So,
it's not reality. I don't care about your graphics. It's not reality. Your concepts.
I don't think you guys understand why my motivation behind being here, right? Like, I'm here to listen. If I think it's great to have Socratic discussions about things.
Not here to listen.
Yeah, you
want I'm giving a bullet point of why I'm here, right? That's one of them. Yeah. I'm here to
Charlie,
be asked questions.
Why you're here? Yeah, we appreciate that. We appreciate your activity and your presence. So don't worry about it. You know, you got work. That's fine. You're distracted. That's cool. You got questions. We can discuss them as long as you're respectful and honest.
You're probably the nicest flat earther I've ever spoken to.
Well,
most good faith. I'm going to tag you right now.
My babies are feelings.
That's questionable. I'm just kidding.
More patience. But yeah, I mean, it's a very trolled conversation, right? So a lot of people just like to get straight to the point. But we appreciate that it can't be as straightforward for everyone as it is for others. And yeah, we're here for questions and discussion as long as it's respectful and honest. You'll be fine.
Thank you.
And I would add to that. I think most of us actually here are what the word empiricist kind of implies is, for myself, I'll just keep it on my side. I need empirical evidence or demonstration that whatever you're showing matches reality, and possibly that you have a citation stating the claim you're making, because you are just making a conceptual idea of something. We don't see any proof of this in nature, and that's what we're asking. Where's the proof in nature? And where's evidence of somebody actually witnessing or a demonstration of this actually happening in nature?
And every time we buckle down and try to get an answer to that question, the subject gets changed.
Exactly. That's a really good point. I'm not sure who you are. I do recognize your voice, so. Is it Flat Earth Ranger?
Yep.
Yeah, right on, man. Right on. I've heard you for a few days or weeks. Yeah, right on. Yeah, so that's the thing. This is just a diagram showing arrows going directions. That's not an explanation or a description or a demonstration of what actually we witness.
Exactly. And I did post it, the video. The guy did walk away, and he's recording himself. Will Charlie go tomorrow asking the same questions? Oh, satellites, blah blah, trilaration. He did say that he's listening us, but he comes here talking about the same stuff. That's like a broken record. It's like Matthew Learns version 2.
Oh, we agreed. Me and Matthew learn. He already admitted many times that it's just a belief, strong belief that he is holding the globe in space and those things. So no, he's not arguing anymore. Sometimes he forget that shit and he want to argue, but he just stop himself again when he remembers.
See,
And I appreciate
I'm happy to argue the mechanics of certain experiments, but for me, like when people say things like, I'm sure that this is refraction and this is not, or the laws of physics don't say that, like that's not interesting to me to like debate to what me is established knowledge.
The laws of physics don't speak.
So you have some formula that you can use your refraction. To account your refraction, you have some formula to use it, because it's easy. Refraction, and you are standing behind this word, and that's it. We are talking about observations.
There's no formula. There's no formula. It's just a knee-jerk reaction or a knee-jerk answer to something they can't prove, because it's different distances. Like whose example that was for 10 miles, there's 50 miles, there's 100 miles. It's refraction every time. There's no specific formula.
Yeah, but you're acting as if men never tested this genuinely, or tried to.
So you have one, and you have some formula. You have some formula that you count some refraction.
The index of refraction. It's a malleable number.
You have some formula that we can use now.
Yeah, it's a very simple one.
Okay.
There's negative index and there's positive index of refraction. It's that simple.
Okay,
If I draw a line, a point falls on the line. It's that simple.
You have some formula that you can use it to calculate, no?
You use it every day, man. Your iPhone has a prism in it. Your iPhone
There's no
has a
formula.
literal
He's
prism
just
in it that
spiraling
manipulates
because he
refraction.
can't refute measurements, so he's spiraling.
Put it in
That's
side
what's
chat.
happening.
I'll put it in side chat.
No, let's see. Observer's height 4.2 feet. Distance, horizon distance 12.4 miles. Can you make your formula working with that? Accounting refraction. 4.2 feet, 12.4 miles. Target.
Yeah, Charlie said experiment. These are not experiments. Anyway, you don't have an experiment, so stop using that word. And
Definitely
you said
don't.
something. If you say something's established knowledge, then you should have citations that show us that this
iPhone.
matches reality.
Yeah, iPhone. It uses the same optical equation.
He said iPhone. Is that a citation?
Look inside chat. Yeah, all of the refraction it's right there in the prism in your phone. Haha. Yeah.
I'm asking to you to calculate. With your refraction, calculate.
Your phone's not outside.
Can you point to the formula?
Exactly.
It literally is when you walk out and take pictures.
No, you don't live in a phone.
Yeah, thanks for your red herring.
It's psychotic.
That doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
that has to-
psychotic phone liver.
Your phone has glass that's more than one medium.
Do you know what a retina and
So,
a cornea is?
So it's more than one medium in the air.
Do you know they put that same thing in people's eyes? It's called a corneal
Yeah.
graft.
Do you know that's
they don't.
Do you know
They
whatever
see
it
the
is
same
they put in your
practice
eye?
before, bro.
Whatever they put in your eye, do you know that that's another medium?
Oh my god, and the person sees the same crap they did before. Imagine that.
Your phone is flat. The front part of your eye is rounded. And the phone is only one lens. Your eye is two. You have two. You have binocular vision. You don't have fucking vision, unicorn boy. So stop saying stupid stuff. And you don't live behind glass and in plastic. Come on, bro. Get real. Or through a tube.
I don't see it in the link that you sent. They asked you for the formula.
Yeah, show us how Snell's law applies to nature.
I'm still waiting for his formula, his calculation.
So do you think if I presented to you a derivation of Snell's law, that you'd be able to understand it? I just did, by the way.
No,
let's go through it.
Let's go through it. It requires how many medium?
So are you educated in differential calculus? Because if you are, I'd be happy to go through it right now. Let's go through
I
it.
don't give a flying fuck about calculus. We're talking about light and how it appears through different.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Necros. Necros asked for a formula. I just gave it to him.
You're a real smart ass, we're discussing reality, ass clown.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
I'm not saying that to
Little
exclude
smart-
you from the conversation.
little-
I'm saying
a
to
little
clarify who the
smart
question was
ass.
directed to.
You're just a little smart ass. You're not that smart, bro.
Patience.
Refused to talk about Snell's law 10 minutes ago. Now wants to lecture on it like a smartass.
Yeah,
No, because he actually asked a good question. Like, how do you derive Snell's law, right? What's the formula for it, right?
Yeah, I said
Somebody ask a good
where it
question.
appears in
Yes.
nature. A
Yeah, I just
citation where
did.
it appears in nature. Where it
I
appears
just
in
did.
nature.
I just did.
Charlie, I asked for the formula, yes, but not about Snell's law because you use two mediums and a boundary between those two mediums, not the atmospheric refraction that you are claiming. That's different shit. You have just one single
I know,
fucking
that's not what I
medium,
posted.
which is air. What
That's
that
not what I
your
posted.
formula is just debunked already. You just
No, it's
have
what-
one single
You
medium.
need to
Maxwell's
use
equations are debunked.
You need to use differential equations because there's scattering, there's Ramin scattering, there's all sorts of optical distortions, bro. Get out of here. You know that, Mr. College Boy. I took Diffie Q as a freshman, by the way.
Oh, good. Are you a flat earther?
No, But I took differential equations as a freshman because I got 5s on my AP exams, and I took advanced math before I got to college.
Yeah. See, the thing is, they're asking for the equations. They're asking for the equations that display this behavior, and like it requires knowing differential equations. So, like, sure, I could demonstrate it to you, but if you don't understand them, then what good is it?
Let me help you out. How about you look in side chat to the math that works all this out? It's called radiation transfer codes. Yeah. Here, you're gonna need this. Don't try to do the math yourself. Give me a break.
And Charlie enters with this from which shows from the Royal Society, part 8. It says a dynamic theory of electromagnetic field. Light is not electric and it's not magnetic.
Okay, well, I think you're just wrong about that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Prove it. Prove it.
I can't present to you an experiment that you'll be able to run yourself.
Yeah,
I can't think of one.
League. You're out of you're off the reservation. So it says the first part, the most obvious mechanical phenomenon in electrical and magnetical experiments. I'm sure you're going to show us those experiments with the independent variables.
Sonny, what happens if you take a piece of wire?
You're going to show us the experiment?
Yes, I can show you right now. Sonny, what happens if you take a piece of wire?
Show us the experiment.
And you connect it.
I don't want you talking.
Yeah, I'm describing the experiment right now. I'm describing the experiment right now.
I don't want a description. I want the experiment itself with the independent.
I'm giving you the experiment.
A thought one? A thought experiment? A thought experiment?
A thought experiment. You can actually do this one at home as long as you have the right equipment.
Thought experiment. I'm
it's not a thought experiment. You take a piece of wire. You take a piece of wire. You connect it to an AC voltage source.
Whatever you're explaining is not an experiment. I don't care.
How would you know that if you're covering your ears?
I want the experiment that goes along with the actual document that you provided.
I am giving you the experiment right now.
You're just talking.
This is the same demonstration that Maxwell presented to the Royal Society. I don't know why you're covering your ears.
Show it how it matches reality and how it relates to light itself.
Do you want to hear it?
You probably want to use Feynman's path integrals, so you're way off. Like, what are you on about? Let's see. Are you a junior? You're a junior.
Blah, 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 blah.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Both of you.
No. Feynman path integrals to do what?
A light, the path of light, idiot. It's inside chat from a master's student who actually implemented radiation transfer codes. Mr. Academic.
Feynman path integrals is a theory for quantum mechanics. It has nothing to do.
Excuse yourself. Yeah, you're a sophomore.
For quantum mechanics. It has nothing to do.
It's not a theory.
It has nothing to do with Maxwell's equations.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'll post
on fucking
surface. I have a degree, you don't, and this idiot is way beyond his depth, obviously, and I'm showing him he is from an academic standpoint. That's not paired up with this moron.
I have Feynman's book on path integrals.
Let's skip all this, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
I've read it. I know way more about it than you do. I guarantee.
Theory.
If you let me turn on my camera, I'll show you that I have the book right here. And it's all annotated by me. Jesus fucking Christ. You guys have...
Your shouts to Jesus are noted.
It's so frustrating to me when your Globers come in here and spew retardism.
Projection.
He's not cooking me, you liars, because I just posted a screenshot of what I just said, proving it, and you're a sophomore in college. You don't know what you're talking about.
Globers argue each other.
All right, I have to go to my work.
Shut the fuck up, right? Nobody's arguing. He's wrong, period. Moving on.
Going to my work meeting. I'll be right back.
What the hell is going on in here?
Some sophomore yapping about some stuff he heard in lecture.
A Glober fight, bro.
Madam,
it sounds like it.
Fuck up.
I really don't want to know, like, from that Charlie's perspective of how he came to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. I mean, have you guys asked him that, or has it just been like this philosophical rant of his?
He gave 3 reasons. He sort of like took his time to go through all those reasons.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Were they all equations?
We're just kind of digging.
Yes.
Deep
Once we
into
try when we tried to pin him to reality, that's when he got busy and he was distracted by work. So
Okay, but Matthew seems to have heard what he said. Did any of his answers include the physical and natural world?
Yeah, he said for his job he works on electrical engineering stuff for
You're a slanderous dumb white man. I can tell. So you're muted and blocked, dude. You got to be kidding me. You don't know anything about
let me just
moron. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Let me just hear Matthew say what.
Oh yeah, he can. He's just a lying dumbass who doesn't know about path integrals. Clearly, it was created for light, you idiot, with mirrors. It wasn't created from chromodynamics. It was extended to that, into the quantum realm. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? So you don't speak on my name because you're a dumb idiot.
Hold on a second.
He wasn't talking about you, Newt.
I like
he wasn't talking about you
before you start talking.
Yeah,
He wasn't talking about you, Newt.
Yeah, he's actually talking about the other guy. So if we can, Matthew, what was his physical natural world like demonstration of globe?
It was something.
He's an engineer, right?
Yeah, it was something to do with the using trilateration to determine that there are satellites 35,000 miles above the equator.
You're wrong. You're
So
wrong.
that
He
was his
said
first one.
by himself that it's not to prove the shape of the Earth, but just to say that there is something there at 35,000 kilometers. That's
Right.
the only thing. No. So it's not. It wasn't to prove to him the shape of the Earth. We talk about the shape of the Earth, the globe.
So that had nothing to.
Sorry, he listed that when asked like what are his reasons for believing the Earth is a globe, he said, "Well, I can tell you why I think it," and that was his first one. Was this thing about satellites being or something being 35,000 miles above the Earth?
So his reasoning behind why he believes it, but not it wasn't a proof that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
Okay. Well, no, I'm up to speed now. I guess I thought maybe he was just putting forward that this is proof that the Earth is a globe. Using this demonstration of the altitude of that particular satellite. Okay.
No, for sure. He claimed that they asked him. They were trying to argue with him, and he said, "No, it's not about the surface," because they said you can have that thing on a flat surface, and he said, "No, I'm not arguing about the shape."
Okay. So he's just basically saying his reasoning behind why he believes it's a globe. Well, it's kind of like what Matthew's saying. It's because satellites and such. Well, I mean, where did he go? Did he dip? I mean,
He had a meeting IRL, so he had to do some other stuff.
Okay. Well, I mean, it sounds like he has some type of academic background, and maybe he's a guy that works in the field. So we tend to kind of give those guys. We tend to kind of give those guys a little bit more rope because of the fact that they have a background. Now, of course, it's the internet, so we can't verify that, but we have to have their perspective laid out. So whatever they, we can ask the relevant questions, but we have to give them the little bit of rope to do that. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, we're going to be able to get him on some points, but I mean, it's curious because there's a lot of people like him in specific fields that they're continuing to say these things, and I actually want them to get it all out, and then we can move forward with whatever points that we have. Because I think he feels like he's thoroughly convinced in the field that he's working in to say that that's
I'm sure he is. Yeah,
that's all. I mean, we can show him a lot of things in the physical natural. I was listening to the appeal for refraction, I think, and that's what Sonny was talking to him about. Is that right, Sonny? You had him on refraction? Snell's law?
Yeah, he was describing how Snell's law is a special case of Maxwell's equations and was trying to explain how that works.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to him about. And I was asking for how whatever he's posting matches reality. And then he dropped Maxwell's dissertation something about Maxwell's equations about electromagnetic phenomenon. But
you were referring to light, right? And the specific interaction between the medium. So, and he was, he was pointing out Go ahead.
He also acknowledged though that his reasons for seeing too far or seeing beyond the 39-59 mile radius, what would be the limit, he said that wasn't Snell's law. Because when he was pinned down on Snell's law the first time, he wiggled out of it and then he went back to it.
So on the one hand it was, and the one hand it is not. Like Snell's law is applied in a very specific case, I guess, in his mind. It's not applicable to the physical natural world, as in, a viewing distance.
That's exactly how he put it. That's exactly how he put it, Alpha. It was one. I've heard of this.
Case. I've heard of this before, and it's like they use it interchangeably so that they can have their cake and eat it too. So I'm not. That's kind
exactly
of
what he did.
Yeah. I think most of the people are hip to that. If like Flat Earth Ranger was listening to it, so he's like, I know what he's doing. He's doing what they do with the theory of gravity, interchanging it with Newton's theory and Einstein's. So they're kind of using it interchangeably because that's how they were brought up to be, understand this.
In reality, what he's trying to prepare to just say that if the light change the density of the medium, so if it go from a dense air to less dense air, so it will slow down. By claiming that there is multiple vectors when you are just going forward, like for the light, he claimed that there is that red arrow, remember guys, that he drawn, and two other arrows, one going down and the other going up. So multiple vectors when you are going in one single direction. So yeah, he can claim that shit. If you slow down the light by going to a denser medium without any boundary, without the need of boundary, it will just make that light curve.
He tried. He tried.
Yeah, he tried, but I can't let do that shit.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of you guys that are ready for the conversation. I think for him, if he was to lay out his premise, on this particular occasion, then we could identify the reason why he has a flaw in his logic. Which, of course, you could come back around and tell him, look, okay, so you're trying to interchange the idea that you're saying this is a special case when you're using light in this instance, for this equation. But then again, on this other case, you're using Snell's law, where it's applicable to say that, it could be a difference between the interaction of light passing through two media, which is what Sonny was saying. You know what I mean? So once you let him get it out, then perhaps he can identify the reason why he has a misunderstanding in the way he's thinking about it. So hopefully, when he does come back, he wants to get it out about his equation, and he thinks somewhere there, when he explains it, he's going to be able to make it valid for him to think about it, and also for you to or it to be something to propose against as an argument. But this all ties into the reason why they don't understand the physical and natural world to be what it is, because they're using mathematical constructs to visualize the globe. See, the globe is only in their mind; it's an idea, but it can only be proposed in a mathematical form. It's nowhere found in the physical and natural world. So it's a good explanation for them, but you can't test it. So it falls apart when in the realm of demonstration.
Yeah, and he's trying to mix. These theories by Clerk Maxwell, electromagnetic phenomena. So it says mechanical and phenomenon in electrical and magnetical experiments. And I'm going to drop another little quote out of his document. And what it says in here is, it says, this theory as developed by Weber and Newman is exceedingly ingenious and wonderfully comprehensive in its application. Here's the key point: to the phenomena of statical electricity and electromagnetic attractions, induction of currents, and diamagnetic phenomena. So not talking about light. I rest my case.
Right. It's a different category.
100%.
And it's good to kind of like, because I think he's just trying to get out the math. That's really where his mind is at the moment. He's trying to show the math, and the math to him is going to be the evidence behind why he believes the Earth's a globe, or at least it's a piece to the puzzle of why he believes the Earth's a globe. Let's put it that way. He's not going to say it's the whole truth, because nobody in the globe side can ever claim that. They can only say this is part of the preponderance of evidence that makes up the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, it's a good thing QE's not here when he's dropping Maxwell dissertation.
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, the thing is, and QE would stop him short, with good reason. But the thing with this guy, and of course the listening panel at the moment, we have an opportunity to hear this guy who believes he thinks he's correct in saying this for the reason why he believes the Earth's a globe. But even at that, we'll be able to show him, well, once he's done, let him get all his equations out and then say, okay. It's just like somebody using math to say that this is the true form. You say, okay, take your math and then I'll put it against reality. How does it translate? Because that's where the rubber meets the road. It's not in the math equation. It's how the math explains reality. In what way? Because we have to be able to say, okay, from the math to reality, how are we testing this? How does it make sense? You get me? That's the disconnect for him, because he can't make that happen, because it only exists in the mathematic form. It's a convention that's used so that people can talk about how something happens. That's what math is. It's a descriptive language. Anyway, I don't know if he's ever going to come back, but when he does,
yeah, he probably will. That was pretty good last night. I was sorry I had to go. It was just getting too late. I know it was much later for you, but how'd the rest of the night go?
it was good. I mean, these days I'm in and out. Well, I was there for quite a bit, but
right.
I don't know. I didn't hang around all night. I've been meaning to do some X bases. Currently, right now in IRL, I'm trying to find a place to call home. I'm trying to buy a house, so and I'm doing a couple of things in my work, so I'm kind of a bit busy. But I do want to, once I'm settled, I do want to spend some time in actually making like some real decent podcasts and stuff like that, and have you guys involved with it too.
Right. Sounds great.
Yeah, there's a lot of work we got to do, man, before we exit this place. So. I think the reason why we, what pushes everybody to come on every day is that we have an opportunity and a platform so that we can talk to people about common sense, reason, practicality, all the sorts of things that should make sense to somebody like trying to figure out what's going on. And, that's all the best we can hope for. Convincing is not a part of our gig. So don't let anybody convince you that's the thing. Like you're trying to make somebody believe something. No, you're just proposing something so they can think about and have them decide.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys know this. I gotta do some stuff. You guys keep it cool in here, man. You guys got it handled.
Right on, Alpha. Good to hear you. And CB's not here, so we are live. So if you want to come in, Crit's here live. We had someone called Too Big Bike, but he left. So right when I said we are live. So we have Bar Grunt, Challenger, Final, Boss, don't know you. Chicken Joe, I don't know you either. There's Crit, Daz, and Daz68 from Down Under. Denmark, always good. Dr. Air Pressure, Radwin, good to see you. I don't know if you're available. FE Batman, Flat Earth Ranger, good to hear you today. There's Gemsy. I don't know if you're here to check in, Gemsy. Probably kind of cold where you are. Hush, Julius J, Kembo Beats. Oh, he's deafened. Manufactotum. Mark Matthew Learns, Miguel Souza, Mick, Old Haas, Radburn. Over Fences, Quad, Quetzalcoatl, Resolve, Roots XL, myself, I'm Sunny on the Plane. T-Dub, Terry Tricks, I'm not familiar with you either. Yeah, and we do have the Honorable Shlomo Moonbuggy, the Scarlet King, the Viking, Vitalis, and Carr. Good to see you all
Hey,
in
Sonny,
here.
nice to see you.
Yeah, Matthew, good to see you.
It's been a while since I've seen you in real life, though. We don't have those meetups anymore.
Yeah, no, that's kind of a shame. I would go to another one, but, I don't drink anymore, and there's a lot of drinking going on. So, I don't know. I mean, it would be okay. I would just hang out with the non-drinking crew. I know there's people that don't drink that go.
Yeah, I think I didn't drink for. I mean, maybe I had something once or twice, but you don't have to drink.
Yeah, I heard Flat Earth Dude was in here last night. I don't talk with him too much. He always comes in late, like 10 to 1 a.m. or something. That's just too late for me.
Conversation I just ran.
Was it about Flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't just come in here and start to wax masturbatory.
Go ahead then.
Well, it's the antecedents in the image that I shared, right? So if you remember when I showed you all that diagram that shows perspective converging to the midpoint on the line, and then you just repeat the image above so you can see that perspective stacks beyond optical horizon. Well, that's shown in the image, so if you can walk people through the process and just get them to mentally color in the ocean in the middle line, it's like you can actually see every time you take a horizontal shot of the ocean, in the image is the entire body of water to the rise in elevation. So the true horizon in that sense is about, at about 80% up the frame of reference for horizontal sight, which still leaves you with like 80% of the actual arcwards up to make, the rest of the sky resolve. But this is why the horizon stars, as it were, come in on extreme oblique angles across the entire flat plane. So you've got to model that into the way that an image will show within, from horizontal, the top half of it, with nothing in the way, of course. Yeah, the image will be there behind the obscuring, what they say, atmosphere, but what we could say is gas particles or whatever. I mean, that's what's creating the optical horizon is the compression of the gases. So if you imagine sucking all that out with a giant vacuum, you could just see the ocean spanning all the way out to about 80% up of your general reference for optical horizon. I mean, I don't know where you guys are at on my assertion, but if my assertion's correct, it means that for the entire history of photography, very few people would have realized this.
So I think what you're saying here, I think I understand. So what you're saying is, if we didn't have the compression of the Atmo above the visible horizon, that horizon of the ground plane would continue outward and upward in our vision.
Yeah, upward in any frame of vision that's pointed and oriented horizontal. It'd climb to about, let's add like a 40% of where it is generally. I'm trying to picture the night in the day shot, so you can see where star horizon would start, but that's just above physical horizon, which is probably 30% up, right?
And I don't know if it's just this image that you posted or not, but I almost can see that line between what you have.
That's why it struck me on that image, because it seems to perfectly show the gradient, and it's like Elon Musk blew up the rocket to drop flares in the actual distance gradient between Miami and like the Dominican Republic. Is that what we're seeing? I don't know what the landmass is. You'd have to look on a map.
Interesting. Well, the reason it interests me is because I spent a few days out on the beach a couple of years ago, and I was there, like overnight, of course. I was camping, and I was seeing things that I thought were actually in the sky. Now, there was a low marine layer, but underneath the cloud layer, it was so clear. I was amazed at what I was seeing. And so some of these things I was seeing, I thought were actually in the sky because they were so high up in my vision.
Yeah.
But now I'm realizing.
It's wild anytime you get the span.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, now I'm realizing that what I was actually seeing, and I didn't know it at first, because I was amazed at what I was seeing, and I thought it was in the sky. But as I started looking at it, and afterwards, I started realizing that those things I thought were in the sky is actually on the horizon. It was just so much higher than I was used to seeing because of the conditions under the cloud cover were so clear. Amazing.
Yeah, and there's another data point which occurred to me by thinking about the nature of the night sky when you make these observations. And inside of that span of distance that goes outside of optical horizon, which is still there at night for the physical stuff that's not in the sky, right? But because the ocean is somewhat of a perfect mirror, enough to generate stars twinkling. Do you see where I'm going with this? Some kind of refraction within the actual compression of the Atmo itself is what generates false star position through the reflection and the refraction off the surface of the water, which even in motion is still going to do enough of that to generate the same intermittent twinkling that we see in the waters above.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more. Now, I don't know who else really, because I don't know who else has done like this type of breakdown of what we see on the horizon. I mean, we use people like Andrew Thomas Young, Glober, but I think there's a lot more information we can get from the horizon with more observations and viewing things in different conditions and so forth, so on. But I mean, there's a lot we don't know how this works.
Hell, there's a lot people don't know about pendulums. Mine's been running for 30 hours or so, and everything I've been able to find says that this pendulum should have stopped. And the only pendulums that should be able to run functionally infinitely have to be suspended in free space, one, and electrically powered, two. And mine's neither. And it's still running. No loss of rate.
Interesting.
Earth must be a globe spinning in a vacuum then.
Yeah, I don't think Ludwig is trying to show that or show. I don't think that's what he's showing or demonstrating.
Yeah, I'm saying that's like the bogusness of them asserting that gravity is involved with keeping a gyroscope in motion. And they do all these crazy things to like force isolate it. But I've only paraforce isolated it, and there's only 2 magnets involved. And it's still not ever going to lose motion. I'd put money on it at this point.
Yeah, I never really understood their argument with the pendulum being that it's attached to the building that the pendulum is hanging from. It's attached to the same thing that they're saying is moving underneath it. And so let's say there's deviation. Okay, so what? We know that, like, okay, even if you have a piece of brass, like, have you seen the demonstration of, I think it's brass, which is non-magnetic, and gold, and they've rolled these balls
Is this
across.
the Cavendish, or sounds like Cavendish?
Well, no, what I'm talking about is they actually rolled.
Spencer
No, I'm
Gifts
talking
used
about.
to sell those magnetic pendulums. Just letting you guys know, you can probably still get them.
Yeah, I'm actually talking about something different. They're actually rolling a ball of gold and or brass on a piece of metal, like a piece of ferrous metal, like steel, and they're showing it slowed down the rate of roll, even though it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be non-magnetic, because you can put a magnet. You can't pick a piece of brass or a piece of gold up.
Well, it's funny because the more that they've studied magnetism, they've had to redact a lot of their claims about things not being magnetically reacting. Like the old definition of diamagnetism became unipolar magnetism, which is what human beings are. We only polarize to one pole, but we're still reactive the same way that all water is reactive, because it's the water that's diamagnetic inside us.
I did post a pedal made with the brass and the copper, and it shows me vertically.
Yeah, they show it vertically. Yeah, they show it actually rolling down a ball, like a ball bearing, and rolling down. It actually slows down. Like it doesn't roll in free state. In other words, you can see that it's being slowed down. I'm trying to find that demonstration. Let me look for it.
What you guys talking about?
They were talking about pedals.
Everything but Earth curve. There is no Earth curve to talk about anymore. Closest we got was writing a piece of code that can tell you how far away a signal is when it's delayed. And that doesn't prove Earth.
I don't think you understand that the delay would have to be specific to each ground station, which can't be done from a single source. Do you see why that's true, Dr. Air Pressure?
I'm also at work.
No worries.
You missed the last part of when I said, and that still doesn't prove Earth curve.
I agree.
So, do you have any evidence, Charlie, to prove that Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Nothing you would accept.
Nothing.
Then how did you accept it? If you know other people won't accept it, your measure of everybody not accepting it is you accepting it? That's weird, Charlie.
Okay.
I mean, if your first premise is you guys won't accept this, you won't believe me, then how did you believe it? Didn't the first guy that brought it to you say the same? You guys aren't going to believe me, but look at these numbers on this paper. Doesn't it explain it all?
Was asked, can you give us evidence of Earth curve? And he said, yeah, you're not going to believe this, but... And after we all went through everything...
No, that's not what I said. That's a lie.
Flat.
Why are you lying? The question was, why do you believe? The question was, why do I personally believe, right, that the Earth is curved? That was the question.
Yeah.
And so I gave an explanation that depends on my experience. And you're not going to believe it because if I tell you what my experience is, then, that's just some guy on the internet telling you what he's seen and done. But like you said something earlier that's incorrect that I don't think you realize why it's incorrect, right? If you're triangulating the position of something, right, and you say, oh, well, that thing can just send out a signal with a delay, right? It's not going to work because the delay needs to be different per receiver. Otherwise, both receivers are going to think the thing is further away, right? And so the positions that each of the receivers is going to deduce is they're not in agreement with each other, right? Like each receiver would have to get a different delayed signal. You can't do it with a single delay. Not possible.
You don't think you could write a piece of code that could do that? I know I could do that.
You can't write a piece of code to make hardware do something that it's physically incapable of doing.
I disagree with you.
Okay, I mean, I'll draw it out for you.
Right. I think I can write code that say, if you get this beep with this signature, and you can say, oh, it's this time of day, here's your delay, and so on at each tower.
No. You're not understanding the problem. Say you have a speaker in the middle of a city, okay? And let's say it gives out a signal every hour. Like it lets out a very loud boom every hour, right? And you have two receivers on some random points in the city. You're saying that you can fool them by somehow delaying the boom of the sound. But what you fail to understand is that whatever delay you introduce is going to be perceived by both receivers. You can't send one delay to one receiver and a different delay to another one. That's not possible.
I delay
It doesn't
signals
matter
all
what
the
code you're
time.
in.
I delay signals all the time.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. Why is it so difficult? Can I say something right now with a 5-second delay for you, but a no delay for DMOC?
Sure.
No, that's not possible.
And to delay every time you speak, put that in memory and then play it back to me, I can do that.
From my end. Of course we can do that if we can put software on your end.
Oh, you hear my delay.
But from the sender.
I never said it was from the sender. I said it was from the stations.
Oh, so you think I wrote malicious software and I put it on the stations?
Oh, you write tower stuff now. You put things in towers.
No, I write software that goes on my laptop.
Exactly.
Right? And I can connect to RF equipment that isn't even running software. It's just a satellite dish with some wires hooked up to it. Right? So the implication is that I wrote the malicious software myself to fool me.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay, so where's the software running? Is the software running on the ground stations, or is the malicious software running on the ground stations, or is it running on the satellite?
What's running at the ground stations?
The ground stations has RF equipment that picks up the electromagnetic signal, right? And we register the time at which the signals were received, and we sent it to some central place for processing.
Who wrote that software?
The software that sends the signals out?
Doing processing.
Not me. Somebody else.
There you go.
What point do you think that demonstrates?
Time code and delay signals based on time code.
Dude, I have bypassed that myself to do the calibrations of the time for the dishes. I have set up a satellite dish pointing to the damn sky on the right spot where the signal agrees with it. A delayed received signal would be perceived by the other ground stations.
Post all your work.
Spell my work?
Post it. Post your code too. Let me read it.
Oh yeah, let me do that. Let me post NDA software from a multi-billion-dollar company out on a random Discord server. Why wouldn't I do that?
You guys trying to hide?
You're the guy telling us on a random Discord server you have all this pertinent information. So
You're right. You shouldn't trust me, which is why the question was, why do I believe it, not why you should believe it. Jesus Christ, how many times do I have to state that? I need QE here to really drill it down to you guys.
Say why picking up a signal means you live on a ball. You just said you pick up a signal, and that means you live on a ball. And I said, no, we both agreed it doesn't prove flat Earth curve. And you said, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay, but...
You can replay it if you want.
I have a question for you. It's a personal one. Do you not simultaneously observe that you don't understand things like basic math? And doesn't that bother you when it comes to making inferences about the world that depend on that math?
Yeah, I did ask that to you.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, I did ask that to you.
You asked me that?
Yeah. Your formula, to calculate 4.2 height observer's height, and you walk away 12 miles. How much refraction you have to account?
I don't understand the question. My point was that does it not bother you that you don't understand the math from which the deductions that you are
I'm asking to you. You claim refraction.
Conclusion.
I'm asking to you.
I do understand the math.
You claim refraction. So you put your camera 4.2 feet observer's height, and you walk away 12 miles. How much refraction you have to account?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, you have some formula that you can post to us.
I've something even better. There's a calculator here.
Okay, so yeah, put 4.2 feet.
What do you want me to put? Why don't you put it?
Yeah,
Well, you're the one that knows all the quantification numbers for quantified refraction and quantified light movement and quantified light shapes. So why don't you just tell us how number man?
Put there 4.2 feet.
No, you plug it in. I added the calculator.
Observer's height 4.2.
You can use the calculator. You can
use it. No, you use it.
No, I'm good.
Target distance.
And then see what the apparent radius of the Earth is when you get it to straighten out. It's going to be around a 250,000 miles. Oh, you just posted your own debunk.
Yeah, use that formula. 4.2 feet observer's height, and target observer target target distance. You put it's in feet there, so you can put 65.472. That's 12 point. Let me see the real one. Yeah, 12.4 miles.
Yeah, so put that in your calculator you posted, and then bend your refraction and then see what the apparent radius is. You got to read the fine print, dude, when you post this shit. We've already done it all.
So target size, you can put 5.9. That's the height of normal human being. Something like that. So anyway, yeah. And then you can play with your refraction there. Moving it forward and back. At 0.39 fraction, I still don't see the target. But I did post the guy that did put the camera and he walked away 12.4 miles, and the guy's recording him, so that debunks your globe.
All right, I'm gonna go get some coffee, and then I'll play with the calculator, and I can even stream, and we can do it together. Yeah, is that fair?
Yeah. So you are wasting my time. So thank you.
Hey,
are you interested in doing it or not?
Get some coffee, Miguel, and he'll be back.
Do you want to do it or not?
It did past 1 hour.
Live for us, Miguel. Let him go do what he's going to do.
It's going to take me 30 seconds to get coffee. Relax. I'll be right
30
back.
seconds. I'm here 1 hour waiting for that calculation. And now I have to stay here. Where in a few minutes I have to go. But anyway, Dr. Air Pressure, you keep the guy because I have to go. So see you guys around.
All right, I'm back. Okay, let me turn on the stream. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so what is it exactly you want me to demonstrate? A target that's 12 miles away? Is that right? Hello, did you leave?
Yeah, Miguel had to leave.
Oh, never mind then.
But continue.
No, I mean, he's the one that had that one that was asking, right?
Well, you said you were going to play with it. So start playing.
Well, no, I was going to demonstrate to him how it's possible.
Get a sip of your coffee and start playing with it.
I'm good, thanks.
I'm good.
What happened? You prove it?
I think we're still waiting for Charlie to give us the formula or the type of refraction.
He's going to use Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator and demo how refraction brings 12 miles into view.
Yeah. Hopefully we can see that.
Yeah,
no, I told him to start playing with it.
We're going to look at the apparent radius or whatever that's called down there. I haven't looked at it in a long time. And it's going to be like 250,000 miles or something.
He said he was going to play with it. He got his coffee. He said, I'm back. I said, okay, play with it. And he goes, I'm good.
I went and got coffee too, just so I could keep up with you. I'm drinking it out of the world's best mom cup.
It sounds like a nice mug. Yeah, I think after Charlie started playing with that thing, I'm good. Nah, I'm good on that.
I'm good on that one. Let me Google something else. That the one with the black swans in it, the oil rigs that you can bend up and down? I like that one too. Who would have thought 2 oil rigs became the most famous oil rigs ever? Might have to go out there and take those things down soon so people don't do that again.
Well,
I was wondering, can you... Sorry, go ahead.
I read an article. That's all right. I read an article about that about 3 years ago where they were in the process of deconstructing them.
I was just wondering if you can line up a sunset behind the oil rigs, if it's facing the right direction, or because that would be cool.
Not sure if you'd get both oil rigs, though. That's the only thing.
But it'd be pretty cool because you'd see the sun. It'd be pretty much the same. You'd see the sun setting like on the horizon, which is well behind the rigs there.
Well, if Matthew Learns was here, he would be able to tell you if it was possible, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a good picture. That means the sun's only 12 miles away. 10 miles. That's where it goes over the Earth curve.
No sunset can be beyond 1.2 times square root of the surface height.
I believe Charlie gave up, which is really par for the course. Hole number 3, give up. That's par. It says that's par for this hole. Or if you shoot a bogey, you're going to put in the number and then announce it, and then you're going to have to explain why Earth is so big now, and orbital mechanics got blown out the window.
And before giving up, attempt to trash everyone in the call.
You could shoot a birdie if you avoid having to do that after you said you were going to do it.
Dick and Joe, the guy who keeps telling us on a loop that none of this matters, has joined the chat, and chat skanking at the same time.
So it doesn't matter, though.
They spent the whole morning in here.
He doesn't agree that the truth matters. He thinks it doesn't matter. Truth doesn't matter.
Yeah, he posts that as if that's some sort of absurd thing. Interesting mindset.
People still use iPads? I thought that fad was over. So just to be clear, Charlie was live for a second when I walked back, and I think he said, whoops, turn that off, and he's still playing with that calculator.
In silence.
Absolutely.
He's having that Luke Skywalker hanging off the scaffolding above the pit moment. No! This can't be.
Walter Bislin has to be pissed that he invented that thing. It's open source, so it's too late now.
Was this thing on?
We're live.
Wait, chat. Are we live?
It's true.
Why are you guys sitting in here all quiet?
We're waiting on Charlie.
Yeah, we were getting a demonstration from a electrical engineer using Walter Bislett calculator for a distance of 12 miles. He's going to bend refraction, and we're going to look at what size the Earth's radius is after that. And he was doing it live, and then he canceled that, and he never came back.
He canceled it. What is it, like an Amazon order or some shit? He canceled it. What you mean?
Live, yeah, he was sharing a screen and then stopped when he realized that, whoops, the radius changes.
So what did he think the radius was before?
Whatever it's supposed to be. He posted that as his proof. He's going to go do it. He's going to do it live. You can rewind it and listen to, oh, I'm going to grab a cup of coffee and we're going to get on this right now.
We do it live, chat. We do it live. Charlie. Is this the one that tries to flex his job or whatever? I'm an engineer.
Not anymore.
Yeah, he had a meeting. Yeah, he left to take a break for an engineering meeting about an hour ago. Yeah, it's part of his thing. You know him well. I have a meeting. My fiance just brought me lunch.
Fiance. What's his name?
Well, no, he didn't say that, but that's what the old one used. My girlfriend just brought me lunch. Oh, my fiance is at the door with my dinner.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He's like, oh,
remember those guys?
Damn, bro's getting roasted right now. That's crazy.
I have an executive meeting.
What about Chicken Joe?
He's a chicken.
Oh, I see what you did there.
He tells us that this discussion doesn't matter. And he's been telling us that all morning.
And he prefers to wear a hoop. You know what I mean?
Did I know what that means?
Your radius around you.
He needs his distance for social events.
Okay, nice. Well, for those folks that say it doesn't matter, what do you have to say about the thing I posted in the chat? This just hit my feed last night. SpaceX debris causes pandemonium in South Florida. Debris from space. Actually, I'm not sure if they're saying it's from space, but it's a point I've made for a while. The shape of the Earth is a very interesting topic. Does he think we're talking about the shape of the Earth? All right. So Chicken Joe, come off mute.
They're all staying real quiet today.
Don't be shy, Joe. You can tell us how much it doesn't matter as you are here. Isn't that funny? It so doesn't matter, and he's in the panel sitting quiet. Like, don't you have nothing else to do? That's funny. This is not uncommon though when they're like, oh, it could be flat in various ways. So Joe,
It's Trigger Glober's Friday. I use Space is Fake today. That makes them go insane.
Trigger Glober Friday. That's got a ring to it.
Let's check in with the panel. Congratulations on the bottom slot car. Coincidentally, in a car. He's probably in a car also right now. I think he's probably on listening mode. We have the Viking. His what do you call him? His pronouns are 90 degrees isn't bent. Very nice. Scarlet King. Sorry guys, just woke up. Scarlet King is here. Is that a Glober? Yeah, definitely a Glober. We have the Honorable Shlomo Moonbuggy. We also have T-Dub.
We also have Creation Bird.
You're cutting in line there, Dave. You gotta wait your turn. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, Dave Hinkle? How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I jumped on here real quick. I'm gonna use Walter Bislin's Arch Carb calculator. I'm gonna do it live, man. I'm gonna do it live.
Oh shit, we're doing it live?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys how over 12 miles of refraction. Oh, wait a minute. That screws up the radius. Never mind. Back to you, man.
I see what you did there. Joe is in the chat just losing control here. I don't know, guys. Should we allow the chat to continue?
Here we go. Hold on a second before you get ban happy.
Sorry, Matrix rubbed off on me, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, we don't do that when I'm in here asking triangle questions. Because I want to see them spiral. So, Joe, answer that question from NASA IQ test.
It's amazing grown men on the internet can't figure out what a triangle is. Go ahead, Red.
It's amazing. They still can't answer.
You remember in school, like young school, when it was like, this is to that as that is to this. They would use colons, like 2 colons in the middle.
So, Joe brought up the word triangle as an example for something. I asked him to tell me which are not triangles, and he can't. He doesn't even know what a triangle is or is not.
Yeah, probably not, because he's comparing flat, which is a triangle, which is a shape, to flat. He thinks they're shapes, so he must not know what a triangle is either.
Doesn't know what a triangle is. That's why I asked him. But yet he used the word.
I mean, guys, there couldn't be a more simple word that defines itself. Triangle. 3 angles. Come on, man.
Maybe they think it's like TRY, triangle, like you have a curve and you're going to try to make an angle, like a curve and a straight line meeting, that would be a triangle because you're trying to make it do something. It could be a triangle.
Is he going to answer? Joe? What? This guy is retarded, dude.
He's afraid to answer. They're all afraid to answer. They think it's a gotcha.
I don't know, guys. I think Chicken Joe might be the one. He's got the Earth curve measurements. He just don't want to show them to us. It could be.
Yikes. Joe, dude, just so low IQ, so low effort, bro. Like, this is how much it's not a globe. They don't have anything to stand on. Now they're just trolling in the chat. We're so winning, dude. This is so awesome. Feels good to be a flat earther, dude.
His chat spiral shows that this doesn't really matter to him at all, does it?
Yeah, he's here more than me. He's dedicated, bro.
Yeah, like you said, it's so funny they have to come in here and tell us how it doesn't matter while they're in here spending their time, but it doesn't matter. Okay.
No, this is so boring what he's doing in the chat, dude. You guys want to stick around, or
We don't have a Glober that can mic up and talk to us. I mean, this is ridiculous. Come on, guys.
I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to defend the globe. I mean, come on, like billions of people believe in it. All the scientists. Come on, guys.
He says NASA's not trustworthy anymore.
the numbers, the figures, there are fossil records.
We've got massive data and whatever else that guy said. Go ahead.
He no longer believes in NASA. He doesn't. They're no longer trustworthy. I asked him, what does he trust? Who does he trust anymore? Then he can't answer any questions.
And fucking incredible. Clipcord. Who's here with us? You said there's someone else joined? Rich Evans is here. Holy. Is that who's that? We also have
It's just
Mr.
like Matthew Learns. He just has a belief, and that's what I'm going to stick with. That's his. That's how he argues everything.
Big yikes. Who's Bar Grunt? Welcome to the panel, Bar Grunt.
Another believer. I believe it, and I'm sticking to it.
That's cringe, dude. Debate Rich Evans. I don't think he wants to smoke, dude.
Rich failed the triangle test.
That is wild. You should just get a couple of children to take the test to see if they fail.
I will do that. They won't fail it. They know what triangles are.
Yeah.
5-year-old twins. I bet you they'll pass. They might get D wrong because it's not connected, and they might call it a triangle anyway, since there's a musical instrument called a triangle where it's not connected.
Oh, I see. Well, you know. At least they tried. At least they made an attempt. These Globers are
Yeah, by telling me that would make an attempt. That they don't even want to make an attempt in here. They don't want to do worse than a 5-year-old.
Well, I don't think I've spoken to Bar Grunt before. Why don't you come over here, Bubba? Or where you can jump in the backpack.
No, there was even a tinge of honesty in that guy the other day who thought there was a box inside of the one triangle, disqualifying it from being a triangle.
No.
Yeah, the right angle box. That happened.
Angle
Yeah, but at least
indicator.
he was honest. But I don't think he was
No
trolling.
way.
I think he was trying to get the answer correct.
He was dead ass. Wow.
I was trying to
Wow.
get it way correct.
Hey man, at least
Did
he
you
put
tell
it
him
together.
it's a NASA test, which it's not. It's like from a second grade book. But when you tell them it's a NASA test, they freak out.
Oh yeah.
So he was just pointing out that there was a square inside the triangle. Is that what you said?
Therefore, it's not a triangle. What the hell?
Trying to say multiple shapes or something.
They think it's a trick question or something? Like, dude, it's just what is a triangle?
Yes, because when I word it as it's a NASA IQ test, it becomes a trick test to them. If I say it's a second grader test, they'll get it right. I've tried it already.
In freaking credible, chat.
What's the other one? The straight line one?
Post it.
Now Chicken Joe will answer because I told him it was from a second grade book. You see how that works? Look what he typed in. And he also got it wrong. It's B and D are not triangles.
Yeah, technically it does. It says which are not triangles.
Yeah, he got it wrong. They always get it right.
What? I mean, dude, he didn't even read the question. It's fine. It's fine.
He didn't answer it until just now after I said it's from a second grade book.
Yeah, that was wild.
Then because when he thought it was from NASA, because his whole text above it, well, why did you give me something from NASA? You don't NASA's untrustworthy and all this. He doesn't trust NASA. So now he doesn't trust NASA, but when I said it was from a second grade book, he decided to answer. See how that psychological shit works out?
I was going to say, a universe that demonstration was right there.
Well, obviously he could hear me because I didn't type that into the chat. He heard me say it because he just answered me again.
Well, I was just answering the dude's question, bro. Because he asked me.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. What's up, Joe?
Looked out of his hole.
What's up, my man?
Well, I was just typing in the chat. You know, you technically did choose the triangles, but like imagine on a test it says, you know, choose multiple choice A, B, C, or D. Which are not triangles, and you just write on the side.
I mean, I did.
Well, these are the ones that are triangles. You can't even follow simple instructions. Basically,
I did specify which aren't triangles, though.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I said the rest aren't triangles, right? That implies that B and D are not triangles.
Yeah, then you forgot to read the question before he answered.
I
answered in a more complete way. I pointed out which ones are the triangles, and I pointed out which ones are not the triangles. I just answered.
Yeah, you pointed out that you did get it wrong. And you got it
why
wrong.
are you guys so hung up on this though? Like, this is like, why are you guys so obsessed with this triangle thing?
It's fine, bro. We can move on. It's fine. You're just kind of mad at context.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is funny.
How you guys won't answer the question if you think it's from NASA, but you'll answer the question if you think it's from a second grade
I
book.
promise you, I don't care whether it's from NASA or whether it's from a second grade.
Care. Scroll up in the text. Scroll up in the text. You cared a lot.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Man. All right, let's just move on. We'll just pick a topic and we'll get right after it then. So.
No, man, I want to keep talking about triangles, bro.
Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously there is a follow.
I love triangles, man.
You know what? Let's just keep talking.
Triangles are amazing.
That's fine. That's fine. Actually, we'll stay on the triangles.
You know what? Change the title of this. Change the title of this VC. Make it all about triangles.
No, relax.
Circles are better, though. Circles are better.
Stop saying triangle.
Oh,
I think squares
your
are the
homie?
best person.
Okay, yeah. How about you shut up now? Squares
Hold
are like
on.
the worst shape ever.
Hey, White Knight,
Squares
relax, guys.
supremacy, bro.
Guys,
Hey,
take
shut
it
up. We're
easy.
talking about
Take it
triangles
easy.
here, man.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
I'm actually
You know?
an expert on squares, so you should ask me questions about squares
All
instead
right.
of triangles.
That's fine. That's fine, bro. You're trolling now immediately.
Yeah,
You're
because he got smoked just by a simple question that he still got
Yeah, because
wrong.
I'm not an
Such
expert
a
on
busy
triangles.
man.
Of course, I'm gonna get smoked. I'm an expert on squares, not triangles.
Okay. All right. Well, you are a square. I can see why you're an expert at that. So,
Yeah.
do you think the
That's
Earth
why I love
moves?
squares so much. It reminds me of myself.
Do you think the Earth moves?
Chicken Joe, how come you don't trust NASA anymore?
I don't trust NASA because you don't trust NASA.
All right. He's immediately
Said
trolling.
anything
All right,
about
guys, have fun with
NASA. I use their IQ test.
Wait, so you trust NASA or you don't trust NASA?
Trust them for what?
Do you
What am I
trust
trusting
NASA or
them
do you
on?
not trust NASA?
The point is, you trust NASA. How much of a
I don't
square
trust
are
NASA.
you?
What do you mean? I don't trust NASA.
You
What are you
typed in
talking
the
about?
chat. You typed in the chat. You didn't trust NASA anymore.
Yeah, I don't trust NASA
Why? Why?
because you guys don't trust NASA.
Why?
Because you
Why
guys are
don't we
intelligent, right? And you guys seem to know what you're talking about. So
Yeah, facts.
I trust you guys to make that decision for me.
All right. Good. Do what you're told.
He's handed NASA making the decisions for him over to us now to make his decisions. That's pretty awesome.
Just go ahead and get all the trolling out then, so we can actually get to something cogent.
I just joined this VC just to talk about the triangle thing, but
All right. Well, there's a
You're into
follow up.
squares.
Can you have a triangle
No,
on a
you
curved
lied
surface?
about that. You wouldn't answer it when you thought it was from NASA, and when I said it was from a second grade book, you decided to answer it.
yeah, man, that's definitely why. Like, I just spoke up. Like,
Okay,
about a couple
hold on.
minutes
Let's
after you
get this
said
back
it.
on track, Chicken Joe.
That's definitely why I answered.
Chicken Joe, we wanted to have a follow up on triangles. You said no, I'm out, and now you're telling us the sole reason you joined was to talk about triangles. So let's hit the reset button, Chicken Joe.
Sure.
Can you have a
Thanks,
triangle on a curved
Chicken Joe.
surface?
You gave Charlie an out. That's for sure. He was able to sneak out.
I mean, if you just want to test my what is it? My math knowledge. I personally, I'm agnostic. I don't know if you can have a triangle on a curved surface. Like, I would imagine that it probably wouldn't be a triangle because the way that I imagine a triangle is like on a flat 2D plane. But maybe technically it is on a triangle. Who knows?
2D. Okay. Well, maybe that's too advanced for him, guys. We wanted something that's more simple.
So is it a triangle if it's on a curved surface? Like, I'm genuinely curious.
I don't think so. You need what is the requirement for a triangle?
I would imagine it would be like a flat 2D plane, right? So
3 straight sides, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be 2D. Is the Earth 2D?
No.
No. Can you make a triangle on the Earth? Like,
Yeah, but I don't know if I made a triangle on the Earth, like, is the shape itself 2D or is it 3D? Like if it becomes 3D, does it just become something else? Like in the way that
The
a
Earth
circle,
or the
if it becomes
triangle?
3D, it becomes a sphere, right?
The
It's
Earth
no
or the
longer a circle.
triangle?
Right?
Hello? What are you saying is 2 or 3D? The Earth or the triangle?
No, what I'm saying is like a circle is obviously 2D, right? But if you made a circle 3D, it would become a sphere, right? So it would just become a different shape. So I don't know if it would remain a triangle or if it would be something else.
If the queen had balls.
Okay. Well, what do they use triangles for on the Earth, guys?
Celestial navigation.
There we go. So the triangle, what's one side of the triangle? From the Earth to the star, or the celestial?
One side is from looking at the star to the ground, and the ground to you at the ground. There's 3 sides.
Okay.
Yeah, but the triangle itself would be 2D, right? The Earth would be 3D, but the triangle itself that you draw on the Earth would be 2D.
Good job.
Yeah, that's all I'm pointing out. Yeah.
A triangle on a curved surface, so now you know that the Earth is flat.
So if the Earth was a globe and one of the sides was curved, is that a triangle?
If the Earth was a globe and one side was curved, what does that mean?
Well, we just gave you the celestial navigation, how one line is to the star, one line is to the ground, and then one line is from you, the observer, connecting those 2 lines. Right, Rylan?
Yeah. Like I just posted under my circle, one with the green check mark is a triangle. If you draw a line from the star to the ground directly underneath, that's 90 degrees. The one with the red X is over a curved surface. Is that also a triangle?
Oh, so are you trying to say that like celestial navigation would only work under a flat Earth or something? Or?
It only works on a flat Earth.
No, okay. I mean, like, yeah, sure, I can accept that the Earth is flat, but like, what does that change about my life? Like, why do I care so much about it?
Oh, I can answer that.
You won't wear hoops anymore. When they tell you to wear hoops, you won't do it.
Dude, it's not supposed
to
to relieve you of your life's responsibilities. If you have a family, you still need to take care of your family. If you have a job, you should probably still go to that, right? Business, etc. It's not supposed to just relieve you of these life's responsibilities. So what does it change? Well, it just makes you less of a gullible person. If the TV tells you that there's going to be space debris hitting your house and you should get insurance for that, well, maybe you wouldn't be so gullible as to go purchase space insurance or, shit like that. This world, this society is going to sell you products, services, and ideas that are based around the idea that the Earth is a globe and space is real.
Wait, when you say it'll make me less gullible, like, does that mean that does that imply that like everybody's lying to me about the roundness of the Earth?
Well, if outer space is not real and someone comes to you and they want to sell you a phone that has meteorites in it and they're going to charge you out.
That's not the question I asked.
Okay, go ahead.
The question I asked was like, when you say it'll make me less gullible, right? That implies that I'm gullible for believing the Earth is round, right? So if I'm gullible for believing the Earth is round, does that imply further that everybody is lying to me about the roundness of the Earth? Like all the scientists, all the experts, et cetera.
No, because most people fall into the category of believer, like you. There's not a whole bunch of people out here that know the truth and that are lying to you. That's not the majority of people that they're in on it. They know it's flat and they're lying and deceiving you. It's more the case that most people are just like you and they just believe it.
Like because I know it's flat, if I started teaching you it's a ball, I would be a liar. But if I believe it's a ball and I teach you it's a ball, I'm not lying. I'm just passing on lies. And I don't even know it's a lie.
I agree.
And then when you say all the experts, I would just ask you to name one person and we can go look at what they say.
Sure. I mean, when it comes to experts, I'm just thinking about like physicists and stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna name this out of my head.
This is called phantom expert syndrome. You have this idea that there's like a whole collective group of experts that have all the answers. Dude, most people are just like you and me. I used to believe that it's
an epistemic heuristic, right? It's just an epistemic heuristic, right? Like, generally, when it comes to topics that I don't understand, right? So, for example, if I'm concerned about my own health and I'm not a doctor, right? I don't know anything about biology. I don't know anything about medicine, whatever. If I'm concerned about my own health, I'm generally going to rely on the epistemic heuristic of relying on experts who are experts in their field. right? So I'm gonna rely on
in their
doctors.
field. In their field.
In their field, yeah, exactly.
Who is an
So
expert
when it comes
in
to like
Earth
health, for
field?
example, I'm not gonna trust my own opinion as much as the opinion of a doctor, right? I'm gonna weigh the opinion of a doctor more than
But
my own
not just random panel of doctors that you made up in your head, right? A specific doctor, then you would actually look at what they said, and maybe you would get a second opinion,
Yeah.
etc.
So, like for example, right? Like imagine
just
this,
like,
right?
well, I believe doctors all around, therefore I do this.
No, I don't need to know specific doctors to know that there's like a consensus among experts, right? For example, right? For example, if I have the belief that cancer is not real, cancer just doesn't exist, right? And that's just my own opinion that cancer doesn't exist. I might go and I might see like, okay, well, what do the experts in medicine think about cancer? Do they think cancer is real? Do they think cancer exists? And then I would look into like what the consensus is and what doctors believe. And it would be the case that most doctors generally, there's a consensus that cancer actually exists. Cancer is a real thing. And then I would probably, if I believed in that epistemic heuristic, I would change my opinion.
Got to get off the health topic here because you're starting to border on TOS stuff here. Okay, so let's get on to the topic of what the room is about. Okay.
Yeah, Chicken Joe. My phone just died. I was trying to Chicken. Hey, Joe. What's funny is you told us that this doesn't matter, and then you rattle off all those reasons why it does matter so much to you, so you can remain in your nanny state consciousness of not having to think for yourself. So don't act like it doesn't matter because you're obviously very comfortable in opening up your mouth and having whatever gruel put in it spoon-fed to you.
I'm not sure what this guy's on about. All I said was I have an epistemic heuristic. That doesn't mean that I care about the shape of the earth. Just the fact that I have this epistemic heuristic. I don't know why you're concluding that I somehow care about
I never did anyway, but I don't have to wear a hoop. The earth is flat, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
Either way, I mean, this is just skirting around.
I mean, does anybody have anything intelligent to say about what I said about an epistemic heuristic that I have?
We're trying to talk about the Earth, dude. And you have this idea that you just believe all the experts, and you couldn't probably name one.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to talk about the shape of the Earth, we're going to have to talk about epistemology, right?
Because of your expert, you wore a hoop. So, Dare, I just debunked your experts.
I mean, if we're going to debate the shape of the Earth, I think it's important that we discuss our own epistemology and figure out like what's the ideal epistemology to have.
Hey, Chicken Joe. We've told you a dozen times in the chat, and it hasn't sunk in apparently. Flat isn't a shape.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. I don't know why you're bringing that up again. Like, we don't have to get hung up on whether flatness is a shape.
We're debating the shape of the Earth.
Okay, well, we're debating the roundness or the flatness of the Earth. Like, I'll modify my statement to make it like technically accurate.
What evidence do you have? What evidence would you like to present that the Earth is a water ball hurtling through outer space?
I'm agnostic on the shape of the Earth. I said it doesn't really matter to me. I don't know why you guys think I'm a globe earther. Why would you assume?
You're lying.
That's a lie. Anyway,
I'm legitimately agnostic on it.
That's cap, bro.
Yeah.
Now you're coping.
Like the way that my epistemology works, I don't affirm everything 100%.
We don't care.
But what are the experts? You just said you believe in the consensus of the experts, and what are they?
I'm not a scientific. Like, look, if you want to get into the details, I'm not a scientific realist, right? Like, that's one point that I made, but I'm not a scientific realist. So, if you want to get into like what I think the actual shape of the Earth is, I'm actually agnostic on it because I'm not a scientific realist.
This isn't.
But you believe the experts. But you claimed you believe the experts, though.
Yeah, you just said, well, all the experts say that cancer is real.
It's going to be applicable in every single situation, though.
Bro.
Are you talking on Discord right now?
I made that point, and then you try to like correct me by saying, no, all the experts believe this, therefore I'm going to believe it. When I said that actually you should go off of specific people and what they say, and whether that's true or not. You're like, well, no, I just go off consensus.
I don't think you need to know. I don't think you need to know the name of every single scientist to know that there's a consensus on a topic. Like, I don't need to know the individual scientists to know that they agree on something.
That's what you go with, don't you? So you cooked yourself there. What's the consensus on the shape of the Earth?
The consensus on the shape of the Earth is that it's round.
Yeah, and
Okay,
you go with consensus, right?
Yeah,
does
but I don't use
consensus
my
translate to being correct?
I don't use my heuristic in every situation, right? Like I said, I'm not a scientific realist.
Then why did you bring up the whole consensus part?
I would
You don't
use
even
my
go with
heuristic.
consensus.
now.
Dude, he has everything a flat earther
I
says
have
is
my own
wrong.
reason.
Guys.
I have my own reason, right? My reason for rejecting my heuristic in the case of the shape of the Earth.
Now he's a piece
Hold on,
of
hold on.
jello.
Yeah, so my reason for rejecting my own heuristic in the case of the roundness of the Earth is that I'm not a scientific realist, right? That doesn't mean my heuristic doesn't apply at all, right? Like, for example, it would apply in the doctor situation, right? Like, I would use my heuristic in the doctor situation, but I'm not a scientific realist, so I wouldn't use it in the Earth's roundness situation.
Do you know
So,
what science
like,
is?
do you disagree with my heuristic, or do you agree with me? Like,
I
why
don't
would
think
you
you know
reject
what
it?
science is, dude.
Yeah, that's one
You're
point.
using
You
it
don't
in
know
the
what
wrong
science is.
context.
But what's the difference between the doctors and the people that say the Earth is a ball? What's the difference in your belief system?
Because one is making a scientific realist claim. They're saying the actual shape of the Earth is that it's round. And I'm saying that we don't really have access to external reality in that way. So I'm not a scientific realist in that way.
Anybody who claims that.
Yeah. So how about
I don't even believe. For example, I don't even
we don't
believe
want
the
to talk
laptop.
about we don't want to talk about the medical. But what about other experts in other fields that you can look at what they're saying about another field? And so, what would be the difference between something else in another field where there's experts that agree and these supposed experts that agree on the globe Earth? What's the difference between those two things?
Yeah, I can answer that directly. The difference is whether they're coming at it from a scientific realist perspective or whether they're not coming at it from a scientific. So if somebody tells me, for example, the shape of the Earth is perceived to be round by us, right? I would agree with that. I would say, yeah, from our kind of experience and our kind of phenomenological experience of reality, yeah, sure, the shape of the Earth is perceived to be round.
No, it's not. Wait, can we stop you right there, Joe?
Give examples.
Wait, let's stop you right there, Joe.
Yep.
Yeah.
How?
The shape of the Earth?
Well, let's just go off what you said. It's perceived round based off of phenomena. So,
yeah.
Let's
like
start
you
with
can go
phenomena.
up in space, you can look down on it, you can find
No, you.
Wow.
Yo,
Stop the cap.
You said
That's
you can
not your.
perceive it.
That's not your perception. That's someone
You've never
else's.
had that perception.
I don't mean just my perception. I mean empirical.
You said
like
we.
reality itself. I'm saying experienced reality, right? Like I'm saying in our experience reality,
dude,
our empirical reality.
That's not
originally said, why does it matter why you're gullible? You're highlighting your gullibility right now. You're tap dancing.
Yeah, true. But what? That's not.
Wait, hold on. Do you think experience is just limited to my experience, like my perception?
Well, no one's experienced this. That's what I'm saying. Nobody's experienced this. This is like saying, "Oh, we can experience Hogwarts." No, you can't. It's a fictional place. You can't go
Are you
there.
saying nobody's experienced the roundness of the Earth?
Joe, not everything on TV is real, bro.
So nobody's gone up into space and looked down on Earth and found that
Correct.
it's round?
Correct. That's not happening.
Wait,
That's
so
what I'm
like,
saying.
are
You're
the
saying
moon landings also fake?
Joe. Hold on,
Wait, do you
Joe.
believe in the moon landings?
Hold on, Joe. Joe, relax. We're trying to address what you said specifically. Let's not run away from what you said.
I'm not running away from what I said. I'm saying,
Okay,
look,
then just relax. Just relax. You said this is perceived. The roundness of the Earth is perceived. What else? Give us if it's so outer space.
Yeah,
we're gonna take
by
off
perceived.
What else?
By perceived, I'm including even things like looking into a telescope or maybe other empirical
That's not
means.
seeing the Earth as round. Sorry, you said we can perceive the Earth as round. Looking up into the sky and seeing other things is not seeing the Earth as round. So what else do you have?
No, I mean examples of perceiving the Earth as round, for example, could include what is that? I forget the guy that did it, but it was that guy that put a stick on the ground and then he went a couple miles north or
That's
whatever.
not
and then
perceiving the
he
Earth
put
as
another
round.
stick on the Earth. That's an example of perception. That's an empirical observation of the Earth being round.
No, it's not.
Yeah, in that narrative,
It is an empirical observation of the Earth being round. Yes, it is.
No, in that example, within the Eratosthenes narrative, he assumes
we don't have to debate whether it's true or not. I'm not saying it's true.
It's
just false.
We don't have to debate. Well, you're missing the point. We don't have to debate whether that example is true or not. I'm saying that's an example of somebody perceiving the Earth to be round.
No, they're not.
It's not your.
Yeah,
No,
they're
it isn't.
using their
It's only
senses.
a
They're using,
story.
yeah, they're
Hold up.
using their
It's
senses
only
to
a.
figure out that the
No,
shadow
it isn't.
increases in
No,
length.
you don't
and
know the
it's wrong.
difference. Listen, that's only a story that you heard from somewhere else. You don't have any firsthand knowledge of that at all.
I'm not arguing whether it's true or not. Like, why are you trying to?
I'm not either. I'm not either. I didn't mention the truth of it at all in my
Yeah, but it is an
statement. I
example.
didn't
If
say
it were
no.
true, right?
No,
If
no.
it were
Listen,
true, if it were true, it would be an example
you
of the
don't
Earth
know the
being round.
difference.
You said we're not
You don't
debating
know
whether
the
it's true or
difference
not, Joe. Hold on,
between
Joe.
your perception and a story. You apparently don't know the difference. So we're trying to separate those two. So what is your personal experience? Not a story you heard, not something you saw on a black screen, not any of those things, but your own personal perception of the earth, not a story.
I mean, that just implies that I only believe in things that I personally experience, which just
I didn't say anything about belief. I said, what is your actual
that's the underlying premise. That's the underlying premise of your question, right?
No,
if you're asking me what my own personal
now you're
experience
a mind.
is,
Now
your
you're a
underlying
mind
premise
reader.
is that
Now you're a mind reader too. No, you don't know what my intention.
I'm not mind reading you.
And
I'm
I
just
didn't
telling
mention
you
those
what the
words.
premise of your
You're trying to
question
put words in my mouth. Stop it.
You are tap dancing, Joe. We're just trying to get to some specifics here. Your
With
first
that
few
logic, you
examples-
guys don't believe in time zones.
Hold on, Pat, man. We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, bro. Like, I haven't experienced the Australian time zone, so it doesn't exist. Like, what?
Dude, hold on. Let's stay focused, Joe, because we're running away from what you said again. We're gonna hold you
I'm
down to
answering
what you
directly.
said. So we're just gonna get to some specifics. Let's go
Yeah,
off
go
of
ahead.
some things that you've perceived that tell you the Earth is round.
Like I said, I don't care about just my own personal experiences.
No,
I
that's
rely
fine.
on other
We're
people's
just trying to get that
experiences
you're
too.
tap dancing. Take your tap dancing shoes off, Joe. We just want to get to some specifics.
It could be the case. 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 It could be the case, right?
We just want phenomena. So you said there's phenomena that help you perceive the Earth as round. Give us some things that you've experienced so we can get to that, please.
Yeah,
If you're
I'll
not going to
answer.
get us
So
phenomena, we're
it
just going
could
to
be
move
the
on to the
case.
next person.
It could be the case that I have.
We're just going to, if you don't answer the question directly, we'll move on to Patman. So I'll give you one more shot. The tap dancing is getting old very fast. So, phenomena. Give us some phenomena.
0.
Okay.
I have
Let's
not
move on.
personally experienced the roundness of the Earth. No.
There we go.
Okay, so
great.
good. Stop saying
Done.
it.
Yeah,
Then.
but I don't just rely on my own personal experiences.
That's fine. That's
now
fine.
he wants
That's
to
fine.
talk about out of the other side of his mouth.
That's fine.
He thinks because he didn't experience it, somebody else did. But you ask that person, they say no also. And everybody in here says nope, no round. And everybody you ask says no, no round. But yet you say everybody says it's round. Why?
Why are you muting me?
We're not supposed to go off consensus, are we? So that's cool.
Because you're doing a poke
why
by
am I
way
being
of
muted?
word salad.
You're tap dancing.
Your word salad tap dancing.
I thought I answered his question directly. He asked me
No,
what in my
dude.
personal experience tells me the Earth is round. I said there's nothing in my personal experience that tells me the Earth is round.
Yeah, you're
And
wishful
also,
thinking.
I don't just rely on my own personal experience.
No, dude, we paused in your speech when you started mumbling, trying to glaze over. Well, within the phenomenal, the phenomena we experience in this Earth, the Earth is obviously a ball.
There's nothing
That's
in
how
my
we
personal
perceive it to be.
experience.
We paused there. Then you told us that no, it's just your wishful thinking and your misinterpretation of narratives from ancient times.
Can I talk to
I
creation
don't
there
know.
instead of this guy?
Dude, okay, continue on with your story. Just proceed.
I'm just saying creation is a bit more intelligent than you. I'd rather talk to him because you just seem to be going off topic.
I just don't think you like masculinity or whatever, so just chill. He's just talking to you with some bass in his voice.
I personally never experienced the Australian
Proceed with your
time zone,
story.
but I still believe in the Australian.
Listen, we paused at the point of the story where you wanted to glaze over you perceiving the Earth to be a globe. And now you admitted it's just your wishful thinking and shit you've seen on TV. So proceed with your story. That's all.
So, I mean, we could just talk about some specific people that have said the Earth is a globe, since, you're like, well, I don't always go off consensus. Sometimes I'll just go off of what this expert has said. So who's telling you the Earth is globe? And
that's not at all what I said. I don't care about a single expert. I care about what the majority of experts say.
You just said, bro, oh my God. You forget what you just said? You gave the cancer example.
Yeah,
Sorry.
experts say. I don't care about what
And you
an
said, "Well, I
expert
don't
says. I care about what
always go."
experts say.
Hold on, dude. Do we have to recap like what you just said?
Yeah, go ahead. Recap what I said.
Okay. We said, so do you believe the Earth is a globe? You're like, well, no. Then you gave us an example about cancer and how you just go off of what the consensus is. We asked you what's the consensus about the shape of the Earth. You said it's a globe. Then you said, well, I don't always go off consensus. So
Yeah, so I don't always rely on my heuristic, and the reason that I gave was because I'm not so the reason for not going off
So you brought
heuristic
up
when it comes to the roundness of the
scientific.
Earth
Yeah.
was
You
scientific
brought up
realism, right? That's the reason I
science.
gave.
Yeah, then you brought up science. So what is science?
Science, like some sort of empirical methodology to observe reality, figure out reality.
Mm-hmm. Is the shape of the Earth a science question?
Hypotheses, theories, yada yada yada, experiments, blah blah blah, all that jazz.
Is the shape of the Earth a scientific question?
It's an empirical question, which science inquires about. Yeah.
So,
No.
is the shape of the Earth a scientific question? Yes or no?
It's an empirical. I don't know what you mean by scientific question. What does that even mean?
You brought
Because
up
you
being
don't
a
know what
scientific
science
realist. I don't think you know what science is, dude.
Science can answer that question, yes.
Oh,
Because
okay.
science
Let's
attempts
walk
to
it through.
answer empirical questions, yes.
Let's walk.
Okay, let's walk them down. How? How does science determine what shape is?
How does science determine what shape is? Shape is an already defined term. It's like that doesn't
Okay,
make it's an
well,
analytical.
you said it was scientific. You said it was within
the shape of
scientific
something is an
realism. You
analytical
said it
truth.
was
It's
within
not
scientific
truth.
realism. So I'm just asking you about your own claim. So it's not a science question.
You asked me how does science tell me what a shape is?
Not
And
a shape. We're talking about the shape
Listen
of the
to him try
Earth.
to wiggle out of this thing. You stepped in it, Chicken Joe.
Yep.
We gotta get some control here because you're like becoming confused quickly. We are trying to present to you that it's not a science question. So if you think it is, you can walk us through the scientific method and how we're getting to the shape of the Earth through some sort of phenomena. So you want to try it?
You have a hard time listening because I never said that it was a scientific question. I never.
Hold on.
Scientific consensus.
The fact that you brought up scientific realism.
Yep. He
Is
said
your
the words.
wig falling off right there?
I said it's an empirical question that science
That's when
can
your
answer.
wig falling. You were the only one that brought up. Hold on. You've said scientific maybe 10 times in the last 2 minutes. You're the only one bringing it up.
Scientific question.
Hold on. Well, the fact that you brought it up at all when we're talking about the shape of the Earth is sort of.
But it was an empirical
that's
question.
your wig falling off. It's your wig falling off, dude.
Listen to him try to reverse the move he put on himself.
Well, I didn't mean scientific. I meant something else.
I mean, you agreed that science. You agreed that science attempts to answer questions about empirical reality.
Not the shape of the Earth.
Science would attempt to answer the question about the roundness of the Earth because it's an empirical question.
That's false.
You did agree.
Okay,
You literally said,
So how is the Earth scientifically proven to be a globe?
Yeah. Well, give us the best scientific evidence. Give us your bestest scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe.
It's like I don't really care about the shape of the Earth.
Oh, it's fine. You don't have to care to answer the question. We're gonna get control of the panel here. You don't have to care to answer the question. You care enough to be here, and you've been yapping to Chino this whole time. Just give us some scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe.
What I came here for was to figure.
Just need scientific evidence, or we'll move on to Patman. Because you keep bringing up scientific this, scientific that.
You guys already cleared up what I was inquiring about earlier, so I'm done.
What, time zones?
Yeah. It
China
sounds
has
like
one time zone.
It sounds like okay. Yeah, that was my only question. Do you guys believe in time zones? Pretty much.
Yeah, I believe China has one time zone. Look it up.
Yeah, why do you have to believe in imaginary lines on a flat map known as time zones? Why would you have to believe it?
It's an example. It's like if somebody's 12 hours away, and they say they're 12 hours away, should I believe them or not?
It's an example of what? So what? There's different time. The sun is over different parts of the earth at different times. And what's the
Right,
big deal
okay.
about that?
So that's okay to believe in, right?
Is everybody in
No,
China the
that's
same
not a
distance
bel-
away when they say they're a certain distance, but China has should have 6 time zones and it has 1? Are all those people the same distance away then?
Oh, I don't know
Yeah,
anything
and
about that.
yeah, good. And why is it that you call the sun being over at different places at different times a belief? Why did you call that a belief? It's not a belief.
Okay, so that's scientific fact now. I'm not sure what
No,
you're...
I didn't say anything about science. It's a known phenomenon. This is what actually happens in reality. We
phenomenon,
know this
okay.
to be true. Yeah. Okay, you're telling me that the sun is not over certain parts of the earth and others
No,
not?
not at all. I was just trying to clear that up.
So this is something we know for a fact, that the sun is over certain parts of earth at some times, and then other parts of earth at other times. These are known facts. It's not a belief.
Perfect.
Okay. Should we get back to some scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Now that you've had time to think about it, Joe, give us some scientific evidence, please, for the Earth being a globe.
I mean, are you just going to mute me as soon as I start talking? So
Yeah, well, just give us science. If you're not going to control yourself, we'll control you. So,
Are you gonna mute me if I just stray away from the topic a little bit?
Yeah,
All right, then
I will.
I'm not gonna bother.
All right. You're running away, just so you know.
I typed in the chat, right? If you're listening, the shape of the Earth is uninteresting to me. Why you guys care so
Well,
much?
listen, we don't care how you feel. We don't care about your feelings. You brought up science.
The original reason why I joined this
This is why we're going to mute you
original
again.
reason why I joined this
You're going to get muted again. You're going to get muted again. And you got muted again. This is what happens, folks. He's running away from his own claims. This is what XO would always say. They say something, you try to tie them down to their own words, and they start sprinting away from it. And then they're saying that we're running from the debate. I'll give you another chance, Joe. You brought up science multiple times. We're talking about the Earth. So why don't you give us some science that backs up the shape of the Earth? If you can't do that, you're going to stay on mute. I don't know. We don't care how you feel. Tell us, well, I feel like this, I feel like that. I'm not here for that. We're here to tie you down to your own words. So I'm going to give you another shot. You keep bringing up scientific realism, scientific realists. Okay, give us some science for the Earth being a globe. Let's walk through it. It's like they forget what happened here.
I don't know if this guy's retarded, but like
I'll
I explained to you
recap again.
5 times.
Hold on, I'll
I explained
recap
to you
again.
5 times.
We're
I'm
gonna
not
copy
interested
on
in
me
that.
again. Yeah, we don't care how your interests or your feelings or your preferences. We're gonna go off of exactly what happened. The timeline is this. We asked if you believe in the globe. You said no. I'm agnostic. Then you brought up how you go along with consensus in some ways. For example, the medical thing we weren't supposed to discuss. Then we said, well, what is the consensus on the shape of the Earth? You said it's a globe. But you don't always go off consensus. You go off of scientific realist. So we're trying to get down into the specifics. It's like you forgot what actually happened. You're the one who brought up the scientific realist. Scientific realism. Why are you running away from this? I'll give you another shot.
Bro, you just got the claim completely opposite. I don't believe in scientific realism. I don't go off scientific realism. Like,
Then why did you bring it up? Tell us why you brought it up then. When we said you,
Bro,
when we
I
asked
said
you if you went
multiple
off
times I don't
consensus.
believe in scientific realism, and you still
Okay.
think I believe in scientific.
You're the only one who brought it up, just so you're clear. You said you don't go off of consensus, right?
Yeah, I go off consensus generally. Yeah.
Oh, so
consensus of experts. I'll be more specific. Consensus of experts in the field that's relevant.
Great. What's the consensus on the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, so I said generally, right?
Yeah. What's
and
the consensus on the?
in the case of the consensus of the shape of the Earth, I'm not a
Is what?
scientific realist, so I don't rely on consensus in that case.
So what do you rely on?
You said those people that are experts in the globe are scientific realists. So we're trying to get down to the facts. How did you come upon that conclusion that globalists or the experts in the globe are scientific realists? So explain that, please.
I mean, most scientists are realists. Most scientists are, and if you want to know why I think that, is generally just the way that scientists speak in academia nowadays. They speak as if whatever science is
science is just speaking. Science is speaking.
Are you retarded? Like, that's not at all what I said. What?
Yeah, we heard you very clear the whole time.
That is what you said.
This guy's entire response was "science is speaking." Like, is that even intelligent? Like,
You said it's the way they're speaking. So is science concerned with the way people are speaking?
Yeah, what I said was the way that academia speaks these days, right? The general kind of attitude with which they present their findings.
Okay,
if you look at studies,
explain how that links up to science. Then.
Yeah, so I'm trying to explain. So, so the way that scientists talk about scientific findings nowadays implies some sort of scientific realism. Like, they don't discuss the philosophical foundations of whatever they're saying. They already assume scientific realism, and then they do science, right? Because scientific realism is the domain of philosopher.
We appreciate the lecture, Joe. We want to get into some specifics so we can drill into it, not just hover around the vague, overarching science and scientific realism. Let's get into something specific. Who's saying what specifically?
Yeah, so the specific thing that I originally came here to discuss in VC, first of all, it was triangles, right? But beyond that,
we don't need to do all that.
Yeah, we don't need to go back to triangles.
Brought up scientific realists. So why don't you give us one person, and then we can see what they say about the shape of the Earth, about the Earth.
I mean, you just want to like discuss somebody and what they think about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, no, somebody that you mentioned, the scientific realist.
You don't go off of consensus.
What do they have to say about the globe Earth?
Like, for example, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's a classic example, right? Like Neil would be he would be a scientific realist for sure.
Okay. All right, let's get into what he says specifically. So you believe what he's saying. Since you're not an expert, you're going to go off of what he's saying, correct?
Have you been paying attention at all? What did I say? What did I say about the heuristic and the exceptions to the heuristic? I said that because a scientist like Neil is a scientific realist, right, and he thinks science accurately describes reality, that's something I disagree with. So I wouldn't go off his opinion or the opinion of a billion scientists that agree with him.
Why would you bring him up?
Right? I brought him up because you guys asked me to bring him up. I'm confused why you're asking me to bring up.
We want to go off someone that you actually believe in. Because since you don't go off consensus, what do you go off of?
If I don't go off consensus, I go off of my assessment of whether scientific realism is true or not. If you want to discuss scientific realism, I'm more than happy to.
Earth. Remember, we're trying to drill down into who's saying what about the Earth and how you came to this conclusion.
I don't conclude anything. If you've been listening to anything, I've been saying I don't conclude anything about the shape of the Earth.
I don't believe you.
I'm agnostic about the shape of the Earth. Yeah,
I don't believe.
I know scientific anti-realism is not really like a well-known position.
Relax. What reasons do you have to doubt that the Earth is a globe?
So the reasons would be reasons that motivate scientific anti-realism. But one of the reasons would be Yeah. I literally was about to say one of the reasons
you like to keep this in a vague, nebulous kind of discussion.
I was literally I was
Give
literally
us
saying one of the
about
reasons.
the Earth, sir. About the Earth, not
Before you
people.
interrupted, I was literally.
We're just going to get some control here. What reasons do you have to doubt that the Earth is a globe based on observation, things you've seen, your perception, like we talked about earlier, not about what people are telling you?
Yeah, so as I was saying, one of the reasons would be that there's an upper bound and a lower bound to our senses and how they perceive reality. So an example of this would be the light spectrum, right? You can only see a certain part of the light spectrum. There's an upper bound and there's a lower bound to how much of
So I appreciate the lesson. We're trying to talk about the Earth here. You could stay on track. We don't know how many times we have to say it. We're drilling into specifics about the Earth. So if you're agnostic, then you must have some reasons to doubt that the Earth is a globe, based on what in reality?
Yeah, the reason was because I'm a scientific anti-realist, right? That's the reason why I'm agnostic on the shape of the Earth. And therefore, I'm going to give you reasons why I'm an anti-realist, scientific anti-realist.
No.
To motivate why I'm agnostic about the shape of the Earth, or the roundness of the Earth. I'll correct myself.
But you earlier said that we can perceive the Earth being round. Now you're backtracking?
Yeah, our perceptions can be real. Yeah, we perceive reality, right? The question is whether our perceptions are real or whether they're not real.
All right, question for you. Hold on, guys. I think we gotta dust off the question. I gotta dust off the question. I'll throw it over to Old Hoss. Are you on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm experiencing Discord, yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're on Discord right now? 100% sure?
No, I'm not 100% sure, no.
There we go, folks. I rest my case.
He doesn't even know if he's
so done here. This
Are
guy,
you 100% sure you're on Discord right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because I'm not retarded like you. What the fuck?
No, give me an actual reason. How do you know that you're 100%? 100%.
Because we're not.
Right? No doubt at all. How do you know that you're on Discord right now?
Finding some dumbass postmodernistic excuse.
Hey, hold on, right? Stop interrupting. Let him answer the question.
What do you mean? Are you
the question I asked was, how do you know 100% that you're on Discord right now?
Well,
how do you know 100% that you're on Discord?
Relax. To be earlier, you said we can perceive the Earth being round. Oh, I actually don't agree with that.
Wait, you're not answering the question.
Yeah, we'll ask the questions here. For anyone that's doubting you're on Discord right now is just retarded. I don't even know what to tell you.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question. You're just going to say you're retarded if you don't believe
it. Are you possibly just perceiving it that way? Are you certain that he's not answering the question, or is it possible you're just perceiving it that way?
I'll answer your question after my question gets answered properly.
Are you 100% sure I'm not answering the question? Got him.
He's jumped the track from being honest a long time ago. Because that was his argument in the first place, this mumbled he perceives it. And now when you asked him if he's backtracking, he won't even answer that question. He's like some weird revisionist that voids out his previous statements. I'll open your mic back up, Chicken Joe, but you've jumped the track, bro.
Fucking incredible.
Yeah, and you certainly do not sound like someone who thinks this all just doesn't matter.
True. That was Cap too, by the way.
Wait, I've been courteous enough to answer all of your guys' questions.
Not
You
really.
can't answer a single one of mine. Like I've literally been
100% sure I'm not answering the question? Are you 100%
I've been answering your questions all day here. Like I've been responding to every single question that you asked.
Not really.
Like when I ask you a single question,
what you're asking is why won't you play make believe with us? Because we're bound by reality. We're not a flake that has been instructed to tell people that they're not even sure if they're.
Let me ask for the fifth time, and maybe I'll get an answer this time. How do you know that you're 100% on Discord right now?
Wait, are you 100% sure we're not answering the question?
All right, so we're just gonna dodge. You're just gonna run away.
No, also, you see, you got yourself into a trap you can't get out of, Joe.
You're just gonna run away. Like, instead of answering my question directly.
No, we're here in reality. You're the one that's begging us to play make believe with you.
Yeah, we're not gonna play make believe with you, also. But
Or
you
even
keep-
Bargrunt is laughing at you, bro.
doing
Like,
this
even he realizes that you ran away after.
You keep doing this self-soothing behavior, saying we're running away. We're here cooking you this whole time. No one's running from anything. Yo, I don't get why you're doing this. If it makes you feel better to say we're running away, we're here, bro. We haven't gone anywhere. In fact, I'm gonna jump in the shower here. I'll stay in the call if you really want me to. But are you 100% sure we're not answering your question?
Your answer is: are you 100% sure we're not answering your question?
Are you 100%
Just to be
sure we're
correct.
not answering your question?
Just to be clear, like that's your answer to my question.
No, that's a question for you. We're asking the questions here, Joe. This is our panel.
Oh, so you're answering a question with a question. Interesting.
Because you keep fading in and out between certainty existing.
I've been answering questions directly all day. Like,
You've
I
been
don't think
dancing word salad and bullshit artist all day, bro.
I don't think if you guys are honest interlocutors, you would answer my question directly, just like I've been doing for you guys.
You'll do what you're told, Joe. You will answer questions. So it's our panel.
No, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm just expecting the same courtesy.
I will answer this one. Are you?
Yeah, why haven't you answered a single one of our questions?
I've literally been answering questions, bro. What? Don't say that I haven't.
All you've done is do a runaround, a little dance with us.
Don't say that I haven't answered a single question. Oh my god!
You intentionally turned the conversation into a mockery, and you're like, "What's going on? Did I do that?" Nothing's real. It's possible you gentlemen could be speaking to a brain in a vat.
A single question. Please speak up again.
Overall, we're not going to say that I haven't answered it, Joe. We've kind of come to a conclusion here that you're not really 100% sure you're even on Discord right now, dude. So I don't know what to.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure I'm experiencing Discord right now. Don't get me wrong. I'm 100% sure of my experience.
Both sides of his mouth.
My reality, though.
How do you know
Are you
that, bro? How do you know
sure?
you're experiencing it? You can't be sure.
Experience is directly known.
Sure? Are you
How do you know
100% sure
that?
your perception is experiencing you're on Discord?
Yes, I'm 100% sure I'm perceiving Discord right now on my screen. Yes.
Perceiving it. So are you 100% sure you're actually on Discord? For real?
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure whether my perceptions are actually true in reality. So I'm not sure.
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. We can move on to the next person. Yeah, somebody that's maybe a little more intellectually honest with us, because
I mean, if you don't care to discuss philosophy,
you're a diffusing,
then that's fair.
detracting pretender clown. That's all you are.
All right, buddy.
Yep.
Notice how that they're the ones calling me names, and I haven't called them a single name.
Yeah, we just proved it. Bye-bye.
Anyways, I'll shut up now.
We can go to the
I'm
next
happy
one.
to discuss what I
Pat
came
Man,
here for originally.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, that's funny, Daz.
That was such a runaround, man. I mean, like, I don't believe in scientific realists because they're scientific realists, but I still believe Earth is a globe. But I don't believe what the experts in the globe say because they're scientific realists. But I don't know what science is, and I can't explain to anybody what science is and how it relates to what the Earth is. I can't tell you any of that. So tell me you fucking answered any of those questions. You're a liar.
There was something else about anti
It's pretty
something.
clear that you just don't understand scientific realism.
You don't know what science is, bro. Just relax, dude.
Keep getting these brain and a.
Yeah, he's a brain in a
Yeah,
jar.
man. What's the deal? Is this the brain in a jar generation?
Yeah.
Yep.
Or is it just an empty jar without a brain?
Yeah, he said something about anti something earlier. That was crazy.
It's just a jar. There's no brain inside.
Yep. Here's one of the clues, because we asked him which experts, and he spouted out Neil deGrasse Tyson, claiming Neil deGrasse Tyson is some sort of scientific realist, when Neil deGrasse Tyson has not done an experiment in his entire life. From toddler to adult, not one scientific experiment ever.
That's quite a claim. You don't think he did any in science class in high school?
Okay. Tell me the experiment that Neil deGrasse Tyson has done in cosmology.
Oh, I have no idea what he did.
Yeah, we don't either. That's why I said it.
But you claimed he never did a single experiment. And I'm saying he probably did some in high school.
Okay, well, bring those forth and we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Who cares about that?
Exactly.
Yeah, we all did some experimenting in high school. Matthew, you don't need to bring up that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was just countering what Sonny said, that's all.
Yeah, he
Very
didn't
good,
publish
very good.
he didn't publish any of his findings, so it's a moot point.
Folks, just you got to be careful because they have this syndrome. When flat earthers say things, they want to find out. They just want to find ways for it to be wrong. This is called flat earthers can't be right syndrome, also dubbed as anything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. They do it all the time. What's 2 plus
Similar
2?
to the Glober's can't be right syndrome that you guys
exhibit. What?
I said it's similar to the Glober's can't be right syndrome that some of you guys exhibit.
Dude. That's not a thing.
Okay.
You're not gonna steal our shit, Matthew. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, we use
They want to
hostile
be cool
witnesses
like
all
us
the
so
time.
bad. They want to be like us so bad, dude.
CB, hostile witnesses all the time.
Yeah.
Broken clock is right twice a day.
Yikes. All right, I think we're done with Joe here. He's admitting in the chat he's not here to discuss the Earth, which is clear. So I think we're done here, bro. You got cooked. Also cooked yourself.
Yeah, I was clear about that from the beginning, by the way.
You got cooked, bro. Later. We'll see you in a couple days. I go with consensus. No, actually, I don't. I go with what science says. Okay, name us a scientist. Oh, well, I just kind of just go off of the consensus of the science.
I know,
I'm
man.
anti-scientific. What the?
Have you ever heard such a runaround, man? Like,
I was just thinking the same. I was thinking that same too.
Mental gymnastics from the Globe side. He's on your side, Matthew. Are you proud of that?
I only got here the past few minutes, so I didn't hear most of what he said.
Okay.
Well, there's Bar Grunt as well. Let's get to Bar Grunt also. Bar Grunt.
Oh, yeah, that'll be real fun. Yeah, Bar Grunt, open your mic up.
Yeah.
I think he just chats gangs. He's
They
just a
don't
skank.
believe the Earth is flat. Well, what beliefs were offered to you? Can you name any flat Earth belief? Like, what is the belief system? Tell us.
Yeah, we believe our senses. You believe what you see, what you experience every day.
Yeah, but Bar Grunt is claiming that we have a belief system. So we'd like
Yeah.
to know exactly, what is that belief system that you're claiming, Bar Grunt?
Yeah. They always do this. You and your belief system, your beliefs. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
well, what are they? Who offered you any beliefs? And tell us.
You know what those are? They're like belief traders, belief bartering. They want to barter one belief for another. They think that because they have a belief in the globe, which they know inherently, but they're not willing to admit. That's a big dishonest part of it. But they're not willing to admit that they have a belief, but they do. They hold on to it adamantly like a teddy bear. They want to trade their belief. They want to know what a replacement for their belief is. So they ask us for what our belief is. But they can't show us, like, specifically what do we believe, because when we ask people like Bargrunt, he keeps his mic shut. So, so that's why we get here. So everybody listening on YouTube, you hear that, right?
Welcome to the channel, Major Colvin. Are you there?
Major Colvin, you are up. Major Colvin, you are up.
I appreciate it, but I'm just listening in, that's all.
We're actually having a no listening panel right now, so go ahead and chime in. Tell us about the name. Are you Major Colvin? That's a cool name. Yeah, he's gone.
Okay, that's all it took. And we have,
yeah, but you said you had a listening or no listening only, so he left.
Dude, it's a fucking joke, dude. It's a joke. I say it every time. It's just funny, and then oftentimes it gets people to engage more. They're like, "Oh, okay, well, you know, it's like, man, I don't want to go full misogyny, but it's kind of like being on a date. You gotta string them along a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep it going." Anyway, I actually did not see what Mark G was saying in the chat. I see he got kicked out. What was he doing?
It's a mystery, CB. You'll have to wonder what Mark G was going to type.
Yeah, Mark G, he's been around for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, that doesn't leave too much to the imagination.
Yeah.
It's the same old stuff, man.
Well, we have Kane and Mush Kane. Is that like Ash? What's up?
You got to kick Kane out. There can only be one Kane.
Yeah. The other one is Ashi Gekuni. Ashi Gekuni? What's up? You're playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now? It's time to duel! I guess that didn't work. Kane, just come off mute when you're ready, brother. Or sister, or whatever. Yeah, I didn't like that last guy very much, the chicken head or whatever, dude. What was that word he kept saying? Epistemistic heuristic? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Scientific realist, like, yeah, weird shit, man.
But, man, if you can't say it plainly, don't say it at all type shit, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, like, according to the backwards and logical confusion of the heuristic of the, like, bro, what is that?
Exactly.
Yeah, it made me miss Gregory there for a moment. I'm like, yeah, maybe Gregory will drop in on this feller.
Oh, Gregory. Shots fired.
Well, I used to love it when these people, they thought they had their high ground when they started going with the 8-syllable words, and Gregory would...
8-syllable, yeah. I have a fucking soundboard. Like, there's a sound clip perfect for when people start doing this. The juxtaposition of the... Like, I can't even remember all the words. It's actually so funny. Maybe I'll find it. See if I can find it and just drop it in the chat, but... It's funny. I just... It's hilarious to me. But you're right, though. When you put Greg in against them, they're like, oh. Maybe I should stop doing that. So, Matthew Learns, just a question for you. What would you say is your biggest gripe with Flat Earth? Not Flat Earthers, but the Flat Earth position. Also, we have 23 Smartest Alive. Welcome.
I guess I would say the failure to explain simple phenomenon in simple language in a way that people understand. So, like a sunset requires all of this talk about perspective and that kind of stuff that doesn't make sense to most people.
Right.
I don't know if there'd be a better way to explain it.
That's actually quite sad that most people don't understand basic perspective.
Well, I think most people do. They recognize that things get smaller as they get far away, and that's pretty much all that they.
No, they don't. They don't realize it. No, they don't. Most of the Globers that come in here will refuse to admit perspective, period. They want to use perspective and say it's Earth curve. So you're wrong about that.
No, I'm saying the idea that the law of perspective is what I meant. Things get small, like a car gets smaller as it goes farther away.
Yeah, they don't care. They think it's Earth curve still.
Right.
Honestly, they don't. I've yet to have one Glober admit to actual perspective. The laws, like you said, the laws. So the sunset actually still has nothing to do with the surface either. So you didn't make a claim about Earth. Make a claim about something in the sky.
It looks like the sun goes beneath the surface of the Earth, and at the same time, we believe that when the sun sets here, it's high in the sky in Japan. So that's why it has something to do with the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth is curved, that could explain that phenomenon.
No, it doesn't. That's perfectly explained over a flat plane. The very same phenomena that we actually observe in nature can be replicated over a flat plane.
Is the law of perspective just that things... Is that all?
You cut out a little bit. It's just that things get smaller as they go farther and disappear into a vanishing point.
That seems pretty simple. That's not too complicated.
Angular size reduction with distance, but that's only one part of it. We also have perspective as it applies to the sun and other things in the sky, but we can use the sun.
Yeah,
How
exactly.
it appears,
But then
it appears to ramp up in our vision, go across the sky, and then ramp down as it approaches the vanishing point. So that's part of perspective also.
Yeah, that's what I said, the smaller size and the vanishing point.
Yeah, but then you have to start adding in things, right? So when you're making really long distance observations over large bodies of water, you have to consider other factors like the air, the weather, the temperatures, right? And all of the different effects that those things can add to the observation.
Yeah, that's true. Those things can change the position of objects, but they typically don't change the size of objects.
Oh, absolutely. They can absolutely change the size of how objects appear, right? So we have all sorts of different mirages and effects in the air, right? That change the size of objects, right? We have scattering as well. We have lensing, which is like scattering basically. I mean, these things do explain why things can disappear bottom up, such as the sun, right? So do other known effects like sinking, inferior mirage, right? So, I mean, fair enough that most people don't know about those things, but I mean, these are things that you have to know about if you want to make claims about observations over large bodies of water. Then you probably need to know what you're talking about. Otherwise, it's just an ignorant claim.
Yeah, so I think you're right. The general public doesn't pay too much attention to those type of things. Hey, there's a lunar eclipse coming up on Thursday night, Friday morning for some of you.
Ah.
Where can you view it from?
All of North America, unless it's cloudy. And South America?
What time is it going to be at?
I think it peaks around 12:30 a.m. Pacific time, so that'd be 3:30 a.m. Eastern time.
Okay, gotcha. I'll be at work. All good. Cool. Thanks.
AM. You're going to be at work at 3:30 a.m.
Oh, AM. Oh, shoot. I thought it was PM. My bad. Oh, I'll be up then. Okay, I'll stay up for that then. I got my telescope
Well,
ready.
it depends on what. Yeah, maybe go to bed and set an alarm for later.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks. I know there's supposed to be a blood moon. I think on the 15th or something.
Yes, that's that's another name for the eclipse.
Yeah, it looks red because the light is it's like coming from around the edges or something like that. I remember I found out the reason why it looks red.
It's because it's lit up by all of the sunsets and all of the sunrises everywhere on Earth, which are red, and so that's
poetic. It's funny. The other day, I was Googling eclipses, and this March 14th eclipse pops up, and the AI overview, the first thing that comes up, speaks of it in the future and the past tense. I screenshotted it. I thought that was funny.
That's interesting. I wonder what went wrong there. It probably depends on the AI. Some of them are better than others.
Yeah, but the way some of the things that it speaks about in the past tense, the details, it's a little eerie. It's eerie. Yeah, it confused me for the first. I had to look at it for a minute, and I'm like, has this happened yet? Or, okay, there's the date. No, this hasn't happened, but it's bizarre.
Yeah, it could be the AI doesn't know the current date. So it's like, oh, March 2025, and then it just puts everything in the past.
God help us all. If AI doesn't know the date, then all the sci-fi movies
it's from the future. This AI is from the future. It's time traveled back in here without knowing it.
Is that Grok that you're using there in the side chat?
It may be. It was just a basic Google search. That was the first thing that popped up. And I just thought it was odd, so I screenshotted it.
So I believe it's Google Gemini if it's coming up on a search result.
Well, it was Google something.
So this is one of those rare impossible eclipses? The Selenian eclipse?
So every total lunar eclipse has a possibility of being a Selenian eclipse somewhere on Earth, kind of on the edges, if it's rising or setting during the total eclipse, which would be like if you're out in Brazil or somewhere like that, or Alaska, you might see it there, but not from North America this time.
Need to start getting in link with Flat Earth Brazil or whatever, so we can get some footage of this Selenian eclipse.
I think enough of them have been filmed at this stage. We don't really need to film anymore. I mean, they went with the refraction excuse for it, and then they can't explain the upside down shadow. It's just where we're at.
So that's not how I'd characterize it, but I think we can explain it. I understand that you don't buy our explanation.
Oh, what's the explanation? No, I have never heard an explanation for the upside down shadow.
If you think about how things are on a globe, you could see the eclipse. The eclipse happens on the moon, but you could see it at literally any angle depending on where in the circle of the globe you're looking at it.
But it's only visible from certain locations.
Yeah, everywhere around the edge. There's a circle on Earth where the moon is currently on the horizon. And so all around that circle, it could be all around literally 360 different degrees of which way something would appear.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it. I'd have to see it, like, I don't know, cartooned out in a model or something like that, so it makes sense. But yeah, I still don't see why the shadow would be upside down. Does that make sense to anyone else, what Matthew just said?
All right, I posted an image. Now I get that you don't buy. Obviously, this is not the way you think that it works. But if the moon is halfway into the shadow, the red person would see the shadow closer to his head, whereas the blue person would see the shadow closer to his. Wait a second. So yeah.
So only occurs if you're on top of the ball or the very bottom of the ball.
Are you claiming that the eclipse is just location dependent?
Yeah, you have to be exactly on top of the ball or exactly on the bottom of the ball.
No, anywhere on the circle.
Because during the Selenian eclipse, no one claims that the Selenian eclipse is a normal eclipse for some people. No, the Selenian eclipse.
So the sun has to cast a triangular shadow. Then is what you're saying now.
Right.
So diverging light, not parallel light rays.
Right.
Okay, well that's a dichotomy because your whole paradigm states that the sun rays are parallel.
So the sun is not a point source. That's why there are light sources that are diverging would only come from a point source. The sun is actually 0.5 degrees angular size in our sky.
Okay.
So
you're going against
your example.
So you can't use parallel light rays anymore.
Okay, so DJ, what'd you ask about my example?
Oh, I would think that the sun rays would diverge, not converge, out of the sun, right, in all directions, 360 degrees around the sun.
They do, but because it's not a point source, there still can be the umbra of the Earth's shadow is smaller than the Earth itself. The penumbra is obviously larger. Like shadows are larger than their objects. But as far as let's go back to the original thing, that it can appear right side up or upside down depending on where you are. That was the main point of posting that diagram.
Where did you get this diagram, by the way?
I made it
with that diagram. I understand that Selenian eclipse happen during any eclipse. All eclipses. When someone is standing on a part of the Earth, the other person will see the shadow going opposite. It's not. You're completely 100% wrong. It's an explanation, yes, but it doesn't follow what we see in reality.
Yeah, and Matthew said sometimes it would appear like it's converging like this. The sometimes is when he presents this diagram is when it happens.
He's claiming that every eclipse is a Selenian eclipse at the same time. Yeah, it's not. You're wrong.
It's not? What do you mean?
No, it's not. Selenian eclipse happens independent to when the normal eclipse happen. If you just try to study, for example, the solar cycle, Selenian eclipse is different. It has its own cycle. It's not the normal eclipse that will happen every time. So every lunar eclipse will be Selenian for the opposite person.
Right.
Every
total lunar eclipse has a possibility of being a Selenian eclipse somewhere on the Earth. It's rare because it's only a small part of the Earth that sees that. That's why they call it the impossible eclipse, because it's very rare to see it.
Yeah, the impossible eclipse, because it's rare. It's not rare. They are. We have. If you just go and stop your nonsense and go to see solar cycle 2. There's 2. It's not something rare. 2 lunar eclipses, 2 solar eclipses, 2 Selenians. So stop. Just stop. I understand that you believe that the Earth is a globe. You told me that. So I told you, stop arguing. You can't argue about belief.
Get him, Necros. I mean, I picked up on that too, and he's like, well, they call it impossible because it's rare. Why would they just call it rare then?
They call it impossible because the explanation for that shadow is just impossible.
Yeah, that seems to make the most sense. For those who don't know what impossible means, like not possible, I don't think it means rare.
And with your diagram, it shows that those people, 2 persons are one in the North Pole and one in the South Pole. So if you take that diagram and apply it to your reality, you will put 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. You stupid.
Yeah, plus, if any of those little stick figures are anywhere on the side of the Hizbal Earth that are close to the sun, you wouldn't be seeing any eclipse at all.
Correct.
Yeah, more falsities from the Flat Earth Society. Thanks.
That's hilarious. So sometimes there's refraction, sometimes there's not.
Usually at the horizon, there's usually about 0.5, 0.6 degrees.
Oh, okay. So we always have this effect where you can see the sun and the moon above the horizon during a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, and eclipses can cover half of the sphere. This is nonsense. Why your sun eclipse didn't cover only America? Not half of the sphere. Just stop your nonsense. You are doing something just completely nonsense.
I would say it's nonsense to mix up solar eclipses and lunar eclipses as you just did. I would say that's nonsense.
Just the moon covering the solar point in the sky. Yeah. So if you just you can see the moon, this lunar eclipse in the sky in half of the sphere. So meaning that half of the sphere you will see be able to see during the entire time. If you just
the moon is generally visible from about half the Earth at any moment in time.
You said when? At any moment?
Any moment in time, this moon is visible from about half of the Earth. If it's
so, what about a new moon?
Not except a new moon, then you can't see it, and then nobody can see it.
There you go. So not any time.
Yeah, not any time. You're right.
How do you explain that? Why isn't it visible during a new moon?
Because it's the dark side is facing us, and it's too close to the sun. And if you have specialized equipment, then you can.
They're saying that the dark side never faces Earth. Are you out of your mind?
What are you talking about? The dark side faces Earth during a new moon.
Yeah, bullshit. That's not what your religion says.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. It says that it's revolving around the Earth, the same face facing the Earth at all times.
That's
It doesn't
right.
say that the dark side.
Tidal locking.
The front
Doesn't
side
say
of the
that it
moon
turns
always faces
around.
towards us.
Doesn't say that the dark side turns around and faces Earth 3 days out of the month. You're off the reservation.
Oh, you're talking about the back side. I'm talking about the dark side. The moon is half lit and half dark, and it changes with time. The front side always faces the Earth. The back side always doesn't face the Earth. Don't mix up dark and back.
Yeah, you're talking about phases.
Right.
Oh yeah, I was mixing that up when you were talking about that. Thanks
Yeah,
for
sorry, I
clarifying
didn't
that.
make it clear. Yeah.
So why is it not visible for anyone? Shouldn't someone see it?
It's too close in angular size or angular distance to the sun, and so the atmosphere. So it's only up in the daytime near the sun, and the atmosphere is too light for us to see the night side of the moon.
Even with infrared.
I think with specialized equipment you can. I have a picture somewhere.
Yeah, how come nobody's ever seen it even with infrared? And on your eclipses, it's always during a new moon. No one's ever seen the moon approaching the sun before, during, or after an eclipse of any kind.
Yeah, but we can carefully monitor the locations of the moon and the sun, and then you can see that they intersect during a...
No, you can't see it because you can't
You don't
locate
monitor them. You just
can't
write a
see it.
code that goes in that cycle and can point a telescope into space where it should be, and that's as close as you're going to get, and you still can't see it.
Oh, wait. I see something with your drawing, Mr. Matthew. Are you telling me that the person in the top of that globe, the red person, the red stick guy, is watching an image that's being refracted from that position, far below the half of a sphere, where it's visible before it go into the shadow of the Earth. So it is refracted to high above the horizon.
Not high above, but just above the horizon enough to see. So typically, 0.5 or 0.6 degrees. So it's only visible for a couple minutes at most.
So when the image of the moon just started to be normal, but because that person watches refracted image of the moon being flipped upside down.
So you're cutting out a little bit, but I think I heard you. So the reason that the red person and the blue person see something different is because their direction of down is different on the globe model. So the red person would see the light part of the moon towards his feet, where the blue person would see the dark part of the moon towards his feet.
And the moon is in the diagram is doing an anti-clockwise rotation or orbit around that globe.
And yeah, this diagram doesn't mention any motion. It's just at a moment in time.
Right, and for the person in red.
I'm sorry, could you restate your question? I'm having trouble understanding what you're asking.
It means for the person in red, the moon would have to be rising.
This, I don't know if it's rising or setting, and my diagram is a moment in time.
It's rising.
Yeah, it's a snapshot. Nothing's moving in that diagram.
If that person will see that shadow going from top to bottom, meaning that that moon will go through that shadow, will go inside the shadow and exit the shadow from the other side, so going toward that person in red. So that person in red, for people who witness selenium eclipse, they have to witness the selenium eclipse during this moonrise. What the heck is that?
Yeah, so the selenium will be in the moonrise or in the moonset.
Correct your diagram because it's just bullshit. Doesn't show anything about selenium eclipse. It's completely opposite what we see. We don't see a selenium eclipse during the moonrise.
Yeah, they do.
No.
When the sun is setting and the moon is rising, that's one of the times you can see the selenium. The other time is when the opposite.
Oh, okay, because I didn't hear about the opposite. First time I hear about it. That it can occur during the moonrise and sunset, as it can occur during the sunrise and moon.
Yeah, it happens whenever both the sun and the moon are on the horizon.
No.
No?
You claim that it happens during sunrise and moon setting, and also it can happen during moon rise and sunset. So
yes, exactly. Anytime it's on the horizon, it can happen.
About the opposite times during the day, that it can happen during the opposite times. The only moments and videos that I could see during the moon setting.
Well, so you've only seen videos of it happening during the moon setting. Is that what you're saying?
You saw something else, or you just believe. You believe because you want to explain that shit, and it won't work if you don't assume some things that no one is witnessing. See, that's why I all the time beg you. I understand that you are a strong believer. You already told me that. Don't try to argue, because belief are not debatable. Beliefs are not debatable, so you can't use your belief to debate or correct someone. You're just throwing some bunch of belief and something that you just make up on the fly to just defend your belief. We don't want that. We want some people who talk about reality.
Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't posting these diagrams of the selenium to try to prove anything. I was just saying that it works in our model, because somebody was saying it doesn't work on the globe model, and I say, here's how we explain it. That's all. Just, I don't expect you to believe it because you don't think the Earth is a globe, obviously.
Like I told you, don't explain something about reality using things that you believe to be real. You never verified by yourself. And even when someone will just try to argue with you about that belief, you will have, it's necessary to defend your belief, you will have to make up some shit like you did.
Yeah, all the sunsets turn the moon red.
What are you saying with that picture in the chat, Matthew, with the train tracks and the clouds?
Oh, I'm asking a question. Do the light rays converge to a single point, or are they parallel? And are the train tracks, do they converge to a single point, or are they parallel?
Yeah, don't compare the light rays to the train track, because the train track are coming from your eyes toward some point in distance. Compare those light rays to a building, a standing up building. Does the walls, the left wall, go toward the right wall in the sky, or they are parallel? You can just draw lines on top of them and you'll find that they are parallel. So when you're just comparing that, you watch some rays going from top to down, and the trace is not in your eyes, but down on that surface of water or that hill or that plain. So the ray is enlightening something on the ground directly below it. So if they are parallel, you must see them parallel from down to top, from up, from the bottom to the top, from ground to the sky, to those holes in the cloud, from the surface of water where you see the reflection, the place, the area enlightened by those light rays, to the cloud in the top. So don't tell me perspective. Perspective doesn't converge lines, vertical lines that you see in distance.
So you're saying, Matthew, that the reason the light rays, when you look at them from like going from the ground to the sky, they look like they're converging to a point, just as the train tracks, as they go away from you, look like they're converging to a point?
Yeah. Now, obviously, sun rays aren't perfectly parallel because the sun is not a point source. It can be up to, 0.5, like 5.3 degrees or something. But just like we wouldn't assume those train tracks converge to a spot where the two tracks meet each other, I think that we don't have to say, we can say that the sun rays are fairly parallel. I mean, almost parallel.
Wanna bet that if you look at those train tracks from the top, you won't see them converging anywhere? No perspective. That doesn't work.
If you see those sun rays from the top?
That don't work on vertical lines. If you draw a building, it stays, the lines of that building will stay parallel to each other. The bottom line, the base of the building will stay parallel to the top of the building. The wall in the right will stay parallel in the wall in the left of that building. Even if you go with that building in distance, you take that building, you push it in distance, the walls won't converge. Perspective work with something that is going from your eyes toward the distance. So when you look at those things, the light rays, the sun rays that are going from a hole that you can see in the clouds, you can pinpoint it, you can take a photo and you can draw, put an X on it, and you can see also the light spot on the ground or the surface of water. So those are not going from you toward distance. Those are some lines going from the sky toward the ground vertically. So they don't have to converge. No perspective that can converge that shit like that. If it does, so show me those train tracks from the top being just converging like vertical lines.
Yeah, so even with buildings that are parallel, all of the walls and everything is parallel and right angles. They converge into a single point.
They converge in single point only when you are looking at those buildings in a straight side. For example, you watch the wall of the building, so the part of the building that is next to you compared to the one that is farther from you. So you will see, yeah, exactly. You see the part that is next to you from that building bigger than the one farther. But no, we are talking about something going from down to the top. That doesn't converge. The building that you see, the trade center, the trade center. If you look at those pictures, all the walls will appear to you vertical and parallel to each other. They won't converge at all. The moment that will converge when you are in the bottom of the building and you are looking to the top of the building. So you will see those walls converging toward the top because you are putting the building itself at you as your perspective from your eyes toward the distance, but not vertically.
Yeah, so in the thing I posted at 29 past the hour, if you just cover up the top half of the image, there's some parallel buildings looking like they're diverging.
What picture? Oh, okay. So you are now that picture, you are showing me the building going from your eyes away in distance. So yeah, it will converge like those train track. So, but go to that image, the drawing of perspective. The drawing of perspective that is above Flat Lloyd comment 27 minutes after the hour. Those buildings, the walls of the buildings, they are parallel. The lines, the vertical lines, they are parallel. They can't converge. They are parallel because you are looking at a line going from top to bottom.
Yeah, because you're looking at the horizon. If you were to look up, like if you're looking up at the sun, or if you're looking up like at the sky, like the picture at 29 past the hour, then the vertical lines converge.
We don't look up when you are looking at the rays that are converging. When you are like the picture that is, we don't look up. Are you? Do you see the horizon in front of you in that picture? You don't look up. Even the picture that Dr. Air Pressure sent, we don't look up. You look straight in front of you. You put the camera toward the horizon, not up. So you watch those lines going like that. So it doesn't have to do that, because remember your drawing, the lines that are vertical, they stay vertical. Yeah, I can agree with you if I'm looking up, but we don't want when we are looking at crepuscular rays, that's not up. It's in front of you. You don't have to tilt your head or the camera. You put the camera on the table, and you will still be able to take a picture of crepuscular rays. And you can take the picture that is including the hole in the clouds from where those rays are entering, and the hot spot of that light on the surface of water, or that plane in front of you, or like those that GIF that DJ sent. Look at the light or the spot of light on the ground coming to you, meaning that when they were far away from you, you were not looking at something high in the sky. You didn't tilt your head, but you see something that is coming up to down. Doesn't have to tilt. You are not using perspective. Yeah. That GIF is now. I'll take that GIF from you, DJ. I don't have. I hope it's real. So dark the colors.
Oh yeah, man, that's a killer. There's another good one that I posted a bit higher up as well.
Yeah. So people don't understand even perspective now, because I'm not talking about you, Matthew. I'm talking about people who try to argue about the globe and use the same exact thing that you said, and like the same me. No, it's not perspective, dudes. It's not perspective that making those light rays appear like that. That's nonsense. Just the fact of saying it, it's something crazy. That make me feel that every building for them will have to appear like a pyramid.
Right. I think we can agree that perspective also needs to be taken into consideration, but perspective doesn't explain what we see. when it comes to these diverging rays out of the clouds, right? And it doesn't mean that the source of the sun is directly above the clouds, but it is apparently there at times, right? So that's where the apparent source of light is coming from. I mean, you can do the same thing. Like if you poke some holes in a napkin and hold a light source above it, I mean, you get the same thing. You're going to have diverging rays coming through the holes, right? They're going to spread out, and they're going to hit. They're going to spread out and hit different places on the whatever's underneath the holes.
But
So,
sure,
I mean,
I'm not throwing perspective from the window when I said that, but yeah, perspective is there. We are looking at the angular size, those light rays, when they are in distance compared to the size when they are next to you. Yes, that include perspective, but the light rays, the tilt. Some people say you see them tilted like that because of perspective. No, that's nonsense. The perspective won't tilt the vertical lines. And those light rays that we see in distance, like that GIF that you sent, those are vertical lines. You see the hotspot, they must be vertical if the sun is like they say. So they must be from the hole in that cloud, illuminating an exact spot 90 degrees below that hole in the cloud, not diversion away. And like you said, yeah, it's possible to repeat that thing just using a cardboard with some holes on it and a spot of light, and you would have corpuscular rays like that. Do that with a farther spot of light. Take a lamp torch and you put it away from that cardboard and the holes. Oh, don't dream about watching those corpuscular rays. No, it will happen if the light source is a little bit closer to the cardboard.
Yeah, looking at all those pictures of the light rays, it is hard to imagine that those are actually parallel because they look like they're so slanted. If the globe,
it doesn't. Yeah, common sense tells us that as well. I mean, it's just obvious. Comparing that to some railway tracks is definitely a false comparison. I mean, even ChatGPT here, right? I wrote, if I poke some holes in a napkin and hold a light source just above it, right? The rays diverge out from the holes in the napkin. Why does this light diverge, right? And it says the light diverges because it's not being collimated as it passes through the holes. When a light source is placed close to an aperture, like holes in a napkin, the light spreads out in different directions to the natural behavior of light, waves, and rays. This happens for a few reasons, right? And then it goes on to say the point source behavior. If the light source is relatively close to the napkin, the hole acts like a secondary point source, emitting the light in multiple directions rather than straight beams. This is why the rays spread outward. Lack of collimation.
I call myself an artist. I never did that as a work or something. It's just something that I like to do since I was a kid. And I understand that there is a professional with us, so Flat Lloyd, that is an artist, and he's professional, literally. And he will understand this. So, brother, those lines, there is no vertical lines in that drawing. The farthest one from you, even the closer one, you can't have those vertical lines appear to you being tilted and conversion toward a center point. The moment when you will be able to see those vertical lines now, conversion is when you are changing your perspective, your angle of view. If you are going to the bottom of those cubes and watching them from far, yeah, that's that place that now you are see parallel, the place, the right side, the left side. you will be able to see the conversion. But the only moment when you will be able to see that if you change your angle of view.
Yeah, my wife agrees as well. She's got a master's degree in art, and she's a qualified art teacher. So yeah, she also agrees. Hey, Shrub, you got some background noise, dude.
Sorry, I was walking upstairs, a little winded.
You're right, man. You're all good.
So Eratosthenes, during his entire life, the only type of light rays he could see coming from the sun are those crepuscular rays that are not parallel to each other. How he concluded that the Earth, how he imagined that the Earth have a distant sun that is emitting parallel rays toward the surface. Why the only rays they could see, and anyone on the surface, the Earth, is the same conversion light rays. The lamp on his house or the candle emitted something similar. Couldn't he make a little test just to see how light works? If he put a stick under his lamp and another stick couple meters away from his lamp. I did that in my room in front of my wife just to show her a couple of days ago, and it was something understandable. I told her, now this is the bottle underneath the light source, doesn't have any shadow. This is another bottle that I will put in Alexandria away from that light source. And it has a shadow. Do the same exact thing that Eratosthenes did, you will get with a spherical floor of our room.
So let's ask the Shrub. You're hot micing a little bit.
Hey, this is mighty good trail mix.
Oh, good for you.
So is Trinity
stuff,
here?
bro.
Trinity is God? Where's Trinity?
No, Trinity's not here.
Well, Trinity's messaging.
Oh, okay. Maybe not in VC though.
Yeah, Trinity's in the VC.
Let's pick a less disagreeable topic that is that people are aware of. Have any of you heard about whether Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
He's in the wrong channel.
Oh, you're in the wrong place.
No, I'm just saying as an example. This is a process discussion.
Oh, it's not about politics.
It's not about politics. It's about process.
Yeah, we
Flat
don't know
Earth
how
is
all
all
that.
about process.
We can't
Oh, I don't
validate
know. I
any of
don't
that
watch the
information, dude.
I haven't watched what's that name of his TV show, The Apprentice? I haven't watched that in a long time.
Well, the reason why I'm talking about process here is that being flat earther is 100% about process. It's the most important aspect to learn if you're going to be an effective flat earther is you have to stick to the process.
Which is?
Do you have any globe evidence, dude, or what?
And if you look at the Donald Trump thing, this is a fantastic example of process. Donald Trump.
This micromanaging bullshit, dude. Come on,
No,
dude.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump had actually lost the presidency. He had ceased to be president.
Yeah,
The vote
whatever.
happened.
We don't need your advice on how to be a flat earther or anything like that. Just relax.
And you know what happened? You know what happened? People would
Nobody cares.
Snackle, do you have something better to add than this shrub guy? The Black Messiah. Do you have anything? Any globe
Snapple
evidence?
put in there that there's now starships flying around in outer space. Are there people on starships now? And they're moving fast. They're moving faster than people should believe. It'll be funny when they send one up that blows up and there's people on it. Well, there won't be people on it, but when they pull the same space shuttle crap. And they'll have to take it down for 20 years. They'll prolong it. Then you guys will be saying, hey, how come they never did anything? Just like we did.
Yeah. And then we'll have to interview their twins.
You won't be able to get an interview with the twins because they run away from interviews.
Apparently, the Flat Earth Discord isn't about Flat Earth at all. Okay.
Oh,
it's not. It's about process, guys. It's always been about process.
No, it's always been about measurement. What are you talking about?
No, it's about process.
No, to figure out if the Earth is flat, you measure it.
You can't figure out if the Earth is flat because there's no evidence that the Earth could possibly not be flat. Process.
You measure it.
Nope, can't measure it because it can't be measured round. Process.
Okay, but you're still going to measure it, aren't you?
You're wasting your time by even suggesting a measurement.
Really? So we can't measure the surface of the Earth?
Gave up on measuring.
No, you can't measure it because no measurement can possibly prove that the Earth isn't flat. It's a process discussion.
Okay, so we can't do things like survey the land.
Not if you're trying to prove the Earth is round.
But we can survey the land, though, right?
No.
No, so we can't survey the land.
No.
Are you an idiot? I mean, that's a serious.
No, I'm saying it has nothing to do with it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have terabytes of data that could potentially prove the roundness of the Earth. It's all a waste of time. Doesn't win.
But we can survey the Earth.
Won't work. Never works.
I can't survey the Earth. We'll have to tell surveyors that they're out of a job.
You could spend $1 billion and take a crew of flat earthers on a low Earth orbit. Doesn't matter. It has nothing. It has nothing to do.
Yeah, we never said that did. We never said that did matter. You're the one claiming this.
No, I'm saying no. My claim is about process. My claim is about process.
Yeah.
There is no outcome of any evidence, of any argument, of any proof that supports the Earth being round.
Yeah, we never said that.
That solution set is zero. There is no argument, proof, evidence.
We agree with you. Now tell us, what is your intention of focusing on process instead of actual measurement? What's your intention?
Because the whole measurement question is a trope. It has nothing to do with the science.
So what is your motive then? What would be the end result?
I know. I'm giving you the golden ticket here. Donald Trump.
No, you're not.
Prove that even if you
Donald
lose
Trump,
the election,
dude, you're just going to get muted if you do. You're going to get muted.
You're be muted now because you can't stay on the topic.
Yeah,
you got reelected.
Just keep it on point, bro. Keep it on point, or you're going to get muted. Like, I'm not going to hesitate.
You were talking about the Earth. Why you jumped from the Earth to Donald Trump? The heck?
I can ask him. I can help.
Yeah, we don't need a reason with that guy. He's supposedly somebody who's well off and makes his own money. He like runs a business or some shit. And he fails at coming in here to provide any evidence for Globe, so he does this kind of gimmick.
Yep.
It's so silly.
Know. I came in the other day with evidence, and then they said they wanted a video. And then I came back, and then they said they didn't want a video anymore. And they were asking me for evidence of refraction. I really respect the skepticism, but this is why people don't take you seriously.
What's refraction?
Yeah, refraction is the bending of light as it changes through a medium.
Changes from one medium to another medium and hits a boundary?
It could be a medium, or it could just be the same medium with different density. Right? Could be either.
Right. So according to Snell's law, you require a boundary between two isotropic media. A boundary, like from, let's say, the light is passing through the air, and then it hits some water, for example.
So I think, if I recall correctly from physics, in the context of Snell's law, it's just whatever boundary you're referring to just refers to the change in either density or substance of the medium.
That's incorrect. Look at the definition for Snell's law. Go look it up right now.
It's just a mathematical statement.
Look it up, and then post what it reads for Snell's law. Post what it reads for it, and then I want you to read it out loud for everybody here, and then you'll realize that you're wrong.
So Snell's law, n1 sine theta 1 equals n2 sine theta 2. That's Snell's law. Where
Keep
theta
going.
1,
Keep going.
Okay, where theta 1 is the angle of incidence measured from the normal. Theta 2 is the angle of refraction, and N1 and N2 are the refractive indexes of the respective mediums. Did somebody just say the N-word? Did I just hear that right?
So being as you may have Googled that, do you see the little diagrams there?
No.
Maybe you should.
Why?
What's the normal to the medium?
Wait, I'm confused. Like, where's the boundary here? Do we at least agree that there's no, like, that's not a thing that you have to have, whatever that means?
Well, I'm telling you to look at the diagrams that you Googled.
Well, diagrams are not science, right? So, what are we doing?
So it's a diagrammatical explanation of the formula based on the two isotropic mediums.
Okay, I'll just take a look.
Boundary and the angle of instance. You need a boundary.
You're the one that's claiming that. Why do you believe that?
Because I'm looking at Snell's law now and looking at the pretty pictures too.
What do you mean? Hold on, dude. You're saying he's not claiming it. It's what it reads. That's what it says. It's not his claim. Dude, are you shitting me, dude? Are you not looking at the same thing everybody is?
A diagram is not science.
The diagram is an explanation. It's an explanation of the convention of the understanding of Snell's law.
I don't care.
You moron.
It's not science. It's not. It's for lay people.
What do you mean it's for lay people? So what, you have a higher understanding of Snell's law other than the description that's being told to everybody? Is that correct?
If by higher understanding you mean just mathematically, yes.
No, it's not just mathematically. How does math comport over to reality? How does it comport?
how does it comport? So we start by taking what we have in reality and making measurements. That's how math comports to reality.
Measurements of what? You're very vague in your explanation. What are you making a measurement of?
So it could be anything, right?
No, it's not anything, dude.
Wait,
Dude,
you didn't
stop. It's not anything. We're specifically talking about Snell's law.
Anything.
And the law. Shut up. We're talking about Snell's law and the law of refraction. So specifically, that's what we're talking about. And what Snell's law describes is that it's the exchange of light going through two media. It needs two contacting media. In this case, it's talking about air, like Jedi was explaining, and water. This is not for lay people. That's Snell's law. You moron.
Yeah, so in this case, like I said, there's a difference between mediums, but if there's also a difference between densities, then the refractive indexes, respectively, will be different. So Snell's law.
What does it say at Snell's law? You got to read what it says there, because you're not reading
Snell's
the whole
law
thing.
Is just N1 sine 1 phase.
No, it's not just that. It's not just that. It's showing a description. And what Jedi was explaining to you is that because it shows a description, it tells you two contacting media. Do you think the air is two contacting media?
It's two mediums with different refractive indexes.
No, it's not. The air is one media.
Okay. Like, this is why it's defined mathematically instead of using a diagram.
I know that you're trying to do your best to define it mathematically, but it still has to comport over to reality. In other words, I have to see something in action. What am I looking at when it references Snell's law out in the real world? Yeah, you could shut up, dude. You're only talking about math. That's great. I'm glad you understand the mathematical concept. But now when you go outside, how does it represent that math?
Yeah, so it represents that math by measuring the refractive index, the angle of incidence, and the angle of refraction.
In what? In what?
In some medium.
Which medium?
So it depends. If it's water and air, then it's water and air.
It's talking about two contacting media. So two contacting media, what two contacting media are you using? Because it ain't one, it's two.
Again, that's not what Snell's law says.
Oh, yes, it does. What the fuck do you mean it doesn't say that? Yes, it does. Dude, look, I'm surprised nobody's posting nothing in the text channel right now because it's being blasted. It should be.
I don't care about whatever diagram.
You need to care because this is. What do you mean, high schoolers? This is what Snell's law is, and you're
that's why we make these diagrams.
Your refutation for Snell's law is no. It doesn't matter what you say. It matters what it says about Snell's law and how it's supposed to be understood. To contacting media. It's not your dumb ass answer. It just isn't. So you're gonna have two contacting media in order for refraction to take hold. When we see something happening, like let's say a person's in the swimming pool.
Wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm not. If a person's standing in the swimming pool and you're above the water, you can see that below the water, it looks like their body looks differently than their top, like their head. So the shift in that, what it is that's refraction. That's Snell's law in action. You can see it.
Correct.
That's how it's used.
What are N1 and N2 in Snell's law?
Okay, so we're not talking about just math anymore. It goes beyond math. It goes now into the real world. So you keep referring back to math, and I'm pointing you
measurements.
Yeah. So what? Of what? Of what?
Of the refractive index.
Of what? You keep saying refractive index of what nature? What in nature? What in nature? What in nature? What in nature?
What do you mean? What are you asking?
You're gonna have to look at nature for fucking refraction to be something represented in the fucking math form. So you got math, right? Now you're gonna go outside and look around. Okay, what is represented with this mathematical formula? What am I using it for? Moron.
Measure the refractive index.
Of what?
Of the medium of error.
And what else?
That's it.
No, bullshit.
Sorry.
Bullshit.
And the angle of incidence.
Not it. No, it's not it. That's not it.
And the angle of refraction. That too.
Yeah, no, that's not it. No. That's not it.
Oh,
I'm telling you, that's not it. No, that's not what Snell's law is dictating. No, it's not.
Yeah, then you're just uneducated.
Yeah, it's not that I'm uneducated. It's that you're fucking misrepresenting what Snell's law is, and you wanted to pass your horse puckery for what Snell's law is because you want to make it sound like it's just the air outside. That's the only thing that you need. No, it's not. You need
No
two
one takes you
contact in
people
media.
seriously.
I'm sorry, but you're wrong. This isn't a agree to disagree position. You're just incorrect. And you're being corrected and you don't like
See ya,
it
bro.
because you want to be right.
Yeah, how can you be right when we're right? Not gonna work, bro.
Just air.
Globies have really been going hard on fucking up Snell's law recently. It's like the third guy today who's trying to claim Snell's law through the air.
Yeah, just the air. Can you imagine? And it's what it's defined as, and he even put it on Jedi. Well, that's your definition. What do you mean your definition? Fucking, it says it all over the internet. What are you trying to pin it on somebody in here?
It's pretty well understood.
A couple of diagrams been posted in the side chat and another reference citation. Sorry, there's definitely two mediums and a demonstration of the air into water in there. That's definitely two mediums. Oh, and the boundary layer where the light hits the boundary when it passes from one medium to another. Example: a prism.
So has this come about because he saw the horizon was too far? Or is it something unrelated?
I don't know why he brought it up, mate. I think he was complaining about something. He was asked to provide evidence, wasn't asked to provide evidence, started going off on a ramble, and here we are.
Standard.
They're all about mathematical constructs, these guys. They live in the math world. So they think math is reality, and that's what they want to talk about is the math. Well, that's not the math. Oh, yeah? So once you got the math licked, and you got it all down pat, what are you going to do with that? Just circle jerk yourself into oblivion? Or go outside and test that shit? Where? Well, refraction. Like, there's no real world application. It needs to be put to the test. Where? What are you going to use it for? It's not just going to sit there in a math form. You're going to have to be it's going to have to be applicable to something. These guys are fucking idiots, man. I swear. Like, a lot of these Globers.
Well, they have to keep it to the math world, because if they go out into the real world, it's just flat. So I get why they're hesitant.
Yeah, the angle of incidence is really key here, because you have to have an angle of incidence, you have to have a plane or a surface reference. You don't have a plane between mediums without a physical surface between the medium.
Who was that Glober speaking before?
I don't know, mate. I didn't catch his name.
Glober, identify yourself.
Anonymous Glober.
Glober number 3978. Speak up.
And that was Let's Ask the Shrub.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Shrub? Tell me you've got some dynamite globe proof for us.
I know that's what you're asking for.
Yeah.
But it doesn't exist.
Oh, man. But the cartoons on the TV, the textbook, the body
No,
of
it
science.
doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
The body of science.
So let's talk about the process, guys. Number one, the only thing that's allowed is for Globers to come in.
Joel Embiid, the
and
only
provide
process I know is the 76ers rebuild, and Joel Embiid can't stand the court. The whole thing's over. The process is over.
No, I mean, it has everything to do with process. And so
Yeah,
just
they
in case
traded
there's some new
everyone
people
away.
here,
They couldn't make Jimmy
we need to
Butler
confirm
happy.
what the
Ben
process
Simmons
is.
didn't pan out. The process is over. Embiid is falling apart. He shouldn't even have been on the Olympic team.
And how does this have to do with the globe? Are you providing proof of the
That's
globe?
the process. That's the only process I know of.
The only
The failed
process is the
76ers. Yeah, the failed 76ers rebuild. So let's keep
So
it on
does that-
topic.
So everybody here, does that prove the globe is flat, or there's a globe, or the Earth is flat?
Doesn't sound like either of you have globe proof.
No, I mean, and so what I'm trying to point out here is that everyone needs to stick to the process. Number one, the only thing that's allowed to be talked about is whether someone is presenting evidence of the globe being round. Period. You can't talk about anything else.
Round.
Round
Yeah,
like a
like the Earth being round. The Earth being round.
like
If they aren't showing up with Glober nonsense, then what the hell are they doing here?
Yeah, only Globers.
What are we all sitting here waiting for?
Only Globers.
What are we
say
all sitting here
round.
waiting for if it's not
Globers
fresh
say-
meat, guys?
Only Globers say round in my entire
We're waiting
experience.
for the next attempt.
Yeah, I mean, if someone doesn't show up, some noob doesn't show up with fresh meat, then what are they doing here?
Yeah.
you said
Speaking of Shrub, could you find some new globers or something if you're not going to do it?
Yeah, but guys.
I'm guessing you've already realized that you can't provide anything.
We have to confirm.
Are you breaking up or is that me?
No, he's roboting. I don't know. Let's ask the Shrub. You can stick around and just. You're roboting, dude.
Shrub, your circuits are discombobulating.
Yeah, your process is malfunctioned.
Shrub, you need to download your satellite link again.
Yeah, check your globe for connection.
Shrub,
I've
you
never
might want to leave and rejoin. You were roboting really, really hard. That's why you got server muted. Hopefully you took notice of that. If you want to try again, you can, but maybe leave and rejoin, dude.
Maybe Starlink wasn't a great investment.
Yeah, I've never heard a flat earther use the word round for Earth. Let's just put it right there,
He's not a flat earther. He's angry that we're asking for globe evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of glober he is.
Trying to interject something like can't define it. What process? To do what? What's the purpose? Can't answer that question.
Well, he's going to appeal to format, isn't he? He's going to say, well, you guys do it like this,
Mm-hmm.
instead of just providing anything for his belief.
So there's some nebulous stuff out there, like this undefined process, process, whatever he's calling it, some kind of system he has in mind that he's not letting on about. Just keep it in the imaginary realm, some process for the purpose of what? No answer to that. What's the motive? What's the intentions? Yeah. What's the primary intention? What are you getting at? Like, where is that going to lead us? Is there a result in the end?
I don't think they're thinking that far ahead, Sonny. I think they're hearing us say the Earth is not a globe. They're getting upset. They're coming in, and they just haven't really thought what they're going to say until they get here, and then it kind of goes downhill. Maybe if I point out that they keep asking people for globe evidence, That will be like a globe argument. Nope. That's just highlighting the fact that no one's providing any globe evidence.
It's a process argument. State authority has nothing to do with merit. It never has. Establishing authority has nothing to do with merit. It never has.
I really do want to hear this, but you're roboting. Maybe you should get whatever mics they used to talk from the moon to Earth in the 1960s. They must be good. Now watch this drive.
Straight as an arrow. There have been some good golfers out of that Oval Office, and some horrible ones too, I'm sure.
Well,
yeah, I love that.
I'd like to see their moon yardage.
Just drive.
Hey, how sure are you guys that Earth is flat? You're like 99.99% or 100%?
100%.
100%?
What's higher than
I'll take the over.
Not
You?
99.999?
No. Do you live in that world?
You live on a globe. Pretty good. Pretty sure. 100% sure you live on a globe.
No, this is a concave Earth.
I'm not. No. You're both wrong.
It's all you can be, really. It's the only option you have in reality.
The rectilineator, bro.
It's the only thing you can be sure of. Your flat surface. Oh, is this a concaver?
Yeah, let me put it this way. When I say the Earth is flat, there's nothing I could be more sure of anything I've ever said before. That would be the ultimate, like if you put it in a scale, you want to put it in some kind of scalar, that would be the 100%. And anything else would then go down from there. You couldn't get much more of a true statement than the Earth is flat. That would be the perfect 100%.
That stuff is flat, 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 flat.
It's actually like the trifecta. Flat, stationary,
Listen, at this point in
and contained.
2025, if you're still saying it's a globe, I'm sorry, you're just uncool.
Yeah, it's ball's head.
Flat, stationary, and what? What's the third?
Cool.
Of the trifecta, he said?
Contained.
Yep.
Container.
Like a baby in the womb.
Well, my Wi-Fi's back up. Can you hear me now, gentlemen?
Oh, we got you now.
So good, bro.
Yes, the most important thing is that number one, you can have no discussion about anything that's not some newbie coming in trying to prove the Earth is round. Ever.
No, that's not true.
Number two, nobody ever should try to prove that the Earth is flat.
We can ask the
You're
people
wasting your time if you
here
are.
for a year to prove the Earth is a globe, and they still can't do it.
Well, but I'm telling you, the corollary number two is none of you should ever feel imposed as to have to prove that the Earth is flat. Ever.
Well, why would we have to prove a base axiom in comparison to a base?
Exactly. Never ever even indulge any of the globers in trying to argue that the Earth is flat. Ever. Don't have to. Don't do it.
If there's no evidence to the contrary, what is there?
There's fresh meat.
I don't know. It kind of sounds
Fresh
like you're
meat
talking
or the
about it
grilling.
from an emotional
The
perspective.
only goal is to get them to put the meat on the table and to cook it.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like you're talking about it from an emotional perspective.
It's not emotional. It's procedural.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like you're getting emotional about it, and we're just talking about science and evidence and measurement.
Have you guys not read Machiavelli? Do you know anything about process? Do you know anything about process?
Are there any other globe earthers?
How is the prince going to teach you that the Earth's a globe? Does Machiavelli say that the Earth's a globe in the prince? I don't think he does.
This has everything to do with authority and has nothing to do with science.
Okay, so the globe is just a story from the authority and nothing to do with science. I agree.
The goal here is you have to get them talking, then you pick them apart, then you mute them, then you insult their intelligence, and then everybody piles it on dog pile. Then you got to do the dog pile, and then you got to send them the text messages after they're gone.
I thought you were getting yourself on topic for a second there.
And if you're not doing this, you're not helping. If you're not doing any of these tasks, then you're not helping.
That is a process, all right.
You know what you should do?
Mute.
Yeah, hold on here. Dude, this is what you should do, okay? Like, I'm not what this guy goes by. Let's something, whatever. Okay. Why don't you test your supposition there? How would you test it? My advice would be, why don't you just, like, go to a Glober server and just pretend. Just Steelman, the flat Earth position, and see what they do. And see how they how they react to somebody who thinks the Earth is a flat instead of a curved. Then you've got some way of parsing it out. Okay, which side is it both sides exactly the same in that manner, shape, or form? Then you could say which model predicts being unable to explain or handle disagreement, and which model has explanations for disagreement. Then there's you got right there. You got
stop being funny. Now it's boring.
Now you've got a way to parse out your own idea that doesn't sound like you're coming in here telling everyone they have to change to fit your needs and wants.
Well, see, also part of it is that one of our main whole points of highlighting is the fact that there is no globe evidence other than the appeal to authority, cartoons and videos given by the government, the space agency. That's an argument and a point that we are demonstrating when we ask people when they come in, what's your evidence for the globe? And you're not rebutting that position. In fact, you're demonstrating it again by coming in and only talking about moderation and meta bullshit. You're not saying, well, guys, you're wrong because here's some evidence for the globe. You're like, oh, all you guys do is ask people for evidence for the globe. Yeah, and you don't have any. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but even like,
so complain all you like.
Why would anybody want to come onto a server that's like a flat Earth server like here and tell the people on the server not to react in a certain way, when we could tell you if you don't want to react a certain way, why you bother coming on here in the first place, telling people how to react, because that's a waste of your time also.
Or just even give a reason why is your worldview or your moral compass so superior that you just come into a room full of people and you don't even understand where they're coming from. You have no idea what they're trying to say, but somehow you're just going to pass judgment like that character from Star Trek, the Q. Picard says, what gives you the right to judge all of humanity? He says moral superiority. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You think you're like some kind of Superman on top of a hill looking down at everybody, deciding who gets saved and who doesn't? Get over yourself, dude. You're not that important.
He's just another upset globe believer who doesn't like that we're in here exposing the globe as a religion, like it is.
Yep.
What happened? Did he leave?
No, I think DJ or got muted, right?
Resorted to chat skink now.
Oh, bro. Why Why are you doing that? You went to all that trouble to get your mic fixed.
Well, he was
Now you're
talking about
tap-dancing?
he gets muted, then he gets dogpiled, and then he gets sent messages. Okay, so you know exactly what to expect. Now, what you could do is change your variables, and do you get repeated results?
Well, hopefully he recovered from any mean words that he encounters on the internet.
Yeah, maybe he'd like to talk to QE about the process.
You know who I miss? Meemore Vet. You remember Meemore? He was one of the best flat smackers of all time. Shout out to me. Helio was playing an old episode yesterday or something, and it had Meme in it, and I forgot how good he was.
Like just like inflection in his voice as he would talk to them, you just feel like, damn, dude, you just got like roasted.
Yeah, the tactics they resort to are truly amazing. Like they run out of their bullshit, so they just try another version, another type of bullshit. Talking about, oh, it's all about the process. What process?
Like some kind of conspiracy theory. It's like, yeah, dude, you're a conspiratard. You think there's some kind of It's not just people online just doing what they would do, just finding a space to articulate and express themselves. Oh, no, that couldn't be the explanation. The only explanation is some massive top-down conspiracy, and we're all in on it, except for you. But you're the only one who figured it out. Like, really, dude? You really think so? You cracked the code? You figured it out? Unless I missed it, he didn't go into celebrity gossip, did he? Like, start naming certain flat earthers and top 10, number one will surprise you. Did he go full brain rot, or is it just epic level derp?
It's his usual gimmick.
I've been in some of the Globe Earth servers, and they've got back channels where they specifically say, hey, you say that, try to get them to follow that, and I'll come in with this. Dude, they got the whole thing like scripted out. It's all a big gag for them. It's just for fun. It's just for shits and giggles, which is hilarious, because at the same time they tell you it's flat earth speech is harmful misinformation, grinding humanity to a halt, and a bunch of people who don't matter, and peak level entertainment. They want more of it. It's these back-to-back, deep-seated, illogical contradictions that they don't even know what they need and want. And that's what you'll find out if you, like, flip the script. Go over there and give it a shot. And challenge what you think is happening here. What do you really think is going on? And give it a shot.
For context,
or just go fuck off. Just go live your life. You'll be just fine. That you know there's people out there who disagree with you. You will survive that. That's not a fatal injury.
yeah, for context, look at what whatever that guy's name is. The process is giving them enough to start talking, some inkling of hope. Like he's trying to coach us on how to do this thing. And I told him before, hard pass. We don't need that. We're fine over here. We're doing what we're doing, and we're doing it very well. We don't need your fuckwit coaching.
Isn't that a song from the 90s? Doing it and doing it and doing it well?
Yep. You can take your fucking gimmick and go peddle that shit somewhere else. Because we're number one, baby.
Oh man, I got a phone call there. My bad, boys.
I want to know something. Who's like the biggest champion of the Globey bullshit propaganda that you guys have ever faced or debated? Who's the most intimidating opponent?
Zero. Not a single person.
They don't
None.
fucking
Zero.
exist. Base.
No, they don't.
Sorry, Mickey.
Nope. None of them.
They're all the same. They just come in with the pseudoscience nonsense, lots of fallacies, basically just telling us a story about a religion that they have. They're all the same. So
I mean, it is hard to expect like a champion of individuality to come out of the Borg complex, to be fair.
Yeah, really, what you get, the best you get. This is why I'm done asking globalist questions. If I ask them something, it's a very rare event. Because what I've noticed is like almost 99.9% of the time.
It's a Fallout NPC dialogue tree. You can predict it pretty easy.
Yeah, or it's basically they just Google some key word they think you said and then give you a very poor read of something that sounds good.
Hey, bro. Aristophanes experiment. Argument done.
Yeah, that's really all you get. Is just some sort of parodying of something they think they read online. If you could get them to unplug from the internet and talk, like, do not use your Google. Use your
just use your own perspective, use your own understanding, use how it makes sense in your own brain. That would be way more compelling.
Yeah, how did you think it through? Where did you start from? What was your process? And they really don't know. They really don't even know that because they really haven't done much thinking at all.
I've been to like 50 skyscrapers in my life, a bunch of big tall mountains, including the Colorado Rockies and stuff. And I've always said, like, it's flat as far as the eye can see. And this dude the other day was like, tell me what tower you were at. Tell me what skyscraper. What was the measurement? What was the math of it? It's like, you think that I'm sitting there quantifying and mathifying every single skyscraper that I go up to the 50th floor and look out the window and I see that it's flat as far as the eye can see. It's retarded.
We got Gratox in the room. Gratox, if you're there, welcome to the forum.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man?
Your sister's ankles.
I just dropped by because I was curious about what y'all are talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about how people don't have an argument for the globe Earth. So, in your perspective, do you believe there's any scientific evidence for the Earth as a globe?
I think there is, but I'm not an expert on it.
Mammut. That's a malformed question.
Let's see. I've been sitting here for a little while. Just from what you guys are talking about, it sounds like if I was to try and have a conversation with you guys, kind of sounds like I'd just eventually be muted and then harassed. Like,
well, the problem is you don't understand. Did you understand the question that I asked you, Gradox?
Do I think there's any scientific evidence?
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty self-explanatory question.
Well, it's malformed, dude.
What?
You didn't identify that it's malformed.
Oh, why is it malformed?
Because it's
self-explanatory. Sorry, Alpha. He said he was self-explanatory.
Yeah, I did.
Still picking up.
The reason it's problematic for
it's
you
not
is
self-explanatory. It's a malformed question.
Yeah, okay, but I'm asking why it's a malformed question.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that. The reason why is natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes or aspects. That's geometry. So, by not saying, Miggy, that's a malformed question, you sacrificed your second grade science acumen on the altar of dumb fuckery first grade.
I don't. Sure.
Get it now?
I see where you're coming from.
Good.
So, Grasshopper, you got like questions or anything?
No, not really. I was just here to listen. I only unmuted because someone asked me to.
Okay, well, the basic argument is the Earth's surface has no curvature and so cannot be a ball. Pretty simple, right?
Yeah, sounds simple.
Yeah, furthermore, it's never been measured. And it's not practically used as a globe. Nobody navigates across the surface of the Earth as if it were a globe. Doesn't happen.
That's true. You go in a straight line, just keep going in a straight line. You don't have to like keep tilting downwards.
Practical use has never been, negotiating over any curvature when you're moving across the surface.
Damn, we whistled past that lack of science acumen pretty quick. Just right on by it. Okay.
Yeah, because none of them really have the science acumen to have the conversation most of the time.
Yeah,
I've already said I'm not an expert on anything like that. So why would I bother arguing for it? I'd probably just get it wrong.
Just a little admin, Cyclone. Can you get a better mic?
Not right now. I'm driving.
Oh, I mean regularly when you're on, because you sound horrible.
I know, it's usually because I'm out walking or something when I'm on here.
Yeah, you sound pretty bad, dude. We'd like to hear what you have to say clearly. Just FYI.
Yeah, I got you.
Carry on. Sorry, that was just a little admin stop. Go ahead, Gradix.
Well, I don't really have anything to say.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, you took not having a 5th grade general science acumen well.
I'm not exactly... I'm not arrogant enough to assume I know everything.
That's an amazing start. That already puts you ahead of 90-odd% of people that we speak to here.
To be clear, I still think the Earth is round. I just don't think I could put into,
Yeah, but...
how to put it?
Yeah, you believe it's round, I think, because you were told it was round, and they showed you images and videos.
That is the base assumption that I approach the world from. Yes, that it is round. So when I hear new bits of... So when I hear...
It's a faith-based appeal to authority.
Oh, yeah. I was taught that growing up.
Hello, stop! Hello. Thank you. When you said the Earth is round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have round and flat penny, round and flat LP, round and flat CD.
Oh, I see. I think the term is oblate spheroid.
Oblate spheroid?
Is the exact term that's used.
You better call NASA and have them redact the past 50 years of all their images that they've been throwing at us, because that's not an oblate spheroid, son.
Nah. We don't look like one.
Yeah, the images they give us, it just looks like a perfect ball.
Yep.
So yeah, that's kind of the point of why we're here, because everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people believe they live on a giant spinning ball, basically because they were told so. Well, we went out and checked, and it's not that. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Well, you're taking it well, so good for you.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really make much difference to my life whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. So,
yeah.
How do you think the Earth got here to begin with? What's your thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Again, using my very admittedly amateur knowledge, what do you mean by got here?
Like the Big Bang theory, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
So that's how you think the world and everything came to be, if you accept the Western standard education system that they're putting out right now. Yeah,
that certainly seems to be a step in the process. Sure.
Right. Okay. Well, it can't be that, since it's not a globe, because the Big Bang only makes globes. So that's one thing that would make a difference. Your whole assumption of how everything came to be is wrong.
But even then, why would that make a difference in my life?
Well, the way you live your life might stem from your belief about why you think you're here and what you're supposed to be doing here.
Me going outside and going to work every day doesn't stem on the fact that a Big Bang.
We've heard this. We've heard this many times before, Gredox. But if truth has no intrinsic value to you, then nothing's going to mean anything to you when it comes to truth.
So it depends on the practicality of that truth.
Yeah, so it's pretty practical that the Earth being a globe should be practical to you.
Why?
Should be. Well, when you're go ahead, Cyclone.
Sorry, no, just to finish that, just to be clear, I'm obviously in your day-to-day reality, I mean, you just experience the Earth as flat and motionless anyway, and you go to work and do your thing.
Exactly.
But when I'm speaking a little bit beyond that, like, you know, in human history, we have always had these questions, these philosophical, religious questions about the nature of reality. And those have been asked since the beginning of time because it is important. People do want to understand what the nature of reality is and why they're here. So it's more on that level rather than your everyday practical going to work level. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you ever think beyond that level, but if you do, this will come into play.
You could say it's both, though. It's both because when you're navigating across the surface, you're going to utilize the flat Earth practically. You're not going to utilize a globe Earth practically. So in that sense as well. So philosophically, yeah, you're gonna be contemplating the deep things of, like, you know, why are you here and all that good stuff. You know, is there a creator? So that's going to make more sense to you. It's going to hit home even more when you realize that this place is very special and it was made versus it was just a cosmic fart.
Cosmic accident, absolutely.
So in that way, if you don't think that matters, there's a problem with you somehow. Because you're not even... nothing matters to you at that point. You don't really care about life.
That's the number one thing. People ask, like, why would they lie about the flat Earth and all that? The number one thing is to put you into alpha state of dissociative programming where you don't know what up is, down, left, or right. You're completely programmable. You have no bearing. You have no true north.
I do feel as though there is a little bit of distance between whether or not, like, questions that are as big as, like, how did the Earth get here? Are we designed? Stuff like that. And, like, where should my vote go, for example? I feel like there's quite the distance between those two questions.
Yeah,
and I feel like just because they have tricked me or, like, deceived me into thinking wrong on the bigger question, do they really have control over me on the smaller one? The one that more directly affects my life?
Yes, the smaller ones are just smaller tentacles that are bigger extensions of the bigger deceptions, like Flat Earth.
That just doesn't feel intuitive to me.
Like if they can lie to you about the shape and the basic nature of the world you're on and defy your own observation and your own intuitive and basic empirical understanding, then you're ripe, you're par for the course for any other type of programming they want.
And you're making your voting decisions influenced by a lot of these issues or levies or whatever are based on the idea that the Earth is in a state of panic, that it's dying.
Yeah,
so they have all these legislations. Yeah. So your worldview, informs your vote, and your worldview is an outer space fairy tale. There is no such thing as a poisoned Earth.
Well, and if we get back down to it, that's the issue, is abundance versus scarcity. The government and most of these paradigms rely on implying a huge amount of scarcity, which implies fear, which puts people into a controllable state, whereas the flat Earth revelation reveals that there's more land, more resources, more possibilities for human flourishing, which is why it's such a controversial subject for, standardized matrix control over people's lifestyles.
Yeah, so at the fundamental level, it does matter.
No, I see it. I see where you're coming from.
So, but because
it matters
you've never
more than anything,
because you've never heard of this perspective.
That's a stretch.
Just put it this way: you've never heard of this perspective before in your life. So to you right now, it doesn't matter. But if you were to contemplate, right, the first time you actually really start to think about all of this, then it starts to really sink home. Like you're gonna be like, oh man. Okay, now I can see how climate change is tied into the idea that the Earth is a dying planet, and they're trying to push this agenda on me. Now I got to pay a carbon tax.
The asteroid mining SpaceX stuff that Elon Musk is pushing, it's all part of the same thing.
Now I have to shut the farm down.
Yeah.
No, the farms got too big. You need to go Georgia Guidestone style and depopulate it and send everybody off world to mine asteroids.
But you don't know how important it is until you actually start to contemplate it. So right now, maybe it doesn't matter to you because you've never really challenged yourself on this. But once you do, then it starts to really, you start to see all the puzzle pieces come together, and you're like, oh, okay, I know why this matters now.
I think it'll take me some time to like follow that string to somewhere where like I'll realize just how big it is, perhaps. But I'm open to.
Well, and then the other thing too, Gradox. The other thing too is nobody can, like, we can all tell you about the different points, but nobody can actually make that make sense to you until you have some time to reflect on it. That's the only way that's going to make sense.
I think part of the point of this like community, from what I've seen, is like thinking for yourself. So obviously, I got to go ahead and do that.
Absolutely,
for sure. Go to the top of a mountain like Jesus and let Satan tempt you into the globe earth deception, and you'll see the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and there's a lot of like smoke and mirrors happening within like just recent events. People, prominent flat earthers, changing back to globe earth and all kinds of nonsense.
Controlled opposition.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stupid things happening, and for optics' sake, you're going to be looking out from the outside looking in. You're like, oh man, there must be some turmoil there. Flat earthers are going back to globe. That's not. That's the case.
Any valid contention or anything that is controversial always gets insiders, always gets controlled opposition, always gets agent provocateurs. And if you think that flat Earth is going to be free of manipulation when it's the most searched term on search engine, it's one of the things that people want to know about most, and there's not going to be a deceptive element added into it, then that's just naive at best.
Yeah, just while we're on that, if someone could send him the link to the home server so he's actually got some genuine resources he can look at. Because, if you go on YouTube or something, you're just going to find a load of bullshit.
Yeah, it ain't like the Wild West days of YouTube 15 years ago where you could actually find valid information.
It is
on this.
like 99% globalist shit on YouTube.
You used to be able to type in flat Earth and get so many results, and now it's all just bullshit.
Yeah, before this point, that was my only interaction with Flat Earth, was people debunking it online.
Well, see, this is why we've got our own server on Discord set up where we save all of the good stuff that's actually even and representative of what we're talking about. So someone will send it to your DMs, so keep an eye out for that. Sure. And then when you join the server, check out the additional information sections, which are like there's terabytes of information in there. So take your time and research.
Just for the fellow flat earthers in the room, what do we guys think of Eric Dubé? Shill or no?
Good question.
Most people don't really pay attention. Most people don't really pay attention to anybody outside of this arena, because in here we can see who comes and goes.
You can verify and hold them to the hot seat for sure.
Yeah. So outside it's like it's anyone's guess, but I mean, obviously we hear what everybody else hears, of course.
Yeah.
But that we can't. I mean, I'll say it like this, man. We can't base our opinions on that. But when somebody comes out outright and says something, like makes a statement, that's a little different. Like just for example, like Robbie Davidson did with his renouncing Flat Earth and saying it's a cult and yada yada yada.
Yeah, it's obviously a little more dubious. So I guess Matthew Powerland is in the same camp, even though he claimed to have worked for NASA as an artist.
Wasn't he a infinite plane earther?
He might have been. I remember he kept on saying they're hiding land. They're hiding more land. So he might have been.
I don't know. Dubé entered the scene, throwing him under the bus. If that tells you anything.
That is one thing I was going to question, and some people have questioned Dubé's connection to esoteric symbolism of Freemasonry or more like yogaistic type of things like that in the East.
Yeah, but a lot of that's like, oh look, he held up his 3 fingers. He's a Mason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, there could be seeing daggers in the shadows where there's not some, for sure. That's why I wanted to ask.
We don't waste our time with the kind of gossip and speculation about who's a shill and who's not. We simply go and look at the Earth ourselves. We don't need to look at.
Yeah, we don't need demigods or leaders in the community that can be easily dissuaded or manipulated in some way, for sure.
This is the greatest thing about flat Earth. It's accessible to everyone.
It's empirical and observable and based on your own understanding, for sure.
Yeah. That's it.
For sure. Many people just ask me, like, well, what's your source on this? What's your demagogue? Who do you have as like a verifiable source on this? Like, you just got to do your own research. I can't really give you like the flat Earth champion because there isn't one.
That's the framework they're used to operating in. There has to be someone telling them.
An appeal to authority of some sort, yeah.
Which is why you have to get them to realize, like, no, this isn't about someone or a group of people telling you something. It's about you going and researching the thing in question, the Earth.
Which is why I'd argue that flat Earth is not only one of the most base conspiracy theories as far as understanding government or institutional control, but also as far as emphasizing grassroots individuality and personal accountability.
Yeah, it does do that. All right, so Gratox, you still don't have any questions? Still happy with the Earth being flat? Where's he gone?
He went to go make a peanut butter sandwich or something.
That's all right. Got any other new guys in?
Who's Hush?
Hush is a flat earther who keeps pretending still to be a glober.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Am I wrong, Hush?
Not really.
Shoot, I'm usually asleep at this hour.
I was wondering why the fuck you were in it. What's going on?
Yeah, dude. I got some real world shit I was taking care of.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So, fucking.
Are you in for the evening or what?
Dude, my circadian rhythm is like fucking jacked. I'm like,
it is, man.
I'm sitting down and all of a sudden on the couch next to my wife and I just doze off. Like I'll like slip into sleep like quick. Now wake up, I'm like shit. Like like that startled wake up. You're like, fuck, did I just fall asleep? I remember that. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah. Trying to get to day shifts, man. So my shit ain't all jacked up like this.
Is that possible? Do you think?
Yeah, actually, yeah. That's the meeting I went to today. Was gonna switch over to days.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
I'll be hanging around at this hour, actually.
It's important to try to balance this. Yeah, it's important to try to balance that rhythm with the natural day and night cycle. But there's such a mystical, introspective, magical quality to nighttime that I think is very invaluable. I think it's important to stay up and be a night owl sometimes.
Yeah, I don't mind sometimes, doing the whole overnight thing. I just feel like humans were meant to. I don't know. It's weird. I mean, maybe I don't think there's anything wrong so long as you get enough sleep. It's just something to do with the mind and like missing the day.
It's like if your battery is really low charge, it's not something you can afford to do. But if you're fully charged and you got a pretty regular schedule, it's a nice little playing hooky on your sleep schedule every now and then.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to hear you, Biggie.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Like I'm only on at nights, like late at nights.
Yeah, I'm the same, really. Usually.
You're gonna get X going again?
Yeah, I really want to, Neil. But currently I'm fucking dealing with this like whole trying to find a home and trying to switch over to days, and I'm fucking.
Oh yeah.
I gotta get something straightened out, man. My life right now is just really busy, but I have shit that I'm working on in the background. Like I'm working on that series, Conversations with an AI. You know that Rob Skiba, he did the Nephilim in that series. So I'm doing something similar to that.
Was it Seed or something?
Seed?
Yeah, like that. I remember from Rob Skiba.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the thing, but it had to do with the fall of the Nephilim.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah.
It was
Ooh,
that? Okay.
Don't get me started. I'm gonna save all that up for Speculation Sunday.
Well, no, check it out, man. I was going to tell you. The reason I was mentioning it is because I already have 2 episodes out.
Oh, that's dope. I definitely want to check that out. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, I'll do that. And it's that the thumbnail's a likeness of me, so. And then the voice quality of the second video that I did.
I'm sure you're a handsome flat Earth Chad.
Well, I think that you have to give the trophy to Jedi on that one. But nah, but I'm a close second. Just kidding.
Yeah. Hey, listen, standing for the truth automatically gives you plus 10 Chad points.
It has to be, right? But yeah, it's good because I dive into I go back to the origins, the reason why we're here with this whole, fighting for truth and such. Because it doesn't just, it's a little bit more deeper than just this conversation we're having.
A little more esoteric and metaphysical for sure. I love talking about gravity and density and light rays bending and all that stuff, but I think the real heart of the matter is when it comes down to what is the meaning, what is the purpose, what is the ultimate intrinsic value for humanity here, and there's a lot.
Why I don't know. There's it's always about the Hatfields and McCoys, right? Well, we're against those guys, but really, who pit us against each other? Why are we? Why does it got to be us against them? Why don't the pitchfork
in a jar? Who's shaking it up?
Why don't the pitchfork and torch guys get together instead of being against each other? Then we'll get the real person, the real ones who made us this way.
Yeah, imagine if all that funding for science and institutional research actually went into benefiting humanity. I don't think people would be so skeptical of scientific institutions.
You talk in a very monotone way. Has anyone ever told you that?
Sure.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I appreciate the voice coaching.
Yeah, you got voice coaches and, forum critiques. You got people trying to tell us how to do what we do in here. Well, there's a better way to do it. I mean, if you're going to do it this way. It's
amazing. No matter what they say, you can always recognize a globe believer when they start speaking. Because it will just
That's
be
true.
Undoubtedly off topic, condescending, and a bit of a dick.
Upward inflection?
Yeah, that too. But it's always not about their evidence of a globe. And you guys are this way and that way. You guys never let me speak in here.
What is the adage? Big minds talk about ideas, normies talk about events, and little people talk about other people. It seems to correlate pretty often.
Yeah, but what's beneath the little people?
And then even littler people talk about the way the people talk.
Yeah, tone policers are at the very fucking bottom for real.
And then there's Oscar the Grouch trash can people that are that's where they're at.
Why are you even talking about this? This isn't even worthy to discuss. Yeah, those types.
Yeah. Or you ask them, they're like, well, it doesn't matter to me anyway. Really? You've been sitting in this VC for days on end. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Look at your presence here.
I love that cope. I love that cope. If the Earth is a globe or if it's flat, what does it really matter to me? I got to go to my job and pay taxes tomorrow.
Yeah. What does it matter if I've been tricked about base reality? What's that going to do for me?
Duh.
I'm sorry. Is there some sort of compensation check I'm going to get for being deceived here? If not, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they want reparations. Fuck
They
that,
get
dude.
paid for believing in the globe, dude. No one paid for that.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry,
All
there's
my
no
fellas.
there's no retard reparation. Sorry.
Holy.
Yeah.
Damn,
Are we live?
chat?
Yeah, we go.
We must be live, and we do a live chat.
W's in the chat for CB.
Spam them. For the whole panel, guys.
CB.
Let's go, guys. Are we cooking?
We cooking.
We
All
got,
right, let's cook.
We got Fiddlebone in here and just, Mage or whatever his name is, but they're going to only say something. They're waiting for one of these other normies to come in here and they're just going to throw their body into the gears when that happens.
I mean, like
The body's in the body's in the gears of the apparatus, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just here moderating, making sure everything is going smoothly. Don't mind me.
We got it, bro. We got it covered.
It's all going smooth and according to plan. There is still no globe evidence.
You can take the night off, Grandpa. We got it.
Yeah, but when I presented globe evidence, like we had to get into a debate about is atmospheric refraction a real phenomenon?
That never happened.
We're back again.
Just because you weren't
Hey, you
here
know what,
doesn't mean it
Cyclone?
didn't happen.
The word for today.
Shit.
The
Here we
word
go
for
again.
today is refraction, atmospheric refraction.
It sure is. So your argument just already assumed a globe then, if you're using atmospheric refraction.
No,
They must have been talking about it today.
Refraction can happen on any shape. It's independent of shape. It's just the bending of light when it changes through a medium or the same medium with a different density.
Atmospheric, if you're assuming a sphere of Atmos, that would be a spherical baller idea, wouldn't it?
It's just a semantics thing.
You know what's so weird?
Words actually mean a thing, bro. Sorry.
Okay.
They're all saying the same thing today. Exactly the
Your
same.
argument is that Atmos etymologically is like
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. Atmospheric refraction, the light bending around a curve, obviously assumes a curve. But are you saying you're not assuming a curve, and the light, you're not saying it's bending around a ball? Is that what you're saying?
Well, so we say that because we know the Earth is a globe, but let's say that we didn't.
Oh, right. So you are.
Hold on. Let's say that we.
Let's address that, bro. We're not going to skip past that.
So,
like you didn't say it.
I already know that. Most people already know that. But let's say
you don't know that.
So you are assuming it then. Like
I love all of these assumptions you guys make in your rhetoric.
Foregone conclusion. Yeah.
Like I'm literally saying, let's say we didn't know that.
It, but we already know it's
refraction is independent of the shape of the planet. It's just about the atmosphere.
Planet.
I want to know. Oh,
listen, they're called airplanes, not air planets, bro. GG, well played.
Still want to know how he knows that.
Yeah, how do you know? Besides, we just already know.
I mean, like, again, I'm saying suppose we don't know.
Again. In conclusion.
Again. You never started, dude.
Yeah, in conclusion, this is how we...
Like, let's just say we don't know. Let's just say we don't know. Like, it doesn't matter.
You just tell us how you know.
Oh, I know because we can measure this, right? We have scientific experiments which measure.
Who is we? Did you do these experiments yourself?
When I say we, I'm referring to like the.
Finally, somebody's got measurements, man. Fucking hell.
I mean, this is the third time I've gone through this. Like, what's going to happen is either you're going to ask me for a video which doesn't exist, or you're going to change your mind and say,
"Wait,
well, okay, we'll take this paper."
Give us the facts, bro. Why are you worried about how we're going to feel about your facts? Just give us the facts.
Yeah, I just want the numbers, bro. Give us the formula.
The method.
Oh, so
let's do it.
So now you guys
give us the secret sauce.
Don't
bro.
worry about us, dude.
Well,
Don't worry about us.
We want the evidence because when you were talking about atmospheric refraction that assumes a globe, you said, "Well, we already know it's a globe, so we can assume it fine." But now we know how you already know that it's a globe.
Bullshit, dude. Fuck. Why does he? Fucking everybody heard of it. Is that what I said?
Model it like that in pictures.
Johnny, fucking
just like my ass type shit.
So we answered Jedi's question, which was, well, how do you know that? To then say light is bending around it.
Oh, because well, again, it doesn't matter what the shape is; it's bending through a medium.
No, it does. Because you're arguing that it's
how do you know? How do you know that?
How
do I know that atmospheric refraction exists? Because we can test it.
No. How do you know? How do you know that the globe exists for that light to bend around?
Yeah.
Oh, because we can measure it.
No,
you keep saying that shit, dude.
You're taking a microcosmic experiment and research and then applying it to a macro that you can't accurately measure.
That is how induction works.
Hold on, guys. You just said it's been measured.
That is that's how induction works.
Right. So who measured it?
Who measured it? What in particular? Refraction or the curve?
The globe. No.
The curve. The curve of the globe. Or the globe.
Shit.
Whichever one. The thing you're claiming is a globe. Who measured that?
Yeah, this was the Rainy Lake experiment. I put it in the side chat.
Okay.
So what Rainy Lake?
So what was measured was that
An
so we make a
experiment is not a measurement.
We make a hypothesis, right? We say if
Time out. Look what it says in his little citation there. Anybody read that in the middle? It says the computer model of the experiment uses pre-calculated and measured target positions. What in the hell, bro?
You're using Chat AI. You're using Chat GPT, bro.
Like, this is what I mean when you guys say you change your mind. Like, first you're asking for the equation, you need the formula.
Stand by.
And then you're changing your mind and you're saying, wait, no, actually, I don't want the formula.
Shut up.
Hold on, dude. Someone already tried this today, and we had to walk it through them with it, and they saw that the horizon distance that's observed exceeds the physical geometric limit of the globe. So it's
in the absence of an atmosphere, but we have an atmosphere.
No. It's with an atmo because the guy took a not.
No, with an atmosphere, right? It matches prediction.
No, it doesn't, because the observer height is like 1.85. We went through this with a guy earlier, if it's the same one, and he said it was about 1.85 meters observation height, and the horizon is beyond 5 or 10 miles or something like that. No,
because we know about atmospheric refraction. This is again they accounted for this. It matches predictions.
So the horizon doesn't match the prediction. It's further than it.
It's further because of atmospheric refraction.
Well, not the optic that you use.
Well, that's what you're just saying.
That's not what I'm just saying. Like this, we predicted this.
That's just what you're saying. So there's no the globe curve according to the calculators online and the geometry of a 3959 radius ball puts the horizon at a certain distance, and when in that observation it's further than it. So obviously it's not that curve.
Again, because of this is the fourth time I'm saying that.
What are you arguing for?
Because of atmospheric refraction. When you take into account the refractive index of the medium, it matches
In
prediction.
order for you to have your atmospheric refraction, you have to beg the question. You have to assume.
No,
again, in the first place, I have to.
You don't need a globe.
I have to clarify. No, I have to clarify this because now you're doing the circular thing.
You're confused.
The reason you started on this was because you were challenged on the atmospheric refraction to prove that it was a ball in the first place. And now you've said, oh, it's this observation, and we've pointed out, no, the horizon doesn't match the globe, it's too far. And you've said, oh, it's back to atmospheric refraction. So at no point did you actually prove the curve that the light was supposed to be bending around. You've just asserted it again after posting an observation that refutes the geometry you're claiming.
Well, it doesn't have to be a globe. You're trying to prove it is a globe. Dude.
Atmospheric refraction is independent of the shape of the Earth.
Okay, but you're trying to prove it's a globe, dude.
No,
how do you not understand this?
No, because
I don't know how you're not getting this.
We got it.
The response to why the horizon isn't showing, why the curve is not showing, you're saying atmospheric refraction again, when you use that with the assumption of the curve that is not being observed.
No, again, you don't need a curve. It's just...
Okay, but you're trying to prove it is a curve. You need it. You need it.
If you're claiming atmospheric refraction...
So far you've just given...
So I claim indeed. No one.
This is the last time I'm going to say this because I hate...
you need the curve, dude. You're confused.
No.
Yes, you are confused. You have to understand, in order for you to throw your
atmospheric refraction is independent of the shape of the Earth.
Idiot.
But you're trying to prove the shape of the Earth.
Atmospheric refraction is independent of the shape of the Earth.
Yes, excellent. We understand that. But in order for you to have that, you've got to prove the ball in the first place. Do you understand that?
No, you don't. That's what
you do.
That's what you're trying to do right now.
Because atmospheric refraction requires a ball tard.
Yeah. Bye. This is a waste of my time.
You just gave up. You said, oh my God. He's like, I can prove it's a globe. How? Here with this.
Bye, Felicia.
Where? Well, refraction. You don't need a globe for refraction. So what the fuck?
Amazing. So he couldn't see the curve in the observation. He couldn't see the curve in the observation because of atmospheric refraction. But atmospheric refraction doesn't need a curve. It's independent. So no curve. at the end of the day, according to him.
And that's us being kind and giving him atmospheric refraction.
You couldn't figure out terrestrial refraction then because it takes 7/6 R, which, where do you get the R from if there's no measurement of the Earth's curvature? Boo. You need a globe for that. What else we got in here?
Leon has joined us. What's up, Leon? Good to see you. Going to skip over Grandpa Fiddlebone.
How you doing, Leon?
Yeah, I'm alright, mate. You?
I'm pretty good.
Good thing.
Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, Leon?
I'm agnostic about it all, man. I'm not too sure. I don't want to be. Don't want to claim it's not a globe because that's obviously what I've been told. But you know, I'm open to listening to you guys talk about why you think it's flat. You know.
Well, we'll try to scare up a conversation with someone else, and then you can probably just listen. And if you have some questions later on, you can jump in. Yeah. We got Sadi Enward that just joined us as well. Sadi, welcome to the channel. If you're there, Sadi.
Yes.
What's going on, man?
Can't talk. Just listening.
Oh, you just want to listen? Okay. Well, choose another person. Oh, there's nobody else. Oh, it's just us.
Wait, this is a no listening panel. Dude, freaking Messiah, my God. Like, so stupid.
Well, hey, that guy said he wanted to hear why we think it's flat. So maybe you guys could tell him why it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, okay. I thought I lost everybody. I'm like, is somebody gonna jump in and tell this guy? I don't know. I can yap his ear off, so I'm gonna give him a big old cup of yappuccino. He probably won't want to hear me.
All right, so no one's going to tell him? All right, sorry, Leon. It is flat, but we're not going to tell you why.
Sounds pretty reasonable.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question. What was your question, mate?
I didn't have any question. I was just listening to what you're saying about how you think it's flat. No real question in particular.
Okay. So why do we say the Earth is flat? We say the Earth is flat because 1, it looks that way. 2, it measures that way. And 3, we practically use it that way. And when I say practically, I mean for cartography, map making, aviation, navigation, building, construction, all of these types of things. So for all intents and purposes, it looks flat, it's measured flat, and we use it flat. So that's why we say it's flat.
Right. Oh, these measurements, how are you measuring it to be flat?
Okay, so you understand what horizontal is, a straight line from left to right, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. You understand that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. In actual fact, we get horizontal from the horizon, don't we?
Right, yeah.
Good. Can you understand that when we observe the horizon, we're usually at the beach, looking over water, and it's where the water appears to meet the sky. So we understand that the water in this demonstration is horizontal. Now, we can go further than this. We can use line of sight tests. We can use laser propagation. We can use theodolites, angle measuring devices like sextants. And, the Earth will be measured flat.
What would you say the distance that you can see on like the traditional globe measurement? Would your eyesight be able to see the curvature though if you're looking towards the horizon?
Yeah. So according to the mathematical formula of 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, if you were standing at the beach, the horizon would be, according to that calculation, 2.8 miles away. The thing is, if you get out a high-powered zoom camera and you have some distance markers in the distance, let's say some oil rigs, for example, out at sea, then you can make a safe estimation to the distance to the horizon. When we use the high-powered optics, we can see much further than the 3 miles for the 6-foot observer. For example, we can see approximately 15 miles.
Makes sense.
See, the limiting factor to our ability to see should be the curvature of the Earth. But it's not that, it's the optics that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Yeah, I remember seeing something about an experiment where there was like a light beam going through some holes in some wooden boards.
Oh my god, dude! What the?
God, it sounds insane. This is what I was seeing myself.
Every day. It's every day. Where did you hear that from? Netflix, or where did you get that from?
No, I just remember hearing it in the past.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's the only references that these guys get though, because they go on YouTube and type in flat Earth, and that's what it shows them. So we can get to that, but I just want to make sure you understand what Jedi is saying. You've heard the argument that the Earth's a ball because the ships going out to sea are going over the horizon, over this curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right. So for that to be the case, that's a geometric curve, a position on the ball that you can no longer see beyond because it's curved down and away from you. So that's like the furthest point on the ball that's curving away that you can see. Yes?
Yeah.
And they're saying that's about 3 miles for the 6-foot observer. But when we go down there, we can see 10, 15, 20, 30 miles sometimes. Meaning, like, the water should not be visible past that 3-mile mark. It should be a horizon. But the water is just carrying on flat. Right, so I'm sure people, if you look in the text chat, I'm sure people are sending images of oil rigs and flat water.
Yep.
So this is it, right? The curvature that's supposed to be there, that has to be there for a ball the size they claim, is not there. So when we go and check reality and compare it to the globe maps, it doesn't match.
No, it does match when you take into account refraction.
No, it doesn't match.
He's back.
All right, don't run away this time.
I thought you got upset and left. Well, listen, you've lost your chance because there was a more calm, smart person waiting in the wings, and we're talking to him now. So you'll have to wait.
Okay, bye.
To get to it.
Oh my god, dude! What a freaking loser.
Yeah, bye. We'll need you when we need the next one.
Jesus.
Right. So, do you understand that? Right. So, observable reality is not matching the globe model. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That does seem pretty reasonable explanation. Well, I was just wondering, just to go back to it, I suppose you are annoyed because you probably get this all every day, but I was just going to go back to that experiment to see what you think about that.
Okay,
yeah, it was
so this experiment, sorry, Cyclone, you'll understand that if you saw a video, you heard about it, you understand that when they went out to originally do the measurement, that the collimator on the laser broke. So they didn't want to waste the day, so they decided to choose a flashlight torch. And, they got the result that they did because of the flashlight. Now, when we properly do this, and we've done over 50 of these now that I can cite for you, when we use the propagation of a laser using a super accurate laser aiming device, changing the wavelength of light using visible spectrum, non-visible spectrum like infrared, we have a direct line of sight between the targeting and the target. Now, this, you have to understand that this is just people going down to lakes and salt flats and so on and shooting lasers to see if they can hit a target. But this is military applicable technology. Laser targeting systems, right? It's all the fucking rage these days. Laser targeting systems from vessels at sea can hit ground-based targets up to a distance of 150 kilometers. Now, it's practical, everyday use. The militaries of the world want to target shit because they want to blow it up. and they're using lasers to bring down rockets and this, that, and the other. So lasers will show you that when we pass them over water, that the water is not deviating from the straight edge. This technology that we're talking about would not work on the surface of the Earth if that surface was curved, because you wouldn't have a direct line of sight between the targeting system and the target itself. The laser would go well above the target, and you wouldn't have a direct line of sight.
Yeah, it makes sense. It just makes sense. Explanation.
No worries, man. Sorry, Cyclone. Carry on, bruv.
No, that was perfect. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, and it sounds like he understands it. So now the next thing I would say is, can someone send him the link to the home server so he can research some of these examples?
Yeah.
So, Leon, someone's going to DM you a link to a server, and it's got terabytes of information on it, right? And we save it there because the algorithms on YouTube and Google have been programmed to basically hide all the good information from you. So we save it there so that you can actually research the other side of the argument, which you've never been presented with. So tell us when you see that link, and when you've joined it, I'll point you to where the information sections are.
But what reason would it be hidden?
Oh, well, we can get to that afterwards. I wanted to make sure that you could see where the information is, so that after the conversation, you can go and do some of your own research. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, someone will send you the link to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. 24/7 Flat Discord.gg/Flat Earth to anyone who wants to join. And if you scroll down to the additional information section, it's about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see an alphabetized list, A through Z, of different topics. Right? So if you're like, oh, what about gravity? What about curvature? What about satellites? Just search under the letter, and we probably have a channel for it.
Yeah, I can see them, yeah.
Okay, so just in your own free time, if you want to do your own research, there's loads of information. And it's not just in those channels, there's loads of other information channels. So explore the server, take a look around. Now, why would they lie? Why have they lied to us about this? Good question. I'll give you my take on it. Everyone's is maybe slightly different. I mean, a lot of people agree in general, but there's a certain amount of speculation, right? Because we're not them. We're not these people. We haven't decided the education system or the curriculum. We're not claiming to send people to a place where they can turn around and see the Earth from the outside, right? So, but essentially, it's about control and power, right? Knowledge is power. You've heard this.
Yep.
So knowledge of your environment and your reality is a great deal of power. And they've decided for some reason to give us a false narrative of it. I could go further and say one of the big implications of this is the fact that it speaks to a creator, an intelligent designer of the place, the system.
Yeah.
Because it's a motionless topographical plane that it contains. And the globe story is really, it's tied to the creation narrative of the Big Bang creating balls in a vacuum. But since it's not a ball, it can't be the Big Bang. So we're only left with a creator, an intelligent creator. However you want to think about that, that's kind of your journey. Some people call it God, others don't. But that's one of the big implications. They've basically hidden from you that you're in an intelligently designed system. So they've got you thinking only on a systemic level, a system that they've created, a materialist paradigm. And so you go to work and you do your thing, living under that assumption. But it's incorrect. That's not our situation. Also, NASA get like $80 million a day. So would some people lie for $80 million a day? Very possibly. But the money doesn't really mean anything to these people. These people print the money. They control the economic system, so.
Yeah.
Come
But
on.
control over your mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely something I'll look into in free time, like I said. There's a lot of content here to get through.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Well, welcome. Good luck on your search, and feel free. We're also on YouTube. We stream on YouTube all these conversations. So if you go on YouTube and you type in 247 Flat Earth Discord, you'll find a couple of our streams there. And you can listen in if you don't want to talk. So there's people here 24/7. So if you've ever got questions or you want to have a discussion, just jump in.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
Good to talk to you all. Easy.
Another one bites the dust.
All right. Tag him and tag him, boys. Is the upset guy still here?
Nah, he said bye. And ran out of here.
All right, so he's listening on YouTube. He'll be listening on YouTube. Upset guy, you can come back.
Yeah, you know he's listening on YouTube for sure.
Of course.
Yeah,
he's one of our biggest fans.
We got stalkers.
Was because he got informed if he doesn't jump out of the text chat and join the VC, he was going to get expunged. So he made a quick jump back in just in case.
Like a pinball of K.
Correct.
That doesn't make sense. He's saying you don't need a globe for refraction, but refraction matches globe predictions. Bro. What are you talking about?
Well, his refraction was his excuse for why there was no globe, why the curvature is not observed. So then when we ask about the refraction, there's no curvature in that either being assumed. So where's the curvature in any of this?
Where
so
are
hung
all
up
these
on.
guys getting all this information from? Because you notice how the same stuff seems to be cycling?
Yeah.
Only about 10 hours ago, we went through this crap with one numpty, and all of a sudden another one walks in like he's got some golden gotcha moment to slap down. And he doesn't even know what it is. It's like, dude, did they account for perspective? Shit shrinks? No, they didn't? Good, go away.
And also the boards thing. Where do they keep getting the boards thing from? Well, I saw a flat Earth experiment where they had two boards. Okay, where did you see that? Who told you that?
Yeah, it's just the same 3 or 4 videos on YouTube on cycle. I don't know. But yeah, I've heard them argue this whole air is multiple mediums. I swear it's been 3 times today for hours. Yeah, just refraction. Refraction is the new gravity.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
It's the new word they don't understand.
Is it really doing what they're saying it's doing with this whole it can make things seem farther in the distance? Is that true?
No, I
thought it was closer. It's closer, right? Or something?
If you jump on the stupid WS site, it actually tells them refraction allows them to see further. But they're too stupid to realise that with the technology and stuff, we've got infrared cameras. And what does
But
infrared
they're not just
do?
arguing. But yeah, it's they're not even just arguing that they're seeing an extended version of what's physically there. They're saying that you're seeing through physical obstruction, and the physical obstruction is appearing behind the thing it's actually obstructing. It's madness.
Oh yeah, that's cringe. You're right. That is a good point. They're saying the curvature is the thing that does the blocking, but we're seeing past it, and then we're seeing the horizon beyond the thing, which is supposed to be blocking that thing. It's
yeah, it's
what? Yeah. It sounds like an excuse.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, well, we asked them, what's the globe proof? Well, here.
That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing, because they say it so much now. So many of the globers have used it as an excuse that some of the less informed globers have taken it as an actual argument, and now they're trying to lead with it as an argument.
Right,
When
right.
it's actually an excuse for their lack of curvature. So when we go, okay, in your excuse for lack of curvature, where's the curvature? It's not there. Oh, I'm assuming it. Okay, can you show us who measured it? Okay, here's the measurement. No, it's not there. Oh, but the excuse, the atmospheric refraction. Yeah, it's the excuse. It's not the argument. It's not the curve that you're needing.
You don't need a sphere for atmospheric refraction.
yeah, exactly. Come on, the clue is in the
That
word.
was wild. That was really wild for him to say, like, well, it's independent. You don't need a globe for this. What you do, this is the thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, it's like, I'm assuming nothing of the shape in the Atlas cube.
Atlas cube. Yeah.
Oh well, funny stuff. Any other guys in? I can't look at the
Let's
chat.
take a look. Bar Grunt's still here.
Yeah, I've seen
There's
him
also
load. He must be a flat earther by now.
true. There's also Fiddlebone.
Oh, he's already a flat earther.
Damn, Fiddlebone, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
He does pretend to be a Glober though, so maybe he'll pretend. Glober, Grandpa, are you still pretending to be a Glober?
No, absolutely not. The Earth is flat.
Oh, okay, he's not pretending anymore. Fine.
It's
So who else?
flat because Jeranism says so, I think.
What?
Okay.
Well, no.
All right.
Correct. No. What did Jaren say? What did Jaren say?
The Earth is flat.
Yeah. What specifically?
It's flat because we see it flat. I think.
Oh. So you agree? You do agree that it's observably flat in most of them?
Well, I mean, Jeranism's or like he said that or whatever. So.
Oh, so you only know how the Earth looks because what Jared said. You didn't know that beforehand.
Well, that's what I said. Or yeah, or whatever. Yeah, or.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we probably can't have a conversation with you then if you don't know what observable reality is until Jared.
Well, I'm saying Jeranism. He said that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're saying you didn't know what observable reality looked like until he said it.
But he did say it. That's my point.
Yeah.
Or maybe I don't know. Maybe you're misunderstanding.
Yeah. No, it's a bit of a tedious code, but I don't know if I can be bothered even addressing or working off of.
It's a weird code for sure, Fiddle.
Okay. So yeah, we've got.
You're not a good actor, so I wouldn't recommend it.
I'll readdress my assessment. So we've got Grandpa, who's a flat earther, pretending to be a glober, pretending to be a flat earther. So who else is there?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I wouldn't recommend acting. You're not good at acting. That's what you are.
Well,
You're
I'm
a bad actor.
surprised right now with all these accusations. I could tell you that.
Just be a real dude. Like this whole bad acting shit's trash.
I'm just telling you my position. I don't know what the big deal is.
He doesn't. He didn't realize. I think he didn't realize that the horizon was horizontal and the ground wasn't moving until Jaren said so. So what's he going to
That's
be
my
able to tell us?
point. What don't you get?
No, I get it. You don't go outside.
Well, it sounded like you didn't get it at first.
Yeah, I get it. It's a cool
Alright,
code,
good.
bro.
We're on the same page. We're on the same team. What are you freaking out about?
No one's freaking out.
That's what I
agree.
said.
Flat, not close. Okay.
That's what I
Cool.
said. Jaren,
Flat.
he said, yeah.
Cool.
I think we're on the same page.
Fuck Jaren. How about that?
Well, you
So
don't know
why are they lying to you, Fiddlebone? Why are they lying to you?
No, I'll
Why are
tell
they
that guy to take it back. Tell that guy to take it back.
What guy?
I don't know. Whoever just said the F word.
Oh man, totally incoherent. Totally incoherent. All right, well, that's that then.
I mean, I don't want to have to moderate. I really don't.
We got it. We'll handle it.
I got you covered, boy. It's good.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Hey, what's your biggest gripe with Flat Earth there, Fiddle?
What do you mean by that?
What do you find the most confusing, the most difficult to understand when it comes to Flat Earth? Not the Flat Earthers, but the Flat Earth itself.
I don't even know. That's an incoherent question. It's a category error. It's a fallacy as well.
He's trolling at this point.
Well, you're literally ad homing
You
right
got
now.
cooked so bad. You got cooked so bad. You just cope. You're in permanent cope mode.
You're literally ad homing. See, no argument.
No, he wasn't.
That's an ad hom.
Yeah, you want to be like Flat Earth so bad. It's funny. Just what's your biggest gripe? What's your biggest hang up with Flat Earth, dude?
I don't even understand the question. It's a category error.
What
You
don't
speak
you
English?
understand?
I speak English plenty.
Not really. No.
Yeah, he's just doing another code where they, I guess, imitate us, which is fine. 'Cause they say, that's the highest. That's a form of flattery to try and copy us.
Yeah.
I don't know what flattery is.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's
Something that's level. It's all good, mate.
Yeah. Just like the
You're not even a good actor, dude.
That was too good. It cracked
You're
me
not
so
a good actor, bro. It's trash.
Alright, mate, you got me. You got me.
How about some stuff you understand about the globe? What are some facts you know about the globe?
Well, Jeranism says it's flat. I mean, I don't know what else you need.
Dude.
What?
This is just terrible
Okay, Grandpa,
acting, dude.
let's just say I've never heard of or never met this Jeranism guy.
Oh,
What
that's
does
not
that
true.
mean to me? I've
Yeah,
never
but
met
it's
him.
just it's a fake scenario. You know that's not true.
You're
so kind of what you're doing.
I don't even know how to answer
Well,
that.
actually, you want to know something, Grandpa?
Yeah.
Contrary to popular beliefs, I don't follow all these so-called Witsits and Gerans and all that shit.
Oh, stop it. Yes, you do.
No, I fucking don't.
He can't
stand them.
Grandpa spends so
Oh,
much of
yes,
his
you
time.
do.
See, Grandpa
Now that-
spends so
now
much of
that's
his
a
time obsessing over flat earthers that he can't imagine that we don't actually obsess over flat earthers because that's all he knows.
True, damn cooked.
But that's my argument. You're making my point.
So we get it. You're obsessed with flat earthers. You have some weird fetish for flat earthers. We get it. It's weird, dude. We're not interested.
Alright, mate, you got me. You
No
got
tea,
me.
please.
What can I
No
say?
tea.
Yeah, we know. We know you're cooked.
I was just acting.
Yeah, badly. Horribly.
No, because
Gosh.
what else could you do? What else can you do at this point with the globe other than?
I was just portraying a glober.
Yeah, you're a classic glober. You're a classic glober.
What I was portraying one.
Oh man, listen to yourself. Are you not embarrassed, ashamed? Really?
Of what, mate? Of what?
For being a liar. It's not good.
Very
What are
cringe.
these accusations, mate?
This is
Take some
what you have
acting lessons.
instead of any evidence for your globe religion. This is what you got.
I already admitted.
Yeah,
I recognize who you
Trying to
are.
work out if he's taking the piss out of me or Jedi. I don't know which way he's going.
Well, the acting is so bad, he can't even figure out which accent to do, and then he can't execute it very well. Dude, you're a horrible actor, bro.
Yeah, just low performance, low IQ all around with this guy. Really?
Oh, stop it, blimey.
It's trash.
All right. Who
All
else
right,
we got?
Matrix, just get the Van Hammer out, dude. This guy's low IQ.
Oh, no, please don't. No, please, please.
Yeah, that was good to start off with. Come back
That is genuine pain.
Listen, begging doesn't help you the case.
We've
Yeah,
seen him around over on the other server, so yeah, he can be gone.
Yeah, he's obsessed. He's like, wherever the flat earthers are, Grandpa Fiddlebone isn't far away. He can't get enough.
He's our simp, dude. He's our simp.
It's another fan. But they're the weird fans, you know? They're like the fat guy that shot John Lennon. Like, they love them so much they want to kill them in some weird way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. That's probably true, man.
So they're like sitting at home brushing their wigs as they listen to us. Putting on
Brushing away.
They're putting on like fishnet stockings and going fucking flat earthers as they're smoking a cigarette.
I listen. I don't understand. Can you bring me up to date? What's about Don Lennon?
Okay, the latest is Earth's surface has no curvature, and so cannot be the cartoon spinning ball that they've told us.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Glad that's clear.
All right, who's next? Wait, are we still live, Chad?
Yeah, we're still live.
Wow, I'm like falling asleep at the beach here. Somebody cook, dude. It's just too bad because we could get some big content out of Fiddle Building, but instead he wants to play this bad actor shit. Yeah, I trust Jiren. Okay, dude. I'm a better globe earther. Like, I'm better at acting as a globe earther than you are as a flat earther.
No,
Which isn't
you're better
easy
at
to do.
acting as a globe earther than he is a globe earther, which is really sad.
That is kind of true. That is kind of true.
Somewhat depressing in a way when you think about it.
Yeah. This is what we're left dealing with, dude. Like, I genuinely think that all the intelligent people, or majority of them, they're already flat earthers. So we're left dealing with the bottom of the barrel scum. And that's
See, he wouldn't be acting that way if he genuinely still thought the Earth was a globe and that he could provide some evidence for it. The only reason he's acting like that is because he already knows the globe is done, and that he's just had a mental break.
Sure,
but anyway,
that was a good
enough
point.
about him. That he's wasting. Who else we got?
Let's I gotta look at the panel here. Who's the guy that doesn't ever come off mute? Oh, he's gone? Yeah, he left. What about Hush or Petrino? Peterino? Quantum Eraser is here. Holy.
Oh,
Looks like
Peterino
Peterino.
bolted.
He just bounced, bro. Holy.
He just run away as soon as you said his name. We are scary. That's true. And Hush is another flat earther pretending to be a glober. Aren't you, Hush?
Damn, Hush, you're gonna let him talk to you like that?
I'm sure he's typing a very strongly worded response.
They said,
Yep,
fuck
he did.
no, LOL. Yeah, well, so come off mute, dude. Tell us about
What did he say?
Jupiter or whatever that is.
What did he say? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for a meeting, so I'm not about to argue right now.
That's the perfect time to argue. That's the perfect time. You'll get in fired up. You'll be the most energetic one in the meeting. They'll be like, "Hush, why are you spazzing out at your desk again? Are you arguing with those flat earthers again?"
That's funny. No, but I work at home though, but I could talk after. I want to talk about. You guys keep saying how Earth is navigated flat. I got a question. I got a good question.
All right, well, give us the question before you go then.
So we can do our homework first, please.
Okay,
Give
so
us something to talk about.
do we both agree that if we follow celestial navigation to the T, dot our I's, cross our T's, it works? Do we do all the steps in celestial navigation? Does it work? Can we both agree on that?
Yeah, you can't get to the first step though.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive. You must deny the very existence of a sextant.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
So, all right. So, tell me the first step before I ask the question.
The first step.
Yeah.
You can't look at the sextant. That's the first step. You can't look over there. Not.
I didn't say look at. I didn't say look at the sextant. You look through the sextant.
Yeah, but you can't. Oh my God.
Yeah,
you got to be retarded. It's an elevation angle measuring device. That is, you need a flat horizontal baseline or adjacent. You don't have that.
Yeah, we do.
No,
the astronomical horizon. That's the flat horizontal
no,
baseline.
you don't. You don't have it.
That's the flat horizontal baseline. The astronomical
No, the horizon isn't from you to the horizon and thousands of miles beyond. You don't have that.
That's not the horizon we use when we use a sextant.
What's not the horizon you use?
The one you just described. We use a astronomical horizon.
No, you do
not. The zenith.
Define. You don't. Show us the astronomical horizon mirror on the sextant, you goober.
Right. All right, I'll find
right now in text chat. Pull it up.
Yeah, no problem.
And then define that monkey too. Astronomical.
I'm surprised you don't know this, Keely. Like, I'm surprised
Stop
you didn't know.
fucking talking through me.
I'm surprised you don't know.
Stop fucking talking through me, you goober. It ain't gonna work.
Hilarious. I got a question for you too.
Oh no, we got no more questions. You need to look up what an astronomical horizon is, and then pull up the sextant and show the astronomical horizon mirror to confirm.
Hold on. Why would that be in the sextant? Why would that part be in the sextant?
Because that's what you're allegedly looking for, you dubbo.
No, you don't look for that. That's what you use. Okay, 1 second.
So
why would I need that?
Listen, have you ever listened to your own words? You sound ridiculous.
Yes. Why would it be in a sextant? That's yeah.
Hold on,
doesn't know what it is.
Let's talk about the fucking sextant, you dumb on.
This has already gotten ridiculous, Hush.
Yeah, it has because of Q.
Yeah, you.
He doesn't know what an astronomical horizon is.
No, you made the claim. I know what it is.
I'm about to bring it up.
I do. You dumbass. Yes, I do.
Now, why would it be in excess? Why would it be in a sextant?
Why would it be in? It's not in a sextant. You goober.
Okay, but that's what you imply.
You're a goober.
All right, 1 second.
You
Look
just contradicted yourself, you fucking clown.
No, I didn't.
My God, man.
Look at this.
Well, yeah, it doesn't really make sense, Hush, because you're saying,
what part doesn't make sense?
You're observing the astronomical horizon through the sextant, and then you're saying it.
Yeah, quick question. Is the astronomical horizon 90 degrees to the zenith?
No.
No?
That's not the full definition there, fucktard.
But is that true, though?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Nope.
1 second.
Yeah. That citation.
1 second. Let me make it true.
How many horizons are you talking about?
I only know of one horizon, but it seems like we got a couple of them now.
Yeah. How many horizons are there?
Multiple.
Yeah, give us a number. How many? Give us a number.
Show us in the picture.
Yeah. Here you
How many is? Wait. Just to clarify, how many is multiple?
How many?
More than one. Look at this. Check out.
So you're telling me you're spinning around, you've got your sextant in your hand and you're spinning around like an absolute motherfucker. Look to the back, look to the front, look to the left, look up. You're an idiot.
To the left,
I never said any of that.
To the right, to the right, to the front, to the front.
I'm saying when you look out, like you look in a sextant, you look out. Your horizontal baseline is going to be the astronomical horizon. It's not the water.
No, it's not, you goober. Citation, please.
Hey, Harsh, how about we do it the easy way? In text chat, how many horizons do you see, and where is it?
Well, we only see one, but we use
Good boy.
3.
Thank you very much. So when you're looking through your sextant, just count the horizons.
He just contradicted himself again. How are you looking at it through the sextant when you can't see it?
Because we calculated afterwards. Because we calculated afterwards.
Clown retard.
What? Yes. Do you know what HS is and HO? When you look at this,
Yeah, your
go ahead.
sister
are HO.
Exactly. Okay, so HS is the raw angle measurement of the sextant. What we want is HO. HO is the corrections we do afterwards. Okay.
All right, let's get the astronomical horizon taken away here. Then you got to show us on the sextant where it is, what the astronomical horizon mirror.
There you go again. Why is it on the sextant?
Let's all take a look at. Shut the fuck up. 2:40 at 44 minutes after the hour from National Geographic. The astronomical horizon is the imaginary horizontal plane.
Got him.
So, what are you looking at through that sextant?
That's what we look at. Now, what our eyesight deviates from that, so it can't be true
What
horizontal.
you're looking at is your imagination, you glue sniffer.
No, we look at the apparent horizon.
Show us the apparent horizon is redundant. You fucking idiot.
Why is that redundant?
Because all horizons are apparent.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, define horizon, dumb fuck.
Which one?
Yeah, define
Which
horizon.
one? There's
Define
only
horizon.
one. Yo.
There's multiple horizons we use in celestial
there
navigation.
isn't. No, there isn't. There's only one. We only see one horizon.
Okay.
See,
so when,
you're telling me,
what's
Harsh,
the point of?
Harsh,
Hold on.
You're
Hold
telling
on,
me when I
Shut
look up
the
a
fuck up,
dictionary, there's going to be 9 different definitions for horizon.
There it is.
Maybe.
Geographic horizon is the apparent bound. You see apparent right there, dumb fuck? Apparent boundary between the earth and sky.
Okay. Are you done?
Oh,
Bruh.
you were done as soon as
This
you
is not even the point. Hold on. This is not even the point.
Don't overtalk me.
This isn't even the point I wanted to get across.
You fucking contradicted yourself no less than 5 fucking times in the past
didn't.
minute. And you're going to overtalk me? Shut your fucking mouth.
I wasn't even talking.
Shut the fuck up. Go back to your glue sniffing and fucking cake decorating threads.
Listen, you don't know what a horizon is. If it crawled up your ass, started throwing
You're a fucking
footballs.
retard. Shut your fucking mouth. My
Anyways,
God.
can we talk about
Don't you have any honor?
the part that I wanted to talk about? Because he's trying to hang me up on
We
astronomical
couldn't talk
horizon.
about the air pressure in your tricycle tires. I wouldn't trust you because you'd contradict yourself.
You contradict
fucking
yourself.
clown.
Actually, on your website, Huey, you
fuck
use
up.
a flat Earth map.
the
Do you
fuck
claim
up.
it's a flat Earth
Shut
map?
up.
But it's actually a globe
fuck up.
projection.
Just shut the fuck up.
How do you square that?
Shut the fuck up.
The only thing is astronomical what comes out of your mouth, you know.
Good one. Good one. Now, as I was saying, though, we use the
As you were
astronomical
saying,
horizon
as you
as
were
the
shutting the fuck
baseline.
up, we ain't going to listen.
What do we use as the baseline? What do we use as the baseline? And
Shut the
celestial
fuck up. I'm
navigation?
not speaking to you.
Nothing?
Even if
All right.
you describe it to
you,
there we
you
go.
wouldn't even listen.
I mean, there we go. He
You wouldn't
doesn't
be able to
know.
understand it, dumb fuck.
He doesn't understand.
Yeah.
What's the horizontal
Shut the
baseline
fuck
we
up.
use? Celestial
Listen,
navigation.
your deflection mannerisms are perfect, you know. When you don't understand, you deflect towards others, you know. You don't
No,
understand.
because he's
and you
saying
don't.
it's not that. I'm saying,
No,
okay,
no.
if it's not
Yes, you
that,
are
then what is it?
split
That's all I'm saying.
tongue mouth,
It's
you
your
know.
sister. Shut the fuck up.
Your granddaughter.
Shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear anything else from you. Go on mute. Thanks for
That's
the
why I don't
material.
talk.
Though. Thanks for the material, though, dumb fuck.
Yeah, you're retarded.
Yeah, if I'm retarded, you're
Until you
Helen
talk
Keller.
about it, someone else is in.
Shut the fuck up.
You're
Shut your
just
mouth.
breaking the conversation.
Shut the fuck up.
Flat earthers are so funny. They're so
Flat
angry
Earther,
all the
so
time.
is your sister. The drovers and the dregs. That's all we got. The drovers and the dregs and the retards. That's all we got left.
Batman, you just want to talk about feelings, though, bro?
Yeah, he's a Nancy.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on in here. They contradict themselves like 4 or 5 times, and they're still over talking everyone. What's the policy on that? Do you guys work that out yet? How many contradictions?
You just be given mod.
How many contradictions does it take for the after they contradict themselves and then get diarrhea of the mouth? How many contradictions? What's the limit? So I got to sit here and waste my fucking time being overtalked.
At least one in every sentence, at least one time.
You're gonna brick the convo. Brick it. You bricked it, dumb fuck. Astronomical horizon. That's what we look at when we look at it through the sextant. What is the astronomical horizon? You can't see it. Fucking retard.
His name kind of username checks out. Hush. Yeah. Pretty much.
You guys get up to speed with the refraction thing yet?
The version of refraction that they're claiming doesn't exist, or
No, I put 3 screenshots of refraction. You're not up to speed with that yet?
oh, let me look. So I've been working in the background.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I gotta wait for all the fucking chat to slow down. Everyone and their sister.
God is fake. I think. Yeah, right. I think Fiddlebone wants to talk again, but I'm not sure if he's done with the trolling. But I think he's your simp there, too.
Don't forget to feed him.
Yeah.
Take your fucking time, why don't you?
Where's the curve? Camera boy?
Not here. Not here, bro.
Gotta have something in fucking between my posts with fucking idiot Fiddlebone saying, please, you dumb fuck. So, my God. So there's Snell's Law, right? We got depictions, illustrations, we have the formula, we got everything, right? Snell's Law. The key part about this is not so much the 2 mediums, not so much, but the boundary between those 2 mediums. Boundary or surface. See it in the first one? Snell's Law. And crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have boundaries or surfaces?
No.
Then Snell's Law and the law of refraction doesn't apply to the Atmo. You can see it in every single one. The refraction occurs at the boundary.
Fiddlebone requests your attention.
I don't give a shit. So each one of them talk about boundaries or surfaces. There you go. This is all you need. You have the depiction, you have the definition, depiction or illustration, formula, the whole fucking 9 yards. So I shouldn't hear when I'm not around about fucking refraction and people getting stumped on it. Okay?
All right.
We good?
Snell's Law.
It's not the fact that we're getting stumped on it. It's the fact that we get these broken records. Atmospheric refraction. Okay, how do you prove your ball tub then? Atmospheric refraction, and it's just this broken shit record. If you were in here 15 minutes earlier, QE, you'd have fucking pulled your hair out if you've still got any. Because that's all they keep chanting. They put up Walter Bisland's fucking perspective hijacking with all the polls, and they just chant refraction, refraction, and you can tell they don't know anything about it. You've said it before, QE. As soon as they say the word